Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. Whale Island. Where the dream begins. The sun is warm, white seagulls are circling in the sky, and a beautiful rainbow appears on the deep blue sea in the distance. Brother Lee K, I'll trouble you with these fish. Uncle Cohen, wearing a one-piece waterproof overalls, put a bag of fish on the chopping board and grinned. Put it here, I'll take care of it later, Uncle Cohen. The owner of this fish shop, Lee K, with short black hair and healthy wheat-colored skin, said with a smile. He is 1.75 meters tall, with muscles full of lines like a cheetah, and a handsome face with sharp edges like a reader. No one can associate this handsome guy in front of him with the skinny kid who ate and wore clothes from 100 families 15 years ago and was even thought to not survive the first winter. Lee K has not only grown up, but also looks handsome, tall and strong. Many young girls have a crush on him. But who can know Lee K's troubles? He is a time traveler. He has been here for 15 years, starting from a baby who was almost frozen to death, and has grown up step by step. Now, he is the most famous and best fish shop on Whale Island. Nothing else. Lee K has been killing fish for 10 years. He has been working in the fish shop since he was 5 years old, until the owner of this fishing port died and inherited the fish shop to him. The reason for this choice is that he also traveled through time with an infinite item looting system. It can be regarded as a blessing for reading genuine novels in the previous life. As the name suggests, any target killed by Lee K can be randomly looted before the body is cold. Killing people. Lee K has not tried it yet, and he has no plans to do so for the time being. So, he killed fish for 10 years. Splash! All the fish sent by Uncle Cohen were poured into the fish pond, and they were alive and kicking. But there was a different charm in Lee K's eyes. Name, Tuna. Entries, Frenzy, White, Power, White, Swiftness, Green, Underwater Breathing, Green. Name, Clownfish. Entries, Lethargy, White, Toxin, White, Underwater Breathing, White. Name, Grouper. Entries, Greedy, White, Camouflage, White, Power, White, Underwater Breathing, Green. Killing fish is the easiest and fastest way to get entries on Whale Island. This is life. Lee K has been doing this for 10 years. He skillfully scooped up a fish from the fish pond with a net bag and threw it on the chopping board. Bang! Knocked it unconscious with a stick. Then he cut them one by one. You killed a tuna, and the entry was automatically looted. Congratulations on getting Power, White. You killed a grouper, and the entry was automatically looted. Congratulations on getting Camouflage, White. You killed a clownfish, and the entry was automatically looted. Congratulations on getting Sleepiness, White, Toxin, White. Since you already have Great Power, Purple, you will automatically absorb and fuse it. Great Power, Purple, 92%. Since you already have Underwater Breathing, Gold, you will automatically absorb and fuse it. Underwater Breathing, Gold, 22%. Since you already have Toxic, Purple, you will automatically absorb and fuse it. Toxic, Purple, 11%. A series of sounds like the sound of nature rang in Lee K's ears. This is the fun of killing fish. After killing fish for 10 years, Lee Mew even forgot how many fish he had killed. The reason why he has such a strong body today is precisely because of the blessing of these entries. But now, the effect of these common fish on Whale Island on Lee Mew's item progress is already quite weak. Now his fish killing skills have been perfected. He is also a well-known and well-liked fish shop owner in the whole Whale Island. Items with negative effects on you are detected. Sleepy Manic, do you refuse to absorb this item? Reject. Some of the items on these fish are negative, and occasionally they will be randomly plundered. But the system will directly help Lee K identify them, and he can choose not to absorb them. Otherwise, after 10 years, Lee K will be full of various debuffs. Lee K. Come quickly. Good news. Suddenly, Uncle Cohen ran over with an excited look on his face. Uncle Cohen, your fish is ready. Do you want to take it away now? Don't worry about the fish. Today, Gon caught the Swamp King. The whole Whale Island is in an uproar. This thing was caught by Jin 10 years ago. Come and watch the fun. By the way, bring your knife. You will be needed to kill the fish when the time comes. Everyone is waiting for you. Uncle Cohen grabbed Lee K and pulled him towards the Whale Island Square. Chapter 2. Whale Square. A large group of residents surrounded the area, and everyone's face was filled with surprise and shock. Wow! It's amazing! I didn't expect that after 10 years, someone really caught this strange fish. I remember that it was Jin who caught it, but Jin is a hunter. Even if 5 adults work together, they can't catch this swamp fish. But I heard that Gon wants to take the hunter test, but Mito doesn't want him to go. Who said it wasn't? Although hunter has good treatment, it's too dangerous. It's better to live on Whale Island. Aunt Mito. I have caught the Swamp King as agreed. And, you have to keep your promise too. Gon, a naive and romantic boy with a scion hairstyle, was extremely excited and took out the wrinkled hunter test application form in his pocket. His dream since childhood was to become a professional hunter and follow his father's old path. Find his father. He wanted to know why the profession of professional hunter attracted his father so much. Aunt Mito, with orange short hair, red top and white skirt, stood there with her fingers clasped together, biting her red lips gently. Her pretty face was full of struggle. She made this promise because she thought Gon couldn't catch the Swamp King. How could she let Gon follow Jin's old path? Hunter is not a good profession. But she understood. The child's eyes were the same as his father's. Once he was determined to do something, there was no way he could be stopped. Brother K. You're here. Please help me deal with this Swamp King. I plan to use it to entertain uncles, aunts, and partners from our entire island. Gon saw Lee K in the crowd and said excitedly. He had already made plans to leave Whale Island, and this was also his farewell banquet for himself. Lee K walked out of the crowd. His eyes fell on the Swamp King on the ground, and even though he had killed fish for 10 years, he couldn't help but his heart beating wildly. Name: Strange Fish King of the Swamp. Entries: Longevity, Gold, Super Strength, Gold, Scale Defense, Purple, Healing, Purple, Underwater Breathing, Purple. This should be the coolest fish in the entire Whale Island. No other. Hey, success or failure depends on this one move. I hope there will be some good entries. Lee K took a deep breath and picked up his sharp and narrow fish-killing knife. The residents next to him immediately made way. Everyone's eyes fell on the king of the swamp at the same time. The dark scales like steel shone brightly in the sun. The owner of an ordinary fish shop might not be able to break the defense of this thing. But Lee K's eyes were restrained at this time, and the fish-killing knife in his hand fell at a lightning speed. Crack! It cut into a piece of scales on the gills of the strange fish lightly. Sure enough, the defense of this thing is not much different from that of an ordinary iron block. But as a professional fish butcher, he is as skilled as a butcher. The fish killed by Lee K can definitely be piled up into a mountain. In addition, he also has amazing strength. You can only see that the muscular arms full of power suddenly exert force. The sharp blade avoided the hard bones and scales of the monster and easily penetrated into its soft spot. Then a perfect line was drawn. The whole strange fish was directly disintegrated. This scene made the nearby residents applaud and marvel. In terms of killing fish, Lee K is the undisputed number one. But the vitality of the strange fish is surprisingly strong. After being cut into 2 pieces by Lee K, there was no sound of settlement from the system. Until he forcibly dismembered this guy into pieces of meat, the settlement sound came slowly. Ding! Congratulations on killing the strange fish swamp king. Automatically plunder super strength gold. You already have giant strength purple, which automatically merges into super strength, gold, 74%. Automatically plunder the term longevity species, gold, lifespan can be up to more than 400 years. Automatically plunder the term healing, purple, you have a stronger vitality, ordinary wounds can heal quickly and automatically, and fatal injuries can also be resisted with vitality. This is definitely super exciting news. Accompanied by these sounds, Li Ke clearly felt that a warm current that could not be described in words was madly rushing into his limbs and bones. Every cell seemed to have received a brand new wash. Host, Li Ke. Entries, longevity, gold, super strength, gold, toxic, gold, super durability, gold, quick, gold, underwater breathing, gold, healing, purple, disguise, purple, strengthened defense, purple, super fertility, blue. Incredibly gorgeous personal panel. Longevity, gold. Guaranteed lifespan of 400 years. This means that Li Ke truly has the capital to step into the pinnacle of this world. You should know that the president of the association, who is known as the strongest in the world, has a lifespan of only about 200 years. 400 years. It is enough for him to find more longevity entries to stack and synthesize. Giant strength purple transformed into super strength, gold. Li Ke clearly felt the strengthening of his physique. The same entry has completely different effects on different life units. Ant and giant strength and elephant and giant strength are completely different concepts. The reason why the Swamp King is so powerful is purely because this guy has a long lifespan and has grown up. To put it bluntly, it still belongs to the fish species. But Li Ke is different, he is a human. The improvement effect given by super strength, gold, is a percentage and basic super amplitude improvement. Now he can even lift the body of this monster with one hand. But this matter is too horrifying, Li Ke does not plan to do so for the time being. Healing purple. Li Ke is not sure about the healing effect, but the system has marked that it can even resist fatal injuries. This thing is definitely worthy of its rating. So far, the ranking of entries that Li Ke has seen is white, green, blue, purple, gold. Going up. Sorry. He has not yet merged to such a high level. Maybe there will be gods or even super gods, but the number of fusions required is estimated to be very amazing. A single whale island can no longer satisfy Li Ke's appetite. He understands. It's time for him to choose to leave as well. Seeing that Li Ke has completed the division of the strange fish, everyone in the square cheered excitedly. Many residents who had come over began to cook. Mito, who was not far away, was worried. Aunt Mito, Gon has grown up, let him go. Besides, I am leaving Whale Island. I am very grateful to Aunt Mito and everyone for taking care of me over the years. I will take good care of Gon. After solving the strange fish, Li Ke walked towards Mito and said seriously. It's not that he wants to be a nanny, but when he crossed over, it was Mito who picked him up from the sea and raised him together. This is a life-saving favor. It's hard for Li Ke to repay. Chapter 3. Li Ke, really? Then, I really need you. Aunt Mito's eyes moistened. In the wrestling competition on the island last year, Li Ke won the championship. Li Ke, who is young, handsome, skilled, and powerful, is the Prince Charming in the hearts of countless girls on Whale Island. If he can help, I will feel much more at ease. But becoming a hunter is very dangerous, Li Ke, have you really thought about it? Of course, I have been waiting for this day for a long time, Aunt Mito, thank you for your care over the years. Li Ke smiled. Whale Island is a paradise. But in this hunter world full of strong people, if I choose to eat and wait for death with the system, it would be better not to cross. What's more, the monsters in this copy of Whale Island have almost been cleared by myself, and there is not much meaning in brushing them. Brush the 400 years of East Daxia sea turtles? Become stronger. That is a man's ambition. The bonfire party was unprecedentedly enthusiastic. Everyone sang and danced together, and many young girls on the island took out their gifts for Lee K. They were scarves, gloves, etc. Very thoughtful things. So many that he couldn't accept them all. 15-year-old Lee K was the dream of these girls. But dreams must sail away after all. Brother Lee K, when you become a professional hunter, will you return to Whale Island? I will miss you. Lee K, you must take care of yourself. Woo 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 woo. We clearly agreed to go fishing together this summer, Boss K. Xiao K, when you come back I will let my daughter marry you, okay? Ha 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 ha. It was Gon who proposed to take the hunter test, but Lee K became the protagonist at this time. He was too popular on the island. Whether it was the elderly, children, or girls, they all had a very good impression of him. In addition, he was often willing to help, so many people were reluctant to let Lee K go. Of course, Gon also had many people see him off. The entire Whale Island was a truly warm place, without too much intrigue. The ship for the hunter test arrived as scheduled. All the residents of Whale Island stood at the dock to bid farewell to Lee K and Gon. Boss K. Have a safe trip. Gon. Be safe. Everyone, be sure to come back again. We will miss you. On the dock, Uncle Cohen, Aunt Mito, and everyone else waved their hands and called out loudly. Under the sun, Whale Island was getting farther and farther away, and finally disappeared. Myra. I will definitely become the world's #1 hunter. I will definitely come back when I become an outstanding hunter. I will definitely come back. Gon waved and shouted loudly, his eyes moist. This was the first time he was so far away from home, but he had already decided that his dream was far away, so he would not look back. What's more, he had Brother K with him, so he was not alone. The world's #1 hunter. Hee hee. You underestimate hunter too much. It's a hunter test. Millions of experts gather from all over the world every year, but only a few are selected. Don't brag, little brother. Gon's words quickly attracted the contempt of other people on the ship who were taking the hunter test. Lee K glanced over. Name, Yamada. Items, one-handed sword skills, white, theft, white, kidney deficiency, white. Name, Daxiang. Items, power, white, dual sword flow, white, weakness, green. Name, Iwato. Items, firearm, green, poisoning, white. They are all, a bunch of noobs. And they come with debuffs. Lee K was not interested at all. It's not even as powerful as the entry of a medium-sized fish. No wonder, the people on this boat didn't even make it to the audition. But the two guys in the corner made Lee K's eyes light up. Name, Leorio Paradonite. Entries, love, gold, medical talent, gold, bargaining master, purple, leader, blue, melee combat, blue. Name, Kurapika. Entries, fire red eyes, red, avenger, gold, leader, purple, calm, purple. A red entry appeared. Fire red eyes. Red, is it an entry above gold? As expected of Kurapika, she is at her peak when she appears, and can kill members of the brigade alone. It's worth the trip. Kill Kurapika here? Forget it. Lee K is not so crazy, and he can't be sure whether he can plunder entries after killing people. At least, there is no plan for this now. As if noticing Lee K's gaze, Kurapika raised his head slightly and looked at him, frowning slightly. Lee K nodded gently. What are you doing? Kazio, How can a guy like you be a crew member? A scolding came from the cabin in front. A thin man in a short-sleeved sailor suit was kicked out, and the box of green apples he was holding rolled to the ground. Several rolled to the feet of Lee K and the others. What a fool, you can't even stand steadily, ha ha ha. Get off the boat early, you useless guy. Several old sailors laughed at him wantonly. Sorry. The thin rookie sailor named Kazuo apologized while picking up the green apples on the ground. Just when he was about to pick up the last one, another hand picked it up and handed it to him. It was Lee K. Thank you. The rookie sailor Kazuo hurriedly thanked him. It's okay. Lee K said lightly. He glanced at the old sailors, all of them were blank. It was boring. The old sailors didn't care when they saw that it was two little kids. They had been responsible for transporting candidates for many times, so they didn't care. Hey! You guys, don't slack off. Hurry up and work. Just when they were very likely to be beaten, the cabin door was opened. The captain, who was drunk, had a red nose, and was short and bloated, came out to blame himself. He was holding a wine jug in his hand. Several sailors ran away immediately. These guys are getting more and more unruly, but don't mind, they are not bad. Do you want some wine? The captain with red nose handed over the wine jug. Thank you, I don't drink. Lee K smiled and couldn't help but look at the captain more. This old man has navigation, blue, wine tasting, blue, knowing people, green, which are good life skills. Very good young man, you should be the one who has the best chance of passing the assessment that I have seen this year. Captain Rosacea suddenly smiled and said to Lee K. Is it so accurate? Captain, what about me? What about me? Gon was very curious. You are also very good, but you have to work harder than this little family. Captain Rosacea smiled. Suddenly, birds chirped in the sky, and a large number of seagulls circled above the ship. A storm is coming. Lee K took a deep breath and said calmly. 15 years of life on Whale Island has given him the survival ability of a top navigator. Chapter 4. How, did you know? The captain with rosacea was stunned. The air pressure has dropped, there is a low-pressure cyclone in the distance, and the humidity has increased. This is a sign of a storm. This storm will be very fierce. Lee K said calmly. Brother K's judgment on storms has never been wrong. A storm is really coming. Captain. Gon also sniffed the air, looking nervous. Not long after the two finished speaking, I saw that the sky, which was originally sunny, had dark thunderclouds in the distance. This is a sign of the coming storm. The sky dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon. The storm is coming. But thanks to Lee K's reminder, the captain has come down and made preparations in advance. This old man is really tough, and he drove the ship across the entire storm area. After a night of storm destruction, most of the people who participated in the hunter assessment on the whole ship were already dizzy and unconscious. Only a few were still conscious. This rainstorm is not unexpected. This area should often have rainstorms. Lee K looked at the sea surface which was gradually calming down. Brother K? What? What did you just say? Gon next to him was confused. Lee K was speechless. Leorio and Kurapika were still in good condition not far away, while the others were completely eliminated. Sure enough. The captain with rosacea came to check the cabin, and then summoned the 4 people to the captain's room. And began to ask them about the purpose of participating in the assessment. Kurapika was reluctant to say, but when the old man revealed that he was the auditor of the assessment audit, the people present were shocked. All the others were eliminated. Only the 4 of them passed the preliminary audition on the whole ship. If you don't make your motivation for participating in the assessment clear, you will be eliminated directly. Kurapika had to tell his secret. He was the only survivor of the Kurita tribe, and he became a hunter for revenge for killing the people in the brigade. Gon wanted to follow in his father's footsteps, and Leorio wanted to enjoy life and make more money. What about you? Little guy, what is your purpose in becoming a hunter? The captain looked at Li Ke curiously. His decades of experience made it difficult for him to see through Li Ke. This boy, who was only a teenager, was calm and composed in a way that was totally inconsistent with his age. Sometimes, he even felt that he could see through him. Me? Of course, it's to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can you pursue what you like. Li Ke said. Then what do you like? This shouldn't be within the scope of the answer, right? Indeed, ha ha ha, Kezio, record their words and report them to the committee truthfully. The 4 of you have passed this audition. If there are no problems, you can go back to the cabin to rest. The captain with rosacea laughed. Let's go back, Gon. Yeah, brother K. Li Ke yawned, put his hands in his pockets and turned away. Wait. Kurapika suddenly called him. Hey. Li Ke and Gon stopped and looked at Kurapika behind them curiously. I noticed you the moment I boarded the ship. Are you hostile to me? Do you know some news about the brigade? Kurapika said in a deep voice. He has a morbid obsession with the brigade. The entire tribe was killed by the brigade. It is this hatred that has been supporting Kurapika on this path. Moreover, he is very sensitive to hostility. Hostile. Li Ke was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly realized. It is probably because when he just uploaded it, he saw the red entry for the first time and felt a little moved. I don't know. If you are asking questions, I'm afraid no one will be willing to answer. Li Ke shrugged. Let's fight. You knock me down, or I knock you down. I must know everything about the brigade. I don't want to hurt you, but please don't make it difficult for me. Kurapika stared at Li Ke with burning eyes. For the brigade, he was almost crazy. Alas, a child's trick, no. Li Ke had no interest at all. Ding! Kurapika, when you enter the battle posture, 10% chance to randomly copy the entry when you defeat the target, 100% chance to randomly plunder the entry when you kill the target. The cold mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his mind. This made Li Ke, who was originally uninterested, instantly excited. You can get the entry by entering the battle posture? My system can actually be used in this way. Okay. It's all because the people of Whale Island are too harmonious. 15 years have passed. No one has bullied Li Ke, and Li Ke has never bullied any children. So this function of the system was discovered for the first time. Okay. As you wish, as long as you defeat me, I can naturally give you the news you want. If you lose. Li Ke laughed. Brother K. Gon couldn't help but grab the corner of Li Ke's clothes. You should bear it, don't make a mistake. His words made Leorio, who was watching the show, almost drop his jaw. This Li Ke is so strong? Could this guy have killed someone before? Boom boom. Thunder suddenly exploded in the sky. The rainstorm that had originally subsided fell again, and the sea was turbulent. It turned out to be a storm that was even bigger than before. This forced the captain who was originally preparing to rescue to start shouting and calling the sailors to control the ship. On the deck with strong winds and waves, Kurapika and Li Ke looked at each other's fighting power. As long as you promise to tell me what you know, I won't attack you. You are not my opponent. Kurapika advised again. Brother. Fight quickly. 10% per drop, does it mean that if you beat Kurapika 10 times, you can drop 100%? Ha! Li Ke didn't mean to talk nonsense with him. He was more concerned about the 10% probability problem now. Bang! The rain poured down. Li Ke moved instantly. The hardwood deck was even stepped on by him to leave a dent mark of cracking. The raindrops hit his tense muscles and dispersed instantly. Like a cheetah in the dark night. The speed was extremely fast, and every movement was full of power. The simplest straight punch. But because of the fast speed, when Kurapika reacted, Lee K had already rushed in front of him. So fast! Kurapika exclaimed in his heart and suddenly covered his sword with both hands to block. But the moment he blocked the opponent's fist, his face changed. The huge force from the wooden sword made him feel like he was hit head-on by a speeding car. The amazing force tore his tiger's mouth in an instant. The man and the wooden sword were blasted away several meters away by a punch. It hit the deck heavily. When he reacted with difficulty, the opponent had already arrived in front of him. The fingers were like knives, pressing against his neck. "You lose, Kurapika." Lee K spoke calmly. Kurapika was stunned in place. "Ding! You defeated Kurapika. The entry system has a 10% chance to randomly copy the target entry. Copying. Copying successfully." Chapter 5. Copying succeeded. Congratulations on obtaining Fire Red Eyes. Red, this ability is a bloodline ability. The host does not have this bloodline, but this ability is still effective, and there is no red eye feature after opening the eyes. A voice like the sound of nature rang in Lee K's mind. A sudden surprise. It was like buying a lottery ticket and scratching out $1 million jackpot. Even Lee K himself couldn't believe that the probability of copying was only 10%. As for which one to copy, it all depends on luck. Generally speaking, the higher the quality of the entry, the lower the probability of being copied and plundered. Maybe the probability of this red entry being copied is only 1/10,000 or even 1/1 million. But the goddess of fate seems to have favored Lee K. Fire Red Eyes is a very top-level ability in the entire known hunter world. Once it is turned on, it can increase the NAN of 6 systems to 100%. This is also the reason why Kurapika was able to single-handedly defeat Uvajin, a member of the A-level Wanted Criminal Brigade, after obtaining NAN. And it was a big win. Such a fierce clan is exactly the same as the Uchiha in the Naruto world. A man is innocent but guilty of possessing a treasure. I am afraid that the guy who wanted to destroy their clan members at the beginning did not really just like them, those gem-like eyes. But now, I am so lucky to get the red eyes. I don't have to worry about being discovered after opening my eyes. It can be said that I am super lucky. Since the battle can get drops, it seems that I will find an opportunity to fight all the people in Lee Kechuan. Gon's entry is also quite abnormal. Boom! A huge wave hit the ship, almost overturning the whole ship. The injured Kurapika was caught off guard and was directly blown away by the waves. And the rookie sailor Kazuo during the day. I said it wrong, he is the deputy examiner, and only the captain knows this identity. Obviously, he has very little experience in sailing and almost fell, but was pulled by Leorio and Gon. Oops! Kurapika fell. But Gon, who watched Kurapika fall, screamed. But before he could react, plop! Lee K had already jumped down and fell into the sea with Kurapika. In this stormy weather in the middle of the night, it can be said that falling into the sea is basically equivalent to death. No one can salvage a living person from the ocean on a stormy night. The old captain and other sailors who saw this scene were also shocked. They didn't expect Lee Mu to jump down to save people so decisively, but it was obviously too reckless. Brother K. The storm covered Gon's screams. Gurgle gurgle. In the turbulent sea, Kurapika struggled, and sea water kept pouring into his head and mouth. He felt that he was going to die. But now he didn't want to die so easily, because his revenge had not been avenged yet. Suddenly, when he was extremely desperate and watched himself sinking more and more almost to endless darkness, a hand rushed into his sight and grabbed him. Lee K. Because of surprise, Kurapika drank a few more mouthfuls of sea water. The salty taste made him want to cough, but he couldn't even do it in the water. He was crazy. He actually jumped down to save himself? Didn't he have ill will towards me? Why was he willing to risk his life to save me? Countless thoughts flashed through Kurapika's mind. Hold me tight. Gurgle gurgle. Lee K's voice came, and Kurapika shook his head. He was desperate. In such a storm, it was impossible for the two to survive. If it weren't for him, the other party might not have to risk his life. He actually chose to let go. His hand just loosened but was suddenly grabbed by Lee K. Without saying anything, Lee K pulled him and swam towards the sea. He even swam under him and lifted Kurapika up. In such a huge wave, even a good swimmer would definitely suffocate and drown. The only chance to survive was to lift him up. No. Why? Why did you save me? Kurapika, who was half lifted out of the sea and breathing heavily, burst into tears. He tried desperately to struggle. But he immediately carried him and swam towards the ship. Like. Let me go quickly. It's my fault, like. Kurapika cried heartbreakingly. He felt that if he lived one more second, like would die immediately. Hey! Kurapika's body sank, only his head floated, like floated up, but in this turbulent sea, both of them could only drink seawater. I'm fine. Kurapika. Hang on. The storm will soon pass. Gurgle gurgle. After saying that, Like dived again and lifted Kurapika up. Like, who has water breathing, gold, can even live underwater for 1 or 2 months without breathing if he wants. He is a complete little Superman of the ocean. This storm is just a drizzle for him. But he can't bear to watch Kurapika die. It's definitely not for the unfinished golden items on the other party. Promise. Half an hour later. The ship was in a mess, but fortunately the storm was finally over. Brother K. Gon, who was caught by several sailors, was finally released. He shouted and rushed to the side of the ship. Leorio, the old captain and others also looked gloomy. No one expected this to happen. It's a pity. Such a good guy, if he can become a professional hunter, his future will definitely be full of light and justice. The old captain sighed with emotion, his eyes moist. Hurry up and arrange someone to find Lee K. Captain. He may still be alive. Leorio was a little anxious. Although he kept saying that he loved money, this guy was full of love in his heart more than anyone else. It's useless. In such a big storm, even the best swimmer can't survive. My condolences. Alas. Several old sailors on the side had bitter expressions. Brother K. Brother K is still alive. Kurapika is also alive. Gon's excited shout came from the side of the ship. How is it possible? In such a big storm, even fish may be drowned. The old captain smiled bitterly and shook his head. But the next second he was dumbfounded. And Leorio and other sailors present. On the side of the ship. Drenched as a drowned chicken, Lee K, with perfect muscle lines like a cheetah, grabbed Kurapika with one hand and climbed up from the side of the ship with the other hand. Chapter 6. Port of Dori Port. The scarred ship anchored here. The rosaceous-nosed captain, Kazio, and others personally got off the ship to see them off. This is the next assessment location, Mr. Lee K. You have shown me the true righteousness. I sincerely hope that you can pass this hunter assessment. The human world needs strong and upright people like you to protect it. The rosaceous-nosed captain said to Lee K with respect. He even changed his name to Mr. Lee K, using the honorific U. The fact that Lee K saved Kurapika last night shocked the entire fleet for a whole year. It was the first time they saw a monster that could survive such an amazing storm. Yes, Captain, and I wish you and everyone a safe voyage. Lee K said with a smile. He was more kind to this world. Because he originally came to this world alone, it was the people of Whale Island who gave him his current life. I'm telling you some news. Do you see that big fir tree? Just walk in that direction and you'll get to the venue. Thank you, Captain. That's great, Brother K. Gon was very excited. The four said goodbye to the captain and left together. Port Dory is a port city, much more prosperous than Whale Island. In addition, it happened to be the Hunter Assessment Day recently, and candidates from all over the country were sent here, so it was even more lively. Yesterday. Thank you, I owe you a huge favor. If there is anything, I can help you do it, but please do it after I have completed my revenge. Kurapika stopped and said to Lee K very solemnly. Leorio and Gon also stopped. They saved Kazio yesterday, so they can be regarded as friends. The four became friends because of this. You're welcome. I do know some news about your people, but in fact, it is limited to hearing that your eyes are rewarded at a sky-high price in the black market. Sorry, I actually have no ill intentions. Lee K also explained. Kurapika naturally felt that Lee K had no ill intentions. Or rather, after obtaining this red entry, Lee K already possessed Kurapika's fiery red eyes. Naturally, there would be no hostility. As for the other golden entries, it would be fine to wait until the right time to brush them. I was too reckless and almost caused a big misunderstanding. It's not your fault. Kurapika thought it was her fault. You two guys keep apologizing like this. We don't want to go anywhere today. Isn't the assessment address Saba City? There is a car to Saba City next to it, why go in the opposite direction? Could it be that the captain made a mistake? Leorio interrupted the conversation between the two and pointed to the sign on the square. Because the location given for the hunter assessment is Saba City. It is completely in two directions from the mountaintop cedar that the captain said. Brother K, how do we go? I don't think the captain will lie to us. Gon looked at Lee K with a questioning look. Although Leorio is older than Lee K, from his performance last night, he also acquiesced that Lee K is the team leader. For a moment, the other three people looked at Lee K. The car in Saba City is just a scam for novices. Those cars cannot reach it. The captain did not deceive us. It is in the direction of the mountain. Let's go. Lee K smiled. The hunter license is indeed very important to him. With this thing, you can not only enjoy the corresponding national benefits, but also step into many restricted areas around the world. The entry reading system you own will eventually grow up. I am afraid that the ultimate goal in this world is to invade the Dark Continent. There are all kinds of terrifying existences in the Dark Continent. If you are strong enough to hunt those things, the entries you get will be amazing. Of course. That is a very distant thing, at least for now. It is a wise choice to spend some energy and time to get a hunter license. Great. Let's go up the mountain. Gon was immediately excited and ran excitedly with his luggage and fishing rod. Kurapika also has a very long physical strength. Lee K is the most perverted of the perverts. Leorio was exhausted. The saying a horse will die if it is too far ahead is true. An hour later, Leorio was exhausted, and Kurapika and Gon were sweating. It was Lee K. He didn't even take a breath from beginning to end. This guy seemed to have full physical strength. Or rather, this level of consumption was far less than Lee K's physical recovery. Several people had already reached the halfway point of the mountain. What appeared in front of them was a deserted block. No one lived there, only some predatory crows made strange caws. The atmosphere was a bit weird and creepy. There's no one in this ghost place. It makes people feel uncomfortable. Leorio complained, looking around with a little chill on his back. No, there are a lot of people here. Well, everyone be careful. Gon and Kurapika said. Lee K also looked into the distance. No? What's going on? Where are there people? Why can't I see them? Leorio looked at the empty street blankly, his expression a little horrified. Breathing sound, and the sound of clothes rubbing, they hid. Gon and Kurapika heard it. Lee K naturally heard it very clearly. The next second, a long wooden wheel cart was moved over, with a group of strange people wearing masks and white robes playing music. An old woman with a rosary sat at the table, her face solemn. Lee K's eyes suddenly lit up. Because he could clearly see the entry information of these people in front of him. Name, Examiner Ikeda Emi. Entries, Divination, Blue, Momentum, Blue, Seduction, Green, Heart Disease, Blue. Name, Deputy Examiner 1. Entries, Fists and Kicks, Blue, Long Endurance, Blue. Name, Deputy Examiner 2. Entries, Swordsmanship, Blue, Sharp Reaction, Green. There are actually blue entries. The dozen or so masked lieutenants behind him are all those guys who are hidden and naturally much stronger than ordinary people. And many of them are what he needs. Really very lucky. In my previous life, when I was watching anime, I was still wondering how an old woman and a few funny people could stop all the candidates. This is equivalent to the second selection. The candidates who come here are all strong. It seems that they are hiding their abilities. In this case, it saves me a lot of effort. Enemy attack. Be careful! Lee K suddenly exclaimed, and rushed towards the examiners in front of him like a cheetah. Ding! You and the chief examiner have established a battle state. If you defeat them, there is a 10% chance of copying the entry ding. You and the deputy examiner 1 have established a battle posture. If you defeat them, you can. System prompts sounded one after another. Chapter 7. What? Lee K's exclamation made everyone a little slow to react. But Lee K had already rushed up. Bang 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 bang. A series of screams and wails. More than a dozen deputy examiners in masks and robes were knocked to the ground by Lee K's fists. Even the unlucky old woman was not spared in the end. This scene shocked a candidate who followed them and tried to steal the chicken. Ding! You defeated examiner number 3, randomly copied the entry, congratulations on obtaining swordsmanship, green. Ding! You defeated examiner number 7, randomly copied the entry, congratulations on obtaining fighting, green. Ding! You defeated the chief examiner, randomly copied the entry, congratulations on obtaining divination, blue. A series of heavenly sounds rang out. But it is regrettable. After all, it is just a defeat, not a kill, and the probability of copying the entry is very limited. The result is also quite satisfactory. Divination, blue, swordsmanship, green, fighting, green, endurance, green. It was a small cleanup. 1 blue, the rest are green, which is a pretty good configuration for hunter candidates. Elite monster level. Ahem. The old woman lying on the ground had the urge to spit blood. She was just knocked down by Lee K's gentle hand. She was not injured, but she was speechless for a while. The people behind him were also very confused. This seems. It doesn't look like a sneak attack? Okay, here's the way, let's go from here. Lee K pushed the wooden cart away, and the road leading to the top of the mountain suddenly appeared behind him. Great! I didn't expect that the old lady would learn to sneak attack at such an old age. Fortunately, Brother K didn't hit her hard. Gon followed excitedly. Kurapika and Leorio were a little confused, but they also hurriedly followed. Watching the 4 people disappear from their backs. The old woman spat out a mouthful of blood, very angry. I am the examiner here. These little guys actually beat me up. Especially that kid. Cough cough cough. The old woman trembled. Grandma, should we report to cancel their examination qualifications? Cough cough cough, report shit. We didn't even have time to tell them about our unknown identities, they don't know we are examiners. Doesn't that mean we were beaten in vain? Aren't you surprised that the little guy is so strong? It feels like he is comparable to a professional hunter. I'm afraid a monster will appear this year. These masked men with bruised faces and noses screamed. That kid! What are you looking at? Hurry up and get ready to answer the questions. I am the examiner. I am the examiner. The old woman noticed the dumbfounded trailing candidate behind her, and got up awkwardly, venting all her anger on the trailing brother. Hurry up! Damn! What are you still standing there for? We are examiners. Boy! The masked men also rushed to announce their identities, fearing that they would be beaten again. The tailing brother. His expression was like he had swallowed a few pieces of hot shit in an instant, and his face turned green. Originally, he was expecting to follow Li Ke and others to take a shortcut, and then cheat them. The result? Others poked the hornet's nest and got the honey. But I was the one covered? Damn it! The top of the mountain. Under the big cedar tree. The sky has gradually darkened. At first, when I looked at this mountain at the port, it didn't seem big, but when I really climbed up, I found that it took almost a day to walk to the top of the mountain. Everyone was a little tired. Why are you watching out for monsters again? But I didn't see any monsters. Leorio looked at the warning sign not far away with a strange expression. Then, look, under the big cedar tree, we are here. It's so quiet. Is there no other examinee besides us? Gon was excited. Something is not right in front of us. But now we can't care about so much. We just hope to find the guide as quickly as possible, and it would be best if we can have a good meal and rest. Then we will go to the test in high spirits. Is anyone there? We are the candidates who come to take the test. Leorio walked up and knocked on the door. But there was no response after knocking for a long time. Then I'll come in. Leorio glanced at everyone, and after finding that the door was not locked, he slowly pushed the door open. Roar, roar, roar. The low roar of the beast came. The scene that came into view instantly stunned the people present. The house was in a mess. The smell of blood was strong. On the floor not far away, a man covered in blood was lying on the ground in a pool of blood, and his life or death was unknown. And in front of him, a weasel-like monster that was 2 or 3 meters tall grabbed a young woman, and there was even residual meat at the corner of its mouth. The other party's fierce eyes were staring at the dead person with ill intentions, and saliva flowed from the corner of his mouth. You looked at me. It means you have ideas about me, which means you. Li Ke frowned slightly, and it was natural to solve problems quickly by applying formulas. It's the transformation monster Fierce Fox. Kurapika exclaimed, clenching the wooden sword weapon in his hand. The monster glanced at the few people, turned around and smashed the glass window to escape. The man who was lying on the ground with injuries all over his body also woke up. But before he asked everyone to help chase the fierce fox, a figure had already rushed out quickly. And he grabbed the opponent's hind legs heavily, dragging the half-jumped fox back. Then, super strength gold. His right hand shook. The power that was transmitted immediately surged like a wave, and the girl in the fox's hand was thrown directly out and was caught steadily by Kurapika. Then, in everyone's extremely shocked eyes, the fox screamed. Boom! I only saw Li Ke grabbing the fox's right leg with his right hand, and then swinging it on the ground like a hammer. The floor exploded and the window exploded. Boom 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 boom. 3 or 4 consecutive heavy swings. The fox, who was extremely arrogant in the last second, showed a malicious smile to everyone. At this moment, it fell to the ground like a tattered rag doll. Ding! You defeated the Warcraft fox, 10% probability of automatically copying the entry, copying failed. The system prompt sounded. It didn't drop any attributes. Li Ke was helpless. The attribute of this monster fox is quite good. But I didn't expect the drop rate to be so touching. Ah! Dad! The man lying in the pool of blood suddenly cried out, and after realizing his loss of composure, he quickly covered his mouth. But his voice was still heard by Gon and the other two. The three of them stared at each other with confused expressions. Crash! The window of the guest bedroom suddenly shattered. Another almost identical fox appeared. After seeing his wife lying on the ground with serious injuries, he was even more furious. The sharp claws tore the wall apart like tofu. After a few jumps, he rushed to Li Ke. Come on! Li Ke was not surprised but happy. Super strength, gold. A step. Boom! Starting from his right foot, the ground collapsed by 2 meters in an instant. Broken glass shards and wood blocks flew up. A throw of the hand. Crash! These fragments flew towards the rampaging fox like bullets. Just as the fox tried to block it. Speed, gold. Li Ke's speed almost left an afterimage. Strength, gold. Fighting, green. Whip kick split the mountain with force. The whip-like leg hit the fox's abdomen. Its expression changed rapidly from fierce to horrified, shocked, and painful. Boom! The fox fell to the ground. The floor collapsed directly. It was like being crushed by a Tyrannosaurus Rex. The fox was also hammered so hard that it could hardly stand up. Ding! You defeated the female fox and successfully copied the shape-shifting, purple, entry. Bingo! Perfect! Chapter 8. Don't hurt Mom! The young woman who was previously a hostage screamed and rushed over to block the injured fierce fox. Li Ke's fist stopped. The wind of the fist swept past. A concave fist mark appeared on the wall behind the woman. She sat down with a blank mind. We are the guides. A fierce fox lying on the ground got up with difficulty, his voice trembling. 15 minutes later. That's probably the situation, my husband and I are the guides, but I didn't expect a monster like you to appear this year, ahem, no, it's such a strong man. The fierce fox with a swollen nose and face said miserably. The little brother should have held back, otherwise we wouldn't be standing here talking. The mother of the fierce fox sighed. Too strong. They never dreamed that the candidates who participated in the hunter assessment would have such strong strength. This little guy is definitely comparable to a professional hunter. Originally, they were going to decide whether to let them pass based on the performance of these candidates. But now, you all passed, sir. The father of the fierce fox said hurriedly. But we didn't have any tests, right? Why did we pass directly? Gon was curious. You are all friends of the sir. Since you can become friends with the sir, you must be extraordinary. So after our discussion, we all agreed that you can pass. Mother, why don't you send a few brothers to the venue tonight? There is no time to lose. Yes, let's go now. The two fierce foxes smiled and flattered. This abrupt expression made the man and the young woman dumbfounded. They are the son and daughter of the fierce fox, and they have never seen their parents with such expressions. Which candidate who came here was not scolded? Is your injury serious? Otherwise, let's take a rest for a night and talk tomorrow. Kurapika said kindly. No, the assessment of the adults is the most important. Our injuries are not important. We will send everyone away now. Yes. The two fierce foxes shook their heads like rattles, fearing that Li Ke would stay here any longer. They were eager to send him away quickly. Both of them were psychologically traumatized. They are obviously human beings, but they have more abnormal power than monsters. Of course, the power of the fierce fox is not abnormal, but it should never be beaten by the examinees. Especially the young daughter of the fierce fox, whose face is still pale and dare not look at Li Ke directly. Okay, leave one of your contact information, send us all the way there, and I will definitely come to thank you when I become an official hunter in the future. Li Ke said politely. After all, it is a monster that produces the shapeshift entry, how can it be easily let go? This. The fierce fox father was shaking all over when he heard this. Sir, here is the contact information. No need to thank me, this is what we should do. Let's go. The mother of the fierce fox winked at him. The two of them gave the contact information to Li Ke directly. After that, the family trembled with fear and took Li Ke, the big evil star, and others to Saba City overnight. A long night. Saba City. An extremely prosperous medium-sized city, coupled with the recent hunter assessment period, a large number of people from all over the world gathered here. The streets were bustling, with all kinds of vendors and hawkers coming and going. The father of the fierce fox transformed into an ordinary person and took the initiative to lead the way, and the mother of the fierce fox hurriedly led her son and daughter to leave in a hurry. It's walking so fast, it feels like it's afraid of us. Gon couldn't help but sigh. No. The fox father smiled awkwardly. He couldn't figure out Li Ke's thoughts and was afraid that the whole family would be wiped out. What a tall building, this should be the tallest building in the city, right? Several people stopped in front of a towering building. This should be a gathering of strong people from all over the world who want to become hunters. Hunter's first challenge, did Dad feel the same way at the time? Gon, Leorio, and Kurapika were all excited. Such a magnificent skyscraper really matches the identity of a professional hunter. It makes people admire the dream journey after becoming a hunter. Everyone. Sorry, here, in the barbecue restaurant where the hunter assessment will be held. The fox father said with an embarrassed expression. Hey. Are you kidding? Why are you in a place like a roadside stall? Are all the hunter assessments from all over the world gathered here? Leorio complained. He had just imagined the luxurious layout and enjoyment in the skyscraper, but he didn't expect to fall from the clouds to the bottom of the valley. This is the fact. I'm really sorry, but this is the rule of the association, and we can't do anything about it. Please come in, Lord Li Ke. The passerby who changed into the fierce fox father forced a smile. Let's go, this is where the venue is. By the way, we haven't eaten enough yet, at least let us have a full meal first. Li Ke waved his hand and stepped in first. Of course, don't worry. The fierce fox father agreed quickly. Several people followed in. The barbecue restaurant was not big, only an uncle was grilling meat, and some guests were sitting here and there. The barbecue sizzled in the oil pan, exuding a tempting aroma. Is the one inside empty? I want a steak set meal for 4 people. The fierce fox father said in code. The middle-aged bloated uncle who heard this looked at the few people curiously, his eyes flashed across Li Ke and the other 4, and his expression was surprised. The young age of the few people was unexpected. Wait. Let the guests have a full meal first. Remember, it's after a full meal. Thank you for your help. The fierce fox father was very polite and even took out his frog wallet and handed it to the boss. This made the bloated uncle stunned. In previous years, when he sent people here, he would directly lock them in a small dark room and take the elevator directly to the entrance. But now, he actually took the initiative to pay for the candidates' food? And he even took care of their fullness? The person in front of him was a fierce fox with a bad temper. Okay. Got it. I will do as you ask. What do you want to eat? Our store has barbecue, steak, and The bloated uncle accepted the purse and said politely. I want a steak. I want half a roasted whole lamb. 1 barbecue fried rice will do. Gon and others were very excited. 30 portions of the best steak and barbecue. Li Ke's words stunned the customers present, and the boss was even more dumbfounded. Don't worry, I have a good appetite, Mr. Fox, you won't mind spending money, right? No, 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 boss, I'll do as this gentleman ordered, Mr. G, please enjoy. The father of the fierce fox hurriedly said, his smile squeezed out wrinkles on his face. You are such a good person, thank you. Li Ke bowed slightly. Since he had these top-level items, his eating ability has been very strong. With the big landlord fierce fox here, naturally we can't be polite. Chapter 9. An hour later. Verb. The people who had eaten and drunk enough leaned back on the chairs in the box. The fierce fox is really a good person. He actually treated us to such a big meal. Gon stroked his round belly. Yes, when we become professional hunters, we must repay him. Leorio was also satisfied. There were 30 clean trays in front of Li Ke. Ding! After everyone had eaten and drunk completely, the owner of the barbecue restaurant followed the arrangement of the fierce fox and pressed the elevator button. My lords, the examination room is downstairs. I will not accompany you down. Less than 1 in 10,000 people can walk here. Although the next assessment will eliminate most of them, I believe that Lord Li Ke and you are very confident that you can pass it. Goodbye. After sending away the 4 plague gods, the fierce fox leaned against the wall, sweating profusely and panting. He looked at his shriveled purse, but he was very grateful in his heart. The whole box began to sink. He said that all 4 of us will pass. It seems that we are really lucky. The fierce fox father is a good person. Gon was very excited. 1 in 3 years, the normal passing rate for professional hunter rookies. The reason for this evaluation is probably because of Brother K. Kurapika looked solemn. So few? Only 1 in 3 years. Gon was stunned. He didn't expect the passing rate of professional hunters to be so low. In fact, there are many newcomers who have mental breakdowns due to the strict test, and many who have been tortured by veterans and suffered serious injuries, and some cannot take the test. This is a bit exaggerated. But it is the fact, which is why professional hunters are so rare. That is to say, this assessment is very easy for Brother K, but it may be difficult for us. Leorio crossed his arms and hesitated. That's about it. Kurapika explained. Don't worry too much. You will most likely pass this round this year. Leorio smiled. Brother K? We will all pass? Are you going to protect us? That's not right. Hunter assessments are divided into single and multiple people. If it's a single person, even Brother K, you can't guarantee it. Or do you know the examiner of the assessment, Brother K? Leorio immediately became interested. Gon and Kurapika were also surprised. They didn't understand the source of Li Ke's confidence. During the conversation, a crisp sound of ding. The elevator has arrived at the 100th floor, which is the entrance floor for the assessment. The elevator door slowly opened. What appeared in front of everyone was a dilapidated and wide underground passage. The lights were bright. It was already densely packed with candidates from other parts of the world. After seeing several people coming out of the elevator door, many eyes were looking back and forth. Especially after seeing the young appearance of several people, there was a slight sneer from the crowd. Every year, some young people come to participate in the assessment without knowing their own abilities. The result is that participation is important. The arrival of Li Ke and his friends did not attract much attention. Everyone has gotten used to it. If they fail the exam, they can just come back next year. These guys are obviously different from the candidates we met in the port and town. Kurapika looked serious. They are much more powerful, and everyone looks very tough. Some even have weapons. Leorio had to be serious. You are finally here. Here are your number cards. Please accept them. A bald man in a green suit came over and handed over the number cards to several people with his short hands. 403 Leorio. 404 Kurapika. 405 gone. 406 Lee K. Because of the privilege of enjoying steak, Lee K's team was the last to come down. The bean-faced man explained the situation of the number plate and turned to leave. Lee K looked at the bean-faced man and rubbed his chin. Name, bean-faced man. Items, delicious, blue, cowardly, green, focused, blue. This guy seems to be the assistant of the association president Netero. The blue item is also good. His eyes swept across the whole venue. Looking around, it was densely packed. Basically most of the items were green and white, and a small part was blue. Occasionally there was a touch of purple. Haha. You guys over there, you're new here, right? Hi. My name is Tonpa. I've participated in hunter trials 35 times, so I'm considered a veteran in hunter trials. If you don't understand anything, feel free to ask me. The new killer Tonpa jumped down. He was a middle-aged man with a big nose, short and fat, and looked honest and decent. He glanced at the four people and quickly noticed Lee K. Because he could clearly see that Gon and the others were led by Lee K. So Tonpa extended his hand to Lee K in a friendly manner. The other party's information suddenly appeared in Lee K's vision. Name, Tonpa. Items, disguise, blue, kidney deficiency, blue, luck, blue, drug production, green, fighting, white. No wonder this guy has a bit of a perversion in his heart. Just because he couldn't become a professional hunter, he even had a bad life. So he regarded attacking those new candidates as his greatest pleasure and life goal. Especially torturing geniuses until they collapsed was the most fulfilling thing for him. How are you going to plot against us? Rookie killer Tonpa. Lee K suddenly smiled. What? Tonpa's smile froze, his pupils shrank, and his expression stiffened. Using extremely despicable means, such as poisoned drinks, or deliberately dragging teammates into the water during the assessment, at least more than 50 contestants were eliminated. Relying on the appearance of a hypocritical and honest man, the assessment goal is to torture the genius rookie and completely destroy his confidence, so Mr. Tonpa, the rookie killer who failed the assessment for 35 consecutive times, right? I don't know if you are going to poison us? Or sell out your teammates in the next assessment? Lee K held his hand and smiled with white teeth. I didn't. You are talking nonsense. I am a good guy Tonpa, this is everyone. Ah! Tonpa screamed. His hand bones were almost crushed by Lee K. Then the drinks in the bag fell to the ground, along with some unknown pills and white powder. This scene made Gon, Kurapika, and the other two extremely stunned. Bang! A solid knee strike. Tonpa fell to his knees on the spot and vomited bile, and lost his fighting power. Ding! UN candidate Tonpa entered the battle posture. 10% chance to copy the target randomly after defeating it. Ding! You defeated candidate 016 Tonpa. Ding! Copy successfully. Congratulations on winning Lucky, Blue. A sound like the sound of nature rang out. Bingo! One shot hit the target. Comfortable. Chapter 10. Congratulations on getting the entry Lucky, Blue. Entry, Lucky, Blue. Say, occasionally you will get lucky, this thing is unpredictable. As expected of a rookie killer. Lucky entries are very rare. At least Lee K has killed fish for 10 years without seeing any, and no one in the entire Whale Island has a lucky entry. But it seems understandable if you think about it. Tonpa has been pitting his teammates and killing rookies for 35 consecutive games, and his own strength is weak. He can still participate in this competition in such a good condition. He has no special background, and there is really no other reason except good luck. Of course. This guy's camouflage ability is also good. Luck is a thing that does not matter whether it is high or low quality. It's like a critical hit. You can choose not to add it, but you must click at least 1 point. Even a 0.5% critical hit of an inscription may determine the outcome of a game. Luck is a thing that may only be a little more, once in a lifetime, and maybe you can have an extra life. It's never too late to get good things. FK, this guy is really arrogant. He dares to take action here directly. The examiner hasn't come yet, how about we kill him? We will have fewer opponents later. It's better to be steady. It's not too late to deal with him after the examination starts. He. Several ugly examinees next to them stared at Lee K and his friends with ill intentions. Everyone understands. The probability of passing the professional hunter examination every year is very low. In addition to their own abilities, there is also competition among each other. The combination of Lee K and his 4 people looks absolutely the most useless in the whole field, and the youngest, so naturally they have become the priority target of many people to eliminate. At least in their opinion. Eliminating some of the waste can also improve their pass rate in disguise. However, they are looking at me. They are going to do us. The first to strike is the strongest, and the last to strike will suffer. They must be killed. Lee K just glanced at them. Things like applying formulas to solve problems are too easy for time travelers. What's more, in this assessment, as long as you don't kill someone before being discovered, it won't affect the official score. Didn't the god of toilet war Hisoka kill someone? But it's okay if that guy is not discovered. If you kill Tonpa here, you will be discovered 100%. But beating him up is not a problem. Speed gold. Super strength gold. Before these guys can discuss when to deal with Lee K and others. Lee K has already set out. His muscles are tense, and his perfect muscle lines like a cheetah are enough to make girls drool. But in front of these rough guys, they can only see the afterimage of the wind. Hey! Lee K has already rushed in front of them. FK! Kill him! The team of nearly 10 people reacted and suddenly got angry, and they picked up their weapons one by one. Bang! Charge a heavy punch! Lee K's fist hit the yellow-haired mohawk in front of him heavily, and the shield in the opponent's hand broke like a biscuit on the spot. Then the whole person was blown away like a bowling ball. There was a dull thud. The group of younger brothers behind him screamed and fell down one after another. But before they could react, Lee K had already appeared in front of him. Fists, whip kicks, elbows and all kinds of attacks fell. It was a dull collision like a storm, accompanied by the sound of broken bones and screams. Ding! You defeated candidate 281 and successfully copied strong, green. Ding! You defeated candidate 112, but the copy failed. Ding! You defeated candidate 321 and successfully copied perception, green. Ding! A series of cold system prompts sounded. 11 candidates. The battle ended in 30 seconds. A total of 4 entries were released. It's not that the drop rate is high, but each of these candidates has several entries, and the 10% probability is enough to produce the expected number. Strength green. Perception green. Cheat green. Taunt blue. It's okay. Green entries can be continuously synthesized, and more skills are better than less. As long as the entry is a positive gain, it will be automatically added to you after the system filters it. When defeating this group of guys for the last time, Lee K saw a flash of golden light in the crowd. A handsome guy with a skateboard under his arm and short silver hair. Name, Killua. Entries, Born Assassin, Gold, Zoldyck Assassination, Gold, Electric Resistance, Purple, Poison Resistance, Purple, and Other. Hidden Entries, Thunder Telekinesis, Red. So, Lee K's attack accidentally went off towards Killua, who was standing very close to the group. Killua, a silver-haired boy in a white short t-shirt, sneered as he turned his back to him. As a genius born in the assassin family Zoldyck, He naturally noticed the sound of breaking air behind him. He actually wanted to attack him? It was really ridiculous. They didn't know that they were the real assassins, not the little brats playing house. Killua turned around with a sneer on his lips, one hand in his pocket, and the other hand's fingers were like knives. His nails flashed with a sharp luster. His movements were not fast. But the intuition of the top genius killer told him that he could perfectly resist the opponent's attack and then counterattack. In his opinion, Li Kei's attack obviously had loopholes. What a group of unfriendly guys, this is the hunter assessment, interesting. Killua sneered in his heart. He didn't want to make trouble here, but since others had bullied him, he would naturally not let them go. Even though, the other party also looks like a teenager, very young. The distance between the two quickly closed. Killua had no intention of avoiding it. The killer was best at close combat, and he was absolutely sure that he could knock the other party down with one blow. But at the moment when the two sides were about to fight, Killua's pupils suddenly expanded, and the whole person seemed to have been drained of his soul in an instant. He was stunned in place. Even his hands couldn't help but tremble slightly. An extremely familiar and terrifying face with a strange smile appeared in front of him. Ilmi. The other party seemed to be laughing at his weakness again. I. Just the moment he saw Ilmi, Killua seemed to have lost his resistance and instinctively feared. But the next moment, he suddenly saw clearly that the person coming was not Ilmi, but a completely unfamiliar but handsome guy, the guy who just swept a small group. Phantom Purple. Even if it was just for a moment, Li Kei also understood that it was enough. The fox's ability to transform is very useful. It can disguise any face that can be imagined, and it also has momentum. In an instant, it disguised itself as Ilmi. Killua crashed on the spot. When he reacted, he saw a palm coming towards him. Before Li Kei grabbed his neck, the system had already determined that Killua was defeated. Ding! UN candidate Killua entered the battle posture. Ding! You defeated the opponent. Ding! Randomly copying. Copying successfully. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the entry Born Assassin, Gold, Zoldyck Assassination, Gold. What? Double gold. This time Li Kei was stunned. Killing small monsters and double exploding legendary epic equipment? Chapter 11. Congratulations on getting the entries Natural Assassin, Gold, Zoldyck Assassination Technique, Gold. Entry, Natural Assassin, Gold. Description, you are a natural assassin, the king who walks in the dark. Entry, Zoldyck Assassination Technique, Gold. Description, inherited almost all the core assassination techniques of the Zoldyck family, including advanced techniques such as limb bending. The bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. So cool. Leaving Whale Island is definitely the right choice. I didn't expect that I would get 2 golds just by brushing Killua. So comfortable. What a pity. I didn't get his red entry. Thunder telekinesis. But there is still a long way to go, there are plenty of opportunities. There are several big fish in this test, even giant whales. Hisoka, Illumi. It would be the coolest to brush their entries. There is also the Hunter Association President Netero, who is very likely to appear during the assessment. He is known as the strongest combat power in the human race. But Netero's entries, for now, should still be a copy that Li Kei cannot clear. But it doesn't matter. Li Kei has a system. Even if it is infinitely stacked, his own talent entries will become the strongest in the human race, without a doubt. Li Kei's hand stopped. At this moment, Killua's face was pale, his pupils were dilated, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. It seemed that he had just had a nightmare. Oh? Sorry, you don't seem to be in their team. You didn't get hurt just now, did you? Li Kei smiled with concern. I'm fine, just now. Killua, who came back to his senses, was still a little unnatural, and there was a trace of fear in his eyes. This Ilmi really let his poor brother immerse himself in fear. Just now it was just a misunderstanding. I thought you were in their group. My name is Li K. Killua. Nice to meet you. Li K smiled and turned away. The sudden battle was just a small episode before the assessment. But it also made many candidates present gasp. Hiss, monster. This guy is definitely a monster. Too scary, he killed 11 people in 1 minute, this guy's speed and strength are crushing. Don't get close to that monster, they just looked at him for a second longer and got beaten. I don't want to be eliminated so soon. Where Li K walked, the candidates present automatically made way. No candidate dared to look down on Li K and his group. They were even directly marked as danger level, super danger level. Alas! I alerted the enemy, but I still spun a wave, double gold Killua. Li K is in a particularly good mood now. There is a 10% chance of Killua's double gold. It's really something unexpected. And if it weren't for the shape-shifting talent of the fierce fox, which put Killua in a state of fear, I'm afraid it would take more effort to decide the winner in a real fight between the two. It's true that more skills are better than less. Hey, what a powerful guy, I can't help but want to compete with him. I'm Hanzo. Nice to meet you. Suddenly, the bald ninja Hanzo came over and said with a smile. Number 294, Hanzo. Name, Hanzo. Entries, Natural Ninja, Gold, Kukuroo Physical Technique, Gold, Mind Duplicate Technique, Gold, Hidden Technique, Purple, etc. Tisk tisk, good guy, Hanzo's gun is definitely top-notch. Li K's eyes lit up slightly. In this test, only 3 people are worthy of his attention. The strength of these 3 guys is far beyond everyone on the field. Toilet God of War Hisoka, Nailhead Illumi, Funny Ninja Hanzo. I am afraid that only these 3 people have awakened telekinesis. Li K does not have telekinesis now, and cannot guarantee that he can defeat the 3 people head-on. However, the Sky Arena is the largest arena in the Hunter world. The condition for entering the upper level there is that you must have Nen. For Li K, that place is a natural holy land for brushing entries. Even 1,000 mediocre telekinesis entries can be stacked more abnormally than Netero. So Li K is not in a hurry to brush this kind of boss monster now. The next dungeon will also be done step by step. Nice to meet you, Mr. Hanzo, I am Li K. Li K said with a smile. Ha ha ha, you are easier to get along with than I thought. Your physical skills are really eye-catching. At your age, you should be considered a true genius. Hanzo praised generously. As a ninja of the Kukuroo, his purpose of participating in this hunter assessment is to find the Hermit Book. He has received very harsh training since he was a child. He knows very well what kind of extraordinary talent Li K has to defeat more than a dozen people at such a fast speed at his age. If Li K can become a ninja, he believes that his achievements will never be inferior to his own. Sure enough, the hunter assessment is full of talents. Hanzo was amazed. Just as the two were talking, suddenly a shrill and terrified scream came from a distance. In the shocked and astonished eyes of everyone. Suddenly, a candidate wearing a mohawk, who seemed very powerful, knelt on the ground and screamed in fear. His arms turned into petals, quickly shattered and scattered. An extremely weird scene. The arm turned into a pink petal? The one who caused all this was naturally the god of toilet war Hisoka. Red exaggerated hair, a pink star and a green tear mark on the cheek, somewhat similar to the clown costume. A short shirt that tightens the abdomen, with a pattern of hearts and diamonds on the back. The makeup is voluptuous and sexy, and the figure is tall. Name, Hisoka. Items, Super Intuition, Red, Conjurer Master of Telekinesis, Gold, Physical Genius, Gold, masochism, purple, etc. Tisk tisk tisk, unexpected item, the god of toilet war actually has a masochistic tendency? But there are not many people in the world who can abuse him. Lee K narrowed his eyes slightly. It's amazing, the hand turned into a petal and disappeared. I didn't do anything. Be careful in the future, if you bump into someone, you should know how to apologize. Hisoka smiled playfully, spread his hands and smiled at everyone. His words instantly made many people present break out in cold sweats. Even more fearful than looking at Lee K. The reason is simple. At least it can be known that Lee K was beaten, but Hisoka. The other party just accidentally touched him, and then his arm turned into petals and disappeared. All this is too weird. What a scary guy. Damn, how come I met this dangerous guy again this time? He was able to get a license last year, but I heard that he was disqualified because he didn't like the examiner and beat him half to death. Hiss, pervert. The discussion of the crowd also made everyone make way for Hisoka. But what is surprising is, Hisoka actually walked slowly towards the direction of Lee K and others. Chapter 12. Hisoka stopped in front of Lee K. Brother K. Gon and the others couldn't help but exclaimed, looking extremely nervous. The entire venue was briefly silent. All eyes turned to the two of them. These two guys were definitely the most dazzling and feared in the early stage of this assessment. If the two tigers could fight each other, the others couldn't help but feel happy. It would be best if both sides could lose, so that everyone would have a much greater chance of passing this assessment. The assessment is very dangerous, brother, you must pay attention to safety. Hisoka smiled and passed by. Thanks for the reminder, you two. Lee K responded lightly. I'm a time traveler, can't I kill you, a native? Haha. This assessment stipulates that you can't kill people, at least not in public, so there's no need to worry here. Even if they meet face to face in the subsequent examination room, Lee K will definitely not be inferior to Hisoka. Without Nen, how about trying Konoha Kai's level of physical skills? The red entry Fire Red Eyes is Lee K's trump card. Besides, during this period of time, I can brush the entries without limit. What kind of toilet god is useless in front of me? Hee, what a delicious fruit that I look forward to. A gleam of brilliance flashed in Hisoka's eyes, and a perverted smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ring, 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 ring. Suddenly, a piercing bell sounded from the end of the passage. The gate that was originally closed opened. A thin man in a suit, as straight as a ruler, came out with a monster head ringing. Purple short hair and a slightly upturned mustache. I'm very sorry to have kept you waiting. The registration period for this hunter test has officially ended. Then the hunter test will be carried out next. Finally confirmed. If you are unlucky or lack strength, you will be seriously injured or even lose your life while waiting for the test. Even so, those who still insist on participating, please follow me. If you choose to give up, please leave the test venue as soon as possible from the elevator at the back. Very good. The number of participants this time is 392. The examiner with a mustache glanced at everyone. The unlucky Tonpa and the dozen guys were completely scared. They were really afraid that Lee K would beat them to death in the examination room. So they simply gave up the assessment on their own initiative. They can only wait for the next time. It doesn't matter. Anyway, they are just some monsters, and Lee K is not interested at all. The examiner didn't seem to know that they were beaten, but he still looked at Lee K meaningfully. As soon as the voice fell, the examiner with a mustache began to stride forward like a puppet. This passage seemed to have no end. But what was surprising was that this guy was getting faster and faster. From the previous large tribe, he quickly changed to a long stride, and then to a sprint. This instantly caused the expressions of many candidates behind him to change, including Leorio. At the beginning, everyone thought it was a very boring test. But as they walked, they suddenly found that it had completely turned into an endurance run. And this continuous endurance fast run seemed to never end in a short time, and the passage that could not see the end seemed to never reach the top. 4.5 hours later, the entire team had been seriously reduced in number. Fat Nick, who had previously boasted of his high IQ and used a computer to count almost everyone's data, was the first to fall. IQ is obviously useless in this pure physical competition. Then there were even more weak candidates. They fell to the ground like dead dogs one after another, and even a few suffered myocardial infarctions due to intense exercise. They were dragged down for emergency treatment. This scene deeply stimulated all the candidates. Professional hunter. While enjoying an extremely respected status, it also requires abilities far beyond ordinary people. But there are also many people running in the first echelon. Hanzo, Hisoka, the nail-headed man, the martial artist Budro, the wrestler Takuto, the snake-brushing man Scarping, etc. Of course, there are also Lee K, Gon, Kurapika, and Killua who followed. He actually seemed to have a lot to talk to Gon. Leorio was miserable. This guy ran behind, panting and carrying a suitcase that he didn't want to put down. Other candidates passed by him one after another. Leorio never dreamed that these guys were so physically strong. In order to participate in this test, he even went through special physical training, and originally thought that he should be quite strong. But I didn't expect to be the last one in the team. Give it to me. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded beside him. Ah! Panting and feeling that his physical strength was about to collapse, Leorio looked at it blankly. Lee K ran beside him. I said give me your suitcase. Although I don't know what's in it, it should be very important to you. I'll take it for you. Follow up, Leorio. You are definitely not a man who will lose here. Lee K took his box. Yes. Brother K. My dream is to become a hunter and never lose to anyone. Damn it. Leorio looked at Lee K gratefully, and then ran wildly with sweat as if he had suddenly taken a strong medicine. Hey, hey, hey. Leorio, the road ahead is still long, but remember to maintain your physical strength and pay attention to your breathing rhythm. Lee K's words almost made Leorio fall to the ground. I understand. I understand, Brother K. Thank you so much. Brother K. Stop talking, keep your breathing rhythm, otherwise your physical strength will be disrupted. Lee K reminded. I don't know how far I ran. But this process is definitely very abnormal, more than 100 kilometers. As a time traveler, Lee K has to sigh. The average standard of human physical fitness in the hunter world is definitely higher than the ordinary world where he lived in his previous life. The guy who can persist here would definitely be a full marathon champion in his previous life. And Gon, Killua, Kurapika, Hisoka, these perverts, didn't even shed a drop of sweat. Leorio even took off his clothes and ran sweating. The gap between people is still very large. Of course. Lee K is extremely relaxed. Super Endurance Gold. Endurance Blue. Speed Gold. Etc. With the blessing of these terms, Lee K's endurance has also reached the abnormal level. In the previous battle, Brother Lee K was really strong. The chatterbox Killua has already integrated into the team, or he is naturally attracted to Gon's presence. He looked at Lee K with a trace of awe. Of course, Brother K is the strongest man on our whale island. Gon said proudly. Here we are. Finally here. Ah! Leorio was so moved that he almost cried. This damn passage has finally reached the end. A staircase has appeared in front. After everyone climbed the stairs, they finally saw a ray of light falling. Chapter 13. In front of us is an extremely open wetland plain. The air is shrouded in white mist, and the layers of emerald green mountains and trees can be vaguely seen in the distance. Welcome to the Shimala wetland, which is also known as the swindler's nest. Many of the rare birds and animals living in the wetlands in this area feed on humans. They are cunning and greedy. Please be extra careful. This is the only way to the second test venue. Once you fall into the trap, your life will be in danger. The creatures in this wetland will deceive their prey and capture them for food by any means. This is an ecosystem composed of creatures that use deception and hunting as a means. If there are candidates who want to quit, can they still choose now? But once you step in, you will be responsible for any life safety. The examiner with a mustache faced everyone and explained expressionlessly. It is impossible to quit at this time. Those who can run here are those who want to become professional hunters. How can you give up easily after running an ultra-long marathon of more than 100 kilometers? Liar. He is a liar. He is lying. Suddenly, a hoarse roar came from a distance. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. They saw a short-haired man with injuries all over his body, walking with difficulty, holding a monkey-like monster in his hand. The man pointed at the examiner and roared angrily. He is a fake. He is not the examiner at all, I am the real examiner here. The sudden incident made all the candidates present a little confused. Gon, Killua, Leorio, Kurapika, and others were also stunned. Even Hisoka, Hanzo, and others were stunned. This guy is a human-faced ape living in this wetland plain. The human-faced ape likes to eat human flesh, but because of its slender and weak hands and feet, it has to pretend to be a human, lead humans to the wetland, and then join forces with other creatures to hunt. His goal is to catch all the candidates who have gathered to participate in the hunter test. The injured man spoke coherently and was very angry. The emotions and performance were all at their maximum. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure flew up. The fish-killing knife flashed by. Puff! A streak of blood appeared between the guy's eyebrows, and then the whole person cracked directly like a ripe fruit. After his body fell, his appearance changed rapidly. It suddenly turned into the monster ape he was dragging in his hand. Ape. Name, Ape. Items, Shapeshift, Blue, Imitation, Blue, Man-eating flesh, Green. Ding! You killed the Warcraft ape, and randomly looted the item of this species. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Shapeshift, Blue, Man-eating flesh, Green. Ding! You choose to give up eating human flesh, Green, and automatically exchange it for Shapeshift, Purple, experience points. It is detected that you have Shapeshift, Purple. It automatically absorbs Shapeshift, Blue. The growth of this term is increased. A voice like the sound of nature rang in Li Kei's mind. The sudden attack stunned all the candidates present. Especially Hisoka, who was holding the cards and preparing to attack, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Ga. The ape, who was originally dragged in his hand and pretending to be dead, screamed in fear and wanted to escape. But the fish-killing knife flashed. It was bled directly. Ding! Congratulations on plundering the terms Shapeshift, Blue, and Imitation Blue. Ding! It is detected that you have Shapeshift, Purple. It automatically absorbs Shapeshift Blue. The growth of this term is increased. Comfortable. Li Kei couldn't help but secretly feel happy in his heart. Imitation, Blue, is one of the abilities of the ape. It has to be said. The attributes of these monsters are essentially much stronger than humans. Especially the monsters with specific abilities, which are nothing more than too low intelligence. Of course. It is also because the human base is too large. Although most ordinary people only have white and green entries, there are also purple, gold, and even red entries. As a result, the entire world is still occupied by humans. But for Li Kei, these modes are the best materials. Perfect. If imitation can be raised to purple or even red, can it become a copy hunter like Kakashi? Li Kei's sudden rampage made the other candidates present speechless. Before they could react, Li Ke had already resolved the crisis. Even the mustache examiner Satos couldn't help but be shocked. Wow, so awesome! Brother K! So awesome! Responding, Gon shouted excitedly. Can you actually see through the other party's disguise in an instant? Brother Li Ke, so strong! Killua also muttered absent-mindedly. Li Oreo was even more confused. How did you tell this? That guy just now seemed like a real examiner. What's really amazing is Brother K's courage. If that guy is really an examiner and attacks the examiner head-on, he will be disqualified from the exam. Not to mention that it's a fatal injury. Kurapika looked calm, but was also surprised in his heart. Not only him. Hisoka and the nail-headed man couldn't help but look sideways, and Hanzo, the funny guy, had a horrified expression. Siguyi Siguyi kept yelling. At least at that moment, they couldn't tell whether this guy was real or fake. Toilet God of War Hisoka even planned to cover the attack. Regardless of whether it's real or fake, attack them all once. As long as it's a real examiner, he can naturally take his attack. And the human-faced ape is a very weak monster and can't resist it at all. But I didn't expect it. Li Ke is even more direct than himself, and his attack is a fatal attack. But he didn't intend to attack the mustache? That is to say, at the moment of choosing the target to attack, the opponent has directly judged the truth or falsehood. This judgment stunned the three boss-level players, Hisoka, Ilmi the nail-headed man, and Hanzo. Great, you are the most courageous candidate I have ever seen, and this judgment is admirable. Satos with a mustache also praised. Thank you, then can the assessment continue? Li Ke smiled elegantly. The corpse of the human-faced ape next to him soon attracted some monster vultures to eat the corpse. This scene made many candidates present look at each other in surprise. It seems that everyone can see that if they die here, they may become the fate of this human-faced ape in the future. Okay, everyone, these are just some side dishes. The fog in this wetland plain is very heavy. Please follow me closely. Examiner Satos took a big step forward again. But this time was different. The thick fog blocked everyone's vision. As long as they kept a certain distance from the examiner, they could hardly see the figure in front. In addition, everyone was not familiar with the terrain here, and soon the whole team disappeared in the fog. Everyone thought they were following the examiner. But in fact, they were scattered in all directions by various strange monsters. Li Ke was in a very good mood at this time. He strode directly into the fog. Here. For him, it is the real paradise. Chapter 14. Li Ke, who has the entry system, can see the entries of these monsters from a distance. Even if they seem to be well camouflaged. Almost no one doubts the green grass under his feet. Name, Lazy Frog. Entries, Camouflage, Blue, Tough Shield, Blue, Big Mouth, Blue, Toxin, Green, Omnivore, Green, etc. Tisk tisk tisk. The lazy frog not far away is a special kind of monster that moves very slowly and relies entirely on hunter to come to the door automatically. This guy has grown his mouth very big in the plains. It is almost invisible with its camouflage ability. Because the size of the mouth is too amazing and the range of opening is also very terrifying, often when people find something wrong, they can no longer escape. Unfortunately, it fell into Li Ke's eyes. The conspicuous blue entry is like a guiding light in the fog. It guides Li Ke over. Hey, you guy over there, do you want to join our team? Are you also a lost person? If we don't unite, we can't get out of this damn place. I think this should be the reason why they set up the examination room. The voices of other candidates suddenly came from the other side of the fog. The other party seemed to have noticed Li Ke's direction. We have a master in our team. Does the guy over there want to join? Another person called out. But as soon as the voice fell, They felt that something was wrong and the ground began to shake. The originally flat ground quickly turned into a V shape. A big mouth appeared from below. Lazy frog! Ah! Help! Woohoo! What is that? A green-haired girl among the unlucky ones widened her eyes and exclaimed. They only saw a figure in the mist falling rapidly from midair towards them. The target is the lazy frog. Are you crazy? This guy? Is he coming to save us? Is it the same as delivering food? Looking at the figure falling from the sky, the unlucky candidates were stunned. The lazy frog is also a famous monster in this wetland plain. It has thick skin and flesh, and ordinary weapons are difficult to pierce. This guy wants to be a hero and fight this giant monster with his bare hands. What's the difference between this and delivering food? Get out of here! The green-haired girl exclaimed, and she and the unlucky ones before were swallowed by the lazy frog and the ground. The figure that jumped high was Li Ke. The strong muscles were like a nimble cheetah. A simple deliberate punch. Twist the waist and miss the body. The muscles all over his body began to move crazily towards his arm like insects. The whole arm seemed to expand slightly at this moment. Super strength, gold. Boom. A solid punch hit the top of the lazy frog's head. It was like a dull sound like a giant hammer hitting the ground. Then it was accompanied by a deep scream. The lazy frog's entire hill-like head and huge mouth were blown up. Scarlet broken flesh and blood splashed everywhere. The unlucky guys who had just been swallowed and were already extremely desperate were dumbfounded on the spot. There was still some smelly mucus on their bodies. Ah! Several people looked dumbfounded at Li Ke who fell not far away. There was also a lazy frog under their feet whose half of the head was blown off, leaving only half of the body. Killua, what happened just now? This monster is dead? Killed by a punch. Too powerful. They felt like they were dreaming. But the pain of the lazy frog gastric juice burning their skin woke them up. Hurry up and wipe off the gastric juice on your body, otherwise you will get hurt. Someone exclaimed. Several people also wiped the gastric acid off their bodies frantically. Thanks, ah! Where is that person just now? Thank you. The green-haired girl stared blankly at Li Ke's disappearing back, muttering absent-mindedly. Ding! Congratulations on killing the lazy frog, random looting entries. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining camouflage, blue, terrain, blue. A sound like the sound of nature rang in Li Ke's mind. He instantly realized that countless information and energy were pouring into his limbs. Item, camouflage, blue. Effect, you will have the ability to change color and camouflage, and you can hide yourself in any environment. Item, Terran slaughter, blue. Effect, your physique will become stronger, and your defense and resistance will be improved. Two very good items. Although they are both blue, they are much better than ordinary blue items. These are all items dropped by monsters. Especially camouflage, which is impossible for humans to drop. This is really my paradise. Quick gold. Li Ke, who solved a monster, did not stop at all and left quickly. Ah! Help! Help! Monster! Monster! Ahead! A group of unlucky people were trapped by several turtles that were as big as hills, and some were even held in their mouths. With a snap, the shit was bitten out, and the whole person was swallowed by the giant turtle. The monsters here really kill people. Every year, hunter assessments have death quotas. The few unlucky guys who were trapped were even more desperate, surrounded by white mist and the elusive murderous strawberry turtle. Some of them tried to rush out, but it didn't work. These huge turtles have extremely sharp and strong limbs, and their thick tortoise shells are covered with red and delicious strawberries. They look harmless, but their bite force can even crush a car on the spot. Bang! Bang! Just when these unlucky guys were terrified and desperate, A figure passed by like lightning. It hit the strawberry turtle's head accurately. Then, in their eyes that were horrified and shocked to the point of being unable to speak, they looked at the huge, thick-skinned strawberry turtle whimpering and falling down. It was not until this huge body fell in front of them that they could clearly see that the strawberry turtle's head had been completely blown up. God! Did the gods save us? Great! Oh my God! What just happened? Several unlucky people stood there dumbfounded, crying with joy. And the human-shaped lightning Lee K was still shuttling quickly in the wetland plain. Like a cheetah foraging for food. Here it is. This is his buffet restaurant. Ding! Congratulations on killing the murderous strawberry turtle. Ding! Random entry plunder, congratulations on obtaining growing strawberry, blue. Ding! Congratulations on killing the murderous strawberry turtle. Ding! Random entry plunder, congratulations on obtaining longevity, blue, super thick shell, blue. Ding! Automatic entry growing strawberry blue, super thick shell blue, merged into super longevity, purple. Chapter 15. It turns out that longevity purple has appeared. Lee K was pleasantly surprised. The entries looted by the system can be exchanged if they are not needed, or used to promote the progress of other entries. There are two possibilities for the exchange progress. One is to merge the same entry, and the lower level entry can be replaced with the progress of the upper level entry, such as great strength, blue, can be absorbed by giant strength, purple, or the same type of affinity. The other is that all the entries are looted from the same creature, and all the looted entries can be integrated into one main entry. Entry, longevity, purple. Effect, you will get an extra 100 years of life. Lee K couldn't help but be overjoyed when he saw this entry. A purple entry can give him an extra 100 years of life, which he can accumulate by just killing a few strawberry turtles. But for Mandarin, this is almost impossible to achieve. Even Netero, who symbolizes the ultimate level of human beings, can only live for more than 200 years. That's all. This is my paradise. Lee K laughed wildly in his heart. He quickly looked for other monsters. The wetland plain was filled with fog, but those dazzling monster entries were like guiding lights in the dark, guiding Lee K forward. Ding! You killed the bluffing crow, and randomly looted the entry false voice blue ding. You killed the mine mushroom, and randomly looted the entry spore reproduction, blue. This entry was disliked by you and automatically crushed and exchanged for entry experience points ding. You killed the mine mushroom, and randomly looted the entry fast regeneration, blue, ding. You killed the hypnotic butterfly, and randomly looted the entry cocoon, blue. This entry was automatically crushed ding. You killed. One after another, sounds like the sound of nature rang out. At this moment, Lee had already transformed into a predator in the wetland plain. The corpses of these monsters fell one after another wherever he passed. After all, these things are used to assess ordinary professional hunter players. So the difficulty is not great. But many of the items he carries are very good. In addition, the number of items in this plane is quite considerable. For Lee K, whose items can be infinitely superimposed and synthesized, it is simply tailor-made. Lee K, who has the gold of haste, moves swiftly in this fog like a ghost. Half an hour later, he has cleared most of the monsters in the nearby area. And the results are also very amazing. Item, longevity species, gold, from strawberry turtle. Effect, lifespan increases by an additional 400 years, currently has longevity species double gold. Item, super copy, gold, from shapeshift, purple, plus super mimicry, purple, plus false voice, purple, plus camouflage color, purple, and other fusions. Effect, you can almost perfectly disguise the target that people are trying to disguise, including monsters, and your breath and temperament can be disguised. Except for thoughts, it is almost impossible to be discovered, and you can copy the opponent's martial arts in the fastest time. Item: Super Speed Regeneration, Purple, Mind Mushroom. Effect: in addition to fatal injuries such as brain and heart, your cells have the ability to quickly differentiate and regenerate, which will consume your own physical strength. Lee K feels his brand new body. Longevity species, double gold. With a cumulative lifespan of 800 years, lifespan is a bit illusory, but Lee K can also clearly feel the changes in his body. More energetic and vibrant. Super copy, gold. This entry is definitely a pleasant surprise. Lee K did not expect that the entries he had obtained from the ape, the lazy frog, and the bluffing crow would be reassembled by the system to form a new entry. Or in fact, these entries belonged to the same category. It was just an accidental triggering of the feature. It is equivalent to a simplified version of the Sharingan. But with the super copy effect, Lee K can transform himself into anyone at any time. As long as you don't use telekinesis to check, you will never notice any difference, whether it is the voice, demeanor, temperament, or appearance. And super copy can be similar to the copy nin effect of Kaden. As long as the fighting moves seen by Lee K can be copied in the fastest time. Absolutely a super surprise. Also revealed is super speed regeneration, purple, which comes from those mushrooms. It must be said that the reproductive capacity of mushrooms far exceeds that of any other species. Lee K, who has this entry, can also make himself regenerate at super speed. As for the extraordinary reproduction, forget it. Lee K directly took out the fish-killing knife and cut a cut on his arm, but not even a few drops of blood flowed out. The wound healed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, there was not even a scar. Perfect. This is simply an inhuman body. With such a perfect body and an incredibly amazing lifespan, Lee K has no reason not to reach the pinnacle of humanity. No other. Hee. There's a little ghost here. Boy. Your luck is very bad. You met a few of us brothers. You'd better withdraw from the competition. Yes, this is the words of a kind person. Don't suffer, ha ha ha. There was a sneer in the fog. Where there are people, there is a world of martial arts. These ordinary miscellaneous cultivators are not very powerful, but their minds are very sinister. We don't seem to know each other, right? Lee K glanced at them. There are only green and white entries, and the only blue one is a useless entry. Frenzy, blue. Effect, loss of sanity, increase of attack power. It is a bald man with a ferocious face. I didn't know him before, but now I know him. There are only a few places for professional hunter every year. You weaklings come here to waste our time. Yet, if we eliminate you, our pass rate will also increase. What's the point of talking so much nonsense? Kill him. There is no need for any reason to fight in such a place. Lee K sighed lightly. Several guys rushed over with sticks and knives. There is no need to worry about being discovered if you kill people here, not to mention that there are these monsters to clean up the bodies. The killing intention of the miscellaneous cultivators is disgusting. A perfect arc of knife light flashed. These miscellaneous cultivators kept a grinning expression, and their movements stopped abruptly. Then their heads rolled off their necks with a click. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Ding! You killed the miscellaneous cultivator, looted the entry reckless, white, automatically crushed. Ding! The entry of the miscellaneous cultivator is no longer read. Ding! You looted the entry frenzy, blue, automatically crushed. Voices rang out one after another. Helpless. Snap. 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 Suddenly, the sound of applause rang out from the distance of the fog. A blurred figure slowly walked towards the immediate direction. What an amazing swordsmanship, killing with one blow, it's simply perfect. Chapter 16. Lee K narrowed his eyes slightly and saw the person in front of him clearly. Hisoka, the enchanting and sexy red-haired girl. His eyes were burning as he looked at Lee K, as if he was appreciating an extremely exquisite work of art. It was as if he was checking his prey fruit. It really surprised me. I thought that little guy was a rare and delicious fruit, but later I found out that you are the target of my dream. Hisoka stared at Lee K, licking his lips, with a perverted arc at the corner of his mouth. Lee K also stared at him. It's just the entries on him. Name, Hisoka. Entries, Super Intuition, Red, Conjurer Telekinesis Master, Gold, Physical Genius, Gold, Sadomasochism, Purple, etc. What a good prey! Lee K also became excited. The excitement in his eyes made Hisoka stunned. This was an unprecedented feeling. For the first time, he found that his prey was not afraid of him, and even looked at him with eyes that were so familiar and uncomfortable. What kind of feeling is this? Hisoka frowned slightly. A ray of light flashed, and he understood in an instant. Yes. Prey. The other party looked at him with the same burning feeling as looking at prey. What's going on? This guy? He actually thought of himself as prey? Ha 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 ha. This is definitely the funniest joke in the world. Super strength, gold. Speed, gold. Natural assassin, gold, passive. Zoldyck assassination, gold, limb flexion. In an instant, Lee K disappeared from the spot. The smile on Hisoka's face froze, and his figure moved like a ghost. Bang! In the fog 2 meters away, the two figures fought head-on. Both sides were extremely fast, and the whole fight was just a moment. Hisoka blocked Lee K's fist with his palm. But he was shocked after he missed it. The severe pain from his palm even made him feel like he was hit hard by a sledgehammer. This guy is too strong. In a hurry, he habitually used tricks to tease others, which resulted in almost complete paralysis of his right palm. Before Hisoka could react, Lee K, who did not land, bounced back like a spring, and again charged punch. This time Hisoka did not dare to hold it with one hand, and could only cross his arms to resist. Boom! The amazing force instantly knocked Hisoka out, and his legs dragged on the grass for nearly 10 meters before he stopped. But Hisoka felt that his arms were almost broken. So strong! The fruit he had set his eyes on was unexpectedly strong, and it was too perfect. He was just a teenager, but he could burst out such amazing power. This level of strength is even more amazing than that of a normal power-based professional hunter. You have to know that this kid has no ability to use telekinesis at all. Lee K, who has endurance, gold, doesn't care about this consumption at all. Once the battle falls into his rhythm, the opponent will only be greeted by a storm of attacks. Another amazing fist fell again. At this moment, Hisoka finally changed color. Boom! He was hit again, but Lee K's fist smashed through it, and it turned out to be a phantom. The fist fell on the grass, and a large pit with a diameter of 2 or 3 meters exploded in an instant. Lee K also stopped moving. Hisoka's voice had already appeared in the distance of the mist, and was even getting farther and farther away. Interesting. Little guy, you are worthy of being the delicacy I care about the most, but now is not the time to taste you. I look forward to you becoming more delicious. That is the exciting moment, he he he. Hisoka's figure disappeared in the mist. Lee K slowly loosened his fist, his face calm. Ding! You and Hisoka have entered the battle posture. Ding! The system determines that you have defeated the opponent, and there is a 10% probability to automatically copy the opponent's entry. Ding! Copy failed. Hee hee. Good luck, you escaped quite quickly. Hisoka. Lee K sneered. The system determined that the opponent was defeated in this game. But in fact, if the two sides fought to the death, Lee K was sure to take down Hisoka, but the price he paid would definitely not be small. After all, he is still a pure physical skill master and cannot use telekinesis. But as long as he can open the aura nodes and awaken telekinesis, even if you stack the telekinetic power of various professional hunters, then, you don't need other simple telekinetic power to oppress yourself, you can definitely make Hisoka kneel in front of you. Or, destroy the whole brigade. Those terms, hee. Hisoka. Your good days are not many, you must cherish them. Lee K sneered in his heart and turned away. 4 hours later. The end of the wetland. Boom. Boom. The two strawberry turtles ended their lives under Lee K's heavy punch, and once again gave him a longevity, purple, and turtle shell term. So strong. Brother K, you are just like a monster. Leorio and Kurapika, who were rescued, were shocked. They had no way to deal with these giant monsters, but they had no power to resist in front of Lee K. Killed with one blow. Brother K is awesome. Gon's eyes lit up. Killua didn't speak, but was surprised in his heart. The end area of this wetland plain is getting smaller and smaller, so it is normal for everyone to gather here. Except for Gon and Killua, who were swallowed by the lazy frog and vomited out by Killua because of the poison. Kurapika and Leorio were surprisingly smooth, and they encountered the strawberry turtle here. Originally, they would be tested by Hisoka. But this time, the other party was very quiet after testing Lee K. In fact, this is also a normal test content. As long as ordinary candidates can survive these strange monsters through this plane, they will pass the level successfully. For Lee K's team, there is no difficulty at all. Examiner Satos and a large number of candidates are already waiting in front. What appeared in front of everyone was a fortress-like manor. Because Lee K spent a lot of time to kill those monsters along the way, including Gon, he arrived quite late. Now there are only a little over 100 candidates who have arrived here. Thank you for your hard work. You have safely crossed the wet mellow plain. This is Biscayne Forest Park, the second test site. The new examiner will be in charge of this game. I sincerely hope that you can pass the next test smoothly. Goodbye everyone. Satos with a mustache smiled and bowed slightly like a gentleman. Then he walked away with a big step without recognizing any relatives, and the gate of the solemn manor in front of him slowly opened. The situation inside was also exposed to everyone. Chapter 17. Lee K glanced at the crowd. Almost all those who could reach here were the elite among the elite. Those green and white miscellaneous cultivators were basically eliminated, and everyone had at least one blue entry. But after a glance, they were all pretty useless. If all the candidates present were eliminated, maybe a purple one could be created. But this was definitely not a good deal for Lee K. Or he could choose to attack the three giants present. Hisoka, the nail-headed man, and Hanzo. Well, thank you for saving me before. I'm Peng Si. Thank you very much. Suddenly, a crisp and weak female voice in the crowd interrupted Lee K's thoughts. It was the girl with green hair and a big hat who walked up to him and thanked him with a red face. Hey? Me? Lee K was a little surprised. He didn't remember having any contact with this girl. Peng Si? In his memory, it seemed that her fate in the later period was quite miserable, and she died in the turmoil of the Chimera ants. When did he save her? No impression. It was because you killed the lazy frog with one punch at the lazy frog wetland that I was able to survive. I will definitely repay you for this kindness. Peng Si bowed deeply to Lee K. If it weren't for Lee K, she wouldn't have passed the first test, let alone the chance to stand here. Maybe she would have been digested into feces by the lazy frog. Oh? That's it. You're welcome, it's just a piece of cake. Lee K suddenly realized that it was probably that he accidentally saved it when he was killing monsters. Killed the lazy frog with one punch? Is that true? You're bragging. That thing is so huge, and it has thick skin and flesh. Even ordinary swords can't kill it. How could it be killed with one punch? Are these two guys bragging here on purpose? Haha, it's really funny. Peng Si's words attracted the laughter of several nearby contestants. They looked at Li Ke with contempt. Ah! But what greeted them was Li Ke's fist. The examinee who laughed the most fiercely. He was hit by Li Ke's punch. The whole person instantly flew backwards at least 100 meters like a missile. He scratched a bottomless gully in the dense bushes behind him, and it was unknown whether he was alive or dead. Li Ke wiped his smoking fist, raised his eyebrows and looked at the people who laughed at him. Then can you take my 16-year-old punch? I was always submissive on Whale Island because they were my family. I don't kill people in the outside world? Wouldn't it be a waste of time to travel through time? Of course. This punch won't kill him, it will only cost him half of his life. Li Ke still restrained himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have the chance to fly backwards, and he would explode into a blood mist on the spot. He swept his eyes over the other people who just laughed at him. Instantly, those guys trembled violently all over. Plop! Plop! Damn it! I was absolutely blind just now, I just said nonsense, don't mind it. I give up. I give up. Woo, I want to go home. Several guys were so scared that they peed on the spot, and some even gave up directly. There was a brief silence at the scene. Originally, there was laughter and joy, and everyone was discussing their feelings after passing the first test. And bragging and boasting. But now it suddenly became silent, and all eyes looked in the direction of Li Ke. Especially those candidates close to Li Ke took the initiative to make way. In this world, the only thing that people fear is their own strength. The most basic principle of the hunter world is that the strong are respected. Too strong. A punch can send people flying 100 meters. This is not something that ordinary people can do. At least among the candidates present, no one has such a terrifying power. You are really a monster. The fruit you picked this time seems to be a bit prickly. In the crowd, the nail-headed man turned his head like a machine and looked at Hisoka, who squinted his eyes slightly. The more delicious the fruit, the more people look forward to it, hee. However, Hisoka had a perverted smile on his lips, and his body trembled slightly. That was not nervousness and excitement. That was excitement. He couldn't help but get excited at the thought of picking this kind of fruit, or being killed in this way. Just then, a charming but confident young woman's voice came from the manor. All candidates who have successfully passed the first test, please come in. Welcome everyone, I am the examiner Menchi of the second test. I am Buera. The one who spoke was the young examiner Menchi, who was sitting in the examiner's seat, wearing a bra outside, with a green starfish five-pointed star hairstyle, and legs crossed. Behind him was the fat deputy examiner Buera, who looked silly but was nearly 3 meters tall. The two began to announce the content of this assessment. Because they are all food hunters, the content of this assessment is to hunt pigs in the forest of the manor. Then make these ingredients into delicious food, and when you get the consent of the two examiners at the same time, you can pass the assessment. This test question made everyone dumbfounded. Originally, everyone was ready to come here to do a big job, but they never thought that they would become like chefs. But no one was stupid enough to object here. So everyone. There is no limit to the types of pigs. As long as you can make delicious food that satisfies us, you will pass. The ingredients you want to get are in the Biscayne forest behind you. The fat man Buera slapped his belly heavily, making a sound like beating a drum. The people who heard this sound immediately swarmed out. Li Ke, gone, and others also left. Sitos. That guy is the guy you said who performed very well in the first round of tests. He seems to be very ordinary, except that he is slightly handsome. Examiner Menchi, who crossed her legs and sat down confidently, said disdainfully. She was communicating with the headset. In the first round of assessment, number 406 defeated 12 candidates within 1 minute, and did not show any physical exhaustion after the ultra-long run, and was intact after leaving the wetland plain. Even just now, this guy defeated another candidate at the door of one of you. I'm afraid his strength has reached the level of professional hunter. Sato's, hiding in the treetops, looked in the direction of Lee K and others with a telescope, a little worried. Don't worry, this kind of thing has happened before. Every year, there are some geniuses, but in the end, they all fail the test. Menchi said confidently. But this time, it won't work. You can't lower the pass rate too much. Menchi, Boela. Sato said worriedly. Whether they can survive is a problem. Those pigs are not something that ordinary people can handle, hee. Boela smiled. I understand, we are food hunters, so we will naturally make fair comments on food. Menchi waved his hand. At this moment, in Biscayne Forest, all candidates have already rushed in. Chapter 18. Everyone. Lee K suddenly blocked everyone's way. Boy. You. Hey, big brother, what do you mean? Little ghost, are you going to, woohoo? Boss K, don't mind, my brother Shibai can't speak, please speak directly, we will listen to your command. The sudden blocking of the road almost caused public outrage. But after seeing Lee K's terrifying punching power, all the candidates present became a little honest. Although some guys looked at Lee K with very unhappy eyes. For example, wrestler Takuto or Greta with a blowgun, seemed to be thinking about how to kill Lee K. But because they had just seen Lee K's recent strength at the gate, no one wanted to be the first to speak. They could only wait patiently for Lee K to speak. Gon and others were extremely nervous, because Lee K's behavior was no different, so he offended the public. Ahem, I've heard of this Biscayne Forest before. There is actually only one kind of pig here, which is very difficult for ordinary candidates to deal with. I only have one request, that is, please tell me as soon as you find this monster pig, and I will help you subdue it. If someone kills this monster pig on their own initiative, it means they don't listen to my words. If they don't understand my words, then I will have to teach them with my fists. Okay. Everyone, the happy hunting begins. Remember my kind reminder. Lee K clenched his fists. Charged punch. Super strength, gold. Boom. A big pit with a diameter of 5 meters exploded under his feet. This sudden move instantly frightened all the candidates present pale. Even Takuto, Greta, and others who were eager to try were like eggplants hit by frost. Like quails, they locked their heads. Damn! Is this human strength? If this punch landed on a person, wouldn't it be instantly beaten into blood foam? Don't worry, sir, we will definitely follow your arrangements. Yes, yes, Mr. K. Hello, Mr. K. We will never disobey you and will inform you as soon as possible. Mr. K is awesome. It turns out that Mr. K is doing this for our own good. This forest is too dangerous. Mr. K is such a good man. Sure enough. He is very easy to talk to wherever his fist is big. Most of the candidates are very polite to Lee K. Some even call him Mr. K. Of course. People like Hisoka and the nail-headed man will naturally not care about what Lee K says. But it doesn't matter. At least it can guarantee that most of the pigs in the entire forest will be killed by themselves. Brother K, what are you doing? Gon and the others were also confused. You will know when you see this monster pig. I just don't want some innocent people to die in this world. Lee K sighed with emotion, and the words worrying about the country and the people were almost written on his face. Ah! Mr. K! Mr. K, help me! Suddenly, a candidate screamed in the distance. Everyone immediately looked in the direction of the sound. They saw a wild boar for food behind this guy. But the moment they saw the pig, these candidates no longer had any idea of hunting for food, only one thought. Run! It was as high as a floor, red all over, and had a huge nose with fangs like an elephant. It broke the trees along the way. It rumbled and rushed over, just like a tank with the accelerator pressed to the bottom. It was as difficult to knock down one of these things as to pull out the front teeth of a tiger. No wonder the two dog examiners had sinister smiles on their faces when they left. The unwilling candidates wanted to attack these wild boars. But it soon turned into screams, and they were all knocked out without exception. Then they were trampled by the wild boars like a wave. They turned into meat patties on the spot. The other candidates present turned pale in an instant. At this moment, everyone understood. This devil Lee K is really doing this for their own good. Mr. K, help me! Mr. K, help me! Run! Damn! Frightened screams came one after another. The key to these monster pigs is that they live in groups. As soon as you provoke one, the others will rush over, just like a group of tanks, rushing through the forest. No wonder there are no other monsters in this forest. There is a 99% probability that they were killed by these pigs in front of you. And not far away, you can see some corpses that have been gnawed to the bones. Damn! These guys are omnivores, they even eat people. In an instant, the group of candidates who were originally excited, instantly threw away their armor, and ran away with their heads in their hands, screaming continuously. Run! Brother K! There are too many! Gon's face changed suddenly. Let's go! Killua even put down his skateboard and prepared to run away with everyone. Take care of yourselves, I'll take care of it. Lee K was excited. Especially after seeing the items on these guys clearly, I was even more excited. Name, Big Nose Crazy Pig. Items, Great Strength, Blue, Thick Blood, Blue, Reckless, Green, etc. It's actually Great Strength. Great Strength is the lower level item of Strange Strength. So comfortable. Give me the knife. Lee K took off the two knives on the examinee's waist. When he was taking the test to beat the old lady halfway up the mountain, he got swordsmanship, Blue, and it was matched with his perfect fish-killing skills. This thing is not difficult at all. Go upstream. When most of the examinees were fleeing in panic, Lee K rushed out of the crowd. Rushed towards the rumbling group of Warcraft pigs. Swish! Cross slash! Beautiful! The pig in the front was bled instantly. Perfect cross! Directly cut the opponent's hardest skull. Ding! Congratulations on killing the giant-nosed pig. Randomly loot the giant strength, Blue, entry. Detect that you have the superior entry super strength, Gold. Automatically fill in the experience value. A warm energy poured into Lee K's limbs and bones. This is the effect of super strength being amplified. Even if they are both gold entries, the effects are completely different due to different progress. There are so many entries in front of me. It's so cool. Lee K didn't give in at all and rushed into the herd of monster pigs. The two swords chopped down crazily. One by one, the monster pigs screamed and wailed and fell down. The strong inertia made their bulky bodies rush more than 10 meters before stopping. But the other candidates couldn't help but gasp after seeing the neat wounds. Even the hardest spine and skull were cut open neatly. It's so scary. In the end, the blade broke. It turned into a fist beating. Boom! 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 A dull collision sound that made people's scalps numb sounded. Along with the sound of bones breaking, there were also the sounds of wild boars groaning and screaming. The whole area fell into a strange silence. All the candidates present seemed to be enjoying a visual feast. Everyone looked at Lee K's performance with almost dull expressions. Bare hands. exploded more than 100 Warcraft wild boars. And Lee K. The entries also kept ringing like a pot of boiling water. Chapter 19. Woo. The last wild boar fell under Lee K's iron fist. The scene has become a pile of wild boar corpses. Lee K stood on the pile of corpses, his body stained with blood. It was as terrifying as the world-class demon god. The scene was dead silent. Everyone stood there blankly, feeling like they were dreaming. There were 100 or 2 wild boars, all of them were killed. Some candidates had tried to fight this thing alone before, but all of them failed without exception. These wild boars not only have amazing defense, but also terrible collision force. Unless you find the opponent's weakness, you can't resist it at all. But in such a short time, it is unrealistic to find the opponent's weakness. But now, these arrogant wild boars have all turned into corpses and fell here. One person slaughtered the entire pig farm. So awesome. Peng Si was stunned, her mind was full of the image of Lee K standing on the mountain of wild boar corpses. Even Hisoka and the nail-headed man changed their expressions slightly. This guy has extraordinary endurance. The nail-headed man Ilmi sighed. The smile on Hisoka's face has become much lighter. For the first time, he actually felt a deep sense of oppression on the prey. It even gave him an illusion. The identities of the hunter and the prey are being exchanged. Gon, Leorio, Killua, and Kurapika were also staring blankly, with incredible expressions on their faces. But at this time, Lee K was extremely happy. Ding! Giant strength, blue, automatically crushes and fuses. Congratulations on your super strength, gold, being upgraded. Ding! Super strength, gold, is upgraded to God strength, red. Entry, God strength, red. Description, you will have the terrifying power of a god. Ding! Thick blood, blue, automatically crushes and fuses. Congratulations on obtaining iron plate tank, gold. Entry, iron plate tank, gold. Description, your defense and health are greatly improved. Unprecedented strength. Even Lee K felt his blood boiling. Slightly clenched his fist. He even felt a hot texture surging from the blood vessels in his fist. All the muscle cells in his body were trembling. Divine power red. This punch. Will you die? In addition, the appearance of iron plate tank, gold. Lee K's defense and health reached an inhuman level. Even if he fell on the spot, ordinary blades could not cut his body. It is equivalent to the copper skin effect in the novel. It's a pity that the blood bar can't be seen now. If you can see it, you will find that Lee K's blood bar is like a vernier caliper. It's so dense. With this level of defense and HP, there is no pressure in a 1v9 team battle. Comfortable. Unprecedented comfort. This is definitely a super blood prophet. Hunter assessment is the real holy place for scoring. Lee K was very excited. Standing on the pile of corpses, he glanced and easily found Hisoka and the nail-headed man in the crowd. And the funny Hanzo was looking stunned. Lee K smiled slightly in the direction of Hisoka. The smile on the latter's mouth gradually disappeared, replaced by solemnity. He smiled at you. The nail-headed man was a little surprised. Yet, haha, things are really getting more and more interesting. Hisoka retracted his gaze and smiled faintly. A gleam of brilliance flashed in the depths of his eyes. Everyone! Take the ingredients here. Lee K jumped off the wild boar pile and shouted. Awesome! Mr. K! Mr. K is awesome! Mr. K, I owe you a big favor. If you need me in the future, please let me know. Too strong. Mr. K, you will definitely pass the test this time. The candidates present were also scolded and began to flatter. Just kidding. Anyone with a little bit of brains will know that Lee K in front of them is definitely a player of the same level as them. Those who can get here are not stupid. At least they don't think they are stronger than more than 100 wild boars. But many people are sad. I don't know whether it is lucky or unfortunate to be a classmate with Lee K. In the manor, Menchi and Buera are chatting with interest. Menchi, regardless of whether I can pass or not, I'm already very hungry. You must let me eat meat first. You guys, a qualified food hunter will only taste the best food. It's good enough if 1/3 of the people can pass this time. Yes, the big-nosed mad pig is a very powerful monster. But Sato's exclamation soon came from the headset. Although this guy was the examiner of the first round, he still hid in the treetops and watched the situation with a telescope. Of course, he did not step into the forest. It would be very embarrassing if he was exposed at that time. Menchi, Buera, the situation seems to be a little different from what was expected. Those guys seem to have found food. Sato's surprised voice came from the headset. Menchi and the fat man Buera were stunned. They saw that the examinees were excited, and each of them carried the big-nosed mad pig back. These monster pigs looked quite miserable. Some were killed by swords, and some seemed to have been killed by a heavy hammer-like weapon. But the problem is, all the candidates got the ingredients. This scene was really weird. Because in the prediction of the two examiners, there was a high probability that only 1/3 of the candidates would get the ingredients. Most of them would be eliminated by those wild boars. But now, all passed. In particular, he paid special attention to a few particularly weak guys. With their strength, it is absolutely impossible to defeat this level of monsters. Could it be that these guys picked up the corpses in the forest? Half an hour ago, Buera and I went to check those magics and they were in very good condition. Damn it! Menchi couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth, but due to the obligations of the examiner, she still reminded all the candidates who got the ingredients to prepare to start cooking. The question of this exam was very simple, which was to make a roasted pig that satisfied both examiners. As more and more candidates came, she also heard a lot of words. Is it him? This guy actually solved all the porcupines in the forest. Menchi finally figured out the situation and looked in Lee K's direction with his eyelids twitching violently. This kid. He ruined my good deeds. As if noticing that someone was staring at him, Lee K looked over instinctively and saw the irritable green-haired beauty examiner. After seeing the other party's entry clearly, he couldn't help but shine. Name, Chief Examiner Menchi. Entry, Gourmet, Purple, 900 Flowers Blade Wheel, Realization System, Blue, Swordsmanship Mastery, Blue, Physical Skills, Blue, Others. Chapter 20. Purple gourmets can improve food appreciation and cooking skills. It belongs to the life-related terms. What really makes Lee K excited is the other party's blue terms. 900 Flower Blade Wheel, Realization System, Blue. Although it is only blue, it is a genuine NAN, a manifestation system. So far, Lee K has not had any NAN terms. Does it mean that once you get this type of terms, you can automatically open aura nodes? And thus enter a new realm? Moreover, his eyes swept over. It fell on the fat man behind him, which also made Lee K envious. Name, Deputy Examiner Buera. Terms, Subgiant Bloodline, Blue, Enhancer Telekinesis, Blue, Gluttony, Blue, Laziness, Green, etc. This guy actually carries some giant bloodline. Of course. What really makes Lee K look forward to is the other party's telekinesis. Enhancer Telekinesis, Blue. It can be said that the two examiners in front of him have the entries that Lee K really wants to get. However, Hunter Assessment sees that it is disrespectful to attack the instructor, and once there is a problem, it is very likely to lead to elimination. Forget about the license. Unless you plan to make enemies with the whole world, you should weigh it. Lee K has not planned to fall out with the association now. According to his memory, if nothing unexpected happens, Netero will come here. Before he blasts Netero, the strongest man in the world, Lee K thinks that he should keep the association's good impression of him. But if you can get something like telekinesis in advance, the benefits are naturally needless to say. Lee K smiled slightly and nodded in consciousness. Continue to be busy with the roast suckling pig in his hand. Hey! This guy! Menchi retracted his gaze and snorted with some dissatisfaction. Now she can only wait patiently for these candidates to present their cooking results. Soon. Some candidates have already finished cooking the roast pig. Everyone came to get a license and believed that the time to submit the task also affects the score. So everyone tried their best to rush to complete it. But it was not as Lee K expected. All the ingredients cooked by all the candidates were rejected. Boera saw that he did not refuse, and gave all of them a pass, and performed a performance of eating a pig in one bite. But Menchi. Most of the opponents did not even taste it, and directly gave a cross sign of failure. Including Gon, Leorio, Killua, and Kurapika, who specially prepared a pork chop multi-layer burger. All were beaten by Menchi. All failed. Hisoka, the nail-headed man, and Hanzo were also eliminated. Hisoka even took out the poker cards. He has been enduring this woman for a long time, hee. The only one left. Lee K. Everyone's eyes fell on Lee K. Others were busy handing in the ingredients, while Lee K. seemed to be slow. His food was even covered with a plate, but the fragrance from it made people drool. After all, he was the best at grilling fish on Whale Island, and Lee K carried his secret seasoning with him. Needless to say, the taste is great. For a moment, many candidates stared at Lee K, and some of the unpromising ones were drooling. I didn't expect this guy to be such a good cook. What a nice smell. I can already smell it even before I eat it. Great. I'm afraid this guy is the only one who passed this time. Oh, I'm ready to take the exam again next year. Mr. K is so awesome. The other candidates in the square looked at Lee K and couldn't help but envy him. But they didn't have the confidence to fight Lee K. There was only envy, jealousy, and fear in their hearts. Great! This is Brother K's secret seasoning on Whale Island. It's absolutely delicious. Gon's eyes lit up. Every time Lee K grilled fish on Whale Island, he would come when he heard about it. Lee K is a fish shop owner during the day and a grilled fish expert at bonfire parties at night. Kurapika was also stunned. He originally thought that the pork chop burger he made before was very good, but now it is completely insignificant compared to the dish made by Lee K. Although we can't see what Lee K's dish is now, the fragrance alone has already made people hungry. Not bad. Although I don't know what you made, the taste of the color, aroma, and flavor is perfect. Menchi's eyes were also shining, and he looked at Lee K with a little more expectation. It smells so good. I was full just now, but when I smelled this smell, I wanted to eat 10 pigs. But he only prepared so little, not enough for me to eat. The fat man Boera drooled. This time I have to taste it first. You have eaten so much. Take a break, Boera. Menchi stood up rarely and took the initiative to walk to the front, crossing his two swords on his slender waist. It seems that he is full of expectations. I didn't expect that this little guy is also good at cooking. It seems that this time, he is the only one who can pass. The nail-headed man Ilmi was curious. Hisoka narrowed his eyes slightly, wondering what he was thinking. Lee K's food was finally pushed in front of the two examiners in full view of the public. Silver tableware and the tempting aroma. It makes people hungry. This is what good food should look like. Even pigs wouldn't eat what you guys make. Menchi spoke bluntly. Boera and his ilk drooled behind him. Let me guess what's covered under this plate? The aroma smells like meat, and there's also a strange smell. This is not pork chop, nor is it hind leg meat, nor is it pork neck meat. It's a strange smell. I've cooked the big nose pig hundreds of times, but the taste you made is amazing. Menchi stared at the covered plate with curiosity, her beautiful eyes shining. She didn't have much interest in fighting, she was only really curious about food. Even the reason she became a hunter was purely because of her desire for food. The identity of a professional hunter allows her to easily enter any place where she wants to get ingredients. There are not only combat series people in this world, but also food hunters, and even gem hunters, etc. Please tell me about your work. Candidate 406. Menchi stopped guessing, she let Li Ke reveal the answer himself. This is a local dish from our hometown, and it is also considered to be the most famous top specialty of our hometown. I have put a lot of effort into cooking this dish this time. I hope the 2 examiners will like it. The name of this dish is 9-turn large intestine. In order to maintain the original flavor and freshness of the ingredients, I deliberately retained a part of the original part. Please taste it, 2 examiners. Li Ke took away the tray and smiled very elegantly and gentlemanly. Chapter 21. Menchi was stunned when she saw the dish in front of her. Because after Li Ke's treatment, it didn't look like a large intestine at all. Before Menchi could speak, Boera had already pounced on it and couldn't help wanting to eat it all. Boera! Menchi exclaimed hurriedly. She had been waiting here for a day, and finally a decent dish appeared. Although it was not clear at the moment which part of the pig this thing was made of, she must not let Boera eat it in one bite. Menchi quickly picked up a piece of the part that Li Ke specially introduced to retain the original flavor. How to retain the original delicious taste of the big nose crazy pig. This made Menchi a little difficult to understand. But when the 9-turn large intestine touched the tip of the tongue and the silver teeth bit it, the strange taste exploded in the mouth instantly. Menchi realized it. It also split instantly. Grass 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 grass. She instantly understood what the other party just said. At that moment, she even tasted the taste of poop. Ah! Menchi's expression, the whole pretty face wrinkled together instantly, and the whole person turned red on the spot. The sudden change made all the candidates present a little confused. Boera! FK him! Fail! Eliminate him! Too abominable! Menchi almost vomited with gritted teeth, and had an impulse to die on the spot. Boera, who was eating large intestines crazily, was very happy. But he could only stand up helplessly after hearing Menchi's words, and stretched out his palm leaf fan-sized hand to wave at Li Ke. The amazing power even gave people a feeling as if a pillar was sweeping across. The whirring sound of the wind instantly made several unlucky candidates next to him fly away. This fat man is so strong. The wrestler Takuto was shocked. He originally thought that the other party was just huge in size and might be a waste with very poor mobility. But he didn't expect this terrifying sense of oppression. He had a feeling that if this palm hit him, he might be beaten into a meat pie. Too strong. Not only him. All the candidates present couldn't help but change color. It felt like Li Ke was finally going to be unlucky. Brother K. Gone, Killua, and others exclaimed, and just when they wanted to help, they were shocked to see Li Ke hugging Boera's giant hand. Hey! Boera was stunned. Because he didn't slap the other party away as expected. Instead, he felt like he was slapping an extremely hard iron lump. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move at all. What's going on? I'm an enhancer hunter. Boera was a little stunned. Although he was just the most ordinary opposite S*X hunter, he was an enhancer himself, and he had the blood of a giant. Even some 2-star hunters didn't dare to resist his attack head-on. Bang! The huge palm slapped Li Ke heavily. A visible air wave was released in the dull sound. A strong wind swept. Several candidates nearby were even more surprised that their godsons were blown away. But Li Ke just smiled and hugged Boera's giant hands. Then, in the extremely shocked eyes of everyone, he swung the fat man up like a hammer. Boom! The giant Boera was hit headfirst by Li Ke on the square. The amazing force directly cracked and collapsed the ground. Even the examiner Satos, who was hiding in the distance and watching with a telescope, felt that his tree was shaking violently. His face was extremely ugly. Ding! You and Deputy Examiner Boera entered the fighting posture. Ding! You defeated Deputy Examiner Boera. Ding! Automatic random copying. Copying successfully. Congratulations on obtaining laziness, green, automatic crushing. Tisk! What bad luck! Boera! The sudden reversal also shocked Menchi, the chief examiner. Boera was born with thick skin and great strength. At least so far, no other professional hunter could get any advantage in front of this giant guy. But now, in front of him, Boera was knocked unconscious by a guy of ordinary size. 406. You are eliminated for openly attacking the examiner. And you deliberately fed the examiner such disgusting ingredients. I will definitely teach you a lesson. Menchi's face was also red. This was definitely the biggest insult he had received since he became a food hunter. The food made by the other party was too deceptive from the appearance. It was not until he took the first bite that he regretted it. It was definitely a conspiracy. If he didn't eat it, he would miss such a good food, and it would even be difficult to eliminate the only food that looked good in the whole venue. If he ate it, he would fall into the trap. This guy actually preserved the original feces of the big-nose mad pig in this ingredient. Just this one bite. It almost cost Menchi her life. She even wanted to replace her entire head. As soon as the voice fell, Menchi was completely flushed, and the 2 table knives on her waist fell directly into her hands. Gorgeous and beautiful knife skills. Almost reached the extreme. The plate in front of her and the remaining 9 large intestine turned directly into pieces. Wow, so powerful! Hisses this examiner crazy. It's over. I feel that Mr. K is going to be finished. Isn't this better? If Mr. K doesn't die, we will never get ahead. Right? It seems so. The other candidates present were frightened by the sudden rampage of the chief examiner. Especially Menchi used a real telekinetic combat skill. 100 flower blade wield yen. She only had 1 knife, but it seemed like she had several more in an instant. These knives looked like real ones. In fact, these knives were manifested by her telekinesis, and they also had the characteristics of blades. Li Ke retreated and calmly took out his fish-killing knife. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, 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 bang. In the stunned eyes of everyone, they were shocked to see that the speed of the 2 people's fight was like lightning. It was dazzling. Many people did not see clearly how the 2 sides attacked. But they could hear the sound of blades colliding in the air, and even saw wisps of sparks bursting. Menchi in the red temperature state was also shocked. She originally just wanted to vent her anger and teach this BD candidate a lesson. But she didn't expect that her attacks were all taken by the opponent. Not only that, the opponent's defense was airtight. It was obviously just a knife, but it blocked the attack of 6 knives. This is simply perverted. And after the moment of fighting with the opponent, Menchi became more and more frightened. Her knife almost pulled out a knife curtain, but the opponent still defended impeccably. Could it be that she just held back? Then, don't blame yourself. Menchi's beautiful eyes flashed, and the telekinetic blades in her hand suddenly increased from 4 to 8. This is her maximum telekinetic limit. Chapter 22. Together with her original 2 blades, there were 10 dinner knives attacking around Li Ke. Li Ke was obviously forced to take a step back. But the next moment, the opponent's knife was faster, and all the blades were blocked. Moreover, while swinging the knife with his right hand, the opponent's left hand suddenly reached into the knife curtain. Ah! You are crazy! Be careful! Menchi exclaimed. She was tricked by this guy, but she didn't want to let a candidate become disabled in her hands. She instantly disbanded the materialized telekinetic blade, and then was about to retract the physical blade. But she was shocked to see that Li Ke grabbed one of them directly, took the blade with his backhand and knocked away his other blade. 100% barehanded to grab the white blade. The sharp dinner knife was against Menchi's neck, and even cut the skin and a drop of blood flowed out. The whole audience was very quiet. Silent. Menchi's mind was blank. She never dreamed that she would lose miserably in the swordsmanship competition. The opponent even forcibly reached his hand into her sword curtain and took away the physical blade. In the past days, she has always pursued delicious food, thinking that the training of other skills is irrelevant. Delicious food is what should be pursued in this world. Even for things like swordsmanship, she only practiced for a while and has already achieved a very good accomplishment now. Martial arts are not difficult for her. But at this moment, Menchi felt that she was completely defeated. Ding! You defeated the target examiner Menchi in the battle posture, and there is a 10% probability of copying the target entry. The system prompt sound finally sounded. Could it be that it didn't hit again? Li Ke's heart tightened slightly. Ding! The entry is being copied. Ding! The copy is successful. Congratulations on obtaining the entry 100 Flowers Blade Wheel Mind Realization System, Blue, and the entry is automatically merged for you. The sound like the sound of nature sounded in his mind. Li Ke couldn't help but be surprised. Perfect. It actually directly revealed the entry that I wanted most. This system is really good. In an instant, a strange energy surged into Li Ke's body and quickly traveled through the acupoints in his body. Then all kinds of information about the 100 Flowers Blade Wheel automatically poured into Li Ke's mind. Ding! Congratulations on mastering the realization system 100 Flowers Blade Wheel, Blue. Perfect. The examination room was extremely quiet at this moment. All the candidates stared blankly at the scene in front of them. Menchi, the chief examiner, was defeated. He was defeated by a candidate. And the opponent took away the chief examiner's weapon in the most thrilling way. Of course, the main reason was that Menchi was worried about hurting Li Ke and revoked his ability. But even so, all the candidates present also understood that this was probably not something they could do. Menchi Satos, who was hiding in the treetops in the distance, was also stunned. As an examiner, Menchi is probably the strongest among the three, but I didn't expect. Menchi actually lost. The fruit is getting more and more perfect. Why did I have an illusion just now? Hisoka frowned slightly, staring at Li Ke's direction, showing greed and excitement. Just now, he felt another nin. When he wanted to sense it again, it disappeared. It was the nin from Li Ke. Although he now has the entry, and even the relevant ability has been born in his body, because the aura nodes have not been opened. Just like a sports car that has not been unpacked, the outside world naturally can't hear the roar of the engine. Ha 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 ha. It seems that this trip is not in vain. All candidates will be eliminated. This is indeed a bit too harsh. But it is indeed very rare for a candidate to defeat the examiner. Suddenly, a magnificent horn sounded from high in the sky. The voice belonged to an elderly man, who was calm and seemed to be somewhat interested. Everyone immediately looked in the direction of the voice and saw a huge airship slowly flying in the blue sky. On this airship, there was the logo of the Hunter Association. It's the logo of the Hunter Association. Could it be the review committee? A knowledgeable candidate exclaimed. Just when everyone wanted to see the airship clearly, a figure suddenly jumped down from the airship. This was hundreds of meters high. The other party's action instantly shocked the candidates below. Even Li Ke couldn't help but squint slightly. His pupils trembled a little. That looked like excitement. Boom! In the extremely shocked eyes of everyone, only a figure was seen jumping down from the huge airship in the sky. It fell heavily to the ground at a height of hundreds of meters. After the smoke and dust dispersed, everyone could see the guy on the ground clearly. He was wearing a white training suit, with white hair and beard tied into a ponytail, big earlobes, and only the tip of his beard was a little black. He was wearing wooden clogs. There were no wounds on his body. Because he had perfect control over his strength, there were no signs of explosion on the ground. Who is that old man? Hiss, he fell from a height of more than 300 meters, and he was fine. Is he still human? He looks like he is at least 60 years old. How can he be so strong? Is he also a member of the Hunter Association? Nonsense! The sudden appearance of the old man shocked the candidates present, and they couldn't help but discuss it. President! President! Menchi, who had a knife against her neck, looked ugly. She didn't expect that she would meet the president in this state. He is the chairman of the Supreme Review Committee and the highest person in charge of the Hunter experiment, President Netero. Menchi explained with a pale face. It's actually the Hunter Association president who is known as the strongest in the human race. So strong. This is going to be tough for Mr. K. The candidates present stepped back and made way. They formed a circle. Brother! Although Menchi held back, you are indeed very strong to have defeated Examiner Menchi. Please put down the knife. Netero walked slowly in front of Li Ke. He stretched out his hand and gently pinched the blade. The action looked very slow, but Li Ke, who was present at the scene, felt it was very abrupt. It was like a visual fault. Netero's hand suddenly appeared on the blade. It was not slow. It was fast. Super fast. The opponent's hand was so fast that it exceeded the limit of dynamic visual capture, so it gave people the illusion of slowness. Li Ke let go of his hand tactfully, shrugged lightly, and said, I didn't mean to attack the examiner, I was just defending myself. I'm really sorry if I offended you. This guy. Menchi was very depressed. She had just eaten a 9-turn large intestine. Ha ha ha. What a broad-minded guy. What's your name? Netero laughed and looked at Li Ke with admiration. Li Ke. Li Ke also looked at Netero with admiration. Name, Netero. Terms, Extreme Martial Arts, Black, Master of Telekinesis, Red, Master of Physical Skills, Red, Absolute Will, Red, Justice, Gold, Lust, Purple, Drinking, Blue, etc. Chapter 23. As expected of the strongest man of the human race. Even though his condition has been declining with age. But each of these entries on his body is enough to make people drool. Especially Extreme Martial Arts, Black. This is the first time that Li Ke has seen a black entry. Before obtaining this entry, it is impossible to know the effect of the entry. But as a time traveler, according to his own inference, this is most likely the important reason why Netero can break through the limits of human beings and continue to climb to the highest. If it can be obtained, it is definitely a divine outfit. Even if this entry is not obtained, if any of the entries on this guy Netero can be exploded, it will be a super profit for Li Ke. Of course, the latter ones are excluded. Haha, although he is the person in charge, he is actually just a staff member, probably like the person who is responsible for resolving such problems when they occur. That, Menchi. When you tested whether they were beggars who challenged the unknown, you determined that their attitudes were problematic, so you judged them unqualified. Netero glanced at Menchi's chest. What a perverted old man. That's not the case. It's because one candidate made food that defamed the cuisine and I accidentally ate it, so I got angry and made the review standards even stricter than originally planned. Menchi lowered his head and reflected on himself. So you know that you are unfair in the review? Netero asked. Yes, once it comes to cooking, I tend to lose my mind. This is the negligence of the examiner. I will resign from the position of examiner immediately, and please reconsider the experiment. Well, if we need to find another examiner to fill the position temporarily, it will be very troublesome. How about this, you continue to be the examiner, but you must participate in the next new experiment and do it yourself for them to see. What do you think of this? Netero said with a smile. His words immediately calmed the anger of most of the candidates present. Because everyone comes to participate in the professional hunter assessment in order to become a professional hunter. Those who can reach this stage almost never spend time on cooking, and almost all their energy is spent on tempering their battle memory. As the examiner of this stage, Menchi has to choose to eliminate people through cooking, which naturally makes the candidates present very unhappy. As powerful as Hisoka, Nailhead Man, Hanzo, etc. were all eliminated. It can be said that the professional hunter assessment system in this world is indeed a bit nonsense. But Netero has given a way out. That's right. Then the new assessment topic is crab racing. Menchi's words also stunned Lee K. No. The fate line has changed. Shouldn't the topic of this stage be boiled eggs? How did it become crab racing? Oh my god! But it doesn't matter. Now that Netero is present, if Menchi sets the rules for the content of this assessment too high, resulting in no one passing the assessment, she herself can't get off the stage. And as long as someone can pass the assessment, Lee K is sure that he must be the first. Oh, crabs! This is the first time I've heard of this exam topic. In that case, Lee K, Menchi, let's make peace. Netero acted as a peacemaker. Sorry, Examiner Menchi, I just wanted to bring you a hometown dish to try, but it may not suit your taste. I'm very sorry. Lee K saluted very politely. Menchi originally thought that the other party would be unwilling to make peace, but she didn't expect it to be so proactive, which made her blush. Isn't it just eating a 9-turn large intestine? Maybe this is really someone's hometown dish, but the taste is not suitable. Maybe I really missed the other party's kindness. That. I was impulsive, I should apologize, Examinee Lee K, I hope you can perform at the level you should in the next exam. Menchi also apologized repeatedly. I'm sorry too, I shouldn't have hurt you just now, right? The giant Boer rubbed his aching head and stood up. He had fainted and fallen asleep just now. It's okay. Are you hurt? Fortunately, Mr. Lee K is really strong. He is definitely the strongest person I have ever seen except the president. Boera smiled innocently. Ha ha ha. That's good. Let's prepare for the next exam. Everyone, it's easy to deal with. Netero laughed loudly. Tiger Clam Mountain. With the help of the big airship of the President Netero, a group of people arrived in a mighty manner. What appeared in front of everyone was a canyon that was like a natural moat. There was no end in sight. And the content of this assessment was also very simple, that is, to obtain the grape spider eggs, known as dream eggs, from this bottomless canyon, and then you also need to obtain the legs of the newly hatched small spider monster as ingredients. The two together can make a delicacy called crab. The difficulty has increased. Lee K muttered in his heart. Because according to the original plot line, you only need to get these spider eggs. But now, you also need to catch the little spider. The spider eggs are at the top of the canyon, and those newly hatched little spiders are below. The lower you go, the more likely you are to encounter the grape spider monster. It can be said to be quite dangerous. It seems, this examiner Menchi is still a little sulky. However, she demonstrated it herself. Jump down. He easily obtained the white spider eggs, and then went down a part and easily killed a weak little spider. Then he jumped back to the edge of the cliff with the help of the strong wind. Wow, so awesome! Is this the food we want? Just jump down like this. Menchie's brilliant performance convinced the candidates present. Everyone saw that the young girl was amazingly strong. Before she continued to explain the precautions, a figure had already rushed out. Lee K. Behind him were Gon and his friends. Wow, Brother K. Great. Go. Gon and his friends were very excited. Pay attention to the wind direction. Everyone. Lee K gave instructions in the air, and Gon and his friends naturally reacted sharply. But the other candidates who followed suit were too greedy. After getting the spider eggs and the little spider, they jumped directly into the abyss, and then, there was nothing else. And Lee K, who jumped down first, was not after the food. Of course, it was these densely packed entries. Name, Spider Egg. Entry, Racial Talent Extraordinary Fertility, Blue. Further down, you can see the little spiders that have just hatched behind layers of spider webs. Name, Grape Spider Hatchling. Entry, Extraordinary Fertility, Blue, Silk Spinning, Blue, Climbing, Green. But Lee K had no intention of pulling the spider web, and let himself continue to fall. Finally, below, a large area of densely packed purple-black creepy shadows were stirring. Looking around, it was densely packed with entries. Name, Grape Spider. Entry, Extraordinary Fertility, Blue, Climbing, Blue, Spider Silk, Blue, Demon Spider Perception, Blue, Venom, Green, etc. Lee K couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. That boy, Spider-Man. Want one? Chapter 24. Ah! Candidate number 406 Lee K. President. On the cliff. Menchie exclaimed nervously. Although there were some misunderstandings between him and Lee K, she couldn't bear to watch such a strong and polite genius die. The other party was too impulsive and rushed out without even listening to the precautions she had said. Moreover, some candidates' screams had been heard below. These guys didn't pay attention to the wind direction and thought they could be blown back by jumping out casually. As a result, they fell during the strong convective air cooling in the canyon. They fell to the ground and were killed on the spot. Many candidates had already jumped down in Lee K's steps, and one by one they grabbed the white spider silk and hung in the air in the canyon. Oh! It's okay, Lee K is in good condition now, don't worry, Menchie. Netero made a gesture of listening carefully, and a smile appeared on his face after listening carefully for a second. Menchie was relieved after hearing this. And below, screams continued to sound. Those guys who are eager to get high scores. After getting the white grape spider eggs and small spiders, they hurriedly wanted to fly up, but found that there was no strong convection air blowing at the bottom of the canyon. This caused them to fall to the ground one after another. This scene also instantly made the other candidates nervous. And at the bottom, those candidates couldn't see it at all. Lee K let go of his hand directly. He fell into the pile of grape spiders. It is worthy of being one of the most difficult ingredients in the world, and it is called the dream egg. Some of these grape spiders are 2 meters tall, and the purple barbed legs give people a great sense of oppression. Unfortunately, they met Lee K, a 10-year fish-killing expert. Mind 100 flowers knife wheel. In an instant, 20 fish-killing knives appeared in Lee K's hand. This was originally a term belonging to Menchie. When Lee K first absorbed it, he didn't awaken his mind power, but after this period of time, he had already figured out how to use it. The telekinesis naturally came from the inside out, opening the aura nodes. Materialization system 100 flowers blade wheel. In an instant, he rushed into the group of poor grape spiders as if he had transformed into a human-slaying demon god. The shrill screams continued, making the candidates above shudder. Ding! You killed the Warcraft grape spider. In the random looting entry, congratulations on obtaining extraordinary fertility, Blue. Ding! You killed the Warcraft grape spider. In the random looting entry, congratulations on obtaining demon spider perception, blue. Ding. You killed the Warcraft grape spider. In the random looting entry, congratulations on obtaining climbing, blue. Ding. You killed the Warcraft grape spider. In the random looting entry, congratulations on obtaining spider silk, blue. Ding. One after another, sounds like the sound of nature kept ringing in my mind. Energy continued to flow into Li Kei's limbs and bones, which was the effect of constantly obtaining new entries. Time flowed bit by bit. The people above the canyon had basically mastered the law of convection air, and most of them had obtained spider eggs and small spiders. There were still a few figures who did not leave. Gone, we should go up, we are the only ones left. Kurapika said calmly. But Brother K hasn't come up yet. Gon was worried. Go up, Brother K must have a way to sense that the businessman went down. I feel that the convection air is beginning to weaken. If we don't go up, I'm afraid there will be no wind later. After we go up, we will ask the president, and then we will use the rope to come down to pick up Brother K. Killua said. Good idea. Let's go up and prepare the rope. Leorio also advised. Then, let's go up, Brother K. You have to be safe. If you don't come up in 10 minutes, we will come down to find you. Gon shouted to the bottom. The team members also flew up directly on the convection air. On the edge of the canyon. Most of the candidates have returned, and everyone has a happy face. Obviously, they have already got the ingredients they need. The so-called crab cooking is to boil the spider eggs and the spider together, which is not very difficult to cook. But the examiner Menchi looked unhappy at this time, and his little face was full of worry. President. It's 4:20 now, and there will be the last strong convection in 1 minute. If Li Kei still can't come up, I'm afraid we need to go down to find him. Oh? The wind is weakening, so that's why, it's really hard to come up without wind, but Li Kei is different. Netero didn't seem to be worried at all, and smiled. Everyone on the field was waiting patiently. I really hope that guy will never come up. Yes, he can be stronger than the examiner. With that guy here, we will always have one less professional hunter quota. SHH, keep your voice down, if the big devil hears us, we will die. But I think Mr. K is a very good person, and he helped us deal with the wild boar. Don't be so petty, right? The candidates present have already whispered. 1 minute passed. The last strong convection is gone, President, we must prepare a rope to check on Li Kei, he can't die here. Menchi was anxious. What a bias. The other candidates died in vain, but Li Kei. If you can beat the examiner will definitely worry about you. Several candidates whispered. President Netero didn't seem to care, but listened to something. Suddenly his eyes lit up, a smile bloomed on his face, and he said, he's coming. Menchi, Gon, and others were stunned. Then they heard a very fast trampling sound coming quickly from the depths of the canyon. Then a figure rose from the sky. It was Li Kei. This guy, didn't you say there was no convection air? How did he get up? Climbed up? Monster. Could he have killed a lot of grape spiders down there? There's a canyon down there. Everyone was stunned. Li Kei, who was stained with a lot of purple spider blood, fell in front of everyone. Sorry, I kept you waiting for so long. Li Kei smiled with his white teeth. He was in a very good mood at the moment. The monster nest below almost emptied him out, of course. In order to protect the stability of the species and for his own convenience, he could continue to brush the entries in the later stage. Of course, he didn't kill them all. In addition, this kind of magic beast has extraordinary reproductive ability, so Li Kei politely left some of the magic spider offspring to let them continue to reproduce. But even so, his harvest was amazing. There were a few more entries in his attribute panel. Item: Extraordinary Fertility, Gold. Effect: your JZ activity and survival rate have reached the human limit, and your offspring have a very high survival rate, and are likely to inherit part of your excellent bloodline. Item: Magic Spider Sensing, Purple. Effect: you can keenly perceive the movement within a certain range through the change of frequency. Item: Strengthen Spider Silk, Purple. Effect: you have the ability of Spider-Man, and can spit out spider silk comparable to the strength of steel wire from your palm. Item: Magic Spider Climbing, Purple. Effect: you have the climbing ability of the magic spider, and can move at a vertical and ceiling-like angle like flat ground. Chapter 25. Incredibly gorgeous entries. It can be said that Lee K has become a Spider-Man, possessing the ability to climb and silk, as well as spider sense. As for the extraordinary fertility thing, Lee K considered it again and again and decided to keep it. There is no other way. The most common item dropped by grape spiders is extraordinary fertility. Moreover, the efficiency of merging entries of the same type is the highest. If it is other entries, there will be discounts. Even if they are killed, those guys may not be able to pile up a gold one. In addition, he originally had an entry of super fertility, purple, and he melted it all by the way. This thing does not mean that Lee K can split and reproduce by himself, lay eggs, etc. In essence, it makes Lee K's genetic material more active. Because the same problem exists in the hunter world, the more powerful the hunter, the fertility seems to be weaker. Lee K has to make some plans for the future for the time being. If he leaves this world, maybe he can leave some seeds here to continue to rule the whole world. After all, he is a man who wants to stand at the top of mankind. But even the other gains are absolutely amazing. This trip is a big profit. Oh? Brother Lee K seems to have become stronger again? It's amazing. Netero's eyes lit up, and he looked at Lee K with admiration. The young man in front of him has courage, and courage far beyond his age. At least when he was at this age, Netero asked himself, he definitely didn't have such great courage to jump into the depths of the canyon alone. But the other party did it. And at this time, he was even more imposing. He only took a glance to understand that Lee K must have experienced a very fierce battle below. What a tough martial arts heart! The strong will that is willing to pay for tempering oneself, not for obtaining a hunter license. A truly strong person can only reach the peak after having such a strong will. At this moment, Netero truly recognized and appreciated Lee K. He was very optimistic about Lee K. The young man in front of him was definitely the most talented and willed person he had met in these years. Really, really amazing. Menchie's beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked at Lee K. She thought she could never rush up from the bottom of the canyon without strong convection air. What amazing explosive power and control it would take. It didn't seem unfair that she lost to the other party. It could even be guessed. I'm afraid it won't be long before this candidate 406 will become a real professional hunter, and even get ahead of her. Everyone, congratulations on getting the ingredients. The next cooking is very simple. Just boil the ingredients with water. I congratulate you all, for passing the second round of assessments. I hope you can perform at your best in the next assessment and become a professional hunter. Menchie breathed a sigh of relief, with excitement on her pretty face, and announced the results to the people present. The next cooking session was naturally very simple. All candidates who got the ingredients were qualified to pass the test. The next assessment will be transported by the Hunter Association's airship, and everyone can get in touch with the president of the association at the closest distance. After cooking the ingredients, everyone even tasted the so-called crab. The atmosphere was so happy and lively. Mr. Lee K. Please forgive me for what happened during the day. Menchie actually came over to chat with him. It's okay, that's what you should do as an examiner, and I should apologize. Li Ke was stunned, but still said politely. At least, with Menchie's 100 Flowers blade wheel, he can kill people in the canyon. After this assessment, Mr. Li Ke should definitely become a professional hunter. Menchie suddenly blushed. Examiner, you are too polite. You can just call me Menchie. I have an invitation for you. Oh? What invitation? If Mr. Li Ke becomes a professional hunter, can you consider the opportunity to go on some food missions with me? Some powerful foods are beyond my ability. Food hunter. It's not that simple. Although we are going to hunt for food, we will also find some powerful monsters and some treasures along the way. But don't worry, I will investigate the relevant dangers in advance. Menchie said nervously and expectantly. She already felt that Li Ke was much stronger than those candidates. In the past, only Boera accompanied her, but even Boera could not get some difficult foods. Nowadays, there are very few food hunters in the association. If Li Ke can successfully advance, it can be regarded as a pre-invitation. Okay, if I am free at that time, I can consider it. Thank you. Then we have a deal. Menchie's face suddenly showed an excited and expectant smile. Soon. Netero led everyone to board the association's spaceship, including the examiners of the first 2 rounds. A total of 40 candidates boarded the ship. For example, Tonpa was eliminated by Li Ke on the first day. So, for Tonpa, who has the lucky entry, it is his misfortune to meet Li Ke. On the airship, Bean-faced man and Netero announced some precautions and said that the airship will not arrive at the examination room until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. During this period, everyone can rest first. If you need any help, you can ask Bean-faced man. Without Tonpa, the troublemaker, there is naturally no one here to maliciously remind everyone to prepare for the sudden assessment, which will cause nerves to be tense and rest poorly. Wow Killua, let's go on an airship adventure. Yet, Gon and Killua are still children, and they have already rushed out with joy. Li Ke, Leorio, and Kurapika went to the restaurant to eat. It is finally possible to have a normal meal here. In the airship compartment, the 3 examiners were already sitting together, with food on the table. I wonder how many candidates will be able to successfully obtain a professional hunter seat this year. If it were Menchie, I'm afraid no one would stay. Boera stroked his big belly with satisfaction. It's true that I did a little too much, but in fact it's also because there is a guy in the crowd who is very murderous. That guy makes me very nervous. No 44. Menchie crossed his legs and put his hands on the sofa. Number 44 Magician Hisoka. Yes, that guy is very dangerous, and seems to come from a darker place than us. Sato's agreed, but there is a guy who seems to be very restrained with number 44, 406, Menchie, you should be very interested in him. I saw that you seemed to have talked to him in person after the end. Of course I'm interested. If you can really pass the test this time, Mr. 406 Li Ke and number 44 should be able to pass, but to be honest, I don't want them to fight. Menchie was a little distressed. Number 44 gave her a very dangerous feeling. She was even a little worried that number 406 Li Ke was not that guy's opponent. After all, 44 is the monster that almost killed the examiner last year. H.U. In the corridor of the spaceship, Li Ke sneezed and rubbed his nose. Who is talking about me? Chapter 26. So beautiful. It's in the sky. Yeah, this is the first time I've seen such a beautiful night sky, Brother K. Look. Look, those are stars. Killua and Gon were yelling beside him. Because I promised Aunt Mito and the residents of Whale Island that I would take good care of Gon, so Li Ke would take care of Gon most of the time. The 2 little guys even stole chicken legs from the kitchen just now, and gave one to each of them, and watched the night sky together here. Killua and Gon got along very well. Hey! A gust of wind blew. Lee K narrowed his eyes slightly. He saw with his own eyes, the treasure man walked past him from behind. Very fast. It was like teleportation. It was the president of the association, Netero. As expected. If you get on the airship, you will have the opportunity to brush this NPC, the world's strongest hunter. It's awesome. Gon didn't react much, and was stunned. Killua's face changed slightly, and his eyes became extremely sharp in an instant. Da da da. The sound of wooden clogs came from the other end of the corridor. The three of them looked in the direction of the sound. They saw. The old BD Netero was coming from this side again. This guy had just turned around. At this speed, the so-called world lightning Robert in the previous life was not even worth mentioning. Mr. Netero, did you see anyone coming from that side just now? Gon pointed at the other side with a naive look on his face and said in astonishment. No. Netero smiled, but his eyes passed Gon and Killua and fell on Lee K. After finding that the other party was not surprised, he was even more surprised. This kid. Sure enough, his perception is also very strong. And I actually felt a faint breath of mind from him. In other words, he actually awakened his mind? It's strange, I didn't feel this information from him yesterday. But he can open aura nodes alone without receiving any instructions. This is an absolute genius. Netero couldn't help but admire in his heart, and his eyes looking at Lee K were even more fiery. President, you are quite agile at your age. Killua looked at him with contempt and exposed him bluntly. Ahem, just now, I was just taking a walk. I just felt bored and wanted to find someone to play with. What do you three think? Do you have any ideas for the first challenge hunter test? Netero smiled. Yeah, very happy. And it's different from what I imagined. There is no brainstorming written test. Gon said excitedly. I feel very disappointed. I always thought there would be some difficulties. Will the next test be more interesting? Killua said boredly. What about you, brother Lee K? Netero looked at Lee K with a smile. Very good, every test has been fruitful. Lee K smiled and said calmly and naturally. His answer made Netero stunned, at least in his opinion. With Lee K's strength, these tests should be very easy, not difficult and even boring. From the moment the other party spoke, he clearly felt that the other party was not lying. Interesting. He seemed to be unable to see through this little guy. Netero smiled in his heart. Are you three interested in playing a game with me? If you win, I will give you the qualification of hunter directly. Netero suddenly smiled and said. Airship training room. The content of the game is very simple. It is still to snatch the volleyball from Netero. No restrictions on any attack methods. The opponent will not attack. As long as you get the volleyball, you will win. Gon was very excited, while Killua stared at Netero vigilantly, and obviously entered a fighting posture. The two took the lead. Netero was like teasing a child, and he was indeed teasing a child. Gon was fooled around, and Killua, the arrogant little boy who boasted of his good strength, was sweating profusely. The two could not even touch Netero. Not to mention snatching the volleyball. Although the two cooperated tacitly and almost got it. But the old St. Netero used his real speed and snatched it back in an instant. No more playing. I give up. Killua looked frustrated. We were just a little bit away, why did we give up so quickly? Gon seemed to be unable to see it. Don't you realize that this old man doesn't use his right hand and left foot at all? Even if we use a year, we can't get it. Brother K. This old man is too strong. Killua was helpless. He understood that the other party was deliberately playing tricks on the two of them, and it was impossible to take such a shortcut. Haha, brother Lee K, are you interested? Come and try it too. Netero smiled without saying a word and looked at Lee K. His real target was this kid. Although Gon and Killua also made him optimistic, he was not yet moved. But Lee K is different. This is the first time in many years that he can't help wanting to compete with his junior because he admires his strength. He can feel it. Lee K and Gon Killua are completely two different levels of players. Lee K seems to be waiting for something, not thinking. Ding! You and Netero enter the battle posture, and there is a 10% chance of copying the opponent's entry when you defeat the opponent. A sound like the sound of nature rang out. Tisk! Defeat the opponent? This is too difficult. Lee K has the urge to complain. Ding! According to the current agreement, you only need to take the volleyball from Netero to be considered as defeating the opponent. The system prompts again. This is not bad. Of course, I'm interested, President Netero. Lee K smiled. Brother K, this old man is actually very fast, you must be careful. Killua reminded. Come on. Brother K. You must grab the volleyball. Gon also got excited. The two little brats sat down on the stools in the corner, staring at the two without blinking. Lee K also walked forward slowly and walked to the center of the venue to confront Netero. Ah! What an amazing momentum, it is completely different from the momentum of those two kids. It even makes me feel that the person standing in front of me is really an evenly matched opponent. But according to the agreement, I will not make a move, as long as you can get it. Netero said with a smile. His expression was calm, but his heart was obviously much more cautious than dealing with Killua and the other two. Unfortunately. Before he finished speaking, Lee K had already taken action. Haste, gold. Natural assassin, gold, passive. Super copy, gold. Lee K just saw Netero's steps and directly copied Netero's special steps. He also copied Killua's limb-bending assassination step. He has this ability in his entry, but if he uses it directly, it will be seen, so, use super copy. In an instant, a dozen Lee K rushed around Netero. Killua was stunned when he saw this scene. Isn't this the advanced assassination skill of limb bending? Hey? It's so surprising. Just by watching, you can learn such advanced footwork skills. This is incredible. In a way, Lee K is already a real martial arts genius. But if you want to get the ball in my hand, this is not enough. Netero was stunned for a moment, but then he chuckled. He didn't intend to use a few tenths of his strength to deal with Killua and the others. To deal with Lee K, he would naturally use stronger strength. Anyway, it's all a fish-bombing game. Really? A dozen Lee K suddenly laughed. They raised their fists and aimed at the floor of the airship, but did not attack Netero. Divine power, red. FK. Netero's face changed drastically in an instant, and he even shouted dirty words. Chapter 27. Lee K's sudden action also stunned Gon and the other two who were watching the battle nearby. Divine power gold. At the moment of using this ability, Lee K's arm actually emitted a blazing temperature. His skin turned slightly red. The terrifying sense of power and oppression even made the two people in the corner unable to help but feel tangled in their hearts, and even felt a little difficult to breathe. What is going on? What a strong power! This airship will explode. Killua felt the surging terrifying power in Lee K's fist, and his face turned pale in an instant. Having followed Lee K for so long, he thought he had a clear understanding of Lee K, but when Lee K really took action this time, it still completely refreshed Killua's cognition. Strong. Very strong. It has reached an outrageous level. Even at this moment, he felt that the terrifying pressure emitted by Lee K was definitely enough to rival his brother Ilmi. It was as if a huge shadow rose from behind Lee K, and then covered the sky and the sun, covering his head. Netero was even more frightened. Crazy. He also clearly felt the terrifying power of Lee K's punch, which was far beyond the data provided to him by the examiners before. With this punch, the entire airship would definitely be punched into a huge hole and then fall from the sky. Everyone would be completely finished with it. Of course, as the president, he could definitely survive, but these examinees had no hope at all. So, Netero now no longer cared about the volleyball. He even turned into a shadow without any reservation and rushed out. He could clearly sense the existence of Lee K's body in these phantoms. He must stop this punch. Boom! The hot fist and Netero's palm collided with each other. Netero absolutely did not dare to use his nen here. He knew very well that his ability was so powerful that he would definitely shatter the entire airship. So he could only use it. Supersonic Fist Red. Halfway through, he turned his fist into a palm, just to take on the aftermath of the collision and prevent it from spreading. As if he was worried about hurting Lee K, he could not help but hold back some of his strength. But the moment the two sides collided, he regretted it a little. Lee K's fist was as strong as red-hot steel. Even though he had prepared himself, he still took the punch firmly. The amazing power surged from his palm and along his arm. Even Netero, a being of his level, could not help but stagger back a step. The floor he was holding also cracked a few pieces because he could not completely resist. Blocked. Hey! This Lee K is really a little lunatic. Netero couldn't help but wipe his sweat. Oops! But the next moment, he reacted too late. The volleyball fell into Lee K's hands. Lost? He actually lost to a little guy, failed to pretend? Ding! Congratulations on your successful defeat of Netero, 10% chance of automatically copying entries. Ding! Copy successful. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Absolute Will, Red. Item, Absolute Will, Red, Passive. Effect, you have the will of human beings to the limit, can resist all kinds of mental and negative effects, and can still burst out full combat power when injured or even dying. There is no black item, even if there is a telekinetic master or a physical master. Lee K sighed in his heart. However, the probability of successfully copying the item from the opponent is only 10%, which is already a very good luck. If you want to defeat a being of Netero's level, it is very difficult unless the opponent deliberately restrains his strength. At least it is almost impossible with Lee K's current strength. But in general, this is at least a red item. It is also a passive item, which can be immune to all negative states of the Guardian, and can burst out absolute combat power when injured and dying. And it also has the will of human limit. It seems to be pretty good. It is equivalent to adding a mental buff to yourself. Some guys' telekinesis can affect the mind. With this item, Lee K is immune to all mental attacks. It's still a big profit. Great! Great! Brother K is great! Beat the old man! After a second of silence, Gon reacted, jumped up excitedly, clapping and shouting. So that's it. Killua also suddenly realized. He finally understood that Lee K's attack just now was not really intended to destroy the airship. It was just to deliberately attract the attention of President Netero so as to snatch the volleyball. This is the real battle wisdom. Because once Netero bursts out with real combat power, the battle can be ended in an instant. Or if this punch is really unstoppable, then everyone will be completely finished. To make such a choice, one needs absolute courage and calmness. Killua thought that if he were in Lee K's position, he would not be able to make such a quick judgment. Moreover, limb flexion. He had just analyzed that the skill used by the other party seemed to come from on-the-spot learning. He realized it just after seeing himself use it. Genius! Brother K is the real genius. At this moment, Killua felt that his heart was under an unparalleled impact. In the past, he always thought that he was a martial arts genius. He could quickly learn all the skills of the family, and even his grandfather praised him as a genius that is rare in a century. Including limb flexion, he only took 3 days to master it. Faster than his father. But now, he witnessed Lee K with his own eyes, and he mastered it in just a few minutes after seeing himself demonstrate it once. Killua finally felt the feeling of being crushed by a genius. I need to become stronger. Stronger. Brother K. Taking a deep breath, Killua looked at Lee K with shining eyes. At this moment, he found the direction of his life. He no longer chose to participate in the hunter assessment out of sheer boredom. Because standing in front of him was a super high mountain that was almost insurmountable. I didn't expect it. Just now it was like this. Brother Lee K, you are really surprising. According to our agreement, I lost this game, and I will give you the award now. Netero was a little helpless. He just came to his senses now, and everything seemed to have been designed and controlled by Lee K. Unimaginable. A teenager can have such meticulous thinking and calm judgment. The whole process just now was extremely dangerous. As long as any one of them made a mistake, it would lead to collective death. But the other party still chose this way, so, he lost directly. President Netero, I hope I can get the professional hunter license in an upright manner under the fairness of everyone. This represents the honor and fairness of professional hunter. This is just a game. If President Netero really feels bad, just owe me a favor. Lee K said righteously. Hey! Netero didn't expect Lee K to not want a license. But his favor, the value is far greater than the importance of the hunter license. What a clever kid. Okay. Even if I owe you a favor this time, if you need anything in the future, I can help you deal with it without violating the principles. What an unexpected genius, Brother Lee K. Ha 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 ha. Netero laughed and was in a very good mood. At least, he definitely didn't want to use the president's privilege to issue a license, otherwise the guys on the V5 side would be eyeing him covetously, and they might make a fuss about this. This result is the best for both parties. Chapter 28. Just thank President Netero first. Lee K bowed politely. By the way, little brother, just now you learned Killua's skills in an instant? And it seems that you also imitated my skills. Netero asked curiously. Killua pricked up his ears immediately, and Gon was also very curious. Killua's clone skills are so cool. It's a pity that he can't do it. I guess, just some comprehension and imitation. Lee K shrugged. Super copy gold, making him a copy super hunter. Of course, things like telekinesis cannot be copied like bloodline limits, and can only be plundered through entries. In general, Lee K is still omnipotent. Well, I have to say that you are definitely the most talented genius I have ever seen, old man. Two brothers, are you interested in continuing to play games with me? It will take a long time to reach the assessment place here. Netero said with a smile, spinning a volleyball with one finger. Great. I'll do it. Grandpa. Humph, I'll do it too. Gon and Killua were stimulated by Lee K's performance just now. Especially Killua. He had originally chosen to give up and admit defeat after realizing that Netero was playing tricks on them. But after seeing that Lee K had successfully won, he couldn't help but feel the desire to fight again. Lee K sat aside and watched the battle. The sun rose. In the middle of the night, Gon and Killua were exhausted and fell asleep. Netero, on the other hand, seemed to not need sleep at all. What an interesting night, Lee K, I am looking forward to your performance in this assessment. I will wait for you to join the association. Netero said with a smile. Thank you for your care, President. Lee K smiled. Everyone has been waiting for a long time. We have arrived at our destination. A broadcast came from the airship. Then it slowly landed on a solitary tower that towered into the sky. All the candidates were awakened one after another and got off the airship. Li Ke and his group followed. The bean-faced man announced the situation. This is the top of the trap tower, which is the starting point of the third assessment. The content of the assessment is very simple. It is to reach the ground alive within 72 hours. After saying this, the bean-faced man left directly with the airship that the president took. How to get down from here? Could it be? Hey? That guy? Look. No way. Just climb down like this. The crowd was in a commotion. Because someone has already climbed directly down. It's a rock climbing expert. A bunch of idiots. This level is easy for me, a rock climbing expert. It seems that the first place in this assessment is me. The strong man was very excited. Even the nearly vertical cliffs were easy for him. At the same time, many people were eager to try, but it was obvious that others did not have such strong climbing ability, and they were a little hesitant for a while. But before everyone made up their minds, they heard screams of fear from below. Help! Help! The climbing man screamed in fear, and a monster with huge wings and a huge mouth appeared behind him. These guys have human heads and limbs, but they look extremely scary. After whistling past, they bit the man directly, and then several monsters fought and tore each other in the air, and intestines and blood splashed down. It was horrible. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 2 table knives suddenly shot down from the high platform. They hit the heads of the 2 monsters accurately and completely sank in. The monster screamed in pain several times in the air and fell down with a whimper. Ding! Congratulations on killing the monster human-faced night owl, random looting entry. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining omnivore, blue, automatic crushing. Ding! Congratulations on killing. Ding! Congratulations on getting sharp teeth, blue, automatically crushed. Li Ke glanced at the strange birds that flew away. Name, human-faced night owl. Items, omnivorous, blue, sharp teeth, blue, irritable, green, etc. Waste monster. It's a waste of energy to kill this kind of monster. Basically, they produce useless items, and the looted items can only be used as experience points. Because they are items from different series, the exchange rate is also low. Li Ke lost interest instantly. So strong. This guy. What did you use to kill that monster just now? It was just like a bullet. Hiss. The sudden action made the candidates next to him tremble all over, and they instinctively left the range of Li Ke and others. Just now, the night owl was killed 50 meters away. Too exaggerated. If it fell on a person, there would definitely be no other result. Monster. Damn. Many candidates dared to be angry but did not dare to speak. Killua and the others were also shocked. Li Ke's sudden attack was too strong. Even Hisoka, who was not far away, narrowed his eyes. He felt that his evaluation of Li Ke had to rise. This guy actually has the skill of long-range attack. Found it. There is a mechanism here. Brother K. Gon discovered the abnormality of the platform. Not only him. Other candidates present also found the strangeness one after another. It turned out that some of the stone slabs on this platform can be flipped. By flipping, these candidates can directly enter the interior of the tower, which is the real root of the assessment arrangement. There are already fewer people present. They should have entered the interior through this flipping mechanism. Let's prepare to go down. Killua glanced around and said. But this stone slab can only allow one person to pass, which means that the 5 of us need 5 different stone slabs, and the key is, we can't guarantee that we will be together after going down. Kurapika said in a deep voice. It doesn't matter, go down, maybe we will be together. Li Ke smiled, and several people chose a stone slab that was closer. Then, See you downstairs. It's just a short separation. Everyone must pass the test. Come on together. Be careful. Several people agreed to jump down. This should be the shortest separation in the world. Li Ke smiled in his heart. In his memory, the four of them would jump in a room, and the stone slabs in the entire room area were very close, so they would fall together. Without Tonpa, the troublemaker, there was no need to worry about pitting teammates in the test. Everything went smoothly. Hey! The stone flipped. Li Ke and his friends fell down. There was darkness in front of them. But they quickly adapted to the vision. But Killua's voice was not heard as expected. And in the dim light, several pairs of strange eyes were staring at Li Ke. Li Ke also saw them clearly quickly. After seeing them clearly, Li Ke was stunned. Hisoka, the nail-headed man, Hanzo, the little girl Peng Si. And himself. Tisk 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 tisk. What a good cellmate of mine. Chapter 29. Ah ha ha ha. It's actually brother Li Ke. It's me, Hanzo. Ha ha ha. I'm so lucky. The bald Hanzo shouted excitedly, his long eyelashes blinking. Saitama teacher, stop pretending. Everyone knows it's you. Li Ke complained in his heart. But he still smiled and said, Hanzo? Nice to meet you. Li. Lord Li Ke. A weak voice came from the corner. It was Peng Si with green hair. She almost instinctively rushed over, and then grabbed Li Ke's hand tightly, shaking all over. For her. It was just a little lamb that mixed into the lion group. I didn't expect that I would directly brush the three giants here. Headache. If it was just Hisoka, Li Ke really had the urge to suppress the opponent here and kill him. Hisoka's entry is also very good. But the nail-headed man Ilmi and Hisoka are hidden allies, and his chances of winning here are not guaranteed. Although Hanzo is polite, he may not necessarily help him. Peng Si? Sorry, this NPC is most likely a so-called delivery. Ah, it turns out to be Miss Peng Si, nice to meet you. Li Ke glanced at Peng Si and said with a smile. Now he has the absolute confidence to protect himself. Aura nodes have been opened. Although it is not a very powerful telekinesis, his entry is too abnormal. Plus there is the Red Eyes bloodline. You know, Kurapika can kill alone after just awakening the ability to open the Red Eyes. And it is a pure killing of the attack power king of the brigade, Uvajin. And I also have the Red Eyes. Once it is opened, it should be no problem to beat the little Hisoka, right? Of course. The Red Eyes is my trump card, and I will not choose to open it unless it is absolutely necessary. When you are on a journey, more trump cards mean more roads. Brother Li Ke, take this, with this we are all together, and we can start the assessment. Hanzo handed over the watch strap enthusiastically. It is a watch strap that everyone can use to vote on EXO, and it also comes with a timer. Everyone is here, we can go. Hisoka suddenly spoke, licked his lips in the direction of Li Ke, and a wicked smile on his lips. But before Li Ke got angry and beat him to death, he stopped while he was ahead. He walked out of the first door first. The nail-headed man followed closely, and then Hanzo, who seemed to have noticed some friction between Li Ke and Hisoka. Peng Si followed behind Li Ke with a trembling body. Only behind Li Ke did she feel a little safe. At least Li Ke looked much more normal than the other three. Oh? It's a choice between left and right. Hisoka suddenly stopped and looked at everyone with a smile. How about everyone just do whatever you want, and go as you see the result? I'll count 123, and everyone presses the selection together. Hanzo said excitedly. 1, 2, 3, 4:1. Peng Si was the only one who chose the right side, and all four people including Li Ke chose the left side. As soon as the result came out, the little girl was frightened and turned pale, feeling as if she had done something wrong. Then there were several choices of the gates. Basically 3:2, 4:1. Surprisingly, Peng Xi's luck was really good. Every choice was to stand on the opposite side of everyone. Especially when Hisoka and the nail-headed man turned their heads and looked at her like machines, Peng Si was so scared that she almost peed on the spot. Oh! The challenge has begun! Hanzo shouted excitedly, only to see the door in front of him rumble open, and then a guy like a ring in front slowly extended over. Below was a bottomless abyss, and ordinary people would definitely be killed if they fell down. But Li Ke would definitely not. Now he is a young Spider-Man. Then 5 handcuffed and hooded prisoners appeared on the other side of the ring. They walked quickly to the ring, and the leader took off his hood. A strong bald man was revealed, but his bald head was obviously not as shiny as Hanzo's, because it was covered with hideous scars. The whole person looked extremely fierce. Just this appearance alone made him a complete villain. Hey! Li Ke was stunned. The guys on the opposite side were really unlucky. He actually met his dream death group. And what a coincidence, it was the scarred head that Gon and his friends were supposed to meet. If nothing unexpected happened, the 4 behind him were also the familiar villain Kurami. We are the examiners employed by the review committee. You must fight the 5 of us again. The written test will be conducted in a one-on-one format. Each person can only fight once, and the order of appearance is up to you. In most cases, you can leave if you win more than 3 games. The bald man shouted, with a confident smile on his face. Li Ke glanced at him. Name, Serious Prisoner 1, supporting roles do not deserve names. Entries, Strong, Blue, Tyrannical, Blue, Lewd, Blue. Dregs. Before Li Ke could speak. Swish. A card had already flown out. This guy had just finished speaking when a skylight opened on his head. The entire bald head was cut off from the upper half, and his brain was exposed to the air. He was stunned, feeling the top of his head was cold. Then he kept opening his mouth, and the whole person fell uncontrollably. The tofu brain in his head was scattered all over the floor. Ugh! Pens vomited on the spot after seeing this scene. She felt like she had fallen into a pile of demons. This kind of time-consuming game is too boring. Who's next? Hisoka held 2 cards in his hand, and the corners of his mouth curled up. He didn't feel the slightest excitement of killing such a weak chicken. How was he killed in 1 second? How did that guy do it? Monster! The 4 prisoners behind him were a little scared. If we fail, there is only one way to die. Don't forget, even if that clown-like guy is very powerful, he can only attack once, and the remaining few seem very weak. But the problem is that we can't choose the enemy. The weakest one should be the girl. And the young man with black hair. The bald guy also looks weak, but the nail-headed man is generally more powerful. Several people even discussed it. Then I will play in the next game, but about the rules of the game. A thin and pretentious guy among the prisoners walked out with a confident smile on his face. He was the one who bet with Gon on the candle. But the moment his foot just stepped onto the ring, only a bright light flashed. Peng Xi's skirt was lifted up. Then, the prisoner who took off his hood was stunned. There was a kunao between his eyebrows. It was Hanzo. Ah! According to the rules, the competition will start as soon as he enters the ring. He is such a weak opponent, but we just need to win the last game. Hanzo pulled out the kunao, and the body of the pretender slowly fell into the abyss. Chapter 30. The remaining 3 prisoners were so frightened that their faces changed drastically. That bald guy was so fast? Even before, no one could see clearly what happened. That pretentious guy, the serial bomber Caesar, ended his 149-year sentence and was sentenced to death on the spot. Gurgle. FK. I don't want to compete anymore. I don't want to compete even if I have to spend the rest of my life in prison. Ugh, ugh, these guys are the murderers. Too damn cruel. If we don't compete, we will all die. We will all die here. I've had enough of this kind of life. Wait. Otherwise, I'll scare you up and scare them with your spider tattoo. You are a member of the brigade. And you are very good at pretending to be dead. Pretend to be dead? Damn, these demons will chop off my head even if they die. Otherwise, I'll give you the tattoo, and you go. The remaining 3 prisoners actually started to discuss. It was a tall murderer, an ugly blue-skinned freak who was convicted of fraud, and a beautiful gambler. Jahu! Go! Otherwise I will kill you now. The murderer stared at the blue-skinned ugly man with bloodshot eyes. He was frightened by the ugly man and trembled all over. Although he looked fierce and muscular, he was actually quite weak. He was also imprisoned for fraud. Especially when he saw that the bodies of the 2 companions who had just died were cold, Jahu felt that his head was also cold. I am in this game. But I have to explain the rules of the game first. In this game, we will see whose heartbeat is slower. The one with the slower heartbeat within the specified time will win. This guy learned to be smart and set the rules of the game before he stepped onto the ring. Because they are the examiners specified by the prison, although they are also prisoners, they have the right to set the rules of the game. Hearing this, the nail-headed man twisted his neck stiffly like a machine. But he didn't wait for him to do it. Lee K had already stepped out. Hisoka gave the nail-headed man a look, and the nail-headed man stopped. Hanzo and Peng Si couldn't help but look at Lee K's back. My lord! You must be safe. Peng Si clenched her fists, and her body trembled. On the ring. Ha ha ha. I actually drew the lucky lottery. This guy will be scared to death after seeing my ferocious expression and the excitement of the brigade. The heartbeat will definitely be very high by then. The ugly man was excited, shhhhh. Don't be excited, don't be excited, lower your heartbeat, lower your heartbeat. He was thinking about how to scare the kid opposite. At least in his opinion, Lee K was an extremely immature kid. He was the weakest and softest persimmon except for that girl. I am definitely lucky today, ha ha ha. The ugly man laughed wildly. Yeah. Your luck is really good. I like your luck. Now he is mine. Lee K also smiled. Name, Swindler Zahu. Entries, shit luck, blue, your luck will be great after stepping on shit, bluffer, blue, cowardly, green, etc. Entries of the luck series are very rare. At least among all the people Lee K met along the way, only 2 had luck type entries. One was the rookie killer Tonpa who was eliminated in the first round, and the other was the ugly man in front of him. So, the fish-killing knife was pulled out by Lee K at some point. Then in the stunned eyes of everyone, a shining knife net fell. The ugly man Zahu still had an excited smile on his face, but he stayed where he was. Hey! Damn it! Why don't you move? Scare this guy's heartbeat. The 2 teammates behind him were constantly urging him. But Lee K had already turned and left. What's going on? Peng Si looked at Lee K who was walking back slowly with a confused expression. Hanzo's eyes widened in disbelief. Hisoka narrowed his eyes slightly, an array of brilliance flashed past. The nail-headed man couldn't help but raise his eyelids a little. The next second. Crack! It sounded like something breaking. In the shocked eyes of everyone, the ugly man behind him collapsed like a pile of building blocks, turning into pieces of meat. Blood and internal organs were scattered all over the ground. The whole person couldn't be deader. Ugh. Peng Si vomited again, almost vomiting all the bile. The 2 prisoners' faces changed wildly. The gambler beauty also retched, and the tall murderer was shaking all over. Ding! You killed the swindler Zahu, and the automatic looting entry is in progress. Ding! Congratulations on getting shitty luck, blue, you have luck, blue, automatically merged into good luck, dark blue, luck effect triggered, automatically crit, automatically break through to strong luck, purple. Item, strong luck purple. Description, even when you are at your worst, this item can reverse your luck to a certain extent and forcibly increase your luck value. A heavenly sound sounded in Lee K's mind. This time, the system's voice surprised Lee K. The fraudster who was killed by him deserved to die. Any prisoner imprisoned in this prison is an unforgivable guy. There is no guilt in killing them. What made Lee K complain was that he only lost one item at a time. But what surprised him was that he actually triggered a lucky crit. He actually made the item that had been fused directly have a lucky crit. It turned from dark blue to purple. Awesome. Comfortable. In this assessment, even if I can't get any other entries, just this purple strong luck entry is completely worth the money. It's a big profit. Strong luck can reverse your luck when you are unlucky. Perfect. Luck may be illusory, but it is absolutely necessary. Especially when you are stronger. It is very likely that a simple difference in luck will lead to your defeat. The so-called chosen child, the child of destiny, is actually an extreme expression of luck. If I raise this entry to the extreme red, black or even higher, can I directly transform into these children of destiny? The child of destiny? Anyone who wants to have unfavorable thoughts about me will be directly retaliated by the way of heaven, such as bad luck, disease, disaster, etc. That is really terrifying. Comfortable. This wave is cool. Warning. Candidate 406 violated the competition rules and was judged as losing this competition. The real invigilator's voice came from the loudspeaker on the wall, that is, the warden of this prison, who was eating potato chips and watching the live broadcast of all the candidates. Because this game was about heartbeats, but Lee K killed the opponent directly, so he was directly judged as losing. But what if he lost? All Lee K wanted was a higher explosion rate of the entry. Okay, my game is over, the rest depends on you. Lee K smiled and looked at the nail-headed man and Peng Si. Chapter 31. Madman. I didn't expect that this seemingly normal person is also a madman. This brother even saved me before. So is he so perverted in his heart? Peng Si felt that she was going to collapse. How bad was her luck to fall into this death group? Although the other prisoner looked very fierce, he shouldn't be killed, and in such a cruel way. However, the arc of Hisoka's mouth was getting bigger and bigger. He felt that he was almost super excited now. He didn't expect that the fruit he expected would be so cruel and cold-blooded, which really surprised him. The nail-headed man glanced at Peng Si, who was so scared that his legs went weak on the spot and he sat down on the ground. He had to twist his neck. There was a crackling sound. He walked slowly towards the ring. The two remaining prisoners were so scared that their faces turned pale, especially when they saw the pile of minced meat on the ring, they trembled all over. I give up. The gambler beauty raised the white flag directly. I have given up, you can't kill me anymore, I would rather stay in jail here than become a pile of minced meat. You have already won, you hurry up and pass, I don't want to see you again, even in jail is safer than meeting you devils. The gambler beauty murmured in fear, fearing that the other party would suddenly attack her again or even take the initiative to wave the white flag. Alas! The nail-headed man sighed and shrugged, then walked back mechanically. The ring slowly extended. It turned directly into two sides of the passage connected like a staircase. Passed. Great. Mr. Lee K, your knife skills just now are really amazing. It's really amazing. The funny Hanzo shouted excitedly. Just now, Lee K used only an ordinary fish-killing knife, but in just a short moment, he showed a full 55 knives. This knife speed amazed Hanzo. It's just so-so. Li Ke perfunctorily said. The team present here are all real ruthless people. But no one has any mercy, just like Gon's team. Kurapika did not kill people who fainted. Not to mention fainting. In front of Li Ke. Even passing dogs have to be kicked twice. But he is in a very good mood now. Strong luck purple. Very good. This item can actually trigger its own item lucky critical hit. It's ridiculously good, ha 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 ha. The group slowly passed through the passage, but Peng Si at the back had weak legs now. She felt like she was dreaming. It was definitely a very difficult level for her, but in front of this dreamy death group, it was swept away as easily as blowing dust. Looking at the four monsters in front of her, she struggled in her heart, but finally mustered up the courage to keep up with Li Ke's pace. Even if she saw it with her own eyes, Li Ke cut a prisoner into pieces. But at least it seems that Li Ke is the only one in the team who might be a little normal. The two remaining prisoners trembled and gave way, watching Li Ke and others leave. It was not until the group of people left completely and their backs disappeared. The gambler and the murderer sat on the ground with sweat all over their bodies. I want to go back to prison immediately. Go back immediately. The murderer could no longer contain his fear, smashed the wall heavily, and roared at the camera. He was completely scared. Before this, he was the hidden boss of the whole team with the strongest strength. But now, he felt that if he blocked the way of those monsters, his fate would definitely be no different from the scammer who was cut into pieces. Why is my luck so bad? Alas! The gambler sighed. This failure will increase their sentence by several decades. I'm afraid they won't be able to get out in this life. But as long as they don't encounter these monsters, maybe this prison is the safest place. Long and deep corridor. No one knows how long they walked. After everyone reached the end, a door suddenly appeared and slowly opened. A group of people walked in. Inside was a fierce man with a scar on his face and short green hair. The aura of the other party was much stronger than those of the previous prisoners. And he had a crescent-shaped weapon in his hand. Li Ke just glanced at him. Name, Waste Examiner. Entries, Infinite 4 Swords Flow, Blue, Sword Skills, Green, Frenzy, Blue, Revenge, Blue, Slowness, Green, etc. Waste. Li Ke saw the truth at a glance. I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Hee hee. The green-haired scimitar man laughed wildly, his beast-like eyes swept through everyone, and finally stopped on Hisoka. This time my target is only him, you can leave if you don't want to die. Now I am no longer a formal examiner, but an avenger. Since the end of the test last year, I have only one thought in my mind, that is, to avenge my injuries. Give me your life. The scimitar man grinned. Yeah, hee, it seems that's all, no one of you should compete with me. Hisoka glanced at everyone and turned to Li Ke. The smile on his face became even wider after he found that he was not interested. Li Ke really didn't have much interest in this guy, with a lot of negative buff items. And as an examiner, he didn't even have telekinesis. It really couldn't be worse. Of course. Ordinary hunters don't have telekinesis. But Menchi and Boera do. What's more, it's not easy to kill Hisoka at this time. The nail-headed man is here. The situation of 2 against 1 is not easy to deal with. When his telekinesis is fully developed, let alone 2 against 1, even 20 against 1 should be no problem. The battle is without suspense. Even this examiner, who has worked hard for a year and has learned the so-called 4-sword style, is like a real clown in front of the god of toilet war. This guy's head was cut off directly. This scene scared Peng Si even more. But in comparison, it seems that Hisoka is more merciful than Li Ke. At least this guy just cut off the head of others, but Li Ke cut others into pieces of meat. But Peng Si suddenly had a flash of inspiration and stayed where he was. because Li Ke was bound to lose that battle. If he didn't cut that guy into pieces of meat, it is very likely that he would not let the remaining two choose to surrender. Then once he goes on the field, he is likely to lose here, or even die. Could it be that the reason he cut the criminal into pieces was actually to intimidate the two people behind him and make them choose to abstain? Thinking of this, Peng Si was stunned. She looked at Li Ke's back stupidly. Chapter 32. After dealing with the examiner, there was no so-called channel selection. Instead, the gate opened and they arrived directly at the square at the bottom of the prison. Congratulations, you are the first group to pass the test. All of you passed? You are really lucky. The voice of the warden came from the wall. The empty square now only had Li Ke and 5 others. Passed, passed? Just passed. Peng Si still felt like she was dreaming. She is still dizzy. In the whole process, she didn't do anything except falling down and getting her butt hit. And then, passed. This is probably the legendary fate-lying branch. Do you want to do Hisoka here? Li Ke smiled and looked in the direction of Hisoka. The other party also looked over with a smiling expression. The two sides looked at each other for a second and then looked away. Forget it. Let's get the license first. Only with a license can you step into many places, if you want to become stronger in this world. Either go find a group of top-level professional hunters, such as Gold, 12 zodiac signs, etc. Or go kill the chimera ants and step into the dark continent. This is the real high-end game. The bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. And the basic condition for all this is to have a legal hunter license. So Li Ke must take this assessment. You can't be designated as a wanted criminal nationwide by the Hunter Association before getting a license. That would be a lot of fun to play. So you'd better be patient and wait here. Soon, other candidates appeared one after another. For example, martial artist Bodro, snake brusher, etc. They are all relatively strong people. The clock on the wall is counting down. People keep coming out, and even a few fell to the ground just after stepping out of the door, dying of heart failure due to excessive physical exhaustion. After confirming death, they were dragged away directly. It's terrible. Hey! Li Ke glanced at the countdown on the wall and frowned. Gon and his friends are so slow, they haven't come out yet? Logically, Hisoka, the nail-headed man, and Hanzo are all by his side, so the others should not pose any threat. The last 30 seconds. The loudspeaker on the wall shouted. If they haven't come out after the time is up, it will be considered a complete failure. Wow! We are here. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from one of the texts. It was Gon and his friends. The guys were dirty, and it seemed that they had slipped down from somewhere. It seemed that they encountered the legendary 5 and 3 selection. It was really helpless, the efficiency of these guys was really low. Brother K. Brother Li Ke. After seeing Li Ke, Gon and his friends rushed over excitedly. Time is up. The number of people who passed the third test, 24. Among them, 5 died. Everyone, please go out. I'm waiting for you outside. The voice of the loudspeaker on the wall instructed. Hisoka and others stood up. All the 24 people who passed are truly the elite of the elite. Everyone seems to be not easy to mess with. Li Ke also followed the large group out of the prison. The bright sunshine fell. People couldn't help but squint their eyes. The breeze was gentle and the sun was warm. I didn't expect it to be such a good weather outside. Looking back, I suddenly saw the prison behind me, which was like a high tower piercing the sky. Everyone came down from the top of the prison. Congratulations to everyone for walking out of the trap tower. Now there are only the 4th test and the final test left, and there are still 2 levels. The man with a mohawk and black framed glasses said with a smile with his hands behind his back. This guy is the warden and the chief examiner. The fourth test will be held in Binu Road. Before that, please come and draw lots. A black lottery box was taken out. The familiar lottery process appeared. The content of this game is very simple. All candidates who passed the test went up to draw lots. The numbers on the lots they drew represent the number plates to be fought for. Once you get the number plate you need to fight for, you can get 3 points directly. In addition, you can also get 3 points if your number plate is successfully saved until the end of the game. You can get 1 point for each non-designated number plate taken from other people. After accumulating 6 points, you can get a pass directly. According to this elimination system, even if everyone is lucky enough to grab the opponent's number plate, at least half of the people need to be eliminated. In other words, at most 12 people will pass in the end, but this is not realistic at all. Because no one can guarantee that everyone can keep their own number plate and grab the designated number plate. Some guys even have extra number plates in their hands. In other words, the number of people who pass the test in the end is likely to be around one hand. No wonder there are only a few people who get a license every year in the professional hunter test. All the people went up to draw lots one after another. Lee K also got his number plate. However, after seeing his number plate, Lee K was stunned for a moment. 301. Oh wow! I didn't expect that I would draw the nail-headed man. Ilmi, is this considered good luck? Haha! What a pity! It's a pity that I didn't draw Hisoka. What did you draw? Lee K called Gon and the others. Oh wow! Gon actually drew number 44 Hisoka. Is it the power of the fate line? Or the maintenance of good luck? Very good. Others also drew their own cards. Killua's was number 191 martial artist Boudreaux, a weakling. Leorio was not Peng Si, but a number 34 dragon. Kurapika was number 197 Yamurai. After drawing their own cards, the candidates present hurriedly removed their number plates on their chests. Because everyone knows that the number plate on the chest will become the most prominent mark. However, some people did not remove it. Lee K, Killua, Hisoka, and the nail-headed man. Brother K, why don't you take off your number plate? It will be easy to become the target of public criticism. Gon was a little worried. The fun of the competition comes with opponents. Killua put his hands in his pockets and looked cool. Lee K suddenly took a step forward. His eyes swept over the candidates present. Then he said loudly, "Everyone, I am number 44. Who of you drew my number?" Lee K said loudly. "Only a thief can steal for 1,000 days, but you can't guard against thieves for 1,000 days. The number plate on the chest will indeed attract a group of flies, but it is also like a fishing bait." But Lee K was too lazy to waste time with these guys. If anyone draws his number plate, he can be eliminated on the spot. After solving the unknown troubles, the rest is a happy hunting time. The crowd was instantly silent by Lee K's operation. Damn! This guy is so arrogant that he actually showed his number plate directly. Humph! Being arrogant in a place like this will only make you die faster. If I'm not mistaken, there are more jungles on that island. I have 10,000 ways to kill him in the jungle. Don't worry, someone will cure him. He will definitely regret being so arrogant. No one spoke, but many people were whispering about Lee K. They looked at Lee K with displeasure. Lee K was so high profile, wasn't he mocking their incompetence? No. Lee K was a little stunned, and then smiled. It seemed that the other party was afraid of him. That doesn't matter. When the enemy comes, the general will fight, and when the water comes, the earth will cover it. I drew your number. Suddenly, a voice rang out in the crowd. Chapter 33. Lee K looked in the direction of the voice and suddenly saw a familiar face. Amidst a group of ferocious figures, a nervous girl walked out with difficulty. She looked like she was about to cry. An old acquaintance, Peng Si. The lowly who got points for nothing before. She trembled as she took out the number plate she had drawn. Her luck was absolutely terrible. In the last round of assessments, she had drawn the opposite choice to Li Ke and other demons every time. And this time, she directly drew Li Ke's number plate. Even when she got this number plate, she wanted to throw it away. The image of the guy who was cut into pieces in the assessment appeared in her mind. Too cruel. Will she be cut into pieces too? Master Li Ke. I give you my number plate. You saved me back then. I choose to abstain. Tears flashed in Peng Si's eyes, and she trembled as she took out her number plate. 246. Brother K. Gon and the others looked at Li Ke. Obviously. As a child, they also thought that Peng Si, who was also a child, looked a little pitiful. Even before the open competition, she chose to eliminate herself directly. She also took the initiative to give her number plate to Li Ke. She understood. The moment she drew Li Ke's number plate, she had basically lost this test. Because if she wanted to pass the test, she had to get at least 3 other number plates, but she couldn't find 3 candidates who were weaker than her. What a fool! You chose to give up this number plate after coming here. Since you don't want it, I'll take it. A sturdy man rushed out of the crowd, staring at Peng Si's number plate. This was exactly what he needed. As long as he got this number plate, it meant that he got a ticket to the next final. Even if there was a risk in grabbing the number plate now, it was definitely worth a try. This guy was sturdy, but his speed was very good. He rushed to Peng Si in just a breath. Got it. His face was filled with excitement. He had already made up his mind. After grabbing the number plate, he would hide in the jungle until the end of the game. But just when his hand was about to touch the number plate, a shadow passed by. It was Killua with short silver hair, his hands as sharp as claws. Blood splattered. The strong man fell to the ground with a dull expression, and the number plate in his hand rolled down. Killua bent down and slowly picked it up. After taking a look, he threw it to Li Ke. Brother K, this is not the number plate I want. 105? Li Ke took a look at the number plate. Not what anyone in the team needed. A useless card worth 1 point. Sir. My number plate. Here. Peng Si's hands were shaking. To be honest, it was naturally unbearable to give up directly at this point. But she also knew that she had almost no chance. Moreover, the other candidates present looked at her with very bad eyes. You can say that. She has almost been labeled as a soft persimmon. Obviously, the next round is the real elimination round, and the weaker the contestant, the faster they will be eliminated. There is even a risk of life in the elimination. It has come to this point, it's not good to just give up, right? Li Ke glanced at Peng Si. A green-haired Lolita, maybe she will grow up to be a beautiful girl. Now it is obviously a training system. If I remember correctly, her ability should be that there are many bees in the big hat on her head. She has the ability to drive bees. Name, Peng Si. Entries, drive bees, blue, analysis, blue, melee, green, cowardly, white, etc. Quite weak Lolita. However, bees seem to be quite useful in the next exam room. At least before there is a telekinesis circle, the range that bees can detect is definitely the largest among all candidates. In fact, in the original plot, Peng Si also used the detection range of bees, so she was able to avoid danger. She even solved the snake brusher Scar Peng. It can be regarded as a radar scout. Peng Si instinctively took a step back and looked at Li Ke in horror. She really couldn't connect the handsome face in front of her with the murderous demon. Are you interested in joining our team? Li Ke suddenly asked. Ah. Peng Si thought she had heard wrongly. Sir. Sir, did you just say, let me join your team? But I'm so weak, I don't have. Everyone has different abilities, and your abilities are exactly what I need. If you consider joining, I can help you pass this assessment. Li Ke said lightly. I promise. I promise. Sir. Peng Si immediately nodded excitedly. Give me the number plate. Ah. Peng Si was confused. Didn't the other party agree to let her join his team? Why did he take away her number plate? But without the number plate, it means she is completely eliminated. But out of instinctive trust, Peng Si still handed her number plate to Li Ke. And the next second, she was surprised to see Li Ke hand her number plate to her. That's good. My number plate is also worth 3 points. I'll put it with you first. It's highly likely that no one will be willing to grab my plate. Li Ke shrugged and played with Peng Si's number plate. Let's go. Wow. Welcome to join me. I'm gone. Leorio, but please call me Mr. Leorio. Kurapika. Peng Si was stunned. After she reacted, tears welled up in her eyes and a smile bloomed on her face. She chased after him. This Lord Li Ke didn't seem as bad as she had imagined. He turned out to be such a warm person. In the last round of assessment, he must have cut that person into pieces to protect himself. Peng Si's pretty face flushed as she chased after him. The many examinees behind him looked at Li Ke and others with strange expressions. Ha 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 ha. This Li Ke is really a wonderful person. Hanzo scratched his bald head and laughed. Everyone, please board the ship for the third test. We expect to arrive at the destination in 2 hours. In addition, all candidates who have passed the previous assessment will enjoy free round-trip travel to the examination center next year. So if you didn't pass this year, don't be disappointed. Welcome to challenge again next year. The beautiful tour guide smiled at everyone. Other candidates also boarded the ship one after another. After all the candidates boarded the ship, the whistle sounded, and the ship slowly sailed towards the next examination center. Chapter 34. On the ship. Even a lot of food was prepared for the reception, but at this moment, no one was in the mood to eat. At least most of the candidates were like this. But this did not affect Li Ke's appetite. Eat when you should eat, drink when you should drink. Peng Si nervously pinched her fair little hands and joined Li Ke's team. Soon, the ship arrived at the destination. Bainu Island. That is where the examination venue for this assessment elimination round is located. Because the tour guide lady had previously stated that fighting on the ship was not allowed, otherwise it would be directly eliminated. Male Li Ke now plans to earn all the points directly on the ship. It's like catching the Dragon Ball again after making a wish. There is a suspicion of cheating. It is likely that similar things have happened before, so the association has made special regulations. Everyone can only do things according to the regulations of the assessment. Everyone. We are here. Please disembark in the order of passing the third test. The next person can disembark 2 minutes after the previous person disembarks. You will stay on the island for 1 week. Please stay for 6 minutes and then come back here. Please disembark the first candidate first. The beautiful tour guide called out to everyone. The first one to disembark was Hisoka. Because this guy was the one who solved the last examiner. Although it was the whole team, he was the first to leave at that time. The second was Li Ke. The third was Hanzo, the fourth was the nail-headed man, and the fifth was Pens. Other candidates also disembarked one after another. Gon and his team fell behind. Brother K. Be careful. We will be here soon. Gon called out excitedly. 2 minutes is enough for these powerful candidates to move a very long distance. And when Li Ke disembarked, Hisoka's figure had disappeared. Hey? Brother K, why don't you leave? Gon was stunned. Killua and the others were also confused. Because they found that Lee K was still parked next to the ship. Although he said he got off the ship, he was actually standing not far from the sampan. This strange scene made the other candidates present feel strange. Mr. Lee K, this island is very big, don't you consider leaving first? Hanzo, who got off the ship after waiting for 2 minutes, was a little strange. I'll wait for my friend here. Lee K smiled. Hanzo, you go first. Okay, then I wish you good luck. I'll go first. Hanzo walked directly and quickly into the forest. It was just that the candidates on the boat at this moment were inexplicably nervous. Because everyone could see that the reason why Lee K was waiting here must be to directly brush the score. What a damn arrogant guy. Is he going to block the ship and kill us? Everyone. If this guy dares to attack us, we will attack together and kill him first. Yes. That's it. Damn it. I don't believe he can beat all of us alone, and he has a partner. Suddenly, the eyes of the candidates on the ship looked at Gon and others with some hostility. Everyone knew clearly that Gon and his friends were in the same group with Lee K. Especially the weakest two guys, Peng Si and Li Oreo. They are all a group of little ghosts, so they shouldn't be difficult, right? However, Killua's move just now still shocked many people, making the candidates present a little afraid. The next one was the nail-headed man Ilmi, who frowned slightly and twisted his head like a machine towards the direction of the mountain opening Lee K. He also realized that Lee K seemed to be waiting for him. How arrogant! He got his own number? What a stupid little guy, but... Hisoka warned him on the boat that if he wanted to touch his prey fruit, he would not have a good ending. Uncomfortable. The nail-headed man Ilmi glanced at Lee K, pretended not to see him and walked away. Wait, your number plate is this, right? Otherwise, let's go to the grove next to us to solve it. Lee K took out the lot he drew. Little Killua. Brother is helping you vent your anger. The nail-headed man turned his head with difficulty like a machine. With a mohawk hairstyle and a face full of nails, he looked like a very difficult person. Just like a gangster with tattoos all over his body. Even if he didn't know how strong the other party was, the tattoos were quite intimidating. This is the case with the nail-headed man. This guy in particular had a lot of needles stuck in his head. As a result, few candidates dared to approach him along the way. No one expected that Lee K would take the initiative to deal with this monster. So that's it, this guy drew this nail-headed man. Ha ha ha. There will be a good show, one of them will have to die. I really hope both of them die, this is the best for us. But I feel that the guy with a head full of nails will be more powerful. How about we bet and see who can survive in the end? Come on, it will be our turn soon, who can guarantee that they can survive? The candidates on the boat couldn't help but whispered. Brother K. Gon and the others were also full of worry. That nail-headed man is very dangerous. Killua frowned, although he had never fought with the other party, but he felt very bad. There was even a faint sense of familiarity. Lord Lee K. Peng Si twisted her fingers together nervously. You are talking to me. The nail-headed man spoke slowly, and his expression was like that of a long-dead corpse, which made people feel very uncomfortable. Plate number 301, if your eyes are not blind, it is most likely yours. Lee K nodded. The nail-headed man was silent. He really didn't want to fall out with Hisoka. Because this guy is Hisoka's prey. If the other party is killed or disabled here, or his will collapses. At that time, Hisoka might fall out with him. This is indeed a very risky choice. Of course, you can also choose not to fight with me, just give me your number plate, I have always been peace-loving. Lee K smiled and stretched out his hand. The nail-headed man was silent. The remaining candidates on the boat were also stunned. This kid is really mean. Any normal person would kill this kid. It's a pity that my number plate doesn't belong to this kid, otherwise I must let him see why the flowers are so red. Li Kei's words even made them all angry. Okay, you took the initiative to find it, it has nothing to do with me. The nail-headed man agreed expressionlessly, and then went straight to the depths of the jungle. Li Kei followed behind him, with his back to Gon, and waved goodbye to the others. Chapter 35. Deep in the jungle. It was quiet and deserted. The nail-headed man finally stopped. His neck bones made a crackling sound, as if they would break at any time. Like a rusty robot, he slowly turned around. I didn't want to do anything to you, but since you asked for it, you can't blame me. The nail-headed man took out a recorder. Of course, I came to you on my own initiative. Li Kei said loudly. It's really interesting. It seems that this Ilmi really cares about Hisoka's opinion and even recorded the evidence in advance. Snap! The recorder turned off. The nail-headed man had a handful of the same nails in his head in his hand. Name, Nailhead Ilmi. Entries, Thread Nails Emitter Mind, Gold, Zoldyck Assassination, Gold, Physical Skills, Gold, Disguise, Purple, Poison Resistance Purple, Control Desire, Purple, Digging, Purple, Sadism, Blue, Sleepy, Green, etc. Oh! What a genius! Entry, Thread Nails Mind, Gold. Effect, when the target is hit by this ability, the body will be directly controlled. Tisk tisk tisk. Isn't this the otherworldly version of the thread fruit? Not bad. This guy does have a few very good entries. Of course, when it comes to disguise, his is too rubbish. He has to put a lot of nails on his body, and it doesn't last long. And his own super copy is really amazing. Not only can it be maintained all the time, but it can also be perfectly copied, which is much higher than his. Of course, if you can get some good entries from this guy, it would be great. Profits and the like are just the extra value of work. What kind of person do you want to become? The nail-headed man suddenly said. But this time I won't kill you, but I will let you experience another kind of life. His face was as stiff as a corpse, and a smile was forced out. With the power of thread nails and the disguise technique, he can force plastic surgery on the opponent after defeating him. He planned to turn Li Kei into an ugly woman to try. He also liked to destroy the hearts of these so-called geniuses. Only a heart that has been destroyed will become stronger. For example, his poor brother. Is it to be your father? But I can't give birth to a child as ugly as you. Li Kei answered. His figure turned into a shadow. Speed Gold. Poison Gold. Divine Power Red. Iron Plate Tank Gold. Spider Sense Purple. Various active abilities are directly activated. Li Kei's fist even became red and hot due to friction with the air. The eyes of the nail-headed man Ilmi suddenly changed. He clearly felt the terrifying power of Li Kei's fist. Especially the speed of the opponent's sudden burst, which was simply incredible. Even compared to him as a top assassin, he was not inferior at all. But the problem now was, he was in a disguised state and could not use all his combat power. And this guy seemed to have the habit of sneak attacks. He did not have any style of a master at all. And he killed the opponent with one move. Very so cruel. But this is a real assassin. He had taught himself countless times that the poor brother would not attack the opponent before he was absolutely sure. For example, he agreed to Li Kei's challenge because he was absolutely sure that he could defeat the opponent. Swish, 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 swish. It was so fast that it was dazzling. It was even impossible to see how the nail-headed man made his move. His nails mixed with some telekinetic line nails shot towards Li Kei. The opponent is indeed very fast and fierce. But this is just right, it must be painful to be stabbed in the face. The real show is coming. As long as his telekinesis penetrates the target's body, it will directly hook the opponent like a fishhook, and then control the opponent's body. Reckless kid, you must learn some lessons. Even if you are the prey that Hisoka's pervert has set his sights on. Ilmi sneered in his heart. But as the distance between the two sides was rapidly closing, his expression was slightly moved. Because he didn't see any intention of Lee K to dodge. Fighting madman? He actually chose such a lose-lose battle. Hee. But his attack must hit the opponent first. He didn't think his physical skills were weak, did he? Ilmi was a little disappointed. He didn't even know why Hisoka was so obsessed with this guy. Ding 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 ding. And the next moment, those steel needles that shot out seemed to hit an iron plate. It actually made a sound like steel colliding. Including his telekinesis. Actually, didn't pierce the opponent's body in the first place? What happened? The nail-headed man Ilmi was shocked. Just this moment of shock. Bang! A terrifying heavy punch like a meteor of fire directly hit his crossed arms. The terrifying power was released instantly, and the hot air waves swept in all directions. Several nearby trees were directly blown off. Ilmi's feet even dragged out a 10-meter gully. A charred fist mark appeared on his crossed arms. And there were traces of poison around the fist mark. The right forearm was directly twisted and broken. And the steel nails pierced in his arms fell off, revealing his hands that were originally as white as a woman. But the head was still intact. At this moment, he looked like a monster with half white and half purple. One punch destroyed his disguise. The severe pain from both arms did not make the nail-headed man show any pain on his face. It was as if the arm was not his. Very strong. Very strong. This kid was so strong beyond my expectation. Especially the punch just now. The pure strength even suppressed me, although I was in a disguised state and could not fight with all my strength. But the opponent could burst out such amazing punching power, which was really amazing. But what really shocked Ilmi was his steel needle could not break the opponent's defense. This guy was actually a master of horizontal training, incredible. Hey! I didn't kill him with one punch. Lee K slowly retracted his smoking and burning fist. He moved his neck and made a crackling sound. You, really surprised me a little. Your strength, speed, and defense are far beyond ordinary people, but unfortunately, you have already lost now. The nail-headed man looked at Lee K expressionlessly and spoke mechanically. Because his thread needle had already penetrated deep into Lee K's skin. This guy's defense is definitely the most amazing I've ever seen, even tougher than those specialized defensive monsters. But it's a pity. Generally, the stronger the body, the easier it is to control. Because they often neglect the training of the spirit when exercising the body. The needles not only control the muscles, but also the nerves. Really? I don't know, how can I lose? Lee K smiled. He naturally saw these needles clearly in his eyes. After all. At least. I am also a nin. Chapter 36. The nail-headed man made a hollow grip. Any target hit by his needle power will become his puppet. But the next moment, his zombie face was dull. Lee K was still walking slowly towards him. Ineffective? Why? His own power failed? How is it possible? Keep grabbing. Lee K was still not affected at all. But the problem is that the needle was clearly pierced into the opponent's body. Although it didn't penetrate very deep, it was definitely enough to control the opponent's body. The scene in front of him completely broke through Ilmi's cognition. What are you looking at? Do you want to say hello to your father? Lee K smiled. His muscles suddenly tensed up. Iron plate tank gold. Absolute will red. Divine power red. Just kidding. I killed hundreds of Warcraft pigs and stacked gold plate armor, and I also have Netero's red wool entry. Not to mention controlling my own body, even nerve reactions can be forcibly controlled by will. At that time, Netero could even control his broken leg to close the wound automatically. Your little needle, wrong mama. It's too small. It can't pierce me. Lee K grinned. Explosive step. Charged punch. His right fist became hot again. In just a split second, he rushed to the front of the nail-headed man. He punched him in the head. The air was rubbed and made a bang. Because he was too strong, the needles that Ilmi had pierced him broke directly. The nail-headed man's face finally changed suddenly. Boom! A violent explosion. The hot air wave rolled up. It was like being hit head-on by a missile. This punch was even more violent than the previous one. Several unlucky trees nearby were blown down on the spot. The nail-headed man was smashed and flew dozens of meters away like a sandbag, and the trees along the way that were as tall as two people were broken one after another. A bloody mark was rubbed out on the ground. A wisp of green smoke came out from Lee K's fist. The burning red gradually dissipated and returned to calm. Weak chicken. He spat at the end of the gully in the distance. Ding! You defeated Ilmi, 10% probability, automatically copying the entry. Ding! You heard the echo of strong luck burst. Ding! The copy was successful, congratulations on getting Sleepy Green. Ding! You heard the duet of strong luck double burst, get an extra strong draw opportunity. Ding! Forced copying was successful, congratulations on getting physical skills gold. The sound of nature sounded in Lee K's mind. Damn! Awesome! Lee K couldn't help but be ecstatic. It was absolutely super profitable to participate in this assessment. Especially strong luck purple. This thing is simply my lucky star. Although it is just a purple entry. It doesn't look conspicuous among all his entries, but it makes him super happy at the critical moment. This time, it's a duet explosion. It's just super luck. As the system sound fell, countless information and energy poured into Lee K's limbs. Physical skills gold. As a top assassin, the family is also very amazing in the tempering of their own physical fitness. In order to obtain this level of physical skills, they have undergone extremely arduous training. Now, all of this has made wedding clothes for Lee K. The only pity is, at the end of this ravine, Lee K has seen that it is a cave. The nail-headed man actually dug the ground and ran away. There are still a lot of blood stains on the hole. It's worthy of being a top assassin family. Even the way of escaping is so unique. Lee K sneered. If you can't beat me this time, you will never beat me again. Poor guy. Comfortable. Lee K picked up the number plate that Ilmi dropped on the ground. His points were all cleared. A gold entry was also released. So happy. I have to find a chance to beat Hisoka. This guy is also capable. It would be best if he could get an entry. Of course. Hisoka might be in a lot of trouble. Because the reason why Ilmi was defeated so quickly was entirely because this guy was in a disguised state and could not show 100% combat power. And there was a huge error in his judgment of Lee K. In addition, Lee K did not have the habit of talking nonsense. He started with full firepower. Ilmi thought Lee K only had 10 combat power, but Lee K went full firepower. He came out with 100 firepower. He took out 30 firepower and thought he could take it steadily, but he exploded. He went full firepower twice in a row. Ilmi exploded on the spot. The people on Whale Island are all honest people. They try not to talk if they can, and they will kill directly if they can. That's right. This island is too big, and I don't know where my radar has gone. Wait. Maybe she will wait for me there. Lee K turned around and left after thinking of something. But Lee K felt helpless after looking at his completely shattered right arm sleeve. Divine power red is too strong. His sleeves often explode, and even his tops are rotten a lot, causing the perfect muscle lines like a cheetah to be exposed. It seems that I need to prepare a few more sets of clothes in the future. The problem is that there are no space rings in this world. But it would be nice if I could plunder a space-related entry in the future. He is a good hand at home travel. Next to the ship, several waves of people have come down. Peng Si waited tremblingly next to the ship. She did not receive Li Kei's instructions, but she positioned herself very accurately, that is, she was Li Kei's tool. You have to be obedient. And everyone on the ship heard a loud noise coming from the forest in the distance. Damn it! What the hell is going on over there? There is such a loud noise, it's like a bomb. You can't bring weapons like bombs into this test. Is there someone who violated the rules? No way. I don't see anyone carrying a bomb among the people who just got off the ship. Do you remember that direction seems to be the direction that the monster Li Kei left? Don't worry about it, run in quickly, you will definitely die if you meet those monsters later. These candidates talked and didn't dare to delay any longer. Because there was a madman who blocked the bridge directly before. These candidates got off the ship one by one, and looked at Peng Si, but realized that the other party had the monster's number plate in his hand, which was only worth 1 point, and left one after another. Peng Si, aren't you going to the forest yet? Gon and others finally got off the ship. They were the last ones. I'm waiting for Lord Li Kei. Peng Si said nervously. I'm leaving first. Tell Brother Kei. Killua put his hands in his pockets, squinted his eyes and looked at the forest in front of him, and left directly. He came to participate in this test to temper himself. It was not to get a license under the protection of Li Kei, otherwise such persistence would be meaningless to him. Me too, be careful. Kurapika also chose to leave. Ah, these guys, then I'll leave too. Peng Si, aren't you leaving yet? Leorio looked around and didn't see Li Kei, so he chose to leave. I want to wait for Lord Li Kei. Peng Si gritted his teeth. Then I'll wait for Brother Kei with you. Gone, Brother Kei should have gone deep into the jungle. If we want to find him, we have to go in. Leorio reminded. The two continued to wait for a few minutes, and chose to leave after not seeing Li Kei. The island is very large. In addition, those candidates acted separately. If you want to get enough points, it is also best to act separately. If you form a team, you may not be able to find so many license plates. Next to the ship, only Peng Si was still anxiously waiting. Chapter 37. Deep in the forest. In a certain area, a body of a candidate holding a spear fell to the ground, his forehead and back of the head were pierced by cards. Standing in front of this body was Hisoka. Suddenly, the ground not far away surged. Hisoka frowned slightly, and then understood. It was Ilmi. This guy came here, but he just dug it. I need to rest. Ilmi's voice came from underground. At this moment, both of his arms seemed to be broken, and there were even traces of burns on his chest. Li Kei's last punch made him feel like he was hit by a meteorite head-on. If it weren't for his strong mental power, I'm afraid that punch would have crippled him. But now his hands are injured, and there is poison, he needs some time to deal with it. Oh! Hisoka sniffed, and his eyes suddenly became very dangerous. Swish! Several cards actually shot out directly and pierced into the ground. What are you doing? Hisoka. Ilmi's angry voice came from the cave. You touched my fruit. It seems that the fruit is becoming more and more sweet and tempting. Ho ho ho. Hisoka suddenly laughed pervertedly, and his face flushed with excitement. The next second his smile was restrained, and it turned into bone-chilling coldness and danger. This is the last time. If I see you touching my fruit again next time, you will die. Ilmi's silence answered him. Okay, just have a good rest, hee hee. Hisoka laughed then. Beside the ship, Peng Si was very entangled in her heart. She was hesitating about how to find Li Ke. Oh? Sure enough, it's here. Come with me, can you find Gon and the others? Li Ke's voice came, and he came with his right arm torn. Seeing the other party's strong chest and muscles, as well as his intact body, Peng Si was stunned. Because she also saw Li Ke's appointment with the nail-headed man. And now, Li Ke appeared intact, does that mean the nail-headed man was defeated? Sure enough. So strong. So awesome. Peng Si was distracted. Li Ke's hand was already on her little shoulder, and her head was no good. Touching the head to kill is not good for a girl with a beehive on her head. Can you find Gon and the others? Li Ke asked with a frown. Ah? Yes. I put bees on Gon, Leorio, and Kurapika, but Killua, he cleaned up the bees. Peng Si came back to her senses and said hurriedly. It doesn't matter. From now on you are my toy, ahem, tool. Release your bees as much as possible and find candidates nearby. Tell me when you find them, and I'll clean up the stall. Li Ke said. Understand, but the range of bees is also limited. I will try my best. Peng Si nodded repeatedly. Li Ke strode into the forest with her. A man and a woman surviving in the wilderness? Bainu Island is very big. There are only 24 candidates in total, including the nail-headed man who was cleared out on the first day. Everyone knows to go in different directions, at least when they are not absolutely sure that they can take down the opponent's number plate. Originally, this should have been a fair competition. Unfortunately, now that Li Ke, Hisoka, and the nail-headed man have joined the boss level, it has completely turned into a fish pond bombing game. The 100-star King Bronze bullies the weak. Idle people stay out of the way. The beach. Sir, shouldn't we go find other people now? Peng Si said nervously. Because she was shocked to find that Li Ke not only did not think of looking for other people, but came directly to the beach to take her fishing. Fishing man, take a girl. And soon caught a few fat fish. Then set up a grill and started barbecue. And just hunted a pheasant and 2 hares in the forest. The entries on these things are all garbage. White. It is worth it to crush them directly into transparent small crystals to add experience. The 7-day assessment time is too long. The island is so big that there is no need to look for it at this time. And the environment here is very good, just right for vacation and rest. Li Ke lay comfortably on the beach, enjoying the afternoon sun. Peng Si acted as a maid and was responsible for the barbecue. This was also what she wanted, at least to let Li Ke see her value. But she was worried that everyone could not pass this assessment, especially if it dragged Li Ke down, which was something she did not want to do in her heart. But sir, there are only so many license plates. If we don't snatch them now, then it will be better then. Can't we just snatch them directly from them? Don't worry, the last day is the real harvest. Please help me keep an eye on Gon and the others. If there is an accident, we will rush over. Li Ke replied. Although he promised Aunt Mito and the residents of Whale Island to take care of Gon. But he didn't want to be a nanny. Because being a nanny is not free. But at least the people of Whale Island raised him up and saved his life. So he could help Gon at a critical moment. Now the only focus is the last match. He will KO Hisoka. Get that guy's number plate. I am so strong now, ha ha ha. Soon. The tempting smell of fish wafts out. There are also roasted chicken and roasted rabbit, which are all Li Ke's specialties. Peng Si is drooling. Sir, the meat is roasted, do you need me? I feed you. Peng Si blushed. She came to take the professional hunter exam, how come she is a waitress now? However, if she can follow Li Ke, she also feels extremely satisfied and fulfilled in her heart, and now there is a trace of happiness. Let's eat together. After eating, take a good rest, expand your bee's perception range as much as possible, and tell me if you find someone breaking in. Li Ke waved his hand and started eating directly. This kind of primitive deserted island, bringing a little lowly to survive in the wilderness. It still has a different taste. The progress of the two people's exploration can be said to be quite slow. Sunset. Peng Si approached Li Ke a little nervously. I accidentally touched Li Ke's arm, and after finding that he didn't resist, I slowly moved closer to him. The two of them had already set up a campsite, and even a temporary shelter. This is simply. While others were taking the test here, Li Ke was directly doing wilderness adventure survival. If there was a live broadcast stand, he could start broadcasting directly. It's really annoying. I don't sleep in the middle of the night, just looking there. What the hell is going on? Li Ke suddenly stood up and looked at the dark forest in the distance. Chapter 38. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of breaking through the air came. It was an arrow. There was almost no trace in the dark night. The opponent was obviously ambushing Li Ke on purpose. Li Ke's magic spider induction now covers a range of nearly 100 meters. This thing is induction through frequency, not telekinesis. That is, the surrounding plants and animals are generally at a specific frequency. Any disturbance will change this frequency, and where the frequency fluctuates is naturally where other people appear. So even if the circle has not been developed yet, Li Ke can easily sense the people nearby. But Peng Si's bees obviously can't detect the candidates who are well hidden. The arrows in the dark night cannot be detected by the naked eye. But in the magic spider induction, it is extremely clear, like a candle in the dark. The traces of them can be clearly seen in the circles of frequency ripples. Li Ke slightly turned sideways and easily avoided the arrow. It seems to be a 3-shot burst, the technique is good. Bakuer? On the treetops. The candidate who attacked was stunned. He didn't expect his attack to be avoided so easily. The other party could actually see the attack in the dark. Realizing that something was wrong, he prepared to retreat. But suddenly he heard a sharp sound of breaking through the air behind him. When he reacted, he was shocked to see a black javelin coming towards him. Bang! It was a stick used to roast suckling pigs, which instantly pierced his chest. It took the whole person away and even pierced a huge tree behind him. Is this guy a human? Before he died, a thought flashed through the candidate's mind. And in the distance, Li Ke had a blank expression. Those who kill people will be killed. Since the other party came with malicious intent, he was not a good person. Divine power red. The thrown roast suckling pig stick easily killed the guy in the bushes. However, there are really a lot of mosquitoes at night. There are always some stupid guys who want to go against me. In another dark bush, a pair of venomous snake-like eyes were glowing. 384 Hunter Greta. He is the guy with the most jungle life experience among all the candidates. He even hunted many powerful monsters in the jungle. His blowgun has neurotoxins, which will instantly paralyze and kill people if the skin is scratched. At the moment when Li Ke just attacked, 2 black poison needles were blown out silently. There was no trace in the dark night. The blowgun accurately hit Li Ke's neck. Hit! Greta's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but get excited. When he was on the boat, he had already disliked Li Ke. This guy is too arrogant and arrogant. He even blocked the boat and killed people. He looked down on all of them. Today he will teach him a lesson. In this jungle, only experienced hunter is the final winner. Ding ding! A slight steel-like collision sound. It became particularly clear in this quiet night. Greta was stunned for a moment. Then her expression was as if she had seen a ghost. Her blowgun was specially made, and it could break the skin and flesh of even a monster with strong defense. What about humans? But in front of her, the blowpipe clearly pierced Li Kei's neck, but it broke. There was not even a pinhole on the opponent's skin. How is it possible? How can human skin defense be stronger than that of monsters? Greta felt that his brain was not enough. Suddenly, he couldn't help but shudder. As an experienced hunter, his sixth sense gave him an indescribable life and death crisis. His face changed drastically, and he chose to escape without any hesitation. He had decided that he would never deal with such a pervert again. This guy was not human at all. But just as he was about to leave, Greta was confused again. Because he just turned around and saw a familiar yet strange back. The other party was squatting in front of him. Why was he wearing the same clothes, shoes, and gloves as himself? Wait. How could his blowpipe be in his hand? That guy, why didn't he have a head? Greta couldn't understand, but suddenly saw his vision spinning. He seemed to react at the last second. That seemed to be his headless body. A fish-killing knife appeared on the tree behind him, the blade cut into the trunk, and the handle was still shaking. Peng Si. Prepare to clean the floor. Bring the 2 number plates over and wash the blood on them, otherwise they will stink tomorrow. I'm going to sleep first. Li Kei yawned. The rest of the things can be left to his sweeping robot Peng Si. Peng Si. The poor girl vomited again after seeing the body nailed to the tree and Greta's head cut off. No words for the whole night. 2,000 words omitted. Daybreak. The entire island is very large, and the probability of candidates meeting in a pile is very low. Or the purpose of the association designing this assessment is to test everyone's field combat ability. It takes at least 3 days to cross the entire island normally. So at the beginning of the assessment, the association gave instructions that the assessment would end at the other end of the island. The next few days were all about playing soy sauce. Noon on the 7th day. Sir, we have gained nothing these days. If we continue at this pace, it will be difficult to pass the assessment. If you are short of a number plate, I will give it to you. These days, thanks to you, I can get here. Peng Si suddenly blushed and lowered her head and spoke. If it weren't for Li Kei's help, she didn't think she could have successfully persisted until now. And all along the way, thanks to Li Kei's care for her. Hasn't the game just started? Don't be so anxious. You have done very well these days. Since I promised to take you a game, I will not break my promise. Li Kei walked in front and waved his hand without looking back. In fact, he had already scored enough points, and now he was just saving some points for Gon and the others. But, sir, Peng Si was a little worried. Let go of your bees, and there will be a lot of goods coming up soon. Li Kei ordered. The two have arrived at the end of the game. The association did not give a specific boarding area, only that it was the east coast of the island. The whole island is in the shape of a shoe. Ah? Sir. Sir. What do you mean? Peng Si finally understood. Why didn't Li Kei have any intention of taking the initiative these days? Instead, he took her on a leisurely vacation. But she was still very obedient and spread her bees in this area. The New Year pigs can only be killed when they are fat. Instead of picking up these license plates one by one, it is better to grab them in handfuls. Li Kei smiled and stood directly on the wide area of the east coast. Chapter 39. We are still 2 numbers short. Damn it. Time is running out. Hey. There's someone over there. Ha ha ha. We are so lucky. SHH, be quiet. Same old routine. 3 figures shuttled through the jungle. A few bees stopped not far from them. East Coast. It's this guy? He's still alive? Kid. If you don't want to die, hand over your number plate. And that woman? You're unlucky to meet us three brothers. The three candidates formed a triangular shape and surrounded Li Ke and Peng Si. It turned out to be the three smart brothers of Yamalai. 197 Yamalai, 198 Yumure, 199 Yumu. The three of them have a tacit understanding. Li Ke glanced at them. These guys are, unexpectedly not eliminated? What a shit luck. But they are all crooked melons and rotten dates. 3 people have only 1 blue entry, and the rest are all green and white garbage. Item, concentric, blue. Effect, item possessed by twin brothers, born with extremely high tacit understanding of cooperation. Trash item. This item is basically useless to me, but if these 3 guys join together, they can indeed create a 1+1+13 effect. No wonder this kind of crooked melon and rotten date can also enjoy a certain reputation in the candidate circle. At least ordinary candidates, or even candidates with certain strength, are quite troublesome after being surrounded by these 3 guys. Ah! Is it the 3 brothers of Yamalai? The 3 of them are very powerful and very good at joint operations, Lord Li Ke. Peng Si was immediately nervous. Ha 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 ha. You have heard of the reputation of our 3 brothers. Just hand over the number plate obediently, otherwise you will die at that time. The eldest brother Yamalai grinned. They just need 2 number plates. Now don't we have a ready-made one? Hiss hiss hiss. Suddenly, just when the 3 brothers felt that they had caught them, the sound of snakes rang around. They looked in the direction of the sound, and their faces suddenly changed. They saw a large number of snakes appearing densely. Damn! We were ambushed. This kid did it on purpose. Damn it! How could there be so many snakes? Damn it, those are poisonous snakes. You must not get bitten, otherwise it's over. The 3 brothers were shocked and angry. They felt that they had fallen into a trap. They even thought that Li Ke had pitted them. But there were more and more snakes around, and even a few golden pythons were seen, and there were some various poisonous snakes. Let alone them, even a real professional hunter would be scared on the spot when seeing so many snakes. Hee hee, yo, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's a bit overscore, but it doesn't matter, take out your number plates, otherwise I can't control whether these little treasures of mine will eat you. In the distance, the snake-brushing man Scar Peng appeared, and this guy was holding a snake flute in his hand and playing it. As his voice sounded, the snakes moved under his control. Li Ke looked over and couldn't help but raise his lips. Name, Snake-Catching Man Scar Peng. Items, Beast Taming, Talent, Blue, Snake Charming, Skill, Blue, Poison Making, Blue, Disguise, Blue, Fists and Kicks, Green, etc. Interesting. I actually saw a talent for beast taming. And I have to say, Scar Peng's item is quite impressive. The original Fate line was stung to death by Peng Si's bees, which can be said to be, quite aggrieved. After all, he was dressed in blue. But most of his entries cannot form direct combat power. Moreover, taming animals is a talent, and even Scar Peng himself does not know that he may be born with an affinity and taming for these animals. It is just used for snake playing. What a waste of natural resources. Good stuff. Ha 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 ha. Talent is equivalent to a passive skill, which does not require any trigger at all. It is the same type as good luck. If it exists, it exists. Damn it. Damn it. Kid. Remember this time. You'd better pray that you can get a hunter license this year, otherwise we will kill you next year when we meet you. Damn it. Brother, there are too many snakes. Save me. We give up. We give up. The 3 brothers of Amurai were furious. They had finally come to this point. But they did not expect that they would be forced to have no way out by these poisonous snakes in front of them. If you don't choose to surrender, you will definitely be bitten to death by these things. Death in the test is not protected by law. The legal concept in the hunter world is quite weak. Haha, only smart people can survive, right? The guy who blocked the boat, you should have a lot of license plates on you, right? From now on, all of them belong to me. Scarpeng walked slowly with a triumphant smile on his face. With the ability to play with snakes, he claims to be the most powerful among all the candidates, no one else. The only thing he did these days was to find these snakes on the island. Then, cast a net at the finish line and kill the New Year pig. It coincided with Li Ke. And he was very cautious. Even in such a situation where he was sure to win, he still kept a distance of 100 meters from Li Ke. In front of him were densely packed venomous snakes. According to the regulations of the test, if you keep your own license plate, a person only needs a maximum of 3. Your current points should be enough, right? Li Ke looked at Scarpeng and smiled. Of course it's enough, but maybe there will be other people who don't have enough at that time? It shouldn't be difficult to sell a good card for tens of millions, no one will despise money. Scarpeng smiled. The three brothers of Yamalai had a distorted expression when they heard this. Damn it! This BD is too greedy. Wait. That's right. Ah. Then brother. I want to ask, how many license plates do you need now? Can we buy our own license plates? The eldest brother Yamalai reacted and said excitedly. Yes. The eldest brother is still smart. Awesome. The two younger brothers were also excited. Oh? My license plate? It's enough. Of course, the license plate can be sold to you. Each person, 2 million, not 1.5 million ringgits, this price is already very fair. Do you consider buying? But I only accept cash, and valuables are also acceptable. Scarpeng said with a smile. The three brothers looked more miserable after hearing this than if they had eaten shit. Damn it! What's the difference between this and robbery? Hehe, brother who blocked the boat, you can also buy your own license plate, but your behavior during the day makes me very uncomfortable. You need 3 million rings each. How about it? Scarpeng looked at Li Ke with a strange smile. Most of the snakes swarmed in the direction of Li Ke. Chapter 40. Good idea. It's really a good idea. Li Ke laughed. Even applauded him. Pa. Talent. This is the real talent needed in the new era. Look, this is the real free-for-all. They don't have any cost, and they make a lot of money right away. Tisk tisk tisk. Master, this is the real master. But masters are often easily beaten to death. Then are you preparing cash or items? The smile on Scarpeng's mouth is harder to suppress than AK. What if he is strong in single combat? Isn't it arrogant to block the ship? Aren't you kneeling in front of these venomous snakes now? No matter how powerful you are, can you kill 10, 100, 1000 venomous snakes? Even 10,000? No. They are all scum. Scarpeng is in a very good mood at this moment, and the three brothers of Yamalai are already collecting money with bitter faces. Not bad, not bad. Very good advice, your words have opened my eyes. How about this, you 3 million ringgits, you, Scarpeng, right, 6 million ringgits. Li Ke said with a smile. Not bad, sensible, kid, you have a bright future. Scarpeng was a little surprised, he didn't expect Li Ke to give double. You may have misunderstood, I mean everyone here owes me money. Take out my number plates. Li Ke stretched out his hand. The whole audience fell into silence. Peng Si was dumbfounded. You know, there are densely packed venomous snakes around now. The three brothers of Yamalai were even more stunned, and it took a few seconds before they burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! Is this kid crazy? He actually asked us to pay him 3 million rings. Do you really think my money came from the wind? We just owed Lord Scarpeng some money. Why are you barking here? Idiot! The three brothers couldn't help but curse. Anyway, in their opinion, Li Ke was also the victim. It's okay for the victim to bully the victim, right? But Scarpeng, after hearing what Li Ke said, the smile on his face slowly disappeared. It turned into sinister and cruel. Kid, this world is not as beautiful as you think. Since you don't know how to raise a hand, I will kill you, and it's the same if you come to take it yourself. Scarpeng grinned and blew his snake flute. Weird music sounded. Suddenly, the poisonous snakes around seemed to be attracted by something, and they became irritable one by one. Protect yourself, I'll be back soon. Li Ke ordered. He strode directly towards Scarpeng. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The nearby poisonous snakes attacked him one after another as if their eyes were red. Idiot! Tens of thousands of poisonous snakes, you really think you? The three brothers of Amurai couldn't help but sneer. They could already imagine the miserable scene of Li Ke being bitten to death by poisonous snakes. There is no antidote serum in this place. Once bitten, you are almost dead. But the next second, their smiles were stuck in their throats. Everyone's expression seemed to be solidified, with wide eyes. The faces were full of horror, shock, and disbelief. The poisonous snakes shook one by one before they touched Li Ke. Then they fell to the ground one after another as if their strength was drained. Pus flowed out. Wherever Li Ke passed, these poisonous snakes fell one after another like wheat blown by the wind. Ding! You killed the little poisonous snake, automatically plundered, very toxic, white, and automatically merged. Ding! You killed. System prompts sounded in Li Ke's mind. Toxic gold. He has been killing fish on Whale Island for 10 years, killing hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands of fish every day. Many fish are poisonous. Even more terrifying than these poisonous snakes. Even if it's just some white entries, it's piled up to gold. It's just that Li Ke doesn't like to use this ability usually. Because the things killed by this ability can't even be eaten, it's a pure waste. But now, isn't this showing off in front of Guangong? Aren't they dancing on the grave of the ancestors? A group of scum with white poisonous entries dare to show off in front of the golden ancestors? Li Ke didn't practice the relevant poison techniques specifically. Even if he just turned on this ability, he would keep himself as a colorless and tasteless poison circle in a 1-meter area. As long as these poisonous snakes touch it, they will die on the spot. How could this happen? This. Ba Peng was dumbfounded. He even rubbed his eyes, not daring to imagine it in his dreams. The venomous snakes that he was so proud of would die in unison with signs of poisoning. Could it be that the little devil in front of him had a poison that was more poisonous than the venomous snakes? Kill him! Kill him! Scarpeng screamed in fear, and the rhythm of the snake flute became obviously faster. Those venomous snakes seemed to have heard the order and swarmed towards Li Ke like crazy. It looked like a black tide. It looked like dense black ants moving things. Li Ke was even completely covered by these venomous snakes. Fight me! Although I don't know what word means you use, with so many venomous snakes, even a spit of saliva can drown you. I'm afraid that even the bones have been poisoned now. Scarpeng gritted his teeth, and the tense expression on his face finally relaxed. This horrible scene scared the three brothers next to him. With so many venomous snakes, professional hunters will die. Peng Si behind him had red eyes and clenched his fists nervously. But they were disappointed. Li Ke, who was wrapped by poisonous snakes, was still moving forward, and the poisonous snakes that rushed around him were melting and falling like ice and snow, turning into a pool of pus on the ground. When Li Ke walked in front of Scarpeng, there were already large areas of poisonous snake corpses left behind him. The number of deaths was not tens of thousands, but there were thousands. The three brothers were stunned. I. Scarpeng widened his eyes, his expression was extremely ugly. He never dreamed that there was a guy who could carry so many poisonous snakes and walk in front of him. Is this guy also a poisonous person? He wanted to speak. But he watched Li Ke, who was intact, easily get rid of the poisonous snakes piled on his body. Then he stretched out his hand to grab him. Scarpeng wanted to escape, but found that his body was out of control. Since he didn't know when he was poisoned. I have money. I have money. I'll pay 6 million for the money. He screamed in fear. But he was already grabbed by Li Ke's neck. His face turned green at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then turned purple. Finally, his body gradually turned into a pool of thick water and fell. Keep your money for hell. Li Ke loosened his hand and spoke expressionlessly. Ding! You killed the enemy snake charmer, Scarpeng, and randomly looted the entry. Ding! Strong luck crit, automatically loot all the entries of the target. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining beast taming, blue, snake charming, blue, poison making, blue, disguise, blue, fists and kicks, green, etc. Ding! According to your will, keep beast taming, blue, all the entries of the target are automatically shattered and turned into experience value increase. Ding! The entry beast taming, blue, is promoted to beast taming, purple. Chapter 41. A voice like the sound of nature rang in Li Ke's mind. Wow! Strong luck is really my good brother. Directly gave a lucky critical hit at this critical moment. It was so cool. And because the entries were looted from the same person, 100% of the experience value could be merged without any discount. Directly let an ordinary blue entry break through to purple. Comfortable. This is so lucky. Li Ke shouted in his heart. Entry, beast taming, purple. Description, you have the talent to tame most beasts, with the beast deterrence talent, beast taming effect, the effect depends on the strength of your own spirit and soul. This is the real use of the entry. Scarpeng is a fool. It's like using gunpowder to make fireworks and playing with snakes. It's really funny. Li Ke's consciousness moved slightly. Suddenly, he clearly sensed the bees flying near him. Then he directly designated one of them. Suddenly, the little bee shook, and then changed in an instant. It rushed around. Like a drone. Li Ke could control it easily. It should be a flying machine. But he tried it, and the range of control was about 2000 meters. If it exceeded this range, the control power would decline. Bang! Under Li Ke's control, the bee smashed directly on the tree trunk. Very strong. The weaker the beasts and animals are, the easier they are to control. This talent is really good. Once they are controlled, even if they no longer use their talents, they will listen to them obediently, just like their spirit has left a mark on them. Li Ke was a little surprised. This talent is very good. It's a pity that I didn't find the talent of psychic, otherwise I might be able to share the other party's vision and hearing directly through the controlled animals. That would be really cool. But now, as long as Li Ke is willing, he can even leave a mental mark on all the animals on the island. Then they will become his own guards. Quite awesome. But this ability cannot be used on humans, after all, humans are not animals. Scarpeng's death was quite miserable, and his whole body turned into pus. Even Peng Si, who had seen a lot of horror scenes in the past few days, couldn't help retching at this moment. But her pretty face was more excited. She didn't expect Li Ke to actually win, and win so easily. It's just that the three brothers of Yamalai were terrified. One of the brothers peed his pants on the spot. Scarpeng at least killed people through poisonous snakes. But this monster actually turned people into pus directly. It's simply a demon. And when I think about it just now, the three brothers insulted each other so much. Now they feel their entire backs and scalps are numb. Plop plop plop. There is no need to arrange it at all. The three brothers knelt down in unison. Then they began to kowtow like crazy. They were completely scared. If you offend other candidates, you can at least survive, but if you offend the big devil in front of you, you won't even have a complete body. My lord. I was wrong. I was wrong. I was mean just now. I'll beat him to death now. Come and beat me, big brother. I just said it. Second brother, let's beat each other. Big brother, second brother, what about me? Beat yourself. My lord. We were wrong. We won't take the test. We are willing to pay, we are willing to pay. The three brothers were completely scared and collapsed. Before this, they were real villains who often attacked other contestants. They even violated several girls. But now, the villains met the devil. Compared with Lee K, they felt that they were as pure as mice. Oh! Lee K turned around slowly, facing them with an expressionless face, and just glanced at them. The three brothers beat even harder. Even two brothers knocked out each other's teeth. Mouths full of blood. Then they almost took off their pants just to survive. They were completely scared. Swear that they will never come to participate in any hunter assessment in this life. This is simply not something a human can do. Good girl. It was our fault before. Please beg the adults quickly, we don't want to die yet. I have an 80-year-old mother at home. If I die, with you, I have a newborn baby, he is only 2 months old. Beauty, please be kind. The three brothers turned around and kowtowed to Peng Si. All they wanted now was to survive. Peng Si was also very entangled at this moment, and finally shook her head, you offended not me, but Lord Lee K. It is Lord Lee K's decision whether to release you or not, and it has nothing to do with me. After saying that, she lowered her head. Lord! We! The three brothers burst into tears. Go away! Get out of my sight within 10 seconds! Lee K glanced at them impatiently. The three brothers were stunned for a moment, and then they ran away as if they had been pardoned, and directly plunged into the sea. They didn't dare to go back with Lee K, and planned to swim back. This guy is simply a devil. Lee K is not a murderer, after all, he grew up in the warm place of Whale Island. Although there is a system, I still don't offend others if they don't offend me. Peng Si, take the number plate. Lee K ordered. The forest not far away. Hehe, your fruit seems to be ripe, don't you consider picking it now? The nail-headed man spoke mechanically, looking at Lee K with flickering eyes. It's not the perfect time yet. Only the perfect fruit can make people intoxicated. Hisoka's face flushed with excitement, and he licked his lips with a perverted smile. Perfect. The nail-headed man Ilmi was a little confused. His mind is too weak. I will wait until he is the most perfect before tasting it. That is the real dream, hehe. By that time, I'm afraid your teeth will break. Isn't it a kind of happiness to die in his hands? Hisoka's expression was perverted, and he seemed to be more excited than before. For a period of time, there was no one in this area, or someone came, but like Hisoka, he was unwilling to show up directly. Just when Lee K was about to catch someone, a familiar voice suddenly came from not far away. Brother K. Gon called excitedly. There are also Kurapika, Killua, Leorio, and others. Brother K, do you have enough points? Gon shouted, we still have 2 extra. Good guy. There are still extra. Lee K smiled and called a few little guys over. Since it's enough, then I don't have to worry about it. Hey! Almost, I don't want to be an opponent with Lee K, but I can't go out now. It would be miserable if I have to buy it with money. Hanzo, who was hiding behind a tree, scratched his head. The tense faces of the candidates hiding in other areas finally relaxed a little. Dear candidates! The fourth test is now officially over. Please reach the finish line as soon as possible. In the distance, the sound of the loudspeaker sounded. All the candidates breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this sound. At least, now you don't have to worry about Lee K, the monster, brushing you as an experience pack. Chapter 42. On the airship. All the people who passed the test have boarded the ship. Because of Lee K's guidance, Peng Si also went on stage, but the follow-up depends on her. Lee K is not a babysitter. Gon, Killua, Kurapika, and Leorio also passed successfully. See you again, Brother Lee K. Netero greeted with a smile, looking at the people who passed this time with great satisfaction. There are obviously more people than in previous years. And the strength of those who passed the test is very good. He was very satisfied. The airship sailed slowly, and Netero found each person in the room to talk. In the room, Lee K was called in first. Do you want something to eat? You probably didn't rest for a few days on the deserted island. Eat well, Brother Lee K. Netero smiled kindly. It's okay. What does the president want to ask? Oh, I looked at the results of the past few assessments. You are currently ranked the highest. Before the final assessment, we need to ask everyone some questions. Brother Lee K, first of all, why do you want to become a professional hunter? Netero sat cross-legged, with a big word behind him, full of elder style. Only by obtaining a hunter license can you set foot in more areas in this world. There are still many places I want to go and many things I want to challenge. I love fighting. Fighting makes me strong. Lee K said with full of passion and righteousness. There is no way. With the entry system, I am destined to embark on a road of infinite fighting. And many places in this world require a hunter license. Of course, I can also act as a big villain and force my way into various areas. But this is not necessary. At least, this world is not too bad for me. This final assessment is a good opportunity to brush the entry. I have to establish my own fighting maniac personality. It will be more convenient to brush others in the future. You are so full of fighting spirit. What an amazing spirit! Netero praised. Of course. Lao Deng, I copied your fighting spirit. When will you copy your other entries for me? Lee K complained in his heart. So among all the candidates present, besides you, the most outstanding one is? Netero asked. I don't feel much, no one is particularly outstanding. If I have to find one, Gon, he has great potential. Lee K said lightly. Netero asked some other questions. If you choose to surrender, who would you choose? Netero looked at Lee K with a smile. I want to fight with many more people. I prefer to enjoy the process of struggle rather than getting a license. For example, number 44 Hisoka, number 301 Nailhead Man, number 294 Hanzo, number 99 Killua and Lee K was excited. Those who can get here are all big fish among big fish. Either they are strong or they are talented. Of course. Except for Peng Si, who is a lying point monster. The weak ones are only the martial artist Bodro, the archer Bakuer, and Leorio. The others are considered strong. Ahem, so many? I mean, President Netero, I remember you seem to owe me a favor? Can you do me a favor and arrange a few more matches for me? I like a hearty fight. But, this shouldn't be considered a favor, are you sure? The candidates who can get here are not simple, and your physical strength may not be able to keep up. I'm sure I will definitely add it. Please, President. Lee K is unwilling to let these big fish go. Or if it doesn't work, let them fight me in a round-robin battle. Whoever can defeat me can get the hunter license, how about it? Lee K gave advice. Netero. Good fellow. Are you going to use yourself as the standard? But this is too unrealistic. Netero naturally understood that Li Ke had 100% of the strength of a professional hunter. And he was even much stronger than an average professional woman. If you want to defeat Li Ke, I'm afraid there will be no more than 3 people who can get a license. And what if this guy lets you win? Wouldn't it be like he was the one issuing the hunter license? Brother Li Ke, your standard is too high, there are not many who can beat you, and I don't know much about you. Netero smiled. But the next second his smile disappeared. Even his eyes widened and became round. Unbelievable. Because he was shocked to see an identical self sitting in front of him. Li Ke disappeared. Became himself. The key is, the other party also has the same aura as himself. Damn it! What's going on? Netero rubbed his eyes, and then reached out to grab the Netero in front of him. His movements seemed slow, but they were actually very fast. The old man who was known as the most powerful fighting force in human beings and had supersonic punches. Even the most ordinary attacks were very amazing. But Netero was shocked to find that Li Ke just slowly leaned back to avoid it. The opponent looked slow, but in fact he was also very fast. It was because of the residual vision on the retina of the eye that caused the illusion of slowness. President, you don't want to lose a genius like me, right? I hope to be the examiner this time. Netero spoke behind him, and his figure disappeared and turned into Li Ke. Super copy gold. Conjurer? Disguise? Incredible, even my temperament and appearance are disguised so vividly. This should be the most incredible ability that the old man has seen in these years. Netero was surprised. So, you have awakened telekinesis? Conjurer? You are really a genius. He finally reacted and was amazed. Even if it is through telekinesis, it is definitely very talented to be able to do what Li Ke did. Because he just didn't find any flaws in Li Ke's disguise as Netero. If this ability can indeed grow to a very amazing level in the future, such a genius even made Netero have a flash of thought. This Li Ke brother. If he can become his successor, it would be great. It can be considered, but letting candidates become examiners is unprecedented, and the old man can't determine your current level. Netero stroked his chin. As the president, this is the first time he has heard such a strange request in all these years. And the key is that he really owes Li Ke a favor. This idea doesn't seem to be impossible. But while he was still thinking about the feasibility of this matter, Li Ke's appearance had changed again. A low and magnetic voice sounded. The atmosphere in the entire office became a little depressed and solemn. What appeared in front of him was an elegant and graceful middle-aged man with great temperament. White death suit, hairspray hands, black framed glasses. In this world, facts are real, but people often choose lies that are conducive to survival. From now on, I will stand at the top. President Netero, Examiner Aizen Sosoke reports. Aizen Li Ke said in a deep voice. Chapter 43. Nanny. Netero was startled, and his old eyes lit up. The mature and steady man in front of him was completely different from the previous Li Ke. They were two different styles. The other party's temperament was quite calm. The whole person looked gentle as jade, but gave people a sense of oppression. Li Ke. Netero was a little uncertain, because the man in front of him was completely different from Li Ke. Of course, President, I am Li Ke. Aizen Sosoke said. Yornan. It can be understood as 72 transformations. I can change into any appearance I want. Not bad, President, but Lan Da's temperament is too high, and it is not very suitable for the next battle. I'd better change into a more normal one. After saying that, Aizen Sosoke in front of him changed his body shape quickly. Black death suit. One eye. Strands of hair standing up. His expression was as ferocious as a demon. Kenpei Kizaraki. Hiss. Even Netero couldn't help but be surprised in his heart. The man in front of him was like a demon released from purgatory. Full of terrifying oppression. Is this, really Lee K? How could a teenage kid have such a strong aura? Not bad, right? Kenpei is the most suitable instructor, especially for this kind of assessment. How about the instructor Kenpei of the Hunter Association? Kenpei Lee K grinned. But now his smile is even more terrifying. As a copy, Lee K has all the images of Kenpei Kizaraki in his memory. But the spiritual pressure that seals the one-eyed eye is gone. After all, it is a knockoff. But the combat power is true. The flaming red eye is opened. It is no more amazing than the spiritual pressure of the one-eyed seal. Interesting. Interesting. Ha 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 ha. Brother Lee K. Definitely the person who has given me the biggest surprise in these years. No matter what, you will definitely join the Hunter Association in the future. I will issue you a license here. Ha ha ha. Netero laughed. Lee K's ability really gave him too much surprise. This ability to transform into anyone is the first time he has seen it. This ability must be very good at controlling details. Otherwise, there would be various flaws when he changed into himself. Then it shows one thing, Lee K's mastery of his own abilities has been exquisite to the extreme. Netero has done background checks on all candidates, and he naturally knows that Lee K is from Whale Island and is only a teenager now. A true genius. Still like a demon. Moreover, Brother Lee K, are you interested in going to the training ground with me, an old man? Of course, I will restrain myself. Netero also showed rare interest. Of course. You said it, old man, how can I not accompany you to practice? But let me make it clear first, how about you let me have one hand and two legs? After all, you are the highest combat power of mankind, how can a little chicken like me lose to your opponent? Then you might as well just tell me to fight you with my head directly. Netero smiled unhappily. The two went directly to the training ground through the back door of the office. Lee K vs Netero. No. It's Kenpei Kizaraki Reich vs Netero. Because Netero wants to test the specific combat power he has after the transformation. It's also to determine the standard line for passing the test this time. The two stood still. Okay, as agreed, I'll let you have one leg and one hand, but you. Netero didn't finish his words. Kenpei Reich directly attacked. Divine Power Red. Speed Gold. Taijutsu Master Gold. Super Copy Gold. Iron Tank Gold. Fiery Red Eyes Red. Open. Buzz. In an instant, Kenpei Lee K's momentum exploded in vain. It felt like a puppy was running over, but when it pounced on him, it instantly turned into a ferocious lion. Even Netero couldn't hold back for a moment. Boom! The terrifying power even made the entire training ground tremble violently. The saber in his hand was just picked up casually, and it exploded into pieces on the spot. But a terrifying cut appeared in front of Lee K, the floor collapsed, and the ceiling was cut open. The end of the cut. Netero's clothes exploded, and his hands were propped up. 100-style Guanyin. Just at this moment, he used a move to resist the attack, but the basics were like this. A faint blood mark also appeared on his palm. The violent and amazing power embedded the whole person in the wall. Outside. What's going on? President. The sudden huge explosion instantly startled everyone. The bean-faced man hurriedly called for support. But when they arrived, his clothes were torn, and Netero changed his clothes and walked out. Ahem. I just accidentally damaged the training ground, nothing happened, you go back, I still need to talk to Lee K. Netero said seriously. Okay, President, please pay attention to your safety when you practice, I will arrange someone to deal with the training ground immediately. The bean-faced man led the people away. Only Netero and Li Ke were left in the office. Ouch, you must have wanted to kill me just now, I almost died. Netero was very emotional. It's hard to imagine that you have such a strong attack power at your age. Just at that moment your strength increased by at least 10 times. Netero understood. If it was Li Ke in that state, although he was not as good as himself at full strength. But looking at the entire association, 100% is also a strong man at the level of the 12th team. And it's still the middle to the upper middle. The problem is, Li Ke is only a teenager. Genius. Monster. No. Monster. This is the real hope of mankind. The wound on the palm still hurts a little. This kid is so awesome. As for why he can burst out 10 times the combat power, Netero will not ask, and will even help keep it secret. Geniuses always have their own secrets. Everyone needs to keep a certain space when getting along with each other. But there is no smile on Li Ke's face, and he is even a little depressed. Ding! You defeated Netero in combat posture, and there is a 10% chance to copy the opponent's entry. Copying. Ding! Copy failed. This is the answer given by the system. 10% probability. Should I let Lao Deng kill me? It didn't come out. My luck didn't explode. It hurts. Maybe it's just that the previous strong luck burst out too much, resulting in the need to stack luck now. What a pity. What a pity. There are not many opportunities to fight with Netero. And the next time the battle, this old man will definitely not let me want to defeat the opponent so much, it is almost very difficult. Headache. Hey, hey, hey. Brother, are you listening to me? I said I agreed to your request. You will be the examiner for this assessment, but you can't go out to meet them in your real identity. It's best to change into another person. The Kenpeki just now is very good. As for your license, I will send it to you in advance. I will find an excuse when the time comes. Netero now looks at Li Ke with admiration. It's just like a grandfather looking at his grandson. So good that it makes people shudder. Isn't it against the rules to do this? Li Ke hesitated. I am the rule in the association. Netero straightened his chest and said proudly. Chapter 44. Brother K, have you been gone for so long? Is there something? As soon as Li Ke came out, Gon and others surrounded him. Just asked some information about why I want to become a professional hunter, and they also issued me a license. Li Ke said. Ah? Directly issued a license. This operation made Gon and others confused. What do you mean I performed well before and have met the standards for getting a license? I don't know, anyway, it was arranged by the president. Li Ke directly pushed all the pots onto Netero. I'm so envious. That's so cool, Brother K. Wow. I'm so envious. Gon, Leorio, and others were envious. I'm a little sleepy, I'll go take a rest first. Gon, keep going. Li Ke found an excuse. Kenpeki is going to go on stage soon. The bean-faced man exchanged the names of other people and called them into the office one after another to talk to Netero. Inquire about relevant information. Li Ke walked in the corridor and suddenly stopped. Next to him was Hisoka, who was leaning against the wall with his arms folded. Haha, good luck to you. Li Ke smiled. Then he left. Hisoka's confident mouth gradually lowered, and a dangerous light flashed in his narrow eyes. Tisk tisk, it seems that your fruit seems to be a bit aggressive. The nail-headed man Ilmi said. Hey! Did you get the license in advance? It's a pity that I can't test you here. Hisoka snorted lightly, a little regretful. This guy can deal with the disguised Ilmi, and he wants to take this opportunity to test him. As a result, Li Ke actually escaped. He can only say that he is lucky. Soon. All the candidates went in and had a relevant conversation with the president. Everyone, I will announce the content of this test. As the final test, we have decided that the instructor of this test, Mr. Kenpeki, will be in charge. You only need to get Mr. Kenpeki's approval to get the hunter license this time. I forgot to tell you that Mr. Kenpeki is our association's secret 2-star hunter, and he is very powerful. Netero announced with a smile. Mr. Kenpeki, here. The bean-faced man in a small suit trembled as he guided a tall, black, devil-like man in a death suit. Kenpeki Zaraki Reich. The saber was replaced with a very good knife. The momentum of a one-eyed night owl. The corner of his mouth raised a devil-like smile. After seeing Kenpeki Zaraki, the candidates present all changed their colors. Even Hisoka's smile froze and became gloomy. He felt a strong sense of danger from the other party. And the other party's devil-like eyes seemed to look at him twice more. So dangerous. Is this instructor Kenpeki Zaraki? Gon gasped. So scary, this guy. Leorio was even more frightened. Peng Si was already trembling all over. Bakuer and Budrol looked extremely ugly. Very strong. Very strong. Killua was shocked, and his eyes became more solemn than ever before. It was the first time he could feel such a terrifying killing intent in a person. He even had an illusion that the other party hardly needed to make a move, and this terrifying killing intent alone was enough to shock most people. Ah! Isn't it a bit too much? Brother Li Ke, you should hold back a little bit. Netero sighed in his heart. The field was silent. The tall Kenpeki Zaraki walked slowly and stood in front of everyone. Everyone, I am the examiner for this test. I will decide whether you can pass. Please show your absolute strength and determination to face death. There is a death target in this test, hey! Li Kejianba made a villain's signature lip-licking gesture. It was like a ghost wolf ready to be bloodthirsty. It made people tremble in their hearts. If you don't want to take the test, you can choose to give up. Once you give up, if you die under my knife, it's your own fault. Kenpeki Li Ke laughed strangely. Peng Si, who was standing in the corner, trembled. She felt like giving up. But after seeing the other party's eyes, she inexplicably felt that the other party didn't seem to have any malice. You passed. Li Kejianpeki spoke directly, pointing at Peng Si. Come on. I'll give you a game. Even if it's the reward you gave me as a sweeping robot and maid. Peng Si was dumbfounded. No. What? What's going on? She hasn't taken the test yet, why can't she pass directly? This is unfair. Shady deal. Shady deal. Bakuer suddenly became excited. This is simply too bullying. Just now, Peng Si even felt like surrendering, how come she suddenly passed? This is not a shady deal, what is it? The other candidates were also confused. Even Peng Si herself felt like she was dreaming. Tisk. Kenpeki Li Ke sneered. Draw the sword. Divine power red. Swordsmanship blue. Cut. Boom. The amazing slashing wave exploded directly. Bakuer hurriedly tried to resist. But the whole person was blown away with the bow and arrow. Ding. You and Bakuer establish a fighting posture. Ding. You defeated Bakuer, automatic copying. Ding. Automatic copy failed. Okay. Dog system. It's a pity that you can't kill people here. What a pity. Kenpeki Li Ke felt helpless. And in the distance, Bakuer was covered in blood, his bow and arrow were broken, he looked miserable, and he had lost his fighting ability directly. Doctor! Treat him immediately. The bean-faced man hurriedly ordered. Bakuer was still conscious, but he was completely stunned. Too strong. The opponent was simply ridiculously strong. He killed me in one move. If the opponent's attack was a little heavier, I'm afraid only the corpse would be left now. There was even a brief silence at the scene. Too much. This guy. Gon clenched his fists, a little angry. It's not excessive, it's absolute strength. He doesn't allow anyone to question it. This is the result. It seems that not many people will pass the test this time. Kurapika said calmly. Whether you pass or not depends entirely on this guy's attitude. In this case, Killua's eyes were sharp, and his hands were straight like blades. Killua, do you want to fight this monster? Leorio was a little nervous. Sweat beads appeared on Boudreaux's forehead. He is a martial artist, but the move just now was too fast. He couldn't even see it clearly. If it was me, I would have no chance at all. And this guy seemed to be very irritable and unreasonable. Whether he could pass or not was entirely based on his wishful thinking. He didn't allow people to refute. He was simply a tyrant. Chapter 45. Hisoka, the nail-headed man, and Hanzo were also silent. This so-called two-star hunter is so powerful? Is this the foundation of the Hunter Association? Examiner Kenpeki, you have to hold back. I'm going to be busy first. Good luck to everyone. Netero's mouth twitched. He was too lazy to watch here, for fear of affecting Li Kei's performance. It doesn't matter. This time, he was able to recruit Li Kei, which was a real wish. As for the others, including Gon, Killua, and others, whether they can pass the test is secondary. As long as Li Kei has fun. Netero's departure also made all the candidates present look ugly. This means that everything Li Kei is doing now is in compliance with regulations. The most confused is Peng Si. She didn't expect that she would pass so muddled. Examiner Kenpeki. Why are you prejudiced against everyone? Why can Peng Si pass directly? Gon suddenly shouted. His voice made everyone quiet down. Leorio even covered his mouth and forced a smile to apologize, that Examiner Kenpeki, Gon has no ill intentions, I didn't say anything just now, you heard it wrong, he 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 he. Killua and Kurapika stood in front of the two of them, with bad eyes, ready for battle. Ding! You and Killua entered the battle posture. Ding! You and Kurapika entered the battle posture. Oh! Isn't it here? Super copy gold, this ability is really useful. Tisk tisk tisk. Do you want a reason? Li Kei spoke, smiling, but this smile looked a little scary with the scar on Kenpeki's face. Of course. Even as an examiner, you should be fair. Gon said righteously. Oh, hee, the reason is. I like it, I am happy, are you satisfied? Kid. Kenpeki Li Kei mocked wantonly. You. Gon was so angry that his teeth itched. Ding. You and Gon have entered the battle stance. Perfect. Oh no. Don't blame me, your brother, Gon. Name, Gon. Items, Super Endurance, Gold, Super Strength, Gold, Brave, Gold, Quick Understanding, Purple, Fishing Skills, Purple, Justice, Purple, etc. Hidden, Darkening, Black, this item has a very low explosion rate, and it will burn vitality and fall into a state of insanity after being activated. Li Kei has been coveting Gon's item for a long time. But there is no chance to enter the battle stance. This guy has a hidden black item, although, this item is not very good. But hidden black is also black. Damn it! Gon was a little angry. He is right. This is the world where people with strength are called personality. People without strength can only be willful. Fists are the greatest truth. Kurapika said in a deep voice. Then tell me the standard for passing the assessment, Examiner Kenpeki. Boudreaux said. As the oldest candidate present, he naturally kept his composure. Everyone looked over. No one knew what kind of assessment criteria this strange examiner would suddenly give. Assessment criteria are the key. Asking it in front of everyone, even if this strange examiner wanted to do whatever he wanted, I'm afraid he would consider everyone's ideas. It must be said that the old ones are still the best. Oh, assessment criteria? Let me think. Kenpeki Lee K said with a smile. Damn, this guy actually decided the assessment standards at the last minute, and didn't take this assessment seriously at all. Gon was so angry that his teeth itched. Killua and the others chose to remain silent. I thought of it. How about this, as long as any of you can last 3 minutes in front of me, it will be considered that all of you have passed. Oh, you can all come together. Lee K pointed at the Gon group of 4, and then pointed at Bodro. What about us? Hanzo said hurriedly. You 3 are much stronger. I haven't thought about it yet. How about deciding after we deal with them? Kenpeki Lee K replied. Hisoka was a little unhappy. He was even flipping and playing with playing cards in his folded hands. It seemed that he was considering whether to kill the guy in front of him. But when he thought that Netero was still behind, he finally suppressed his temper. This sounds like it would be very beneficial to us. Gon was stunned. Unexpectedly, this examiner seemed not so bad. The examination room is right here. Those who haven't taken their turn can go down first and come back later. Kenpeki Lee K began to drive away other candidates. I give up. Suddenly, among the candidates, the nail-headed man Ilmi raised his hand. Shit. Lee K was speechless. Ilmi actually gave up? This guy has a golden entry. Too cowardly. Damn it. Okay. But in order to maintain Kenpeki's cool personality, Lee K couldn't stop him from giving up anyway, so he let him go. Ilmi, the nail-headed man, gave up. Hisoka looked at him with a gloomy look. I just got the license for the convenience of work. This guy is very strong. I will lose a lot if I want to defeat him. There is no need. I will come to get the license next year. The nail-headed man looked at Hisoka and explained, and then he just stood by and became a spectator. How could a killer expose all his cards in such a fair and open battlefield? A mere hunter license is not worth so much effort. And he was not absolutely sure that he could defeat Kenpeki Leorio. Ilmi would not do anything he was not sure of. He emphasized one-hit kill. Then, let's start, everyone, 3 minutes. Kenpeki Leorio raised a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth, raised the jagged knife in his hand, and looked arrogant and proud. Bodro, Leorio, you and I will be responsible for attracting firepower from the front, Killua and Gon will be responsible for sneak attacks. This Kenpeki examiner is very strong, if we don't cooperate, we can't hold on for 3 minutes. Kurapika said very calmly, and then reminded, don't take this guy's head on. Understood. Leorio gritted his teeth. Don't worry, I will hold him back. Bodro made a martial artist's starting posture. The atmosphere on the field suddenly became extremely tense. Peng Si, who got the license, did not leave, but stood nervously outside the field to watch. Hisoka frowned slightly, he really wanted to see the true strength of his next opponent. However, the little guys probably can't test this guy's strength. You can only rely on your own eyesight. You can get ready. Everyone. Kenpeki Lee K smiled and put a timer next to him. Just as he put the timer. Now. Killua called out softly, and everyone moved instantly. Chapter 46. Kurapika was the first to attack. He held 2 wooden swords, one above and one below. The upper sword cut Kenpeki's neck, while the lower sword cut his legs. Ah, ah, ah. Ha 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 ha. Is this a child's toy? Kenpeki laughed wildly. As a time traveler, it seems more fun to play with a mask. You don't have to care about the past, just vent your emotions. He simply bent his legs, blocked the lower sword with the sole of his foot, and then pinched Kurapika's upper sword with 2 fingers. Not good. Unexpectedly, both of his wooden swords were clamped by the opponent, and Kurapika's face changed suddenly. He let go without any image. He had guessed that the opponent would drop a terrifying slash. That was an attack that would make Bakura scrapped with one blow. But it was unexpected. Kenpeki did not cut Kurapika, but played with his wooden sword. Fist Tiger Secret Explosion Flow. Martial artist Bayo Deluo seized the opportunity and rushed forward. His whole body burst out with momentum. The visible fist wind condensed and turned into a tiger storm and fell towards Li Ke. Bang 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 bang. Amazing sound of blows. So strong. Peng Si, who was standing outside the venue, was shocked. As expected, the candidates who could get here were very strong. This 027 martial artist Bayo Deluo is even better. His ordinary punch is enough to smash 20 bricks. After the secret explosion flow effect is activated, even steel can be dented. He is a real master among ordinary people. But after these punches fell, Bayo Deluo's face was extremely ugly. His chest rose and fell violently, and the finger bones of both hands were bleeding and the skin was torn. You can even see the white finger bones. His hands couldn't help but tremble. The attack he was most proud of landed on the opponent. He was the one who was injured? Hee, my clothes are dirty. Who told you to tickle me without my permission? The corner of Kenpeki Li Ke's mouth cracked, revealing a terrifying, hideous and perverted smile. Bodro's eyes widened. Boom! A 5-meter-high slashing wave came towards him. He was directly slashed and flew out, embedded in the wall in the distance. The shocking wound cut from the left shoulder to the right, and his lower abdomen almost cut him in half. I don't know if he is dead or alive. The medical team next to him quickly picked him up and sent him to emergency treatment. This scene made Gon and Leorio's faces change wildly. They finally realized that this battle would really kill people. Too strong. This Kenpeki examiner. Bodro's attack did not cause any damage to the opponent. Incredibly exaggerated defense. Ding! In the battle stance, you defeated the martial artist Bodro, and the entry is automatically copied. Copying successfully. Obtained the entry Little Boxing Genius, Blue. Gone. Killua exclaimed. Got it. Gon immediately ran around Li Ke quickly. His figure was so fast that it left an afterimage. And Killua turned into more than 10 figures. Advanced assassination technique limb bending. Gon chose to attack, and he actually used his fists. What a child! Li Ke couldn't help but smile in his heart. But the pressure from Kenpeki Li Ke was still very terrifying. Hey! Gon, who was originally rushing towards Li Ke, suddenly changed his movements halfway and swung the fishing line violently. Whoosh! The fishing line that was almost invisible to the naked eye disappeared in the air. Now! Killua's figure suddenly appeared behind Li Ke. His hands were stretched straight like sharp blades, and even his nails were glowing with a faint purple light. This was the effect of poison. He no longer regarded this battle as a test. He dealt with it with the mentality of assassination. And at this moment, the fishing line that was almost invisible to the naked eye directly wrapped around Li Ke's right hand holding the knife. Oh! Very good cooperation. Kenpeki Li Ke smiled. What a pity. Except for the hidden lightning power, Killua's other items were almost copied by himself. This little guy's physical fitness is far inferior to his own. Hey! Li Ke suddenly turned around and opened his mouth suddenly. What? Killua's face changed suddenly. Ka! His fatal sneak attack was actually bitten directly by Kenpeki Li Ke. Madman! Absolutely madman! His nails are poisoned. Bang! The next moment, Killua felt his abdomen churning, and the whole person was kicked out like a sandbag. When he was about to hit the wall, he was blocked by Leorio, who used him as a meat cushion. Both of them had blood at the corners of their mouths. The plan has changed. We choose to roam and delay time. According to the rules of the game, it is 3 minutes. Kurapika exclaimed loudly. This scene stunned Hisoka, Illumi, Hanzo, and several other examiners who were watching the game. This examiner Kenpeki, when did it happen? So strong. Menchi murmured. I haven't heard of it, but it's very perverted. This fighting style. I'm afraid it will be difficult for them to pass if this continues. Boera stroked his big belly and sighed. Not only is he perverted, his strength. I'm afraid it has reached the level of gold. I didn't expect that there is such a powerful existence in our association. Satos with a mustache shook his head. They have never heard of the news of the examiner Kenpeki. Just now, they even thought that this guy was too arrogant. After all, they are all candidates who have reached the finals, and each of them is a real elite. The test content is to persist for 3 minutes. Too arrogant. Now it seems. Instead, this examiner Kenpeki is too cautious. With his exaggerated strength, not to mention 3 minutes, even 1 minute, is enough to defeat these examinees. Killua. Leorio. Kurapika suddenly exclaimed. When Killua reacted, he was shocked to see that Kenpeki had arrived in front of him. Hey! The terrifying sword was raised. Don't go! Killua. Leorio actually rushed up and pushed Killua away fearlessly. Boom! The expected slash did not fall. This time it was the back of the knife. It hit Leorio's neck lightly. This guy fainted on the spot. Ding! You defeated Leorio in the battle posture, and the entry is automatically copied. Copy failed. As expected. Kenpeki was helpless. But his actions also confused everyone present. They were both examinees. Bakur and Bodello were half dead. But Leorio was lightly punished. This examiner Kenpeki is too willful. Protecting companions is one of the beliefs of professional hunter. Kenpeki grinned, revealing sharp teeth like a beast. Next, it's you guys who should be eliminated, little guys. Chapter 47. Killua. Gone. Delay time. This is our only chance. Don't fight this guy head on, otherwise we won't be his opponent. Kurapika exclaimed. He had already seen that the strength of the examiner Kenpeki was far superior to theirs. Killua was in a very complicated mood at the moment. Leorio was eliminated because he was eliminated. This time, his cooperation with Gon can be said to be seamless. But the opponent easily cracked it. Ah! It seems that you are the smartest, so, eliminate first. Kenpeki laughter sounded. His momentum suddenly surged, like a tiger coming down the mountain, and like an evil ghost crawling out of hell. Kurapika. Run! Gon gritted his teeth and exclaimed, pulling his fishing rod desperately. I have to say. It is worthy of being a fishing rod that can catch the king of the swamp. The quality is beyond doubt. The strength of this fishing line is also amazing. It even makes Li Ke suspect that this should be the 097 thing left by Jin for him. Ordinary people are strangled by this fishing line, which is equivalent to being strangled by steel wire, and they can't use any strength at all. What a pity. It is tying up Li Ke now. Iron tank gold. Divine power red. Of course. You don't need to use too much force against Gon. He is one of my friends in this world after all, it's just a test for him. Buzz. The fishing line was instantly stretched straight. Gon stretched his feet hard and stepped on the ground, and even stuck the cracks in the ground with the fishing rod. He wanted to use this to hang Li Ke up. But it was like a kitten hanging up a whale. The whale took the hook, but it was the kitten that was hung up. Crack, crack, crack. The floor collapsed quickly. The fishing line was not broken, and the quality was amazing. Instead, Gon was thrown up completely out of control. Hey! Kenpeki Lee K pulled the fishing line violently, and Gon in the air fell rapidly towards him. Crack! The sharp knife light flashed. The fishing line broke. Gon fell to the ground in a mess in mid-air. Killua made the move, and he used a sharp knife to cut the fishing line. Limb flexion. Dark step. Snake alive. He had definitely reached his strongest state at this moment. The veins on his hands bulged, and his eyes were cold and sharp, exuding the aura of a top killer that made people shudder. One after another, the phantoms of clones appeared around Kenpeki Rick. Very motivated. This makes me have to be more interested. Kenpeki Rick grinned. Killua's figure was everywhere. But the next moment... Buzz! One Kenpeki Zara key turned into 2, 2 turned into 4, and 4 turned into 8. The same effect as limb flexion. Ah! Peng Si covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes widened, as if she was dreaming. Not only her. Menchi and several examiners present were also dumbfounded. That is the assassination skill of the Zoldyck family, but how can this examiner Kenpeki give it up? Sato's was stunned. 8 clones too. Too awesome. The nail-headed man Ilmi narrowed his eyes slightly, but his eyes were extremely cold. He had already given up. But that didn't mean he would let go of anyone who tried to steal the assassination skills of the Zoldyck family. Hee, limb bending. It seems that kid is going to be in trouble. Hisoka smiled with a smile on his face. Tex. The nail-headed man suddenly spoke. Of course it's not an assassination skill. This examiner Kenpeki's is pure speed. But this speed is too fast, at least a master of physical skills. Hanzo's eyes lit up. As a ninja, his training in physical skills far exceeds that of anyone else. He naturally noticed the difference in Kenpeki. Purely, fast speed. Skills are secondary. What a pity, your clones seem to be useless to me. Killua brother. Kenpeki Lee K's 8 clones all laughed. Swing the sword. Slash. Boom. 8 slashing waves that seemed to be real exploded. 7 of Killua's 8 after images were directly shattered, and one of them was the body that was blown away. Then Kenpeki Lee K stepped up in mid-air. Smashed the handle of the sword. Boom. Killua was smashed into the ground in a large letter shape and fainted. Ding! You defeated Killua in a fighting posture, and there is a 10% probability of automatically collecting entries. Ding! Copying successfully. Ding! Strong luck super critical hit. Congratulations on your designated copy opportunity. Please specify the entry. The sound of nature sounded in Lee K's mind. I love this strong luck entry so much. It is a standard item for time travelers, a must for plundering luck. I actually got a super critical hit. But this also means, from a probability perspective, my luck will probably drop significantly in the future. But this kind of thing is always a probability. What you get is real. Comfortable. Specify to copy. Copy the red entry. Ding. Select to copy Killua hidden entry Thunder telekinesis, red. The host does not have conjurer telekinesis for the time being. Activate this ability without opening the red eyes. Accompanied by the system sound. A strange current surged into Lee K's body. It even made him pause slightly. Every cell in his body seemed to be surged by the current in an instant. The telekinesis in his body was covered with a layer of strange arcs. Lightning telekinesis. Even a trace of flashing lightning emerged from the depths of Lee K's pupils. The red entry of lightning telekinesis, conjurer, can be understood as a youth version of the thunder fruit, or a knockoff version of the Sikong Zhen effect. It can be added to one's own body to obtain additional lightning attribute effects, and turn one's own moves into lightning attributes. A very abnormal ability. Especially in the later stages, the higher the degree of development, the more amazing the effect. The probability of awakening telekinesis of this characteristic is very low. Killua can have this entry because he often endures abuse, including electric shocks. It is equivalent to Killua endured electric shocks for Lee K for N years, and then Lee K used his entry to awaken his own thunder telekinesis. Perfect. Ha 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 ha. The system is so considerate. Brother Killua in the team. It can be said that 4.5 provided himself with a full red and 2 gold entries, an outstanding contribution award. Killua. Seeing Killua fall, Gon's emotions began to riot. He even lost his mind and came directly in the direction of Lee K. Gon! Kurapika exclaimed, hoping to stop Gon, but seeing Killua fall, Gon had lost his mind. Super Strength Jin. Super Endurance Jin. This is the power from Gon. Boom! The angry Gon hit Kenpeiga Lee K hard with his fist. The airwave aroused shocked the onlookers. They didn't expect that the seemingly weak boy Gon could burst out such amazing power. This power is even greater than all the previous candidates. B. His opponent is Lee K. Kenpeiga Lee K. Divine Power Red. Boom! The two collided. Chapter 48. No knife, but pure fist. Transformed fist into palm. Caught Gon's violent punch. Nice fist, but losing your mind is not a good result. Maybe you can try to control your mind. Kenpeiga smiled, and suddenly exerted force with his palm. Ah! Gon's scream resounded throughout the venue. Divine Power Red completely suppressed the strange power gold. In addition, Lee K's own basic attributes far exceeded Gon, and he was absolutely superior even in pure power. Go to sleep. Release his hand, and at the moment when Gon was about to attack, Kenpeiga Lee K passed by him. His index finger flicked lightly on his forehead. Gon staggered twice, and then fell to the ground. The whole audience was silent. From beginning to end, anyone can see the true strength of this new examiner. Or rather, even a genius as powerful as Zoldyck Killua, or a dark horse Gon, who can make this Kenpeiga examiner show his true strength. Ding! You defeated Gon in the battle posture, 10% probability to automatically copy the target entry. Ding! Entry copying. Ding! Copy failed, 21. Well, luck is really unpredictable. Lee K curled his lips indifferently and walked slowly towards Kurapika. He stretched his neck and Kenpeiga's thick neck made a cracking sound. He had a tall body like a beast. At this moment, he cast a huge shadow over Kurapika. So strong. This guy. Gon's fist power was amazing just now, but he was still completely defeated. He held back, otherwise they should be similar to the previous two. Kenpeiga Zaraki, looks like he will be the rising star of our association. Menchi, Satos and other instructors were amazed and talked about it. I must get the hunter license. Kurapika gritted his teeth and stared at Kenpeiga Zaraki. He could even hear his own heartbeat. A ray of crimson was spreading in the depths of his eyes. His emotions were uncontrollably excited. For the sake of sacrifice, he paid everything, and the hunter license was the first step in revenge. He would never allow himself to stop here. Even if he had to face a guy as terrifying as the devil. Of course, every candidate here is here to get a license, isn't it? Kenpeiga Lee K smiled. Kurapika provided him with a super trump card, the red eyes. This thing is like a transformation device. How about everyone sit down? Candidate 404. Kenpeiga Lee K suddenly suggested. The sudden reversal made Kurapika's eyes, which were already slightly red, stunned. He wondered if he had heard it wrong. Not only him. Even the examiners outside the venue were stunned. No? This. What did examiner Kenpeki just say? Sit down? What does that mean? Literally. This. Is this considered letting people off? President Netero. Really allow this? Menchi and the other two were stunned. They are also examiners, but they must follow the duties and obligations of examiners. This includes not letting people off, being fair, etc. But now, this examiner Kenpeki Zaraki is openly letting people off? No. It's not letting people off, it's openly cheating for personal gain. You. What did you just say? Kurapika heard it wrong and couldn't help but repeat it. Kenpeki Lee K didn't speak. He just smiled and sat down slowly. The scene seemed a little out of control. Hisoka. Hanzo. Nail-headed man Ilmi. President Netero. I must tell you the real situation in the examination room now. This examiner Kenpeki. He openly violated the principles of an examiner, cheated for personal gain, and treated candidates differently. Menchi gritted her teeth, and out of responsibility for her job, she chose to report to the authorities. This made Buera on the side a little nervous. Because Kenpeki Zaraki is too strong. Even he has no confidence that he can defeat the opponent. If he faces him, he feels that he will definitely lose. Sato's also has a worried look on his face. Although everyone is an examiner of the Hunter Association, it is obvious that Mr. Kenpeki Zaraki is a very difficult guy with a weird personality. The two candidates who were just eliminated are evidence. It is possible that he will attack everyone who is also an examiner, especially Menchi who snitched. This is definitely a high-risk move. Oh. I still have a lot of things to do here. Menchi, wait a minute. No wait. President Netero, if you don't intervene, this guy will definitely mess up this exam. Okay, Menchi, I tell you as the president, just watch quietly, everything is being arranged. Ah. Tibd. Menchi was dumbfounded when she heard the busy tone on the phone. She thought she had heard it wrong. President Netero actually allowed examiner Kenpeki Zaraki to cheat for personal gain? This is playing it bad? President's office. From here you can overlook the situation in the exam room. President, if you do this, will Menchi and the others be disappointed? NV5. The bean-faced man said worriedly. He has been following President Netero for many years. But this is the first time he has seen this president, who has always been very fair, turn a blind eye to such cheating for personal gain. He really can't understand this scene. Don't worry, as long as you choose Kenpeki Zaraki, it is the right thing to do, enough to make up for all the mistakes. And this kid is the successor that I have chosen. Netero could not help but admire him. In his field of vision, the battle just now, the strength that Lee K showed surprised him. A real genius. He even looked forward to. How will this Kenpeki Lee K deal with the most dangerous guys? Hisoka, Hanzo. Those two guys, maybe, will make this little guy Lee K really take it seriously. Oh, time is almost up. Pay attention. Kenpeki Lee 380K suddenly drew his sword. Boom. The terrifying slashing wave bloomed. There was a terrifying oppressive feeling like a mountain collapsing. Kurapika's face suddenly changed. He wanted to escape, but found himself completely enveloped in the slashing wave. Defeated? It turned out that this guy did it on purpose and chose to kill himself at the last second? Kurapika's pupils suddenly contracted, and a streak of red appeared. But the next moment, the terrifying sense of oppression suddenly disappeared, and the sword stopped above his head. Ding ling 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 ling. The alarm clock sounded. Okay. The time is up. 3 minutes, according to the agreement. As long as any one of you can hold on for 3 minutes, you will win as a group. the examiner of the Hunter Association, Kenpei Kizaraki, hereby announce that you, including Bodro, have all obtained the Hunter license. Ha 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 ha. Kenpei Kizaraki stood up, slowly put away his sword, put his hands on his waist, and laughed like a beast. The burly and tall body gave people a great sense of oppression. Kurapika. He still felt that his head was still hazy. Wait. Examiner Kenpei Kizaraki. Kenpei Kizaraki looked at Kurapika. Thank you, for this favor, I will repay you one day. Kurapika. Oh, it doesn't matter, you have already paid. Kenpei Kizaraki grinned. Ding! Congratulations on defeating Kurapika, 10% probability of automatically copying the entry. Copy successful. Chapter 49. Congratulations on copying the entry Com Purple. Entry, Com Purple. Effect, in the face of any crisis, your mentality will remain amazingly calm. And it can resist negative effects such as illusions to a certain extent. Not bad. It has something in common with Netero's absolute will. Or rather, raising the entry Com to red may yield something similar. Kurapika provided himself with one red and one purple. It can be considered an original shareholder. Kurapika was stunned by Kenpei Kizaraki's words. He couldn't understand for a moment. What do you mean you have already paid? Actually, just let it go like this. Menchi and several examiners looked at Kenpei Kizaraki in astonishment. They wanted to say something, but couldn't say a word. Because Netero has already granted Li Kei's approach, they can't understand it, but they have no right to refute it. The association's system, I'm afraid it will be destroyed because of this guy. Menchi complained angrily. Hush! Keep your voice down, Menchi. This guy is so strong and unreasonable. Boera comforted him. Sato's also stopped talking. Everyone looked at Hisoka and Hanzo. Now only these two guys have not taken the test. 3 minutes. If that's the case, the chance of winning may not be small. Hanzo calculated in his mind. He is a Kumigakure ninja, and his best skill is physical skills. The possibility of defeating Kenpei Kizaraki head-on is very small, so he can only choose guerrilla tactics. You two, let me think about the conditions for you to obtain a license. Kenpei Kizaraki, with his Rikuta key inserted in front of him, grinning, and his black death suit was majestic. Menchi looked angry. She felt that this guy was completely trampling on the rules and regulations of the Hunter Association. Let's make the rules simple. Whoever goes out first in this circle will lose. In addition, if you don't go out within 3 minutes, it will be considered my loss. Pointed to the training ground under his feet. It was about the size of a basketball court. What a arrogant guy. This guy. Number 44 and the bald guy are much stronger than the other candidates. He might suffer this time. Menchi couldn't help but roll his eyes at Li Kei. Menchi, don't forget that Kenpei Kizaraki is an examiner, not a villain, et. Boera reminded. I'll go first. The bald, long-lashed funny ninja Hanzo stood up and stared at Kenpei Kizaraki with a very serious look. He knew that this was definitely the most difficult battle since his debut. Hey! Kenpei Examiner, I am a real ninja. Unlike other candidates, I have received various strict training since I was born in order to practice lifelong ninjutsu. For the past 18 years, I have been working tirelessly and sleeplessly to exercise my body and hone my skills. I will prove that everything I have done is worthwhile. Hanzo spoke with an extremely serious look, without the usual laughing expression. Kumigakure Ryu Taijutsu. Gold. So fast. Hanzo's figure suddenly turned into a shadow and began to move quickly. The sudden acceleration shocked everyone present. This guy's speed is even faster than Killua's original speed. Hide. Purple. And the next moment, Hanzo has disappeared from sight. Why can't I see it? Ah? What's going on? Is this the Kukuroo, known as the top ninja sect? I can't even sense the breath. The audience outside the venue couldn't help but exclaimed. Peng Si was even more confused. She couldn't sense Hanzo's breath at all. That is to say, if she and this person were opponents, she would probably be killed instantly by the other party. But now she is already a professional hunter. This examiner Kenpeki has given me a big fight. Kurapika's face was also extremely solemn, his pupils shrank, and a faint blush appeared. Hanzo's figure could be vaguely captured. But it was too fast. This speed was almost beyond the limit of dynamic vision. And a sharp arm thorn appeared in Hanzo's right hand. Very dangerous guy. Menchi gave an evaluation, even as a real veteran hunter, she had to sigh. In terms of combat power, I'm afraid Hanzo will never lose to me, and even more dangerous. But what is surprising is, even though Hanzo seemed to have the upper hand, he did not choose to attack actively. It seemed that only Kenpeki Zaraki was left standing in the entire venue. Hanzo had completely disappeared. Oh, it's really a very fast speed, and it should be easy to hold on for 3 minutes with your physical strength. You don't plan to use this method to delay time, do you? Kenpeki Zaraki grinned. Speed Gold. Thunder Psychic Power Red. Thunder Foot Shaving. Instantly, a trace of lightning flowed into Li Kei's legs, madly stimulating his leg cells. Now he can't really complete the Thunder Psychic Power, because he lacks this conjurer's psychic power talent. But he can also complete part of the psychic power lightning effect in his body. Instantly. Buzz. In the shocked eyes of everyone, GK's figure also disappeared from the spot. The empty training ground. Everyone was collectively dumbfounded. Menchi's forehead was covered with fine cold sweat. She could see a trace. When she concentrated her psychic power on her eyes, she could see some afterimages. The speed of the two guys was too fast. Crackling sounds of metal colliding came from the air. But the two figures could not be seen at all. There were even occasional slashes, and the ground of the training ground was easily cut open like tofu dregs. The two fought too fast. So strong. Very strong. This Kenpeki examiner definitely has more than the strength of a 2-star hunter. Sato's was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. Kurapika couldn't catch his figure at this moment. He hasn't awakened his telekinesis yet. The fiery red eyes have a blessing for the simple naked eyes, but they can't keep up with this speed. Hisoka's eyes have condensed telekinesis. The perverted arc of the corners of his mouth has gradually pressed down, and then raised again, even more perverted. Strong. Very strong. This Kenpeki examiner is simply a pleasant surprise. I didn't expect there are such delicious fruits waiting for me to pick. When he thought about the confrontation with the ripe fruits in his box, Hisoka was so excited that he trembled all over, as if he was going to perform at any time. The nail-headed man Ilmi looked at him expressionlessly, but it can be seen from his instinctive clenched fists. He didn't seem to be so calm in his heart. 10 seconds. 30 seconds. 50 seconds. Not bad, but it's time to end now. Suddenly, the voice of Kenpeki Zaraki Reich came from the empty training ground. Divine Power Red. Physical Skills Gold. Swordsmanship Blue. Slash again. Boom. The terrifying slashing wave exploded, and the air waves vented in all directions in the deafening explosion. The bloody rain fell in the air. Chapter 50. A figure staggered and rolled down. Hanzo. The steel blade on his arm was neatly broken, and his arm was cut. There was also a huge size 48 shoe print on his chest. He flew backwards out of the training ground. Ding! You defeated Hanzo in the battle posture, and there is a 10% chance of automatically collecting entries. Ding! Copying successful. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Mind Clone Technique Gold. Oh? Ha ha ha. It came out of gold. It came out of gold directly. Without the premise of a strong luck critical hit, this is my own destiny. Entry, Mind Clone Technique, Gold. Description, this ability can release multiple telekinetic clones of oneself, and can be retained for a certain period of time. It requires manipulator telekinesis, control system telekinesis, and transmuter telekinesis compound skills to perfectly master it. The specific effect depends on the degree of telekinesis mastered. Tisk tisk tisk. Comfortable. The telekinesis clone technique exploded. This thing can be used directly now. Because he already has Menchie's materialized telekinetic foundation, although it is only a blue item, it is still a real manipulator. But because there is no telekinetic foundation of emitter and transmuter, Li 600 grams of clones cannot form combat power in the true sense. This thing belongs to a composite telekinetic skill. From the description alone, it is obviously much stronger than Huashi Do Lang's clone. But it has requirements for the user's telekinetic foundation. In fact, Li Ke can use it. As long as he turns on the red eyes. All the attributes are maxed out, and all his items can instantly burst out with the full effect of the original stage. Not bad, it takes some time to polish gold items, but it's a pity, Hanzo. Kenpei Li Ke murmured in his heart. For the entry, don't blame me, Xin Lang. Ahem. I lost. I will practice harder. Examiner Kenpei. One day, I will definitely defeat you head-on. Hanzo, who fell to the ground, got up with difficulty, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, but his eyes were more determined than ever before. Although he failed the hunter assessment this time, it was definitely worth the trip. This battle. Let Hanzo truly understand what it means that there are always people better than you. He understands, his practice journey has just begun. After saying that, Hanzo turned around and left without looking back. Spsy. Everyone stared at Hanzo's leaving figure in a daze. The mind was a little blank. Hanzo's strength has even surpassed some ordinary hunters. But it was only because of bad luck this time that he was eliminated. Or the luck was a little bad, and he met the perverted examiner Kenpei Kizaraki. Then I'll wait for you anytime. Hanzo. Li Ke smiled. Hanzo still had many entries that had not been released. Young man. From the moment you lost to me for the first time and your entry was copied, you no longer have any chance of turning the tables. There is only one left, candidate number 44, are you ready? After sending Hanzo away, Kenpei Li Ke grinned. Becoming an examiner is the best use of this system. Otherwise, how could I have such a good opportunity? And now, the scene of the president's office. Netero looked at everything that happened in the training ground, and his emotions fluctuated. I don't know if it's an illusion. I actually felt the same telekinetic effect as Zeno at this moment. This kid, could it be that he has this kind of talent? He couldn't help but whispered. In the training ground, Li Ke felt a little sore in his legs. This is the sequelae of stimulating the body cells with the power of thunder, which will cause temporary weakness. Title: Super Endurance Gold. Super Endurance Gold. Healing Purple. Under the exaggerated effect of the terms in Li Ke's body, this leg soreness even lasted for less than a second and then disappeared. His current physique is definitely more abnormal than that of Warcraft. There is one last candidate, number 44, are you ready? Kenpei Kizaraki Li Ke showed a beast-like smile. It made people's scalp tingle. Hee hee. Hisoka crossed his arms, a playful smile on the corner of his mouth, and he was already playing with the playing cards in his hands. His eyes were cold and terrifying, filled with unprecedented cold murderous intent. If you kill him, you won't get your license, and you might even be on the list of targets. The nail-headed man Ilmi reminded him. Really? Hee. Hisoka glanced at him, licked the corner of his lips, and strode onto the training ground. 3 minutes. If someone leaves the field alive, it's considered a failure. What a boring rule, what if someone dies? Hisoka smiled, looking at Kenpei Kizaraki and Lee Kei with fiery and excited eyes. His body was shaking slightly. This guy's eyes are so perverted. Crazy. I think this guy is also crazy. Hiss, the situation may not be good, should I notify the president? The president should be watching the game. Menchi and several other instructors' hearts were pounding at this moment. Hisoka gave people a very dangerous feeling. Like a poisonous snake hidden in the darkness, it seemed that he would give a fatal blow at any time. But Kenpei Kizaraki Reich was equally terrifying. Like a tiger or a lion with meat on the corner of its mouth, it looked arrogant and conceited, as if it would kill people at any time. Monsters vs monsters? Top floor. Netero was also watching the battle. President. This candidate number 44 killed last year's examiner in this assessment. His strength has far exceeded that of ordinary professional hunters, and examiner Kenpei. The bean-faced man was a little worried. He had detailed information on all candidates, including all the performance of each candidate in each stage. Number 44 Hisoka was listed as the most dangerous candidate. This guy should have gotten it last year. Hunter license, but was sent off because he made the examiner almost die. Now, is the scene from last year going to happen again? Number 44 is indeed a very motivated little guy, but this examiner Kenpei is also very motivated, ha 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 ha. Netero shook his head and laughed with emotion. Also very motivated? The bean-faced man was confused. Could it be that President Netero is not worried about the situation at all? Outside the training ground, it was extremely quiet at this moment. When Hisoka and Kenpei Lee Kei confronted each other, the air seemed to be filled with the smell of gunpowder. Everyone seemed to be carrying a heavy burden on their chest. It was like watching a lion and a tiger fighting fiercely, even watching would make people nervous. Chapter 51. If you fight me, you must be prepared to die. Hisoka walked slowly to the training ground, with a perverted smile on his lips, his snake-like eyes narrowed slightly, and a few playing cards in his hand. Of course, I don't like playing cat and mouse games, but I like playing cat-eat-mouse games. He. Kenpei Kizaraki also laughed pervertedly. At this moment, with the beast-like mask of Kenpei Kizaraki, Lee Kei naturally released all his emotions. What's more, his opponent is a pervert like Hisoka. So, whether it's killing, arrogance, or all kinds of negative emotions, it doesn't matter. He has directly regarded the opponent as his emotional trash can. After saying that, Kenpei Kizaraki directly grasped the hilt with both hands. This subtle change in movement made Hisoka, as the opponent, narrow his eyes slightly. Do you know? Something like a sword, holding it with both hands and swinging it will be stronger than holding it with one hand. Like grinned. What an amazing momentum. This examiner Kenpei, why do I feel like there is a beast present, even standing next to him, I can't help but tremble all over. So strong. They both seem so strong. Is this the strength of a two-star hunter? The difference between holding the sword with two hands and holding it with one hand shouldn't be that big, for a true swordsman. Menchi, several examiners outside the venue, were shocked. Completely different. Momentum. His momentum has changed. If he was just a tiger holding the sword with one hand just now, then, why does he feel like a Tyrannosaurus Rex now? A trace of crimson appeared in Kurapika's eyes, and he was extremely shocked. As a member of the Red Eyes bloodline, he would be more sensitive to the breath. As the person involved, Hisoka's heartbeat accelerated at this moment, his whole body trembled slightly, and his mouth corners opened wider and wider. It was excitement. Unprecedented excitement. For the first time, when he faced an opponent, he felt this sense of life and death crisis. The oppression released by the opponent even made his pores all over his body tremble, as if he would be beheaded if he made a mistake. It was this sense of crisis of death that made Hisoka was intoxicated. Really? Then I'm looking forward to it. Delicious fruit. Ah! Hisoka showed a perverted smile, but his speed was not slow at all. Swish, 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 swish. A series of cards shot towards Kenpei. All the cards were easily shattered, but these seemingly thin cards were easily cut into hard stone floor ministers like tofu. That's not good enough, brother Hisoka. Kenpei Reiken showed a beastly smile, grinning, white teeth, and extremely bold upside-down hair. Song. The sound of lightning. The two-handed sword slashed down. Hisoka dodged, but the sword energy that hung over to him tore his sleeves apart, and a few strands of hair slowly fell, and there was already a scratch on his arm. And starting from the direction where Kenpei Reiken swung his sword, the entire training ground was split in two. King! Am I not dreaming? Is this really a slash that can be burst out by a sword? Menchi was dumbfounded. Kenpei Reiken's attack before was considered terrifying, but it was definitely not to this extent. The entire training ground was split in two with just one sword. You have to know that the ground is made of extremely hard light steel stone, which is difficult to be damaged by ordinary weapons, but now, it is completely cracked and shattered. He is also an expert in swordplay, so he naturally understands the horror of this slashing wave. Kenpei and he are not opponents of the same level at all, the gap is very large. Syahari also felt a chill on his back. Although he has thick skin and flesh, if he encounters such a slashing wave head-on, he will probably turn into a pool of meat paste on the spot. Sato's was even more stunned. The strength of Kenpei was too unexpected. Peng Si, Kurapika, Ilmi, and others were also shocked. In the high-rise office, in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window. President. It turns out that Mr. Kenpei is so strong. That's why you are so sure. Dumianren finally understood why Netero was not worried. With this strength alone, Kenpei is definitely enough to be ranked among the top 10 masters of the association. Alas, this kid didn't use his full strength. He didn't cut me so softly when he was on the spot. Netero sighed in his heart. In the training ground, Hisoka's eyes finally became very dangerous. He had a premonition of the opponent's strength, but he had never foreseen such a shocking premonition. If Ilmi is the top assassin, then the Zaraki Kenpei in front of him is definitely the top swordsman in the world. Hisoka brother, if you don't take it seriously, you will really die, ha ha ha. Zaraki Kenpei, holding the sword with both hands, laughed wildly. I also want to see your true strength. The battle is almost over and it can be ended. Hisoka smiled. He stood elegantly in a corner of the intact training ground with an extremely confident smile on his lips. It's over. His words made several examiners on the side confused. The moment you attacked me just now, the outcome of this match has been determined. Your strength is indeed very great, but your perception is also very slow. Don't you feel the discomfort in your body? 0. Hisoka smiled and flicked his fingers. Suddenly, Kenpei's hand raised the knife uncontrollably and pointed it at his neck. Ah! What's going on? Examiner Kenpei. Stop it quickly. It's telekinesis. Hisoka used telekinesis to attach to Examiner Kenpei's body in the previous battle. It's over. It's completely over. Examiner Kenpei, give up quickly. Menchi and others attached telekinesis to their eyes and vaguely saw a series of telekinesis threads connected to Kenpei's body. Flexible love. This is the characteristic of Hisoka's telekinesis. He can emit his telekinesis and stick it to the opponent's body like chewing gum and spider silk, thereby controlling the opponent's movements. Because the whole process is very hidden and difficult to be discovered, once the opponent is stuck, it is almost equivalent to announcing the end of the battle. In fact, the cards that Hisoka attacked at the beginning had these threads, and now it is just going with the flow. The game is over. The nail-headed man Ilmi made an emotionless sound with his paralyzed face, and his head slowly twisted, as if he was ready to leave. Hee hee. Hisoka chuckled, and the broken clan cards that had fallen to the ground flew back one by one. Puff puff. It directly pierced into Kenpei Kizaraki's back, and then used telekinesis to pull the opponent to the suicide river. Chapter 52. Examiner Kenpei. Menchi couldn't help but exclaim. Kenpei Kizaraki was attacked from behind, and the knife in his hand began to cut himself. Ha 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 ha. Brother Hisoka, is that all you have? Kenpei Kizaraki suddenly laughed wildly. He actually stopped the blade that was almost at his neck. Hey! Hisoka frowned slightly, because he found that the telekinetic thread he controlled could no longer pull the other party. Fighting like a trapped beast? Or bluffing? Unfortunately, you don't have any chance of winning, Hisoka sneered in his heart. The clown is really a clown. This kind of sneaky trick is never up to par. No matter how many skills you have, they are useless in the face of absolute power. Your attack is only worthy of tickling me. Ha 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 ha. Red eyes. Open 857. In an instant, Kenpei Kizaraki felt as if a boiling boiler had been installed in his body in an instant, and all the telekinesis systems were maxed out. Conjurer maxed out. Thunder telekinesis red. Light up. Open. Buzz. Zilla zilla zilla. Wisps of lightning appeared on Kenpei Kizaraki's body, and his smile became a little perverted, and even arcs of electricity were constantly jumping on his long black hair. Thunder emerged in his pupils, and he slightly moved his thick neck, making a sound of bones crackling. Hey! His body shook slightly. All the telekinesis threads stuck to his body broke. The cards inserted behind him burned one by one, and turned into ashes and fell to the ground. Hisoka increased his control over the sword, and his expression became extremely ugly. There was no longer a playful smile on his face, only a bottomless gloom and shock. At this moment, Hisoka was extremely shocked, because he felt that his thread was not pulling a human, but a prehistoric beast. At this moment, he even had an illusion that he was extremely small. Ilmi, who was about to leave, stopped, his pupils dilated, and looked at the arcs jumping on Kenpei Kizaraki's body, standing there with a dull look. Not only him. The entire training ground had become silent, no one spoke, everyone stood there like a wooden chicken with eyes wide open, as if the pause button had been pressed. The open mouth was full of disbelief. Only heavy breathing could be heard. And the sound of lightning crackling in the air. Kenpei Kizaraki grabbed his katana, no, it was a knife that Netero asked him to choose. His hand wrapped in lightning slowly clenched, in the extremely shocked eyes of everyone. The katana forged by steel was actually deformed by the hand wrapped in lightning, and then snapped with a snap. Even the steel began to melt. Jing! Boera gasped, and an unprecedented fear surged in his heart. Too strong. The physical strength of this examiner Kenpei is far beyond the reach of his subgiant bloodline. This guy is as terrifying as Superman. Not only them. Netero on the high platform also stayed where he was at this moment, motionless. A figure emerged in his mind, Zeno. Zoldyck Zeno. The former head of the Zoldyck family can be said to be one of the people closest to his combat power in this human world. Zeno's signature ability is lightning, but this ability is often only mastered by people in the Zoldyck family, and rarely appears in other people. Now, he actually saw this ability in Kenpei Kizaraki, and with Netero's familiarity with Zeno, he felt that the strength of this lightning telekinesis in Kenpei Kizaraki was definitely not inferior to Zeno. It's just that the two are completely different development directions. Zeno can use transmuter lightning, but it is obvious that this Lee K uses more like conjurer and enhancer lightning to strengthen himself. In addition, this Kenpeki is essentially just a change of Lee K, so this little guy has mastered at least 3 types of telekinesis. In fact, he is just a candidate for this assessment. 0145123221 Faloo 183473561. But now he is acting as an examiner, and even the strongest examiner in the Hunter Association's professional assessment in history. Genius. No, using this word to describe Lee K. Netero feels insulting to him. Monster. A real monster. This professional hunter assessment is definitely the biggest gain for me in these years, and it has even exceeded the accumulated achievements of all the past hunter assessments. Because he recruited this monster-like evildoer into the Hunter Association, and after this period of contact, he found that Lee K did not have any bad characteristics. He was a truly trustworthy partner who could give everything to him. If this kid could succeed him as the president of the Hunter Association, even if he died now, he would definitely die with his eyes closed. Netero had a strange idea in his mind for no reason, and he couldn't help laughing. In the training ground, with Lee K as the center, a trace of electric life jumped and bloomed on his body. At this moment, he was as terrifying as the god of thunder who destroyed the world. He raised his head and looked at Hisoka, grinning, revealing his beast-like white teeth, and there were arcs jumping between his teeth. Not good. Hisoka felt his scalp exploded in an instant when he saw this look, and he instinctively pulled back frantically. Ode. Zaraki Kenpeki Lee K's figure disappeared on the spot, leaving only a shadow of lightning. Thunder Sonic Fist. Boom. When Hisoka reacted, he saw that the opponent had appeared in front of him. He could only cross his hands to resist instinctively, and a large amount of telekinesis covered his arms. But at the moment of contact, it was like being bombed by a missile. The amazing thunder exploded in Hisoka's arms, and then the whole person was wrapped in electric arcs, and was blown away like a cannonball, and the extremely hard wall behind him was completely blown through. Through the transparent hole in the wall, it can be seen that Hisoka was blown away, and he stopped at nearly 500 meters. His right arm fell weakly, and his whole body was covered with charred marks, and 5.6 exuded a barbecue aroma. The whole audience was silent, and everyone was dumbfounded. This terrifying punch can no longer be called a punch. It is like a Superman, completely out of the level of ordinary professional hunter. Even if a heavy truck was bombed head-on, it would probably be scrapped on the spot. Everyone thought that this examiner Kenpeki was good at swords, but they never thought that his fists and feet were so terrifying. Ah! You lost! Brother Hisoka! Kenpeki Lee K grinned, the red eye special effect turned off, the arc on his body quickly dissipated, the flying death suit stopped, the tall figure crossed his chest with his hands, his hair stood up, and his eyes like a beast looked down at the defeated Zasu. Ding! You defeated Hisoka with the battle posture, 10% chance to copy the opponent's entry. Ding! Copy successful. Chapter 53. Me? Ding! Congratulations on copying the entry Conjurer Telekinesis Master, Gold, automatically absorb this entry. A sound like the sound of nature rang in Lee K's mind. Instantly, countless methods of using and practicing Conjurer Telekinesis emerged in Lee K's mind. Among them, Hisoka had gone through extremely arduous training. All the sweat and effort he put in. I just accepted it with a smile. Conjurer Telekinesis. With this, even if I don't open the red eyes, I can successfully activate Thunder Telekinesis Red. Because now Lee K is equivalent to directly owning Hisoka's Conjurer and Menchi's embodiment system, which is enough to deal with many regular small scenes. The whole battle process didn't even take a minute. It took much longer than the time spent fighting Hanzo, but many people present couldn't help but sympathize with Hanzo in their hearts. Because that guy left without watching this game, Hanzo even thought that this Kenpeki examiner had used all his strength to fight him. Maybe when Hanzo returns from training next year, he will find out what a wonderful game he missed. He will even know that all the efforts he made in the past year were just a joke. The Kenpeki examiner was just playing with him. The whole place was dead silent. No one expected that the battle would end like this. It was a completely one-sided crushing attitude. From the beginning to the end of the battle, even the Kenpeki examiner was not really injured or in a disadvantageous situation. He absolutely mastered the rhythm of the entire battle. But the question is, isn't this the last level of the professional hunter assessment? Why is the difficulty so terrifying? Menchi and others were dumbfounded. Not to mention Hisoka, even the professional hunter examiners like them would not have any chance of winning against this terrifying Kenpeki examiner and would be eliminated directly. To put it bluntly, this examiner Kenpeki didn't want Hisoka to get the license? Or did he want to defeat the unlucky Hisoka deliberately? Okay, after stretching his muscles, this year's assessment ends here. If you still want to get a license, try again next year. Kenpeki Zaraki Reich smiled and stretched his shoulders, turned and left. No one dared to question or ask. Because no one could guarantee that this monster-like guy would not suddenly turn around and punch him, everyone watched this perverted examiner leave the training ground. Hisoka in the distance had a complicated expression at this moment. His right arm was drooping weakly. This arm had completely lost its combat power. The only remaining left arm was also trembling slightly. Obviously, he was seriously injured, but his narrow eyes like snakes stared at Kenpeki Zaraki's back. He understood. He had one more target to hunt in his life, Examiner Kenpeki Zaraki. Hunter Association Auditorium. Only 7 people passed the assessment this time. Reich, Gon, Killua, Leorio, Kurapika, Peng Si, and Bo de Luo. All the others were eliminated. However, when Li Ke left the association hotel, he got a business card. The black card had a mountain on it. Then there was a cross-poisoned dagger logo. Inside the auditorium, Li Ke played with the black card in his hand, and the bean-faced man was issuing licenses to everyone. After learning that Hisoka and Hanzo were defeated, Gon and his friends were extremely surprised, but there were some unexpected things in this ceremony. Brother K. Killua was taken away. Even his license was taken away. Why didn't you tell us? Gon was a little indignant. Sorry, Mr. Killua made his own decision. He left with another player. Before he left, he asked me to tell you not to look for him, he was just going home. The bean-faced man explained. Because all these things happened while Gon was unconscious, even Li Ke didn't shudder. Oh, then it's probably that Il was lost, and he took Killua back to the family, so this card makes sense, the mountain on the card is this. Li Ke looked at the information he searched on his phone. Kurukulu Mountain, located in the Dentala area of the Republic of Bartochia. That is where the assassination family Zoldyck is located. Maha Zoldyck, Zeno Zoldyck, Silva Zoldyck, it can be said that the Zoldyck family is full of treasures. Is the other party leaving such a card for himself an invitation? Or a demonstration? I really hate the riddle man, boring. Killua told me before that he didn't want to return to the family, he must have been forced, Brother K. We have to find Killua. We must not let him see it, just like that. Hush, be quiet, get the license first, don't worry, since Killua agreed to go back, and naturally he had his own plans. That was his family affair, and we didn't have to get involved. Li smiled and rubbed Gon's head, and the latter sat down unwillingly. Okay, everyone, congratulations on getting the hunter license. I believe Xiaodu has already told everyone about the license. With this card, you can enter $04 banned countries and 75% of restricted areas. Free use of 95% of public facilities and the same financing quota as first-class companies. If you sell it, you will have money that you can't spend in 7 lifetimes. By the way, Lee K, please go to my office after the meeting. Netero looked at everyone with a smile, and Dumian introduced some precautions and privileges of professional hunter. After the meeting, Lee K went to Netero's office. Come in. Little friend Lee K, come and have some tea. This is the best tea. It tastes great. Try it. By the way, Zayadu, are the things I asked you to prepare ready? Seeing that it was Lee K, Netero's face was almost full of smiles, and he enthusiastically pulled the protagonist's hand in. President. Is it not in line with the rules if you do this? The bean-faced man had a bitter face, but he was still very obedient. Wang Ma hello, took out a beautiful box. There was a beautiful card in the box. The card was a triangular and T-shaped pattern with 2 crosses, which was very similar to a hunter license, but the ordinary hunter license only had 1 XX. On the other side of the card was a series of codes. Is this an account? Lee K was a little curious. 2-star hunter license, hehe, I applied for it specifically for you. You can carry it with you. Even if you lose it, I can ask you to reissue it at any time. Different from ordinary hunter licenses, with this license, you can enter all restricted areas in the world where our association has the power to enter, and you can issue 3 unconditional commissions to 1-star hunters every year in any branch of the Hunter Association in the world. In addition, 2-star hunters enjoy an annual interest-free loan of 20 billion yuan from the organization A&D. Netero said a lot. Chapter 54. I didn't expect that there are so many benefits for a 2-star hunter. If a 1-star hunter is a well-off society with no worries for the rest of his life, then a 2-star hunter will directly enter the wealthy class, without having to work hard at all. Every month, you can receive a generous allowance from the association, and the price you need to pay is also very easy. You just need to respond to the association when the association needs help. According to the instructions in the Professional Hunter Manual, don't the 2 series people who want to be promoted have to complete the relevant commissions and qualifications? I don't seem to have reached them yet. Lee K was a little surprised. Special matters are handled specially. This is what I, the old man, specifically allowed. After all, I am the president of the association. If I can't even do this, wouldn't it be in vain? Don't worry, your guidance is absolutely genuine, and with your strength, you are fully qualified to be a 2-star hunter. I just sent this thing to you in advance. Netero laughed. Oh, then I thank the president for his kindness. Since it is a gift to me, I will not be polite. Lee K did not mean to be polite. After all, this 2-star hunter license is like a bound identity. It is impossible to lose it, and it has various benefits all over the world. It is much more convenient for me to do things in the future, and it has much more power than ordinary hunter licenses. You are welcome. By the way, Lee K, what is your lightning ability? Netero laughed, but his words made Dumianren look confused. What lightning? What Lee K lightning? How could he not know? He is the statistician responsible for all the examinee data. Now he is worried about how to help President Netero to get by. After all, the guys on the V5 side have been eyeing the president and want to find his handle to make him. Issuing 2-star hunter licenses for no reason to use his power for personal gain. Although this thing is not enough to make President Netero step down, it will definitely cause him a lot of pressure. This Lee K is the examiner of Kenpeki. Ha ha ha, little friend, just let Zyaduza see it, otherwise he will blame me. Netero couldn't help laughing at the confused bean-faced man. That's right, hello, Zyaduzi. With your height, you can only jump up and knock on my knees. Zaraki Kenpeki Lee K appeared, with a burly and tall figure, a beast-like gaze, and a huge shadow fell on the bean-faced man. The poor bean-faced man was frightened and trembling on the spot, and then he reacted. You are the examiner of Kenpeki? Li Ke examinee? Ah? What's going on? The bean-faced man finally reacted, and he understood why the President Netero, who used to be very steady, was so reckless this time. If it was this examiner of Kenpeki, it would be no problem to get the license of the 2-star professional hunter. But he never dreamed that this terrifying examiner turned out to be a harmless-looking young candidate. This was too unexpected. Okay, now you can rest assured, Zayadu, my decision is very wise, ha 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 ha. Netero said proudly. President Netero, about the lightning telekinesis. Li Ke returned to normal, but he was interrupted by Netero before he finished speaking. I don't want to find out your secrets, you don't need to tell it, I just want to remind you that the lightning telekinesis is quite special and may attract the attention of the Zoldyck family. Although the old man has some friendship with them, these guys may receive some tasks, so you need to be most wary of them at any time. Netero said a lot of things, just like teaching his juniors. He and Zeno are friends, or he watched Zeno grow up, but there is no guarantee that other guys in the Zoldyck family will receive the task of assassinating Li Ke, and he does not want this monster to die young. Of course, judging from the current performance, the probability of Li Ke being successfully attacked is very low, but it is better to be safe than sorry. Killing people does not necessarily have to be done through fighting. There are endless ways such as poisoning and accidents. Thank you, President Netero, I understand your kindness. I will accept this hunter license. By the way, there is this card in the hotel today. Can you help me check what it is? Li Ke took out the other card on his door. Oh? The Zoldyck family's tag card. It seems that you have been tagged by someone from the Zoldyck family. You just need to log into the association's official website and enter the serial number behind the card to see the other party's message. I'll help you. I'm not very good at using computers, Zayadu, you do it. Netero awkwardly handed the card to the Dumian man, and soon the little guy entered a special interface with a series of operations. I saw you. If you want to keep the secret, come find me. Just these 2 sentences. Then the entire page disappeared, and the information left in it could be burned after reading. Interesting, it seems that I have been targeted. Who else in this association can target me, except Ilmi? As expected of a top killer, it seems that the other party is very likely to have guessed that Zaraki Kenpeki is me through yesterday's battle, otherwise he would not have left so many card moons on the door. It seems that I have to go to Zoldyck's hometown. Originally, my people did not plan to go all the way there, and Gon also clamored to go. What's more, the Zoldyck family has a large number of entries, which is equivalent to the next top secret realm copy, enough to make a fortune. Now my strength is indeed very good, but once the Chimera Ant crisis breaks out, it will be a huge crisis for the entire human race. To be honest, although Netero is a bit stubborn and obstinate, if you watch him die in the hands of the Chimera Ant, Li Ke still felt a little bit reluctant. At least this old man was very good to him, almost saying that he had been very caring to him all the way. He was not a cold-blooded person who would repay kindness with enmity. The matter can be considered. Don't worry, Li Ke, I will contact Zeno and ask him to find out who in the family is hostile to you. I will settle this matter for you, don't worry, but other assassination families may not listen to me, the old man, you still need to pay more attention. Netero said with a smile. Although he is recognized as the strongest among humans, after all, not every organization in the world is willing to listen to him. Netero's deterrence is still limited. No need, President Netero, Gon is clamoring to find Killua, and I am also very interested in the Zoldyck family. What's more, the Zoldyck family's use of telekinesis is a world civilization. I also plan to spar with them, so there is no need to trouble you. Ah? Ha 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 ha. Good, ha 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 ha, but after all, the Zoldyck family has never violated the regulations of the association. If any one of them offends you, Please leave them a way out for my sake. I will be grateful to you." Netero laughed. Chapter 55. Association Square. After receiving their respective licenses, everyone gathered here. After all, as classmates, it was also a kind of fate. What a pity, I didn't get to see that examiner Kenpeki. I heard that this guy beat up Hisoka and Hanzo. Did he really let us pass? Kurapika. Leorio couldn't believe it now. He was knocked down in the test, but he successfully got the hunter license. This was really lucky. I guess so. Kurapika was silent for a while and nodded. Gon's eyes were complicated, because he also heard the legendary story about this examiner from other people. Especially the traces of battle left in the training ground were too shocking. It can be said that the reason why this group of people were able to obtain the hunter license was entirely because of the examiner's leniency. But everyone was not familiar with that examiner. Why did the other party choose to let us pass? Gon thought about it for a whole day and couldn't figure it out. Brother K. Brother K. What does the old man want to see you about? Seeing Lee K coming out, Gon and his friends also surrounded him curiously. I explained some related things. By the way, Gon, I decided to go to Killua's house. He should have been taken back. Great. That's great. Kurapika, Leorio. Do you want to go together? Let's go together. Gon cheered excitedly. Well, I just got the hunter license and I want to travel around the world. I'm fine for the time being, so let's go together. Leorio and Kurapika agreed. Wow! Great! Killua, we're here to find you. Let's go and check quickly. Where is Killua's house and how to get there? Gon was very excited. Everyone, that, Mr. Lee K. Suddenly, Menchi came over, her pretty face slightly reddened as she looked at Lee K, and then at everyone. Your friend Zoldyck Killua should be here at Kukuroo Mountain, and it will take 3 days to get there by airship. Mr. Lee K, I hope you can remember the previous agreement. This is my hunter number, you can contact me on the hunter network at any time. She wrote a number to Lee K. And my Mr. Lee K, congratulations on becoming a professional hunter, we will be colleagues in the future. Congratulations! Boera and Satos both came to congratulate. Lee K made a deep impression on them. And they were also very lucky, and did not encounter the monster-like Kenpeki examiner. Okay. Thank you, I will remember it, Menchi, Boera, Satos. Lee K took it and smiled, and Menchi and the others said goodbye. That Lord Lee K. This is my contact information. No matter what, please give me a chance to repay you. Peng Si ran over, panting, her face flushed. I didn't help you get the license, Si. No, it was you who helped me pass the 3rd level. Thank you for this favor. If you have the chance, please come to my city and visit. Peng Si shook her head like a rattle. Boudreaux didn't say anything, and Lee K and Peng Si chatted for a few words and then separated directly. This girl seemed to be reluctant to leave Lee K. Wow, Brother K, I feel that Peng Si likes you. Gon said with a sly smile. Hurry up and book the tickets, otherwise it will be too late. Let's pack up the things we want and go to Kukuroo Mountain. Lee K knocked on Gon's head, and the 3 of them booked the tickets directly. 3 days later. With the hunter license, everything went surprisingly smoothly. You can receive VIP treatment in any city and any place, and many services are even free, including this time's airship and the bus to Kukuroo Mountain. Dear passengers, this is the Kukuroo Mountain where the notorious Zoldyck family lives. It is said that their nest is surrounded by a sea of trees and no one has ever seen their true face on the stone volcano at an altitude of 3,722 meters. There are 10 members in the Zoldyck family, namely. The beautiful tour guide kept talking all the way, and finally the bus stopped in front of the so-called gate of the underworld. That is, layers of huge stone gates. This is equivalent to the mountain gate of the Zoldyck family. If you want to reach their manor, you must pass through the mountain gate to be qualified, but ordinary people can't even pass through themselves. This location is still a long way from the Zoldyck family's manor. It's all bluffing. Don't get in the way. No one has ever seen a phantom assassination family, and someone even offered 100 million to buy their photos. To put it bluntly, it's just some rumors, and I think it's all bluffing. A sturdy-looking man pushed the tour guide away, then strode to the guardhouse of the gate of the underworld, slammed the door of the guardhouse, and pulled out the old security guard inside. The sturdy man didn't have the habit of talking nonsense with the old security guard, so he snatched the key from the other party's hand, and then strode to the small door next to him and walked in full view of everyone. But the next second, only the roar of the beast from behind the door and the scream of the sturdy man were heard. A cleanly eaten corpse was thrown out, and the huge and hideous hairy claws still had broken meat and blood stains. This scene instantly frightened the tourists who were watching the show. They even ignored the tour guide's call and fled in fear. Tisk, 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 it's really high profile, but this old guy likes to play the pig and eat the tiger. Lee K saw everything. He looked at the old security guard. Name: Zoldyck's security guards are inferior to me. Entries: Giant Strength Purple, Disguise Blue, Fighting Blue, Cowardice Blue, etc. The old man, whose strength is obviously above the strong man, pretended that he was not the opponent of the guy and deliberately let the other party snatch the key from his hand. Then the other party naturally became the food of the monster wolfhound raised in the manor. Sure enough, the guy who got to this point is not simple. Alas, I told you not to enter from this door, but he didn't listen. Now that this happened, I feel very sorry. In fact, people have been coming to die over the years. If you are also planning to go in, I advise you to go down the mountain. The old man sighed, got up from the ground, and patted the dust off his body. The situation is worse than expected. I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to get in. Leorio's expression was grim. But we have come this far. If we give up now, Killua may still be suffering in there. He told me before that he didn't want to come back here. Kurapika and Gon were worried and looked at Ji Yuan. Lee K smiled faintly, looked at the movie Emperor security guard, and said calmly, "This is not the way to treat guests. Didn't Ilmi tell you that he invited me, little one?" Chapter 56. Master Ilmi. The security guard was stunned, and seemed to want to continue. Lee K shook his head. Since the other party was so secretive when giving him his business card, there was no need for him to be too polite. He just waved his hand. Boom! The old security guard was thrown out and hit the stone door next to him heavily, with a horrified expression. He never dreamed that he was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, but he didn't expect to become a real pig. Ding! You defeated the security guard Harada, 10% chance of automatic copying. Ding! Copying is successful, congratulations on getting Fighting Blue. A voice like the sound of nature rang in Lee K's mind. In an instant, some memories about the old man's training when he was young poured into Lee K's mind, some knowledge of fighting. For Lee K, it was the icing on the cake, because the old man's own strength was not strong. But it didn't matter. No one would complain about the redundant entries. The entries can also be turned into experience points. Let's go in from here. Lee K paused, looked at the direction where the burly man just died, and chose this short door. He could easily push open the Yellow Springs gate, but compared to this, he wanted to see the Zoldyck family's watchdog. The guy who can become a watchdog is definitely not the simplest and ordinary monster. I heard a rumor in my previous life that this thing might have been smuggled from the Dark Continent, and it might be possible to brush the biological entries of the Dark Continent. What's more, The vicious dog hurt people, and I am eliminating harm for the people. Brother K, then. That old man. And there is a monster behind this door. He's fine, I controlled the strength, let's go. Li Ke waved his hand and strode in directly. Gon and his companions followed without hesitation, and the security guard who was hit and stuck to the wall fell down. He took out his old mobile phone with trembling hands, dialed the number and said tremblingly. The enemy that Master Ilmi said, they broke in. Behind the yellow spring gate, because it was not a normal passage, there was a dense forest after entering the small door. The trees here are surprisingly huge. Lush and green, covering the sky. There are still some blood and meat on the ground, which are obviously left by the unlucky guy before. Brother K, it's the breath of a monster. We have to be careful. The claws of that guy we saw before might be a giant monster. Kurapika analyzed. Leorio looked around nervously, ready to deal with the crisis at any time. Although the four of them are now professional hunters, in fact, Leorio should be the worst, and without awakening Nen, he can only be said to be a little stronger than ordinary people, but no matter how strong he is definitely not the opponent of any behemoth. But what was surprising was that the four people walked for a long time without seeing the so-called monster. Finally, when they came to an open area, they stopped. To be exact, they heard a snoring sound that was as deafening as the sky. A monster dog as big as a hill appeared in front of everyone. This guy was lying on the ground and dozing off. The corner of his mouth was biting the thigh of the unlucky guy before and grinding his teeth. The snoring sound came from it. The huge body completely blocked the way forward for Jin Yi. So big. This guy is bigger than all the monsters we have seen. The giant boar is not even as tall as its feet in front of it. Why don't we go around it and not alarm this monster? It feels so dangerous. Gon and his companions were very nervous and were preparing to go around it on tiptoe. At least this big guy in front of them seemed quite dangerous to everyone. But just as they moved, the sleeping vicious dog suddenly attacked. Swish boom! The huge claws swept across like the shovel of an excavator, plowing several deep grooves on the ground about to catch when Gon and his men were approaching. 10 figures blocked the way. It was Li Ke who punched out. A small fist was completely disproportionate to the huge dog paw, but it was strangely deadlocked. Name, Evil Dog San Mao. Items, Black Large Creature, Gold, Super Strength, Gold, Super 5 Senses, Gold, Wisdom, Blue, Sleepy, Blue, Greedy, Blue, etc. Items, Black Large Creature. This species is a Pan-Asian species from the edge of the Dark Continent, with powerful genes far beyond ordinary magic beasts. This item will allow the creature to have the Dark Continent gene source, with a certain shock, deterrence and oppression effect. Tisk tisk tisk. This is definitely a treasure. This thing actually came from the Dark Continent, but of course, it may just be a transitional area, equivalent to a hybrid creature in the Grey area, belonging to the Pan-Asian species. But even so, this guy's 10 body entries are gorgeous and shining. 3 gold, the rest are all blue. But think about it and you can understand that it can be used as a door dog by this top assassination family. Of course, its own strength is beyond doubt. At least more than 90% of the troubles will be blocked by this guy. Ordinary strongmen and even professional hunters are not opponents of this thing. Perception, attack, and nerve reaction speed are very strong. It's a troublesome guy, you leave here first, I'll deal with it. Li Ke ordered. Dars. Gon wanted to help, but was dragged away by Kurapika and Leorio. We will only make things worse here. This guy is too big, and we are not opponents at all. With such a huge body, ordinary attacks will not work at all. Kurapika and Leorio explained while dragging. They knew that staying here would only make things worse, and would prevent Li Ke from concentrating on the battle. Roar, 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 roar. The huge wolfhound that was still sleeping in the last second has now awakened. When this guy stood up, he must be as tall as a 5-story building. Ordinary people have to look up to him. And the saliva flowing from the 5.4-inch ferocious teeth of this huge wolfhound is just like a faucet that was forgotten to be turned off. It also has a certain IQ and knows that the guy in front of it is the hardest bone to chew. In the Zoldyck family manner. My lord, the people ordered by the young master have arrived at the foot of our mountain and have now broken into San Mao's territory. Should we consider saving them? After all, they are all professional hunters. A male servant in a black suit said in a deep voice. Wearing black framed glasses, a neat black suit, and a meticulous man, the butler of the Zoldyck family looked at Wu Tong in silence for 2 seconds, and finally spoke slowly. Not needed for the time being, they are the people designated by Master Yilmi. After saying that, Wu Tong frowned, rubbed his eyebrows, and sighed softly. Master Yilmi is back, and he is injured. This is a big deal in the Zoldyck family. I am afraid that this day will not be peaceful. Chapter 57. FFFF. The huge wolfhound in front of him was baring its teeth at Li Ke, with smelly saliva flowing down. Roar. The giant dog San Mao was the first to claw. Its huge claws swept across in an instant. Li Ke jumped lightly to avoid it, but the place where he just stood was instantly like being grabbed by the shovel of an excavator, and a gully more than 1 meter deep appeared. Even the 10 huge trees in the store were easily broken. As expected, the creatures in the edge of the Dark Continent are much more powerful than the magic I encountered before, and the entries on you really interest me. I think you should be able to hear what I said with your IQ. If you have any skills, use them as soon as possible, otherwise you won't have a chance later. Li Ke landed and said lightly. Ding! You and the giant dog San Mao have entered the battle posture. The system prompt sounded. The giant dog San Mao was obviously angered by Li Ke's words, and this time it chose to pounce directly. Boom! Li Ke just raised his hands, one on the left and one on the right, and caught the opponent's huge claws directly. The ground under his feet cracked instantly like an ice layer bursting, crackling. If Gon and the others were still standing here, they would definitely be shocked by the scene in front of them. The power of this huge wolfhound is really amazing. Super Strength Gold. This is an entry that Li Ke is very familiar with. When he was on Whale Island, he also had this entry, but once used, the target is different, and the effect is naturally different. This giant dog San Mao was originally a top-level magic beast in the edge area of the Dark Continent, and his physical strength far exceeds that of humans and other ordinary magic beasts. The bonus effect is also very amazing. In addition, he has the special entry bonus of Super 5 Senses Gold, which makes this giant dog San Mao the well-deserved #1 watchdog of the entire Zoldyck family. But this time, its huge eyes flashed with disbelief. It was obvious that it was a little difficult to understand the scene that just happened, because it found that the tiny human in front of it was not as easily beaten into a meat pie as the humans it had seen before. And the huge force from the claws gave it the illusion of hitting a nail, a slight stinging feeling. Roar! It was obvious that the giant dog San Mao understood what Li Ke said. This guy was a wise man. The muscles on his body surged like water waves, and his entire body expanded rapidly. The bulging muscles were like steel, and under the black satin-like shiny fur, it exuded an amazing sense of oppression. The giant dog San Mao also seemed to be unable to control himself and let out a low roar of protest, and his eyes turned blood red. Roar! This time, the claws, which had obviously expanded a circle, swept towards Li Ke again. The claws tore the air and made a harsh sound of breaking through the air. The ground was easily crushed like tofu dregs, and even the wind that passed by neatly cut off the trees next to it. Boom! Amid the deafening explosion, the air waves rolled and smoke and dust rose. The giant dog San Mao then let out a comfortable roar. When he used his true strength, not to mention a human, even a piece of iron made entirely of steel could hit the plaque. But when the smoke and dust dissipated, the giant dog San Mao stayed where he was. He looked at Li Ke in front of him in disbelief. The other party simply stretched out his left hand and easily blocked his steel-like claws. What was weird was that Li Ke's left hand became a little hot and red at this moment, and even the left sleeve had completely exploded, looking like a red-hot iron. Why is this happening? The giant dog San Mao didn't have much in his mind, so he only had this question flashing through his mind. The next second, he saw Li Ke, who suddenly turned his head to look at him. The corner of his mouth slightly raised, revealing his white teeth. A wisp of white breath gushed out of Li Ke's mouth. This is the effect after the divine power is activated. It's like a super high-speed engine starts to run wildly in the body, and the muscles and cells of the whole body will generally fall into a new state. Good power, but it's still far from enough. No wonder it's a creature from the edge of the dark continent. You should be just a hybrid. I really hope to see a pure snow-type dark continent creature. Maybe I can see it soon. Li Ke grinned. The moment he saw this smile, the giant dog San Mao instantly felt that his hair was almost standing up, because in the terrifying breath emitted by the other party, it gave him an illusion as if he had returned to the deepest memory of his own genetic origin. That was the memory of the Dark Continent, the memory of the natural fear of those kings in the Dark Continent. Although it was not born in the real Dark Continent, the giant dog San Mao's physical strength still flows with the blood of some creatures from the Dark Continent. The genes in its body are deeply engraved with the fear of those superior creatures. Awoo! The giant dog San Mao suddenly howled to the sky, and started running without looking back. It was scared. Although the human in front of it looked no different in size from other ordinary humans, the breath emanating from the other party made it feel unprecedented fear. It had an unprecedented strong feeling that if it could not escape this time, it might die here, in the hands of this human. Boom! At the moment when the giant dog San Mao turned around to escape, Li Ke's figure also moved with it. His legs stomped on the ground fiercely, and the ground burst instantly, and even because Li Ke's speed was too fast, it made a harsh sonic boom. Supersonic punch! In the air, Li Ke's fist, burning with a fiery red light, hit De Mao's head heavily. This is the technique he learned from using the copying ability when he fought against Netero, the president of the Hunter Association. He may not be as powerful as Netero himself, but he has learned a lot. With the blessing of this boxing technique, the power is even more terrifying. The tiny body and the huge giant dog San Mao, like a toothpick, the small fist hit the opponent's huge body, forming an unprecedented strong visual impact. But the power that exploded the next moment made people feel like they were dreaming. 0145123221 Fila 1834933071. In the dull sound of the explosion, the giant dog San Mao didn't even have time to scream. He only heard the sound of Guhi's tax returns one after another, and his head instantly exploded into a bloody mist. The whole huge body fell down in the air like a broken piece, and the huge inertia even broke a row of trees before it barely stopped. When it landed, blood flowed out, but at this moment, this Zoldyck family's door-opening dog had lost its head. Its limbs twitched for a while, and then it stopped moving. Ding! Congratulations on killing the giant dog San Mao, the same automatic looting worker. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining black large creature, gold, super strength, gold, super 5 senses, gold. Automatically merge for you. A heavenly sound echoed in Li Ke's mind. In an instant, countless energies emerged from the darkness and poured into Li Ke's limbs. Li Ke could clearly feel every cell of his body, as if shouting and groaning with excitement. This force was rapidly strengthening his body and every cell. Li Ke landed. It seemed that high-temperature steam appeared on his body, and the whole body gradually dimmed and returned to normal. Even with Li Ke's current physical fitness, he couldn't open the divine power state all the time. This thing would get tired after using it for a long time, just like fighting with all his strength. But I didn't expect that this giant dog Sanmao would burst out with a strange power gold, which is a preconditioning entry. After this entry was added, it automatically merged into the divine power worker Red King. Li Ke could feel his physique and was further strengthened. The time to enter the full strength combat state has also been greatly extended. If you can absorb the same entry multiple times, you may be able to push your red entry directly to the black entry. In addition, Super 5 Senses Gold effect, you will have extremely sharp 5 senses, and your hearing, smell, vision, etc. will be greatly improved. After obtaining this entry and integrating it, Li Ke clearly felt that his 5 senses and 6 consciousnesses were greatly improved, especially his sense of smell became more acute. And hearing. He can even hear the movement hundreds of meters away. This is a Warcraft type entry. The reason why the giant dog Sanmao can be so active is mainly because of the ability of this entry, but now this entry is directly blessed to Li Yuan. In other words, even if Li Ke has not comprehended the telekinesis circle thing now, he can also achieve a similar effect with this abnormal improvement ability alone. Ding! It is detected that you have the Spider Sense purple entry. This entry and Super 5 Senses Gold are of the same type. They are automatically merged, and your Super 5 Senses Gold progress has been improved. Not bad. Entries of the same type can be merged, but if you want to push this entry from gold to red, you still need a lot of accumulation. But at least this is a good start. Ding! It is detected that you are not a monster. Do you consider crushing the black large creature entry? The system prompt sound suddenly sounded. I actually brushed an entry of a dark continent creature. Li Ke was a little surprised. If I use this entry of the system, will I have the characteristics of beastification or be affected by this entry? Reply to the host, this system will ensure that all the entries left by the recycled entries will only have positive gains for the host, and entries with negative effects will be automatically avoided by the main host. This entry can be equipped by the host, but it cannot obtain a large body like magic. After using it, the host will have the breath of a dark continent creature. The effect of this entry can be chosen to be actively turned off. The system explained. As expected of a system, it is very thoughtful. At least it allows me to not worry that after using this entry, I will be affected by it and even turn into a werewolf. That would be a terrible result. Use. Do not crush, temporarily turn off the effect of this entry. Li Ke said in a deep voice. Anyway, this is a creature on the edge of the dark continent, and it is quite difficult to obtain similar entries in this world before the Chimera ants appear, and Chimera ants may not even have such entries. And if you want to really go to the dark continent, maybe this entry will be a special ticket, which can be temporarily retained and will not affect you. And in the distance, Gon and his companions were very nervous. From their position, they could clearly hear the deafening explosion coming from the woods, as well as the roar of the huge wolfhound. Brother K, will there be any trouble? That guy looks very difficult to deal with. Gon said worriedly. We can't help much there. Leorio, you and Gon wait here, I'll go in and take a look. Kurapika frowned slightly. I'll go too. Kurapika. Gon wanted to follow. Just as several people were discussing whether to go in and take a look at the specific situation, a familiar voice suddenly came from a distance. It's been solved. Come here. Are you interested in trying the monster barbecue? I heard that this huge creature came from the dark continent. Maybe it will taste more delicious. Li Ke said with a smile. Ah. Brother K. Are you okay? Then, did you really solve the huge wolf dog? That guy is as big as a hill, bigger than all the monsters we have seen before. Awesome! If that guy hadn't been dealt with, Brother K wouldn't have stood in front of us. Warcraft barbecue. It sounds great. Gon and the other two were surprised. They saw Li Ke coming over intact. Except for the tattered sleeves and shirt, there was no wound on his body. They even noticed Li Kei's right fist with some charred marks. The three of them followed Li Kei in. After seeing the huge corpse lying on the ground, the three of them were stunned. The huge and ferocious wolfhound that was showing off its might before has now become a headless corpse lying on the ground. But even so, the opponent's huge body is as insurmountable as a small mountain. Even the hard fur, even if it is dead, cannot be cut by ordinary swords. Especially after seeing the cause of the opponent's death, the wounded people present were extremely shocked. Because this huge wolfhound was actually smashed in the head by Li Kei's fist. You should know that for monsters like wolfhounds, there is a saying that they have a copper head, an iron brain and a tofu waist. The head of this type of monster is the hardest. But the hardest part of the opponent was actually smashed by the hammer, and there were also the traces of explosions on the ground and the fallen trees around. Everyone witnessed 10 very amazing battles just broke out here. Even everyone can imagine how shocking the scene of the battle was. And at this moment, inside the manor. Chapter 58. Master Wu Tong, there is a noise coming from the foot of the mountain. I'm afraid that group of people have entered San Mao's territory. They should be friends of Master Killua. Should we take action? A male servant said with some concern. Wu Tong's face was also a little solemn at this moment, but this time it was Ilmi's explanation. In this family, Killua's status is not as good as Ilmi's. After all, the other party is the eldest son. In fact, he will be more outstanding in all aspects. Although Wu Tong wanted to help Killua, his identity was destined that he could not interfere with what happened today. Since they chose to come here, they should have made the corresponding preparations. We just need to do what we should do. Wu Tong was silent for a few seconds, and finally shook his head helplessly. Once he exceeded his authority and made corresponding actions, he would be punished by his real master. The other male servants also lowered their heads and stopped talking. At the same time, in a secret room, Ilmi Zoldyck was standing quietly. In front of him were 10 men with golden curly hair and burly figures, exuding a great sense of oppression. Silva Zoldyck, the current head of the family, is also his father. You mean, in the hunter assessment, you met a very difficult opponent, and you were not sure you could defeat him, and that person was Killua's friend, Li Kei. And even suspected that he had the ability to disguise himself like you, and attended the original hunter assessment as an examiner. The opponent's strength even defeated the clown Hisoka? Is it possible to reach our level? And also showed that he has control over lightning telekinesis. Silva Zoldyck's face was more solemn than ever before. Because he had never heard his eldest son evaluate an opponent like this. In the past memories, although his eldest son was taciturn, he also had absolute pride and strength, and never made so many comments on anyone. It is conceivable how big a problem there was in this seemingly casual hunter assessment. Silva Zoldyck had naturally heard of the magician Hisoka. The opponent's strength was definitely not weak, and he might even be 10 times stronger than his eldest son. But even such a powerful existence was completely defeated in that assessment. Of course, the defeat here refers to the failure under the original conditions. If it was a real life and death battle, it would not be possible to make a decision, but you have to know that the person who defeated such a powerful guy was just a teenager. The opponent was still under the premise of disguise. Silva, as the leader of the family, Zoldyck is naturally proficient in this ability. He is also very clear about this ability. Once he uses this ability to transform himself, he will not be able to maintain the full state of combat in the true sense, but the opponent can still do it. And he defeated the top strongman in this posture. It seems that this time the Hunter Association has really recruited an amazing guy. Do you want us to join forces to let him hand over his own training methods and skills related to the power of thunder? Silva Zoldyck narrowed his eyes and looked at his eldest son. Although Ilmi Zoldyck rarely speaks, and even keeps silent most of the time, as if he has no interest in everything. But as a father, I understand it very clearly. At least compared to Killua, this eldest son is the most suitable candidate for the family in the future and will inherit everything he has. Whether it is doing things or in all aspects, he is more mature and stable. But this time his choice is too risky. This is called Li Kei's profession. Hunter's abilities and value are also amazing. If we can cultivate this ability and the special disguise technique from him, it will definitely be of great significance to the future development of the entire family. Because as a top assassin family, the requirements for disguise are very high, and the other party also has the amazing swordsmanship and thunder telekinesis. Once these abilities are acquired, they can even be passed down as family heritage, allowing the entire family to grow stronger in the future. In fact, whether it is Zoldyck's family or other top families, they can grow up far beyond ordinary people. Their original accumulation is very bloody, including the family inheritance skills they have, which are constantly collected. I need to consider, if the other party really has the terrifying potential you said. Once we can't deal with it this time, it means that our family will provoke a terrifying enemy that is almost impossible to provoke. For our family, it is almost a disaster. Zoldyck was silent, his face was extremely heavy. He may have more secrets. If we can get them, I'm afraid even you, my father, can go a step further. Ilmi suddenly said. His words made Zoldyck stunned. In fact, it is very difficult to improve at his level. His strength is already equivalent to the real top in this world, second only to the level of Netero, the president of the Hunter Association, and belongs to the top powerhouse in the next echelon. And it is rumored. Like Netero, if you can break through to the level of the so-called strongest human, your lifespan will also be increased. You must know that in this world, ordinary people can only live for a few dozen years at most, and it is very rare to live for 100 years. But Netero, no one will doubt that this guy's lifespan will definitely exceed 200 years. Life is full of absolute temptation for any creature. Just when Zoldyck was thinking, he suddenly stopped. He stared at the direction of the foot of the mountain. Father! Ilmi still wanted to persuade, because once it was confirmed that Li Kei was the examiner Kenpeki, he would not be able to take down GK with his own strength. But if you add Father Zoldyck and Grandfather Zoldyck, that's another matter. In this world, even if Netero faces such a super luxurious lineup, the probability of surviving is not high. He doesn't think Li Kei will reach Netero's level. Give up this idea. Sylva suddenly spoke. Hey! Ilmi was stunned. I say from now on, you have to completely give up this idea. I won't allow you to have any idea about this anymore. From this moment on, Li Kei and his group of companions are the real friends of our family. Zoldyck's attitude suddenly turned 180 degrees. Why? Ilmi didn't understand. Sanmao died. Before dying, it was afraid. There are not many things in this world that can scare it. Even my father, your grandfather, has never reached this level. Your idea is too dangerous. It will make our family fall into an irreparable situation, so from now on, never have this idea again. Li Kei is Killua's friend, and he will also be a friend of our family. Zoldyck's tone became extremely tough, like an order. As the patriarch of this family, he is naturally stronger than Ilmi. Just at this moment, he clearly sensed that the demon hound raised by the family, which came from the Dark Continent, had died. And before it died, it exuded an unprecedented breath of fear. Even if it was just a hybrid monster, the blood of the creatures of the Dark Continent in his body would not make him fear any creature in this world. Even his father Zeno, who tamed him at the beginning, did not make him feel fear. It was only through the continuous cultivation of trust between the two sides that he gained the recognition of the other party. But now, Sanmao is scared. It is definitely not because he was scared by being beaten, but Fang has an aura that is comparable to those truly terrifying beings in the Dark Continent. Such a guy is definitely not someone his family can mess with. That's all. I'm afraid this time. I still have to give the other party an explanation. You are the one who caused this, Ilmi, you have to be mentally prepared. Zoldyck stood up and walked out with a cold expression, leaving Ilmi alone in the room. In the underground prison. On the walls of the prison, damp water vapor and mold intertwined to create a suffocating atmosphere. Killua was chained to the cold stone wall with heavy iron chains, his arms were hung high, and his body was forced to maintain an extremely uncomfortable posture. His clothes were tattered and his body was covered with scars left during the escape. Miji walked into the prison, holding a long whip in his hand and a cruel smile on his face. There was no trace of brotherhood in his eyes, only anger at Killua's betrayal of the family and the maintenance of his own authority. Do you think you can escape, Killua? Miji's voice echoed in the prison, cold and sharp. Killua raised his head, there was no fear in his eyes, but mockery. I just want to pursue the life I want. Miji sneered, swung the whip, and hit Killua hard. The whip cut through the air, making a sharp whistling sound, and then a dull thud. Killua did not react at all, just looked at him indifferently. When he ran away from home, he cut a hole in his second brother's belly. This is why his second brother hates him so much. You traitor! Miji roared. The whip fell on Killua 10 times again and again. Every blow seemed to vent his anger and disappointment. However, Killua's endurance far exceeded Miji's imagination. Under the harsh training of the Zoldyck family, Killua had long been accustomed to pain. He closed his eyes, silently reciting the desire for freedom in his heart, and this desire made him surpass the limits of the flesh. Are you tired, Miji? Killua suddenly spoke, his voice calm and firm. I'm almost asleep. Damn it! Damn it! Hearing this, Miji was even more exposed and whipped the whip in his hand fiercely. The harsh whipping sound rang in the prison, and there was Killua's laughter. Although he was also a child of the family, his second brother did not have much fighting power. Even if he allowed the other party to whip him, it was not enough to make Killua say the word of pain. Are you tired of whipping? Brother, what time is it now? After a round of whipping, Killua still did not show any pain, but asked with an extremely calm expression. This made Miji feel that his anger was getting stronger, and he directly pressed the lit cigarette butt on the other party's chest. The hot cigarette butt burned Killua's skin. It's so hot, brother, I have reflected on it. It's my fault. Killua responded. Snap! The whip was whipped down heavily, directly on his face. Don't be too proud, Killua. Liar! Miji cursed. Haha, you figured it out. Killua laughed. Suddenly, Fatty's phone rang. It was their mother calling. Oh, ha ha ha. Killua, do you know there is good news? Your friends came here to find you, but they are very unlucky. I heard that they entered the area where our guard dog is. Now they should be eaten to the bones. I don't know if you can recognize them when you see their bones. I think it should be difficult. After all, Sanmao eats people without spitting out bones. Ha ha ha. Fatty laughed excitedly. At the beginning, he almost died at the hands of this genius brother. Now he finally has the opportunity to torture him, especially to make him collapse. That's the best. But at the moment he said these words, Killua, who was hung by the chain, suddenly changed his face and his eyes became extremely cold and sharp. Snap! The extremely hard iron chain actually trained the other party to break free from the forbidden iron chain with great ease. Miji, if you dare to touch him, I will kill you. Killua's voice was extremely cold, with a chill that penetrated his bones. As descendants of a killer family, the fratricide between them was allowed by the patriarch of the family and was even a tradition for many years. Snap! Snap! Killua easily broke all the iron chains that imprisoned him, and then directly broke the shackles. He was willing to accept the punishment here because of his father and Yeye, but it had nothing to do with the second brother in the eyes. At this time, two figures came. It was a short old man with his hands behind his back, and Zoldyck. Grandpa, Dad. Killua has no intention of reflecting on this guy, he still wants to mess around with those guys. Seeing the elders in the family coming, the fat man hurried over to report. Enough. Miji, I know, you go back and do your own things. The old man Zeno said with his hands behind his back and his waist bent. Listen to the arrangement. Silva repeated, and the fat man dared not say anything more. He could only leave quickly. Before leaving, he couldn't help but look at Killua threateningly. Killua didn't look at his father and grandfather. Instead, he broke free from the shackles and went out directly. Where are you going? Killua. Silva said. I want to leave here, I want to save my friends, they can't die in San Mao's mouth. If father and grandfather want to stop me, I will never give up. Killua stared at the two with a determined look. Oh, I will never give up, do you mean to attack me and your grandfather at the same time with what you want? Silva said coldly. Killua's face suddenly became extremely solemn, and he directly took a fighting posture. He knew that he could never be their opponent, let alone dealing with two, even any one of them could easily beat him. But he would never allow himself to do nothing and watch his friends die in front of him. Don't scare Killua, Silva. Zeno smiled. Chapter 59. Killua looked at his grandfather and father in astonishment. He did not understand the meaning of the sentence just now. Grandpa, weren't you preparing to deal with them? Killua was stunned. Your friend far exceeded our expectations. Illumi intends to let us learn about its related training methods and other things from your friend. But this decision is not wise. We do not intend to be enemies with your friend. Silva said. I heard from Silva that this little guy is really rare. At least I haven't seen such an outstanding genius for many years. Killua, sometimes it is your luck and misfortune to be born in the same era with such a guy. The old man Zeno said sadly. He couldn't help but recall his own era, which was also a very similar scene, but his own era was already Netero's era. That guy was almost far ahead of any human in the world. Standing at an unprecedented height for humans. Even if he was also called a genius monster, but in the same era as Netero, all geniuses would become dim. But in the same way, the pressure of the whole world would be borne by Netero, not himself. It is unfortunate, but also fortunate. And it is precisely because of the friendly relationship between himself and Netero that the family has been prosperous and peaceful for the past 100 years. However, Zeno has already felt that he has little life left, and he cannot reach the level of Netero's strength. Naturally, there is no problem of extending his life, so he must consider the future of the family. Now, his grandson seems to be favored by the goddess of fate. She encountered a monster that is comparable to Netero in his youth. No, it should be a monster that is more powerful than Netero in his youth. You must know that Netero at this age does not have the strength of Li Ke at all. That guy is a real late bloomer. But it is precisely because of this that we can see more and more about the monster of his grandson's friend. I am afraid it will not take much, 20 years or even 10 years. This little guy called Li Ke will grow to a point that countless people can look up to, and even with the help of the friendship with this little guy, it will be enough to protect the stability of the family for the next 100 years or even longer. Because this little guy is only a teenager now. When he reaches the level of Netero, living to 200 years old is not a problem. Grandpa 720, are you talking about brother Li Ke? He is, indeed very strong, but I am confident that I can catch up with him. Killua said confidently. Brother Li Ke? Do you think your brother is just that simple? Killua, you are a killer, and carefully observing the target is the most basic ability. It seems that you have been slacking off during this period. Silva's words made Killua a little confused. His brother K was indeed very strong, and his performance in the hunter assessment was also very outstanding. But he was still very confident that he could catch up, as long as he passed the hard training. "What do you think of Instructor Kenpeki?" Sylva suddenly asked. Instructor Kenpeki? After hearing this name, Killua's face changed. Because he had never encountered such a terrifying opponent since he was a child. If that duel was not because it was a real battle in the hunter assessment, I am afraid I can't stand here and speak now. The opponent's strength is far above his own, and he even held back in the end. Very strong. Killua's answer. Very strong? How strong do you think he is? Compared with me and your grandfather. Sylva said. Compared with grandpa, he should be a little worse, but if it is father. I can't tell, because I have already lost in the previous battle, and I don't know what level this instructor is in the future, but based on the information I know, he should be able to withstand father's attack. Killua was silent for a second before replying. What about the future? He defeated Hisoka, you should have seen the traces of the battle. Killua was silent. Yes. Instructor Kenpeki defeated Hisoka, this guy is definitely the most powerful existence he has ever seen. Even to the extent of being comparable to his father. But in front of his father, he will naturally save some face for his family. Killua, you have learned to be smart and learned to consider other people's feelings, haha. Zeno laughed. Sylva, just tell him the result directly. Killua, Instructor Kenpeki is your brother Lee K. Sylva said. Killua stood there like he was struck by lightning, his mouth slightly open for several seconds without saying a word. How? How is it possible? Instructor Kenpeki and Killua are two completely different people, their heights and body shapes are completely different, how could they be the same person? Illumi was there, oh, he also participated in the assessment and witnessed your Killua defeat Hisoka. His strength is probably not lower than mine. At this age, his achievements have far surpassed those of Lord Netero. Sylva sighed. Killua's head was buzzing. He still couldn't believe that the examiner in the examination room was actually the very familiar K. But at this moment, Killua figured out everything. He finally understood why this examiner with a very strange personality would do those strange things. Let Peng Si pass the test directly, and let his entire team, including Gon, get hunter licenses. If everything was attributed to the examiner's personality before, it was also possible to explain it, but now if the true identity of the examiner is known, everything is logical. Examiner Kenpeki is his brother K. How could he be so powerful? Yes. When Examiner Kenpeki was present, K was not there, and even found an excuse to say that he was taking a rest. There was no evidence that the two were present at the same time, which means that this inference is very likely to be true. But why did this happen? Brother K is so powerful? Originally Killua thought that Brother K was a genius. Although he was stronger than himself, he was not so strong that he could catch up with him through continuous efforts. But now, the beast-like Examiner Kenpeki appeared in his mind, and Killua even had a fear that made him tremble slightly. The other party exuded a terrifying aura and was completely different from Brother K. And their strengths were completely different. But now, through the mouths of his father and grandfather, he told himself that they are the same person. 0145123221 Fila 183493441 Killua. It was a bit difficult to digest. Okay, you should see the truth next. Don't worry, we will not choose to offend such a genius. I will let your brother give an explanation for this matter. But before that, I still hope you can cooperate with us. Go and test the potential of this genius. If he can pass our test, our family is willing to reach a permanent cooperation agreement with him. If he can't pass, we will let your friend go down the mountain. In addition, Sanmao is dead. Sylva spoke slowly. Killua stood there in a daze. Kukuroo Mountain, in the Sea of Trees forest. The giant dog Sanmao has now become a delicacy on the grill, and was directly divided up by Gyuan and others. It must be said that the taste is very unique and contains rich energy. No wonder the monster meat outside is very rare and the price is very expensive. Only rich people can afford it. Hiccup, it's so delicious. If it weren't for Brother K, I'm afraid I would never be able to eat such a delicacy in my life. Leorio burped and stroked his belly. Even a professional hunter can't deal with this guy. Brother K is so strong. Kurapika sighed. Brother K. Do you think we ate other people's watchdogs? Will they be unhappy? Gon was still biting a piece of meat. No, they will be happy only when we are full. Let's go. Killua is probably waiting for us at home. After eating, Leorio stretched comfortably. There is only one way up the mountain from here, so everyone just needs to follow this road. It didn't take long for the footsteps of several people to come down. A wall appeared in the woods, and an iron gate opened in the middle of the wall. A figure stood at the door. A black girl with a black suit and a big hair braid holding a cane. Apprentice housekeeper Cornelia. Go away, you are in private territory and you are not allowed to enter without permission. Please leave here. You are not welcome here. Please stop here. If you come one step further, I will have to expel you by force. The black girl Cornelia spoke coldly. We are Killua's friends, and we come here just to see him. Please let us in. Gon shouted, and took a step forward. After his foot crossed the line on the ground. Bang! Everyone didn't even see how the black girl in front of them moved, and Gon was knocked out with a muffled groan. Kurapika and Leorio's faces changed slightly. Li Kei's expression was extremely calm, he squinted slightly, and his eyes were slightly bright. Name, Zoldyck Apprentice Butler Cornelia. Entries, Telekinesis Enhancer, Purple, Physical Genius, Purple, Incomplete Assassination, including limb bending, Purple, Loyal, Blue, Lucky Person of Meteor Street, Blue, etc. It must be said that he is indeed a very good lucky person. Compared to other ordinary people, he carries 3 purple entries and a series of blue entries. This person looks old and the black girl who looked like Gon was eye-catching. Of course. He couldn't compare with Li Kechuan, because the guys present were all sons of luck, carrying golden and red items. This Canaria was much stronger than other ordinary people. The other party actually had the power of Enhancer, which was even stronger than the genuine third young master. It was expected that Gon would lose to her. No matter what your purpose is, you can't step into this place. No matter what your reason is, I will only obey the orders of the master. The black girl said expressionlessly. She was actually struggling inside. She wanted to help the third young master, but as an apprentice housekeeper here, she would never allow these people to pass. This was an iron rule that family servants had to abide by. Canaria, you don't want to see Killua being tortured in prison, do you? Li Kei suddenly stepped forward and spoke slowly. The black girl's expression changed instantly. She stared at Li Kei with an unprecedented look of danger and caution. Because she had never revealed any information about herself from beginning to end, but the guy in front of her could say her name. This was mainly because it was too unbelievable, and her name was rarely known to outsiders. Or it could be said that those guys in Meteor Street didn't know her name at the beginning. The other party seemed to have the power to see through human nature, and generally knew what she was thinking now. Master Killua. Especially after hearing from Li Kei that the third master was being tortured, her expression became extremely complicated. She cared about and even admired the third master in her heart, because it was this young master who had the possibility to walk out of the world of cannibalism and come to this truly living world. It was the other party who gave her a brand new life. Even if the third young master wanted her to die immediately, she would not have any hesitation. But now she could not change her position and could only watch the third young master Killua being tortured. Canaria hesitated to speak. She wanted to let everyone go, but she could not make a decision immediately. I understand that you have your difficulties, so I will help you. Fight, Canaria. As a housekeeper, you should stop strange visitors. This is your duty. Li Kei's voice fell, and his figure had crossed the line. Canaria's face changed slightly, but she still gritted her teeth and took out her weapon. She was extremely fast. She dealt with Li Kei in the same way as she dealt with Gon. At least in her opinion, the people in front of her seemed to be of similar age and their strength should be similar. But the next moment, her cane was caught by Li Kei, and she was thrown out. Canaria landed on a tree cleverly, unloaded the power, and took advantage of the situation to build a ricochet back. Limb flexion. Her body became multiple. This is a skill she secretly learned, and this move is enough to defeat the opponent. But what surprised her was that Li Kei seemed to be able to see through her phantom and actually came directly towards his body. Then he gently stabbed her. Go to sleep. Canaria fell down in response. Ding! You defeated Canaria, the trainee housekeeper of the Zoldyck family, and there is a 10% probability of automatically copying the entry. Ding! You heard the echo of strong luck, and strong luck bursts into action. Ding! Congratulations on getting. Chapter 60. Congratulations on obtaining Enhancer Telekinesis Purple, Meteor Street Lucky Man, Blue. Ding! Meteor Street Lucky Man belongs to the Lucky series, automatically absorbed as Strong Luck Purple experience value. The progress of this term is improved. A sound like the sound of nature rang in Li Kei's mind. Countless energy poured into his limbs and bones. Enhancer Telekinesis. This is the third type of telekinesis that Li Kei has truly obtained. Realization 100 Flower Blade Wheel Blue. Conjurer Telekinesis Master Gold. Enhancer Telekinesis Purple. This is equivalent to Telekinesis Talent, while the Thunder Telekinesis and Telekinesis Clone Technique are all skills. Only after having the corresponding talents can you have a real entry ticket. It has to be said. This Canaria is also her own little lucky star. Enhancer Telekinesis Talent Purple. No wonder this little girl can use a simple cane to deal with dozens or hundreds of powerful invaders. She is also an absolute little genius. Otherwise, he would not have been chosen by the Zoldyck family as an apprentice housekeeper. Bang! Suddenly, gunshots rang out. Li Kei quickly stepped sideways and blocked the fallen black girl with one hand. He slowly opened his hand, and suddenly saw a deformed, smoking bullet falling to the ground. Who is it? Gon exclaimed immediately. Kurapika and Leorio also quickly looked in the direction of the gunshot. Not far away, a woman in a lady's dress could be seen with a little girl beside her. The woman's dress was very strange. She was wearing a lady's dress, but her face was covered with bandages, and she had a strange one-line eye mask on her eyes, revealing only the corners of her bright red lips. A useless waste is not worthy of being in the Zoldyck family. She was holding a smoking revolver in her hand, and she seemed to have no apology for the action of just shooting. But even so, you shouldn't shoot her. Who are you? Gon questioned. You are Killua's friends, right? I forgot to introduce myself. I am Killua's mother, and she is Kalito. The lady saluted very elegantly, and the little girl in kimono next to her saluted as well. From beginning to end, they seemed to have no intention of expressing anything about the shooting just now. You are the big brother Li Kei mentioned by Killua. You are very good, but this trip may be in vain. Killua can't come to see you now. The lady looked at Li Kei for a while. But this kind of thing of catching bullets with bare hands is not very difficult, at least in the eyes of this lady. The strength of these little guys in front of her is just so-so. She came here because she didn't want these people to meet her son, but she wanted Killua to reflect on himself. Although her beloved son almost disfigured her and hurt her face, she had extremely high expectations for Killua and thought he was a genius that was rare in a century. Will inherit the entire family in the future. Why can't Killua come to see us? We are his friends. Are you trying to stop him? Leorio looked at her suspiciously. At least, everyone didn't have a good impression of this noble lady who shot and tried to kill this black girl. After Killua injured me and his brother, the family took the money away, but later he came back to admit his mistake. He went to the dungeon voluntarily, so I don't know when he will come out. The noble lady explained. Shouldn't you apologize for shooting casually just now? Li Ke suddenly spoke. He looked at the two people in front of him, with a hint of arc at the corner of his mouth. Name, Zoldyck. Entries, Emitter Talent Nen, Purple, Assassination, Purple, Super Fertility, Purple, Flammable and Explosive, Purple, Extreme, Purple, etc. Name, Zoldyck. Entries, Emitter Talent Nen, Double Purple, Assassination, Double Purple, Paper Blowing Snow, Purple, Snake Bite Dance, Double Purple, Women's Clothing, Purple, etc. Tisk tisk tisk. I have to say. As expected of the direct line of the Zoldyck family, it is the existence of the top assassination family in the hunter world. All the entries they have are absolutely purple. Such a good opportunity to brush the entries cannot be missed. So Li Ke would not miss this opportunity. Since the other party took action first, he naturally had a reason to brush the entries. Without waiting for the two women in front of him to explain, Li Ke moved directly. His figure disappeared on the spot. Not good. Zoldyck's eyes changed slightly, and he stood in front of the lady. Paper blowing snow. He waved his sleeves and looked, and suddenly dense pieces of paper like snowflakes emerged, and one by one they whistled towards the front like flying knives. He finally saw Li Ke coming towards him. But he found that the corners of the other party's mouth were slightly grinning, as if he was smiling. Is this guy crazy? He dared to face his attack directly without dodging. Does he want to die? Zoldyck had this idea in his mind. He frowned slightly, and these pieces of paper slowed down slightly. At least in his opinion, even if this stupid guy was hit head-on, he would not die. It can be regarded as teaching the other party a lesson. But what made him miscalculate was that Li Ke still had no intention of dodging, but rushed forward to face these densely packed paper pieces. Ding ding ding! When these paper pieces that Zoldyck was proud of fell on Li Ke, there was a sound like the collision of steel. He was confused for a moment. Is this guy a human? How could he resist these paper pieces with his strong body? You should know that these paper moons are attached with abilities. The hardness is no different from that of iron pieces. This is equivalent to rushing up directly in the hail of bullets. The other party also has telekinesis and has strengthened himself. In an instant, Zoldyck realized that he did not expect that the other party could comprehend telekinesis at this age. You should know that he is also a real genius, but he is a member of the Zoldyck family. He has received various top-level guidance since he was a child, so he can comprehend telekinesis at such a young age. Snake bite dance. The next moment, Zoldyck's face suddenly changed, and the pieces of paper that were flying around seemed to have been attacked, turning into a white python and biting directly towards Li Ke. In fact, all the pieces of paper were concentrated to attack one point. Even the strongest defense could not withstand such an attack. The opponent had only the choice of dodging. But what surprised him was that Li Ke did not choose to dodge, but stretched out his right hand to grab him directly. Didn't he want his arm anymore? Zoldyck had a flash of thought, but he was shocked to see a faint red color on Li Ke's right hand in his vision. Red telekinesis? Divine power red. Iron tank gold. Enhancer telekinesis enhancement. The pieces of paper that he was so proud of fell on Li Ke, and it felt like snowflakes blowing on his hands in the wind. There was no harm at all. The right hand that exuded terrifying pressure made Zoldyck's face change wildly. He wanted to escape, but it was too late. He could only watch the other party's method and grab his face. He even saw the other party's palm, which grabbed his head like an egg, and could crush his entire head in an instant. "Don't hurt Kalito!" The noble lady Zoldyck screamed and exclaimed, and her figure actually had an afterimage. A beautiful high-heeled shoe flew and kicked down to Li Kei's back. Assassination skill, Heartbreak. You should know that before joining the Zoldyck family, Killua was also a top-notch assassin, but she chose to marry him because she lost to Silva and wanted to combine with this more powerful assassin to give birth to a stronger heir. Kikyo's own strength is not weak, not only weak, but even very strong. Looking at the whole world, she is also one of the top assassins. The telekinesis wrapped her feet, and this blow was enough to penetrate steel. Tisk! Hey! But what shocked Killua was that Li Kei did not turn back, and seemed to have no intention of resisting her attack. Still grabbing Kalito Zoldyck. A way to hurt both sides? Madman! This guy is definitely a madman, intending to bear his fatal injury and then destroy his child. The lady instantly fell into a state of wanting to go crazy, but now it was too late to do anything. Kalito Zoldyck was also stunned by Li Kei's momentum in front of him. It was too terrifying. Especially when facing Li Kei's palm wrapped in a strange light red light, he had an illusion as if he saw an ancient beast rushing towards him. At this moment, he felt extremely small, as if he was standing in front of a ferocious demon king, with a huge shadow covering him. Boom! Li Kei's fist stopped in front of Kalito Zoldyck, but the terrifying forward brushed his cheek, making him even close his eyes, and the trees behind him were blown to pieces by the full wind. Flowers 00 starting from Kalito Zoldyck's standing point, a fan-shaped area of 50 meters was flattened. The blazing fist stopped in front of him. Then it turned into a finger. Brain explosion. Boom! Kalito Zoldyck was flung out like a sandbag. He fell to the ground, covering his forehead with a big bump, and knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face from the pain. He had never been so embarrassed in his life, but he was hit on the head by another man. Why didn't he die? Instead, he was so embarrassed. The lady didn't expect that Li Kei didn't mean to kill her child. She just reacted and wanted to take back her ultimate move. But it was too late. Damn! But at this moment, the lady was dumbfounded on the spot. Because she was shocked to see that an identical Li Kei appeared behind her, grabbing her ankle with one hand. Then he clenched his fist with one hand. Bang! A solid punch hit the lady's abdomen, and she even vomited bile on the spot. She was also blown away, breaking 2 or 3 trees in succession before she stopped. This sudden scene made the people standing nearby stunned. Wow, so awesome! Brother K. Gon was even more stunned. The whole battle just happened in a flash, just a few seconds, but in these few seconds, Li Kei actually subdued the 2 opponents one after another. It was almost a completely crushing battle. Just now, was I dazzled? Why do I seem to see 2 Brother K? Leorio rubbed his eyes, looking confused. One is a clone. Kurapika saw the clue, but now he couldn't understand what kind of fighting skill this was. Was it because of the fast movement speed or something else? Because the 3 of them had never touched the real threshold of this world until now. Telekinesis. But Li Kei had already used it. Telekinesis clone, this is the ability obtained by defeating the bald Hanzo. Now Li Kei has 3 series of talents, so he can naturally use it. However, as a clone, its strength is naturally not as strong as the original body, but it is more than enough to deal with this lady. Ding! You and Kalito Zoldyck have entered the battle posture. Ding! You defeated Kalito Zoldyck, 10% chance to automatically copy the other party's entry. Ding! Copying succeeded, congratulations on obtaining emitter telekinesis, double purple, female clothing purple. Ding! You and Killua Zoldyck have entered the battle posture. Ding! You defeated Killua Zoldyck, 10% chance to automatically copy the other party's entry. Ding! Copying succeeded, congratulations on obtaining super fertility purple. A voice like the sound of nature rang in Li Kei's mind. Various energies flowed into the body from nowhere. Emitter telekinesis was lit up. Perfect. The fourth telekinesis system, and it was double purple. The higher the telekinesis talent, the easier it will be to control and operate telekinesis. The gap between geniuses and ordinary people is innate, but this probability does not apply to Li Kei. Ding! Do you want to fuse women's clothing purple? After this item is fused, Li Kei will like women's clothing. Come on! Crush! Li Kei couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Which normal man likes women's clothing? Ding! Do you want to absorb super fertility purple? This item doubles the bonus for women and weakens it for men. This item belongs to the same type as extraordinary fertility and can be crushed and fused. Item: Super Fertility Purple. Effect: your offspring will have a high probability of inheriting your excellent genes. If you have a uterus, this effect will be increased to 200%. Thank you. I don't have a uterus. Crush. Li Kei was helpless. Fortunately, his system could recognize various terms. Otherwise, if all the terms were applied to him, he might become a monster in the future. Ding! Crush women's clothing purple, crush super fertility gold progress improvement. A sound like the sound of nature sounded. Lucky is good. There is a 10% chance of getting a double purple term. Zoldyck family is really his lucky star. According to this situation, if he clears all the Killua family copies, he will most likely become the world's #1 assassin. Chapter 61. Ahem, UBD. Kalito Zoldyck covered his forehead, stood up with red eyes, and looked at Li Kei with resentment. I have to. Boys and women's clothes are really good looking. This Kalito Zoldyck looks just like a little girl, and she is particularly beautiful. Big eyes, proud upturned lips, and a small nose. Coupled with shoulder-length hair and women's kimono, it is really easy to commit crimes. Why does a boy wear such beautiful clothes? But when you think about it, their entire family is a group of perverts, so these things don't matter. At this moment, Kalito Zoldyck covered the big bump on his forehead. He would rather be beaten and seriously injured than to have such a shameful bump on his forehead. Kalito! Stop it! Just when Kalito Zoldyck was about to come over to provoke Li Kei again, suddenly the embarrassed lady in the distance rushed over. The elegant long dress and clothes on her body have become tattered at this moment. But now she has no intention of targeting Li Kei, and even directly blocked in front of Kalito Zoldyck. Sorry, very sorry, it's my mistake. Kalito! Hurry up and apologize to the gentleman. If the gentleman hadn't held back just now, I'm afraid we would have died. I am sincerely happy that Killua can have friends like you, but you all understand that as a mother, I sincerely hope that my children can grow up better. At this moment, the noble Lady Kikyo actually burst into tears. Even Gon and others were moved to tears. It must be said that as a mother, although she is sometimes a little extreme, her care and love for her children are absolutely sincere, and she even protects them with her own life. Mother's love is always touching. It seems that everything is a misunderstanding. Li Kei retracted his hand with a smile on his lips. This trip to the Zoldyck family is definitely a blood profit for him. And it seems that Kikyo is very reasonable, which saves him a lot of trouble. Of course it's a misunderstanding. Kalito! What are you still standing there for? Apologize to this gentleman quickly. Kikyo was already scared. If she hadn't given birth to these children, she would never have given up so easily in front of anyone. But since she had these children, this former top assassin has completely changed her personality. It can be said that maternal love is overflowing. For the sake of her children, she has become a little extreme, and can even give up everything. And just now, Li Kei obviously let go of his children, including herself, so she chose to bow her head decisively for everything in front of her. This beautiful female loli obviously still has some resentment towards Li Ke in her heart, and her beautiful eyes glared at Li Ke fiercely before she lowered her head reluctantly. "Sorry, it's my fault. I hope you will forgive me." These words were almost squeezed out from between her teeth. Killua Zoldyck has never been insulted like this since she was a child. "Haha, forget it, since it's a misunderstanding, then forget it all. Now can you two take us to see Killua?" Li Ke said with a smile. "Of course." The lady quickly agreed. At least she understood that these people in front of her had no ill will towards the Zoldyck family. Otherwise, her son would have died just now. This kindness alone was enough for her to make the right choice. Just as she was about to lead everyone up the mountain, a voice suddenly came from the headset. "Ah? Yes, I understand, I will come right away." She hung up the headset, then apologized and pointed to the direction of Li Ke and others, bowed slightly. "I'm so sorry. I don't know why, but my father-in-law and husband sent me a message asking me to go back and deal with another matter immediately. Killua, you lead these friends of Killua over there. Don't be angry, these are our guests, I will inform the family. I'm leaving first." After that, without waiting for Killua to speak, the noble lady Kikyo hurried away. Killua's mother has a really weird temper. But she's also a really good person. Gon sighed as he watched the noble lady leave. "Humph! Everyone, follow me." Killua Zoldyck covered the red and swollen bump on his forehead with his hand, and reluctantly led the others towards the top of the mountain. He understood why his mother gave in, but he was very dissatisfied in his heart, because Li Ke was able to defeat him just now by sneak attack. If he had given himself a chance to prepare before fighting again, he would never have lost so quickly. Li Ke didn't care about these things. After the first defeat of this cross-dressing loli, the most valuable things on her body had been brushed out, and the other entries didn't matter. This place is the territory of the Zoldyck family after all, and Li Ke is not arrogant enough to think that he can wipe out the entire family of the other party by himself. He took all the entries by forceful plunder. Besides, he has a good relationship with little Killua. Under the leadership of Killua, the group arrived directly at the villa halfway up the mountain. "Welcome, Master Killua? What's wrong with you?" At the door of the villa stood a group of male servants in suits and meticulous. The one standing in the first place was naturally the butler Wu Tong. Li Ke glanced over. The entries on the other ordinary servants were naturally dispensable. But this butler gave him a good surprise. Name, Butler Wu Tong. Entries, Transmuter Telekinesis Talent Purple, Dexterity Purple, Absolute Calmness Purple, Meticulousness Purple, Coin Rain Purple, Leadership Blue, etc. Transmuter Telekinesis. Very good. And the attached entries are also quite good, belonging to the improvement of personal internal abilities. No wonder this guy can become the butler of the entire family. In fact, the entry of the black girl is also quite good. If she is trained and raised later, she will naturally be more than enough as a butler. I have to say that the Zoldyck family is really good at selecting talents, saving a lot of effort. Nothing. They are here to find Killua, I'm leaving first, you are responsible for the reception. Killua Zoldyck covered the big bag on her forehead. This beautiful lowly girl, to the boy in women's clothing, obviously couldn't help but glared at Li Ke fiercely before leaving. Hehe, please take a seat, distinguished guests. I was really rude just now. Please don't take it to heart and serve you tea. Wu Tong politely led everyone to salute. He also ordered other servants to serve snacks, tea, and some delicacies. Aren't you going to take us to see Killua? Where is this? Gon couldn't help but be curious. Kurapika and Leone also felt a little confused. They originally thought they could see Killua directly, but they never thought of staying here. Li Ke naturally didn't care. At least in his opinion, the entry of the butler in front of him was also quite good. Please rest assured, you will see Master Killua soon. We just need to wait here for a while. It would be too boring to just sit here. Why don't we play a game to kill time? Wu Tong smiled and looked at a few people, and then looked at Li Ke. Obviously, he also saw that Li Ke was the leader of this team. As long as Li Ke nodded, the other three naturally had no objection. In order to get Li Ke to agree to play the game with him, he even showed off his skills just after he finished speaking. He threw a coin up, and then quickly interspersed it with dazzling and amazing hand speed. The meaning was to let everyone guess which hand held the coin. This scene made Gon and the other two dumbfounded. Because at this time, although the three of them had obtained the professional hunter license, they had not upgraded their abilities. They had not yet learned to condense. For the three of them, the opponent's speed was simply impossible to see with the naked eye. Kurapika also couldn't see the opponent's trace at all because he didn't have the ability to use the red eyes. If he had paid attention just now and opened part of the red eyes, he might have noticed a little. Everyone, guess which hand of mine is the coin now? Wu Tong looked at a few people, and his expression became cold. He was very sad that Master Killua left here, and the head of the family had already said hello before, asking him to test the opponent's strength. So, first courtesy, then force. This is his strategy. You have to guess carefully. If you guess wrong, one of you will die. Wu Tong smiled. The butlers behind Li Ke, Gon, Kurapika, and Leorio each took out a knife and put it on their necks. Because no one cared about these things just now, they thought they came to a safe place and didn't pay attention, so they were kidnapped in an instant. Brother K. Gon looked ugly. These guys, actually cheated deliberately. Leorio was also angry and gritted his teeth. After all, the other party is a killer family, and anything they do is understandable, but I just let my guard down. Leorio sighed and looked at Li Ke. Because this butler was clearly targeting him, but he asked himself. Toss a coin? Isn't this game too childish? Should we change to a more exciting game? Li Ke suddenly laughed. As soon as he finished speaking, he pinched the blade on his neck directly, and with a slight force of his fingers, the alloy-forged blade suddenly broke like a biscuit, and flicked his fingers lightly. Ding ding ding! The knives on Gon and the other two's necks were directly broken. 4 broken knives fell to the ground. This sudden scene made the other servants' faces change suddenly. They were able to serve as servants here, so their own strength was naturally quite good, and they even received a certain degree of training. Hey! Wu Tong was also stunned, and he waved his hand to signal the other servants to retreat. In fact, he originally planned to deliberately test the strength of this group of people, as well as the Master Killua's feelings, when facing a life and death crisis. Are they still as firm as they say? He had no ill will towards the few people, he just pretended to be like this. But now the situation is too difficult to back down. Because Li Ke destroyed their threats, he had no chance to explain. Ding! You and the housekeeper Wu Tong have entered the battle posture. The system prompt sounded in Li Ke's mind. Very good. Li Ke couldn't help but chuckle in his heart. He naturally couldn't let the other party explain, otherwise when everyone was having fun, how could they enter the battle posture? How to brush out the entry from this family? You guys go down, then sir, how are you going to play? Wu Tong smiled and looked at Li Ke, and ordered the other male servants to go down. It's very simple. I can see that you are best at coins, so let's have a coin shooting competition. Li Ke smiled. Wu Tong was stunned. Coins are very common, but if it comes to playing with coins, he has absolute confidence. At least so far, he has not seen anyone who is better than him. And he is an emitter telekinesis. This Li Ke doesn't look very old, even if he awakened his telekinesis like a genius when he was a few years old. But how can these few years of practice compare to his lifetime practice? Okay. Then let's stop with the coins, so as not to make it dirty and difficult to clean. You are also friends of Master Killua. We just tested it just now. We don't intend to hurt you. No matter what, Wutong still said everything he should say. Alas! The only bad thing about this Zoldyck copy is that it is not easy to kill people. To be honest, Li Ke had a very good impression of Wutong. He was not only polite, but was even killed by Hisoka in the end to protect Killua. He can be said to be a very tragic character, a loyal dog type. Okay 1.9, I promise you. Li Ke nodded. Others stood up and left the area. The two of them stood 10 meters apart in the hall. Brother, are you sure it's only 10 meters? This distance is quite dangerous for you. Wutong kindly reminded. This distance is enough. It may also be dangerous for you. Li Ke smiled. So, shall we start now? Then let's start. The voice fell. Swish, 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 swish. In the extremely shocked eyes of everyone, Wutong's hands even left after images in the air. It looks like countless hands are throwing quickly. Coin rain purple. The dense coins like a barrage of bullets instantly whizzed towards Li Ke. But Wutong obviously held back, and these coins were deliberately fast and slow, giving Li Ke a certain amount of escape space. The force was also weakened. Alas! What a kind and loyal dog! Li Ke sighed in his heart. You can't do this. Li Ke smiled and ejected a coin. No? Brother Ke, a coin? They have so many coins. It's over, it's over. What kind of fighting style is this? Seeing Li Ke's way of fighting, several friends were dumbfounded. Not only Wutong, the housekeeper, was also a little surprised. But the next second, the surprise turned into astonishment. In the shocked eyes of everyone, the coin was split into 2, 2 into 4, and 4 into 8 instantly turned into a dense mass of coins that shot out. Chapter 62. 100 Flower Blade Wheel Blue. Realization System. Telekinesis is purely developed by yourself. The more skills you know, the more things you know, and the more talents you have, the more abilities you develop will naturally be bizarre. Some guys can even use telekinesis to create people, or other monsters, etc. What Li Ke did was just a simple imitation. He used Menchi's 100 flower blade wheel on coins. If Menchi saw this scene here, she would be stunned, because the limit of her transformation is only 8 swords. If she changed to coins, this number would not change. The effect of this ability is determined by the user's own control of the ability. But in Li Ke's case, it turned into hundreds of coins in an instant. Dang 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 dang. The sound of coins colliding in the air one after another woke everyone up. This is obviously just a transformed coin, but it also has a physical body. All the coins of the opponent were taken down, and none of them could break through to Li Ke. All the coins shot by the housekeeper Wutong fell to the ground in mid-air. Pa 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 pa. Wutong couldn't help but applaud and praised, what an amazing skill. You are so capable at your age. It is really impressive. Now I will be serious. I hope I won't hurt you. Of course, please be serious. I also want to see your real coin, Mr. Butler. Li Ke saluted very gentlemanly. For such a loyal dog type of person, he really couldn't bear to see this guy die like this. It's a pity that it's hard to say whether the other party will die or not. But now, he can change his strategy. Whoosh! Wutong made another move. This time he only flicked out a coin, but the power and speed of this coin far exceeded all the previous coins. The sharp sound of breaking through the air was as terrifying as a sniper bullet. But to everyone's surprise, Li Ke flicked the coin lightly, and what flew out was not a coin, but a poker card. A poker card condensed by telekinesis. Super Copy Gold. This is the ability that Li Ke had when he was fighting Hisoka, and he noticed the opponent's moves and copied them. For playing cards, you only need to use your mind to condense them. Wutong died in Hisoka's playing cards. I have fought with Hisoka before, and I know his fighting style very well. Although I dare not say that I understand it completely, I can at least imitate it. So this time, not only will I copy the opponent's terms, but I will also give this loyal dog-type housekeeper a chance to prepare in advance. At least when this guy is unlucky and meets Hisoka again, he will not be so hasty, and he will have a certain understanding of Hisoka's attacks and fighting methods. Dang! A deafening explosion. In the surprised eyes of everyone, the flying coin was actually cut by the playing cards. Falling to the ground. Wutong's face finally changed. Before this, he just thought that Li Ke was very talented in telekinesis, but the quality and total amount of his own telekinesis must not be as good as his own. He has also practiced for decades, how could he be better than a child? But at this moment, he finally realized clearly that Li Ke's nen might surpass his own in quality and quantity. Cutting entities with things condensed by telekinesis. This is definitely not easy. You have to be careful. Mr. Wutong, I am serious too. Li Ke said lightly. Super Copy Gold. 100 Flowers Blade Wheel Realization System. Blue. Emitter Double Purple. Conjurer Telekinesis Master Gold. In an instant, a large number of playing cards appeared in front of Li Ke. With a wave of his hand, these playing cards also rushed towards Wutong Butler like a storm. The situation was reversed in an instant. Wutong Butler, who was originally on the absolute attacking side, was now in an absolute passive position. He had to launch coins one by one to resist these playing cards, but the number of these coins was really amazing. And every angle is very tricky. However, if it is just such a tool, it is not enough to defeat me. Just when such a thought flashed through Wutong's mind, those poker cards that fell on the ground actually spun out again. Super Copy Gold. Stretchable Love. Although this thing is not as good as Hisoka, fortunately he copied the Transformation Telekinesis Master Gold entry from Hisoka. It's just that he didn't get the corresponding telekinesis skills. The control of telekinesis is also meticulous. It is not difficult to pull these poker cards to counterattack again. There is also the move that Wutong died in Hisoka's hands. Although Li Ke has not seen it with his own eyes, as a time traveler, he has this memory in his mind. So he simply imitated it directly. Swish! A poker card almost brushed Wutong's neck and flew back. The battle is over. The whole audience was extremely quiet, and everyone stared blankly at what was in front of them. A large number of broken coins fell to the ground, and the cuts of the coins were extremely smooth. Unbelievable! This hard coin was actually shredded by the cards. No, it should be shredded by these cards that suddenly appeared, and I don't know what they are made of. At least Gon and his friends have not been exposed to telekinesis, let alone the existence of conjurer. Silence! All the male servants present were dumbfounded. They are the ones who know the strength of the butler Wutong best. At least in their minds, Wutong is a truly powerful master. In fact, before becoming the butler of the Zoldyck family, this butler Wutong could be a well-known strong man. But now, such a powerful existence, who is almost impossible to fail in everyone's mind, was defeated by the guy who looks like a little devil in front of him. If the opponent's playing card is closer, it can directly cut the aorta and cut off the entire head of the butler Wutong. Defeated. And the defeat was very thorough. Wutong's mind was blank at this moment. He clearly felt the burning pain on his neck. If the opponent's poker really wanted to kill him, his head would have fallen to the ground now. So strong. This little guy is much stronger than expected. Ding! You defeated Wutong Butler in the battle posture. There is a 10% probability of automatically copying the entry. Ding! The entry was copied successfully. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Absolute Calmness Purple. This entry belongs to the red subordinate entry of absolute will. It is automatically merged for you. The progress of the red entry of absolute will is slightly improved. The system prompt sounded in the summary's mind. A little disappointed. But it's not really, at least my luck is already quite good. After all, defeating the opponent in this ordinary battle posture, there is only a 10% probability of copying. Before that, I copied the entries of Kikyo and Kalito one after another. Even this housekeeper Wutong was copied, which can be said to be quite powerful, and there was not even any failure. It seems that this time we still have to find an opportunity to fight with several big figures of the Zoldyck family. If we can defeat them, it would be great. Of course, the fiery red eyes red is his trump card, and with the thunder psychic power red, he can instantly burst out 10 times the combat power. It is not bad to defeat Zeno or Silva by surprise. The bad luck now may be a pavement for future luck. I lost, thank you for your restraint just now. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have the opportunity to stand here and talk to you now. Wutong slowly stood up, looked in the direction of Li Ke with an extremely solemn expression, and then bowed. Not only him, but the other servants also stood behind the housekeeper, and bowed in the same direction in the direction of Li Ke. Don't be polite, it's just a competition, then it's just a competition, butler, your ability is also very good. Li Ke waved his hand. No, compared to you, sir, I am far behind. I will continue to improve my skills in the days to come. I am happy for Master Killua to have a friend like you. Sir, I was actually ordered to test you here. And everyone, you all passed the test. The Zoldyck family welcomes you. Butler Wutong and the servants behind him made way. Sir, Master Killua is in your care. Although I am the butler here, I don't know what the family thinks of you. I hope that you and your friends can be absolutely careful. I wish you a safe journey. You only need to follow this road all the way to reach the family villa. Butler Wutong bowed again and said from the bottom of his heart. Don't worry, I understand your difficulties. Gon, Leorio, Kurapika, let's go. Killua should be ahead. Li Ke smiled faintly and called Gon and the others. Great. Killua, we are here. Gon was immediately excited. I wonder what Killua is like now? I hope he is still fine. So we have to speed up, maybe Killua is suffering. Let's go. Several people talked and left quickly. Looking at the backs of Li Ke and his group leaving. Butler Wutong led many servants to watch them leave until their backs completely disappeared from sight. Butler Wutong, who was bent over, slowly stood up and pushed his black-framed glasses. Sir, this friend of Killua is so powerful. Yes, he looks like a child, but he can even defeat you, the butler. It must be the butler's carelessness just now. If it happens again, the outcome is uncertain. Of course, it must be you, Master Wutong, who did it on purpose. We all know that you care about Master Killua very much and will never stop his friends. The servants behind him were discussing. Wutong smiled bitterly and shook his head, touching the wound on his neck, which was still a little burning. You don't understand, that Killua's friend is very strong, even stronger than the eldest master. I hope everything can be fine. In the Zoldyck castle. Zeno Zoldyck, Silva Zoldyck, Ilmi Zoldyck, Kikyo Zoldyck, Killua Zoldyck, Miji Zoldyck are all here. A group of people are watching the surveillance screen. From this screen, you can clearly see the scene that just happened in the butler's villa. 167 Wutong Butler, who was specially arranged by them to test Li Ke's group strength, was defeated. What are those poker cards? Killua was dumbfounded. He found that he understood Li Ke less and less. Even as Li Ke's friend, the ability that Li Ke showed had far exceeded his expectations. Realization telekinesis, and control telekinesis, and even conjurer telekinesis. Killua, your friend is really eye-opening. He performs very well in these three fields, and it is even hard to tell which one is his main field. Silva couldn't help but exclaim. Because telekinesis awakeners often have only one main field, and other fields can be practiced, but they will be much weaker. But in the battle just now, Li Ke showed that he was very tough. The most critical problem is that Li Ke is only a teenager. Could it be that he awakened this ability in the womb and started practicing? This talent is incredible. Fatty Ji even broke out in cold sweat on his forehead. He suddenly felt fortunate that he didn't torture his poor brother too much. After all, this friend of his brother who came to the door was really terrifying. Although he is being a direct descendant of the Zoldyck family does not mean that he will stay in this mountain for his whole life. He will often go to other worlds. If he is targeted by this guy, then the family name will be useless. Maybe he will be killed by the other parties playing cards. Fortunately, at least so far, he is Killua's brother, and the relationship between the two sides seems to be reparable. Killua was even more stunned. She originally thought that when they met, the strength shown by the other party was amazing enough, even all the strength, but until now, she realized that she had underestimated the other party. Even a strong man like Wu Tong was easily defeated, which was incredible. Ilmi, it seems that you have caused us a big trouble. Silva glanced at Ilmi. The taciturn eldest son had a blank look in his eyes, and he was not sure what he was thinking. After 2 or 3 seconds, he suddenly said, the poker ability he just used is Hisoka's ability, and the manipulation of the poker cards just now is one of Hisoka's nin. At his age, he doesn't seem to be able to develop this ability to such an extent, and he is also proficient in the same skills as Hisoka. When they first met, he didn't use this ability. Can I doubt that his real nin is not what you said? But, copy. Chapter 63. Ah! Ilmi's words instantly made everyone in the room quiet down. Even Zeno, who was hunched over with his hands behind his back, was stunned. Nin is copied. You should know that the development of Nin in this world is diverse, and the same ability can be developed into completely different effects in the hands of different people. But from beginning to end, no one has been able to develop the ability to copy, because this ability is too incredible. Of course. According to the news in Zoldyck, this ability is indeed suspected to have been developed, but it is definitely not as simple as Li Ke. The other party completely copied Hisoka's fighting skills and the way to use telekinesis, but it seems, unable to copy the function. Impossible, there is no such ability in this world. Killua Zoldyck screamed. She didn't believe that there would be such a perverted ability in this world. If there really was such an ability, then this person would be invincible. But if it's not this ability, there's no way to explain how he did it. Could it be that someone can imitate the other person's fighting skills after watching it for the first time? That's not something that can be described as genius. Ilmi said with a hollow look in his eyes. Silva was also silent. Someone. Zeno spoke, but all eyes were on the oldest and strongest person in the family. Zeno Zoldyck. Netero from decades ago, now the president of the association, this guy also has such amazing talent. He can quickly learn a lot of fighting skills, but he didn't use this ability as his main direction, but chose to implement the only direction he insisted on. Maybe Killua's friend Li Ke has the same talent as Netero, but if he goes further and further on this road, his future achievements are destined not to be too high. Choosing to copy other people's skills instead of developing what he is really good at will mean that his future will become more and more mediocre, which is a pity. Zeno sighed softly and shook his head. In the past, there have indeed been all kinds of geniuses, including some who are at the level of demons. But this path of purely copying other people's fighting skills will not last long. At least in his opinion. Knowing everything means being unskilled in everything. And if you want to climb the peak of true martial arts, you need to make an absolute breakthrough in a certain field. Otherwise, you will eventually find that you have wasted too much time. Okay, Killua, do you choose to agree to the matter I just discussed with you? If these friends of yours can pass our test, no one in the family will restrict you in the future. And our entire family will become your girlfriend's eternal ally. If you fail, you need to follow our arrangements. Sylva suddenly looked at Killua and said in a deep voice. Killua was silent on the spot. The appearance of Li Ke directly disrupted the family's plan. So adjustments were made. Although Brother K is powerful, he is not your opponent at all, and you said that you would limit your strength to test Brother K and Gon, which is not credible. No one can be sure whether you will suddenly use your full strength. After all, it is common sense for us killers to lie. Killua stared at Sylva with burning eyes. Ha 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 ha. Sylva, it seems that you have failed recently. Don't worry, Killua, Grandpa promises here that if your friend can pass our assessment, we will definitely keep our promise. And we will also carry out the assessment process in the agreed way. If your father or I or others violate the agreement, then it will be considered that we have failed. How about it? Zoldyck laughed and walked over to rub his grandson's head. Killua was relieved and finally gritted his teeth and said, Okay. I promise you. I believe in Brother K and Gon. Okay, ha ha ha. Let's go, Sylva, Killua, they are coming up, Ilmi, follow them, and you guys stay here. Zoldyck put his hands behind his back and turned away with a laugh. At the same time, Li Ke and his party also walked up along the road halfway up the mountain. Finally arrived in front of the castle of the Zoldyck family. Surrounded by tall trees, the huge treetops blocked out the sun, and the environment looked particularly eerie. The dark and eerie castle gate opened, and a faint smell of blood emanated. Are there no guards? Is this the mansion of the Killua family? Leorio was a little surprised. There is a sound inside. Kurapika frowned slightly. He vaguely heard some sounds coming from the depths of the castle. Let's go. Killua should be inside. Li Ke just glanced at the castle, narrowed his eyes slightly, and then strode in. Gon and the other two followed. The interior of the castle was very large, just like a maze, and it looked a bit dark. Is it so energy saving? Don't even like to turn on a few lights? But Li Ke, who was walking in the front, was responsible for leading the way. His perception was very sharp, and several people followed behind him. After walking for more than 10 minutes and turning around, everyone finally arrived at the castle hall. Killua. After seeing this scene in front of him, Gon suddenly lost control of his emotions and screamed. In front of him, Killua, the little friend of the past, was hanging in the air, covered in blood and with a lot of wounds on his body. A burly man with golden curly hair next to him was whipping him. Sylva Zoldyck. After hearing the voices of several people, Sylva stopped and turned his head to look at them. His eyes paused slightly on Li Ke. Stop it now. If you keep fighting like this, Killua will die. Who are you? Why are you torturing Killua like this? Gon was furious and rolled up his sleeves to fight, but was pulled back by Leorio and Kurapika. This guy is very strong. Although Kurapika has not awakened his Nen yet, his perception is the strongest among the few people with the characteristics of the red eyes. Don't be reckless, Gon. Leorio also reminded repeatedly. Who are you? Sylva pretended not to know and spoke in a dull voice. We are Killua's friends. Who are you? Why are you torturing him? Gon said angrily. Me? Haha, I'm his father, what's wrong? Do I need your permission to deal with my own son? Sylva sneered, and his iron whip was still covered with blood. Killua seemed to have fallen into a coma, and the shackles on his wrists were bloody and looked particularly distressing. Father? Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard this. How can there be such a father in this world? But he is your son. Gon couldn't believe it. Are you really going to beat him to death? Too cruel. I can finally understand why Killua doesn't want to go home. Leorio and Kurapika couldn't help but complain. It doesn't matter if you beat the useless trash to death. You didn't come to tell me this on purpose, did you? You are not welcome here, so go back quickly. Silva sneered. Brother K. You must save Killua. Don't let him be beaten to death by this cruel father. Gon begged with red eyes. Tay. Li K sighed softly. He brushed out the super 5 senses gold from the giant dog San Mao. And fused the magic spider induction entry. In fact, after seeing this scene in front of him, K was also surprised in his heart. But he soon discovered something was wrong. Because he could hear Killua's heartbeat. The other party's heartbeat was very stable, without any weakness caused by such abuse. In other words, the scene in front of him did not seem to be real. Should I cooperate with you in acting? Haha. Li K has already guessed most of it in his mind. But now he is worried that he has no chance to brush these guys' entries. Since others have created such a good environment for him, it seems that he doesn't have to worry too much. What an interesting family. It is indeed a loving family, except for killing the son. But Li K has to act along. There is no need to let the other party know that he has seen through it, otherwise how can he explain that he is crazy and hits everyone he sees? How to get these entries? Ha 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 ha. And what is standing in front of him is a super vault. Name, Silva Zoldyck. Items, Assassination, Double Gold, Physical Skills, Gold, Conjurer Talent Telekinesis, Gold, Telekinesis Bullet Telekinesis Skills, Gold, Steel Body, Gold, Poison Resistance, Gold, All Resistance, Purple, Absolute Calmness, Gold, etc. This guy is simply a mobile gold vault. It's so cool. As long as you can get any item from this guy, it's a big profit. So, act. Brother, follow the act. Killua. Damn it. You are not worthy of being his father. There is no such father in the world. Even our friends can't stand it. Let Killua go. Li K glared at him with an expression of righteous indignation. Silva frowned slightly, and his evaluation of Li K declined a little. He originally thought that this little guy had such amazing talent and such powerful strength. If he could be stronger and more stable, he would definitely become the top existence standing in this world. But he was a little disappointed. It was obvious that the other party seemed to be a little impulsive, but at the same time he was a little relieved. At least the friends his son made were all sincere friends. Oh? Release Killua? Do you want to interfere in my family affairs? Silva sneered. Li K didn't waste any more words. Speed Gold. The figure disappeared instantly. Divine Power Red. Silva's face changed slightly. The opponent's speed was not beyond his expectations, but the opponent's fist shocked him a little. Because he clearly felt the amazing power of the opponent's fist. The same punch was thrown. Silva's fist was bigger, and it was also wrapped in a light purple telekinesis. Boom! The two fists collided. Deafening explosion, visible airbags exploded, blowing the people around them back one after another. Under Silva's surprised gaze, a playing card telekinesis cut the steel cable, and Killua fell into Li K's arms. Killua! Wake up! Killua! Like exclaimed anxiously, damn it! I will definitely avenge you! Gon! After that, he threw Killua to Gon's direction. Killua! Gon hugged her, but the next second he was kicked from behind, and the whole person flew out holding Killua. Ilmi! At this time, he appeared in his true form. No! Protect Gon Killua! Kurapika and Leorio exclaimed at the same time. Dare to take action in Zoldyck's family, they have violated our rules, kill them, Ilmi! Silva said. Understood. With a hollow look in his eyes, Ilmi rushed directly in front of Leorio, and then cut his neck with his sharp palm. Blood gushed out in an instant. Leorio covered his neck blankly, his eyes widened, and fell to the ground in disbelief. His hands and feet even twitched, and finally he lost his breath. No, Leorio! Gon roared in pain when he saw this scene. Kurapika's eyes turned red. His emotions had been greatly fluctuated. He originally thought that everyone was just an ordinary friend, but after seeing Leorio die, he could not control his inner anger. The fiery red eyes were automatically triggered. But Ilmi was faster. Puff! Before Kurapika could show it, his expression became dull, and blood gushed out of his chest uncontrollably. A sharp dagger pierced his heart and came out. Cough, cough, cough. Why did I fall here? I still have revenge to take. Kurapika stared at his heart blankly. He wanted to struggle to stand up, but Zhao Qian stumbled uncontrollably and fell to the ground. Behind the two, Ilmi appeared. No! Gon cried heartbreakingly, and the whole person seemed to be in a state of madness. Ilmi's figure disappeared on the spot. Boom! He was actually knocked out by Gon's punch? This scene made Ilmi stunned, but his attack had already landed on Gon, and the poisoned green nails scratched Gon's face. Then this green poison was spreading at an alarming speed, covering the whole area in the blink of an eye. Gon's entire body. He spat out a mouthful of green blood. He fell down and stopped moving. All dead. The sudden scene made Li Ke freeze in place. In just a few breaths, all three of his friends were killed. Oh! What a sad thing this is! So sad! So painful! By the way, how should I behave? Yes, 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 it should be very sad. All. Li Ke's expression became extremely angry at this moment, and even the veins on his forehead popped out. Even at this moment, Li Ke wanted to give himself a trophy. Oscar winner. If he hadn't obtained the Super 5 Senses Gold entry on the way here, he would definitely think that everything in front of him was real. But in fact, he could clearly hear the steady heartbeats of Gon and the other two. These three guys were just asleep. Although it is not clear what means the other party used to do it, the fact is that there is no pure danger to life. It seems. This Zoldyck took great pains to test his true strength, even pushing himself to the brink of emotional collapse. Wouldn't it be better this way? Otherwise, what better excuse would I have to beat up their whole family? Right? Ha 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 ha. Chapter 64. Seeing this scene, Li Ke cooperated with their performance. He growled like a beast, and the whole person seemed to fall into a state of emotional collapse. It's you! Li Ke roared, his eyes full of bloodshot as he rushed towards Ilmi. Hee, I overestimated you. Now you look like a beast that has lost its mind. No matter how powerful it is, it will become useless in the hands of a beast. Ilmi had a faint smile on his lips, and stared at Li Ke who was coming towards him with empty eyes. At the beginning, he lost to Li Ke because he used the disguise technique and could not use all his strength, but now it is different, he is in normal state. Ilmi looked at Li Ke who was getting closer and closer calmly. He saw at least a dozen flaws in the opponent's attack. He even thought of at least more than 10 ways to break the opponent's attack. Zoldyck in the back crossed his arms and obviously had no intention of attacking. He wanted his eldest son to test the limit of this so-called genius. Found it, a flaw. Ilmi chuckled. He just turned slightly to avoid the attack of Li Ke in a rage, and then stabbed Li Ke in the back with a hand knife stained with poison. Of course. He would be reserved and would not kill Li Ke directly. He was just testing GK's strength. Obviously, the result this time made him very disappointed. He originally thought that he would be a strong opponent, but he never thought that he would lose his mind so easily. Maybe this thing can't be said that Li Ke is easy to lose his mind, but that he values feelings too much. If the same thing happens to him, Ilmi guarantees that his emotions will not fluctuate too much. As a member of the Zoldyck family, he has been instilled with the concept of absolute cold-bloodedness and calmness since he was a child. Nothing can become a threat to him, even if his father and other family members become bargaining chips in the hands of the enemy, he will not be flat. Because the family's teachings are that you will never give up your fighting power and weapons in front of the enemy for any reason. Obviously, the other party was born in an ordinary family. Although he has good talents, he is still far from being as good as himself. You lose. Ilmi hummed in his heart, and his nails flashing with a faint purple light hit Li Kei's back. Clang! But there was a sound of collision like steel, which made him stunned for a moment. His hand knife can even cut steel, but is this guy's skin harder than steel? Ilmi's face changed suddenly. When he wanted to react, he was shocked to see that Li Kei, who was exposed, had twisted his waist and turned his body, and his fist wrapped in hot energy smashed down head-on. Divine Power Red. Physical Skills Gold. Iron Tank Gold. Thunder Telekinesis Red Thunder Fist Drum. The thunder power that was almost imperceptible to the naked eye poured into Li Kei's right fist. Li Kei's explosive power instantly reached a new level. Many effects were maxed out at once. Boom! A deafening explosion, visible air waves exploded with the two of them as the center. Ilmi vomited blood crazily, and the whole person was instantly blown away like a sandbag. This time the power far exceeded any previous time. Ilmi rolled down in the distance, covered with scars, his hands were all broken, and they drooped limply. Blood overflowed from the corners of his mouth, and the whole person looked extremely embarrassed. A dent with a diameter of more than 20 meters was exploded on the ground. The power of a punch. It was extremely terrifying. Ding! You defeated Ilmi in the battle posture, and there is a 10% probability of automatically copying the entry. Ding! Copying failed successfully. Li Kei couldn't help but mutter in his heart, he didn't copy any entries. What a pity! He couldn't kill this guy here, otherwise the probability of obtaining entries would be 100%, and he could obtain multiple entries at one time. Very amazing explosive power, like the reaction instinct of a beast, and after entering the angry state, he obviously has the ability to strengthen, and the hardness of the skin has reached an extremely high level. Stop, Ilmi, you have already lost. Silva Zoldyck commented. He glanced at his son who was struggling to stand up in the distance, stepped forward, and stared at Li Kei in a state of scorching eyes. Little guy! Your opponent is me. To hurt my people in my family territory is the biggest provocation to the Zoldyck family. But you, little guy, probably don't have much reason now, and you can hear what I say clearly, so let me wake you up. Silva Zoldyck spoke with an expression. His amazing momentum suppressed Li Kei. Sure enough. After feeling this amazing momentum, Li Kei, who was furious and lost his mind, turned his head and aimed his attack at Silva. Mind bullet. Without saying anything, Silva made a starting move, and the mind bullet constructed by the Yi temporal structure whizzed in. Boom! Boom! It bombarded the ground like a missile. But what surprised Silva was that Li Kei's reaction was surprisingly sharp, and all his attack techniques were avoided by the opponent. It seems that it is still very difficult to hit with a long-range attack. I have to do it myself. Silva moved his knuckles and twisted his neck, making a crackling sound. In the back room, the old man Zeno was standing by the window overlooking everything that happened. Tisk 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 tisk. Very amazing power reaction, and defense, it can be said that he is a super genius with all-round development. The only regret is that he is not calm enough and is easily bought by emotions. Zeno made his own comments. According to the current state, he may be able to hold on for 3 minutes in front of Silva. In the monitoring room, Miji and Killua were watching the surveillance screen. Ah! Big brother! Big brother lost! The fat man Miji was stunned. At least since he was old enough to understand, he had never seen Big Brother Ilmi lose a battle. In his impression, Big Brother was almost invincible. And the battle just now, both sides were defeated directly after just one move. Especially when he saw the traces of explosion and collapse on the ground, the fat man couldn't help but tremble in his heart. This guy is not like a human at all, he feels like a humanoid monster. This kind of power is really amazing. No wonder Big Brother lost. Ilmi. The noblewoman Kikyo screamed a little crazy. Seeing Ilmi injured, she was heartbroken, but more of it was horror. The strength of Li Ke in his exposed state was so terrifying. Even Ilmi couldn't resist him. Of course, the most important reason for the defeat just now was Ilmi's contempt for Li Ke. It can be said that both times he lost because of carelessness. But this can't be blamed entirely on Ilmi. The first time was because of the explosion of divine power red. It was like a child suddenly hit 100 kilograms of full force, naturally catching an adult off guard. The second time was because of the blessing of Thunder Fist Drum. After blessing the Thunder Psychic Power red, Li Ke's strength increased again. From 100 to at least 500. The sudden increase in terrifying power caught him off guard and he was defeated again. Ilmi was bitter. Inside the castle, Silva's figure disappeared on the spot. The next moment he appeared beside Li Ke and kicked him with a whip kick. Boom! Even Li Ke, who was in a furious state, was kicked back and slid more than 10 meters before stopping. Silva was even more amazing in terms of strength. Little guy, let me wake you up. Silva spoke expressionlessly, and he dodged and chased in front of Li Ke again, and attacked Li Ke again. 0145123228 Filo 0333133391. Every blow is fatal. Different from the fighting style of ordinary people, the fighting style cultivated by this killer family is extremely dangerous. Any physical fighting skills, such as elbows, sitje, knees, palms, fingers, etc., are fatal threats. It can be said that the whole person is trained to be the most powerful fighting machine. Puff! Blood splatters. Silva pierced through Li Ke's right shoulder with a palm, and then followed it with a connecting elbow strike, breaking Li Ke's right arm and knocking him flying. Roar! But Li Ke, who was knocked flying, did not wake up because of the pain, but still roared like a beast. Silva frowned slightly, and he rushed forward again to wake Li Ke up completely. Silva, be careful, it's almost over, if you continue like this, Killua will wake up. Zeno's voice came from the headset. Silva did not reply, but moved forward again, leaving a residual image behind. He grabbed Li Ke's other intact arm. It's over. He has completely lost the power to resist, and it will be easy to wake him up next. Puff! Blood bloomed again, and Silva's hand injured Li Ke again. He breathed a sigh of relief. Snap! But at this moment, Chu Ba was shocked to see that the other party's bloody hand actually grabbed his arm directly. And he was surprisingly strong. He didn't look like a seriously injured guy at all. What shocked him even more was that he saw Li Ke's right arm, which was obviously injured, recovering quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. I got you. Hey! Li Ke suddenly grinned, revealing a beast-like smile, his eyes were blood red. At this moment, Silva had an illusion that he was bitten by a dark continental monster. It was as if he had awakened a terrifying monster. Oops! Silva realized that something was wrong in an instant. He wanted to distance the two of them, but found that the other party's hand was holding him tightly like an iron hoop, and he couldn't get rid of it at all. Moreover, the strength was incredible, and he even felt that his hand bones would be crushed. Old dang! You hit me so hard just now, and now you finally took the bait, and I should also give you a good show. Li Ke was excited. The wounds on his right arm were not a problem at all. With the abilities of Super Speed Regeneration Purple and Healing Purple, as long as his head was not cut off or his heart was not crushed instantly, other injuries could be healed quickly, and it would only consume some physical strength. Then now. It's my moment. Showtime. Divine Power Red. Thunder Psychic Power Red, Thunder Fist Drum. Fire Red Eyes Red. Enhancer Psychic Power Purple. Physical Skills Gold. Iron Tank Gold. Assassination Skills Gold. Boom. In an instant, Lee K opened his eyes directly. Unlike Kurapika, who would attach special effects to the red eyes when opening the fire red eyes, Lee K did not have any special effects after opening the fire red eyes, but this effect was real. As expected of the top blood limit in the entire hunter world, all special systems were maxed out at the moment of opening. And his own combat power also soared to a very terrifying state. At the beginning, Kurapika had only passed the hunter assessment, and when he was still a rookie, he defeated the top combat power of the Spider Brigade, Uvajin, by opening the fiery eyes. This fiery eyes can be said to be the top cheat in this world. You should feel honored, BA. You are the first person to taste the taste of my fiery eyes. Lee K laughed wildly in his heart. The next moment, the fist wrapped in a trace of terrifying lightning and scorching heat fell towards Silva. The two were completely in close combat. Half-meter combat. Every punch hits the flesh. Boom. 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 A deafening explosion. It seemed that the entire castle was crumbling. The terrifying and amazing air waves rolled everywhere. Each time Lee K's punch landed, it was blocked by Silva's fist, but the ground behind him exploded one after another, and huge fist marks fell one after another. It was as terrifying as a bomber. At this moment, the interior of the castle seemed to be under the bombing of a heavy bomber. On the balcony, Zoldyck, the old man with his hands behind his back, who was preparing to watch the end, was stunned at this moment. He looked at the terrifying attack power below in disbelief. This level of power has even reached the level of Netero. Is this guy really a rookie who just got a hunter license? This terrifying power is simply incredible, and it is not something that a human body can produce. Could it be that this kid still has the blood of the Dark Continent monster in his body? Countless thoughts emerged in Zoldyck's mind at this moment. He clearly saw that his son was obviously losing in this super close-range melee. Silva's fist was completely suppressed, and began to break the skin, bleed, and even bloody. In the monitoring room, the lady and the fat man were completely dumbfounded. Their minds were blank. Some suspected that everything they saw on the surveillance screen was not real. That was Zoldyck. Although the contemporary family in the entire family was not the strongest in terms of combat power, it was at least the strongest in appearance. But even so, now it has become like this? Especially Lee K, that guy is now like an artillery position, just like a missile bombardment. It is even worrying that if the battle continues like this, the entire castle will collapse. The two opened their mouths so wide that they could fit 2 goose eggs, and their expressions were extremely horrified. It was as if they had seen a ghost. Chapter 65. Is that Daddy? Is this true? The fat man softened his eyes, feeling unbelievable. He had a feeling that he was dreaming, and it was a very long nightmare. Ah! Silva! He actually hurt Silva. The lady screamed in horror, as if she had seen something incredible. Killua was also a top assassin. He chose to marry Silva because he was defeated by him. She was naturally very clear about her husband's strength. At least in the whole world, he was also one of the top ones. But now, not to mention that he couldn't take down the opponent, he was even suppressed by the opponent in close combat and retreated step by step. Is this really the Silva he knew? No. It was that kid who was too abnormal. The terrifying fist power, even the aftermath of the fist wind was enough to blast the ground of the castle into a dent and crack. You can imagine how much terrible pressure did Silva, who was at the center of the storm, endure. But all this was completely beyond the two people's expectations. This was a scene they would never see in their dreams. Inside the castle, Ilmi stood up with difficulty. He even forgot the pain of his broken arms. The empty eyes rarely revealed the emotions of surprise, shock, and disbelief. He stared blankly at the scene of the battle in front of him. Boom! 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 The terrifying explosion sounded, and it even felt like it would never stop. Silva's response has become more and more hasty. Li Ke, who has activated the red eyes and thunder power, has an absolute explosion of combat power at this moment, more than 10 times. Such a terrifying explosion is simply unbelievable. Especially the lightning that emerged from the opponent's fist, which also made Silva feel paralyzed. He couldn't even remember how many punches he had gathered. But the opponent was like a crazy beast, grabbing his hand and almost digging into the flesh, and the two of them were completely crazy half-meter hand-to-hand combat. Silva also has steel body gold. Generally invulnerable to swords and guns, water and fire, a real steel man. When Li Ke's fist landed on him, there would be a thunderous explosion like steel colliding. But the same. Silva's fist landed on Li Ke. Iron plate tank gold and enhancer telekinesis and fire red eyes and thunder telekinesis. It also burst out with a steel-like sound. It was like two iron men constantly fighting. All the skills did not exist, it was a real fight, and it became a competition of endurance and resistance, and the two sides fought madly. The ground and wall behind Li Ke also collapsed because of the punch that penetrated his body. But compared to each other, Silva's side was more miserable. Li Ke's full power was terrifying. The ground and wall behind Silva had completely broken and shattered, almost turning into powder. Blood was splattered. The extent and area of the wall and ground behind Li Ke were obviously not as shocking as Silva's. Silva's burst was not as good as Li Ke's full power. Everyone was stunned. A punch-to-flesh attack. Everyone was so shocked that they couldn't say a word. They could only open their eyes wide and look at everything in front of them stupidly. Even Zeno, who was standing on the high platform, was silent. The horrific fighting lasted for more than 10 minutes. The interior of the entire castle was in ruins, and there was no good place to be seen. The two stopped attacking. Smoke and dust filled the air. It was extremely quiet. Everyone looked at the messy ground in front of them with burning eyes. It was almost like a ruin. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated. Hey! Everyone suddenly saw a man covered in blood, like a beast, walking out slowly. His other hand was holding a strong man who was also covered in wounds and fainted. Silva was beaten down? Seeing this scene, everyone present was collectively dumbfounded, and everyone felt that what they saw was not real. No Silva? How could it be? It's definitely not official, how could this be possible? How could Silva fail, how could he lose to such a little devil? Lady Kikyo screamed hysterically and unbelievably. She couldn't believe that her husband would lose to such a kid. Although the other party was indeed very powerful, at least in her impression, her husband was almost invincible. The fat man Miji was also dumbfounded. He sat on the chair blankly, looking at the surveillance screen in front of him with lifeless eyes. And the lowly Kalito who just knocked on the door was also dumbfounded. He looked at the scene on the screen in disbelief. In his impression, his father who was like a god of war was dragged by the guy in front of him who made him extremely unhappy like 10 dead dogs. Lost? My father actually lost, and the man who was like a god of war lost to this kid. Kalito felt that his 3 views were all hit by an unprecedented strong impact. In the training ground, the seriously injured Irmi was stunned. He had thought of countless results, but he never thought it would be such a result. Even before this, he was a little annoyed about his defeat. It was not because he was careless, but because Lee K suddenly burst out with incredible strength. Every time, he could burst out with several times the previous combat power. This is simply not the power that humans possess. But even so, he always believed that his father would defeat this difficult guy, because his father had never made any mistakes or failures from beginning to end. He is the Optimus Prime of the Zoldyck family. But now everyone has witnessed with their own eyes that this Optimus Prime of the family was destroyed by someone. And it was an unknown little guy. Unbelievable. I can't believe it. If you think about it this way, it doesn't seem to be a particularly embarrassing thing for me to lose to this kid. Because the power used by the opponent in the battle with his father just now was at least several times more than when he fought against himself. Indescribable. Ilmi's mood at this moment is extremely complicated. At least before this, he was considered a genius of the family, and so was Killua. But now, compared with the young man in front of him, Ilmi suddenly felt a little ridiculous. What so-called genius, what so-called evil, was completely vulnerable in front of this monster. The appearance of this guy was simply a nightmare for everyone. For the first time, strong emotions emerged in Ilmi's empty eyes. Reluctant, helpless, and desperate. Because the opponent's age and talent far exceed his own, he may not have the chance to defeat this guy in this life. On the high platform, the old man Zeno's hands behind his back trembled slightly, and he stared at the bottom with wide eyes. Looking at his son who was in such a mess for the first time. The last time his son was in such a mess was probably decades ago. At that time, he was still a boy who was still wet behind the ears. He was severely taught a lesson by himself and tasted the taste of failure. But since that time, Silva has never failed again. He rose with absolutely dazzling talent until he entrusted the entire family to his hands. Unexpectedly, he was defeated so thoroughly now. Although this failure also had a certain factor of underestimating the enemy, if Lee K had not chosen the close combat method and deliberately used his own injury to lure the opponent into the trap, Silva would never lose so easily. Even if he couldn't defeat the opponent, he would draw. But this kind of close combat within half a meter has nothing to do with skills and assassination. It is purely a competition of strength and endurance. Whoever has stronger attack power, longer health bar, and higher defense can win the final victory. Obviously, his son lost in front of Lee K, who turned into a beast. This guy. The strength he just burst out is at least 10 times more than that against Ilmi. Incredible. It's incredible. And Silva is not underestimated. Even Zeno himself will definitely make a similar choice. It can only be said that Lee K is too cruel. The first arm just made Silva take it lightly, and the second arm made Silva choose to end the battle. In the end, he took the bait. Is it relying on the instinct of a beast? Or a crazy fighting style? Netero, what kind of monster do you fancy? Zeno couldn't help but wail from the bottom of his heart at this moment. In his time, Netero had already stood at the top of the pyramid, even far surpassing the second-ranked one, truly a leader. It was impossible to look up to him. But now, this little guy favored by Netero, in terms of talent and evilness, even far surpassed the original Netero. You have to know that this little guy is only a teenager now. After 20 years or even longer, no one can imagine how terrifying he will be. This era is changing. I'm afraid there are no more ships for us old guys. Zeno couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Below, Silva, the patriarch of the Zoldyck family, was held by Lee K like a dead dog, and a trail of blood flowed on the ground. Ding! Congratulations on defeating Silva in the battle posture Zoldyck. 10% chance to automatically copy. Ding! You heard the echo of strong luck burst. 2. Ding! Congratulations on copying physical skills gold, mind bullet gold. Ding! You have physical skills gold, automatically merged into physical skills double gold. A sound like the sound of nature rang in Li Kei's mind. Immediately, a large amount of information poured into Li Kei's mind, among which was the ability of Sylva's physical skills and mind bullets. The prerequisite for mind bullets is Conjurer Mind Power. And now Li Kei has brushed out a Conjurer Mind Power Master Gold from Hisoka. That means, the moment he obtained this ability, he had the ability to use mind bullets. Perfect. The enhancement of physical skills made Li Kei's physique become much stronger. The dignified Zoldyck family patriarch was defeated by a teenager at this moment. This scene was really too shocking. No one dared to stop Li Kei, including Yilmi, who could only watch him dragging his father with one hand and walking slowly forward. Almost done, kid. A figure fell down. It was Zeno Zoldyck. The former patriarch who was watching the show on the high platform before was also the second strongest person in the family now. As for the first one. Sorry, it's not Sylva Zoldyck. Although he is the patriarch of the entire family, his actual combat power is weaker than that of this old man. It's just that the old man has withdrawn from the battlefield and lived in seclusion behind the scenes. This is equivalent to an open secret. But in fact, as a time traveler, Li Kei understands that the reason why the Zoldyck family has been able to maintain its position in the assassination world for so many years is of course due to the leadership and strength of Zeno and Sylva, the patriarchs. But there is still, that one, Maha Zoldyck. This guy is the strongest of the entire Zoldyck family, Zeno's grandfather. He is a contemporary of Netero. He even has the title of the second strongest fighter in the world. And this guy has not died so far, and is still alive in this world, but it is not clear where he is. When he was young, he even went to the Dark Continent with Netero and his son Jaeger Zoldyck, but the final result was an embarrassing escape. Back. Since then, the Dark Continent has become a taboo topic for humans. It is precisely because of Maha's relationship that the Zoldyck family can maintain its prosperity in today's human society. Even though it is a killer family, it can live in a tourist attraction without being besieged by other forces. Behind this must be the result of the competition between multiple forces. Looking at the bloody boy in front of him like a beast, Zeno was very emotional. If it were anyone else, as long as they were not the one Netero liked, they would probably have no chance to leave here today. But Li Kei is the one Netero liked. Zeno didn't want to fall out with Netero. So even if Li Kei killed Sylva today, he could only swallow the bitter fruit. Ilmi in the distance was in a complicated mood at the moment. He never dreamed that the situation would become so bad. Originally, he thought that the Zoldyck family would defeat this person with an absolute advantage, and then get some secrets about him from the other party. But now it seems, they failed to steal the chicken and lost a handful of rice. It is even possible that all members will fall. But now, Grandpa Zeno has taken action, so everything has been settled. Let go of Sylva, we are not enemies, and they are fine without your friends. Old man Zeno said faintly. Hey! But at this moment, Li Kei's acting skills are still online. Showing a smile like a beast. The effect of the red eyes has not expired yet. Since the opponent has already shown that he has no ill will towards him, no matter how he makes a fuss, Zeno, the old man, can only swallow his anger. With Netero backing him up, he dare not touch him. But in order to prevent this old guy from taking an unconventional approach, GK was on guard. He pretended to make a move, and a hunter license fell out of his pocket. Clang! It was a 2-star hunter. And the next moment, the beast Li Kei threw Sylva out like trash, roaring towards the old man Zeno and died. Chapter 66. 2-star hunter? It turns out that Netero has known about Li Kei's strength for a long time. It seems that Ilmi has really caused us a big trouble this time. Zeno couldn't help but smile bitterly. He naturally saw the 2-star hunter license clearly. 2-star hunter is different from ordinary hunter. This thing needs the approval of the president of the association to obtain. Moreover, Ilmi personally participated in the assessment. The information he provided was in the results of the assessment. Everyone only obtained an ordinary hunter license. But now it seems that Li Ke has been favored by Netero, which even makes Zeno a little suspicious. Will the old guy Netero have already accepted him as his apprentice? If this is the case, if he hurts him here, it will probably be quite troublesome. Netero is not really easy to talk to. To be able to truly sit on the throne of the world's number one, and no one else dares to provoke, it is definitely not just amiable. Netero's iron-blooded wrist is also amazing. It was just a moment of surprise, Zeno found himself in a passive position. Li Ke was still bombarding him. Pure physical skills and telekinesis-enhanced attacks were like a wild beast that had lost its mind. With Silva's previous experience, Zeno, as the old patriarch, naturally had a wealth of combat experience and would not let himself be passive in such a battle scene. He just dodged Li Ke's attack with a few light dodges. Then he saw the opportunity. Dragon head play painting. Roar. A dragon head made entirely of telekinesis roared towards Li Ke, instantly blocking all the pursuit routes. It must be said that the old ones are still the best. It's a pity. The effect of the red eyes is almost gone, and now the 267 guys in the old family are alert again. It's difficult to defeat him under normal circumstances. Li Ke sighed in his heart. Silva consumed too much of his own strength, and the red eyes could not be kept open. Of course. Now it is physical skills and double gold blessing, and the red eyes will last longer. But it's still very troublesome to take down 2 cities in a row. Zeno's entry. I'm quite envious. Divine power red. Fiery eyes red. Physical skills double gold. Thunder mind power red. Thunder fist drum. Boom. Like directly bombarded Zeno's dragon head painting head on. The energy of this thing was even more amazing than Silva's. It pushed him out forcefully. The terrifying force even made Li Ke feel like he was bitten by a real dragon. But this push only lasted for more than 10 meters before it stopped abruptly. Arcs of electricity jumped and flashed on Li Ke's body. His hands actually grabbed the upper and lower jaws of the dragon head, like the king of power in ancient times. Roar! Li Ke roared like a thunder beast. Tear. In the shocked eyes of Zeno Zoldyck, his dragon head painting was torn into 2 halves. There were even lightning flashing at the crack. Red eyes, disappeared. The ultimate time is over, what a pain. What a pity. The ultimate time is over, I still want to make another fortune. Li Ke sighed in his heart, and then fell to the ground as if he had lost control. He did not faint, but acted the whole trick for Zeno to see. After confirming that Zeno and the others did not really want to attack him, Li Ke automatically put himself into a light sleep state. When he woke up, it was already bright. Brother K. Brother K. You finally woke up. Seeing Li Ke wake up, Gon immediately rushed over and almost burst into tears. Great. I was worried for a long time. Brother K, you scared us to death before. Leorio was also surprised and excited. Brother K, do you feel uncomfortable? Kurapika said worriedly. They woke up earlier than immediately. In fact, they were just knocked down by Ilmi's sleeping pills, and they did not suffer any injuries. Everything they did was just to stimulate Li Ke's greatest fighting power. Li Ke did not disappoint them. Brother Li Ke. Thank you. Killua, a handsome little boy with silver hair wearing clean clothes, stood beside him with red eyes. Although he was restricted in his movements and even in a sleeping state, his consciousness was extremely clear and he could clearly perceive the situation outside. He also learned that Li Ke went into a state of rampage because of the death of him and his friends, and even defeated his father and his brother easily. Unimaginably powerful. For himself, this brother Li Ke can be said to be a true ally. Even during the time when Li Ke was in a coma, Killua threatened his family that if Li Ke died or could not wake up, he would leave the family and never come back. This was his promise to Li Ke. Now that Li Ke has woken up, the other family members present couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this monster finally woke up. Even my dad hasn't woken up yet. This guy's recovery ability is really abnormal. The fat man Miji was amazed. He didn't dare to look at Li Ke and instinctively took 2 steps back. The little girl Kalito gritted her teeth and stared at Li Ke. He felt that his 3 views were completely shattered. The other party actually defeated his father, who was almost omnipotent in his impression. He even had nightmares these days, and he dreamed of a big devil in his dream, and that big devil was Li Ke. The little girl Kalito clenched her pink fists and stared at Li Ke with big eyes, with an expression of anger and fear. The lady Kikyo was also here. Ah! Mr. Li Ke, you finally woke up. It was our family's poor hospitality. Are you okay? The Zoldyck family will not be your enemy. After seeing Li Ke wake up, she made a sharp and high-pitched cry, seeming excited and nervous. A terrifying genius who can defeat her husband at this age. How terrifying will she become when she reaches adulthood in the future? This is definitely not a monster that the whole family can afford to provoke. And Grandpa Zeno has already asked everyone about what to do after Li Ke wakes up. The Zoldyck family will never be an enemy of Li Ke, even. Hehe, how do you feel? My friend, the old man is Zeno Zoldyck. We met 2 days ago. Zeno Zoldyck walked up slowly, and a smile appeared on his old face. 2 days ago. Li Ke showed a somewhat confused expression. He had to act in full. He pretended to be unconscious, and he knew that he had been lying on this bed for 2 days. During these 2 days, their family invited various top doctors, and even Zeno personally treated him. You have been unconscious for 2 days. It seems that after entering the rage state, you seem to have forgotten everything that happened. Please watch Veer. Zeno Zoldyck has made all the preparations, and even put the relevant videos directly in front of Li Ke. Even if he watched these videos again, Gon, Killua, Leori, and Kurapika were stunned. The scene was really shocking. Especially when Li Ke went berserk, he was like a human tank, destroying everything he went. There was also the scene where Silva and Zoldyck were fighting each other half a meter apart, punching each other in the flesh, which made people's blood boil. This is a real battle. Especially at the end, Li Ke became the final winner with blood all over his body, and walked out of the ruins like a beast. That scene was really too shocking. Even though the result was already known, the whole audience was still silent. Everyone's eyes were filled with unprecedented shock. Li Ke also showed the shock and surprise he deserved very professionally. Is this really me? Why do I have no memory at all? How is Lord Silva? If I hurt Lord Silva, I would be extremely guilty. We are Killua's friends. Li Ke cooperated with the performance very well. It's okay, Silva's injury has almost healed, but that guy is probably more serious than you. It may take 10 o'clock for him to wake up. Zeno smiled and comforted, looking at Li Ke's eyes more like an elder looking at his body, even with a hint of doting. Ilmi, come out, explain to Li Ke why you let him come here? This time everything happened because of you. I hope you can give Li Ke a good explanation. As long as you are not satisfied, I will punish you according to the family law. The old man Zeno said in a deep voice. Ilmi was sent here by 2 servants, but at this moment he was tied up and even asked for forgiveness. Li Ke, we didn't know you were a person Netero valued before. My grandson Ilmi almost caused a disaster this time. You can vent your displeasure to him, or even kill him. I can guarantee that no one from the family will come to trouble you. He brought this upon himself. The old man Zeno said in a cold voice. Hearing this, the fat man Miji trembled all over, his face as pale as paper. He was now extremely glad that he did not take the initiative to offend the monster Li Ke, otherwise his fate would be no different from that of his elder brother. But he couldn't understand. The eldest brother has a very high status in the family, and even grandpa loves him very much, but in this situation, he would rather abandon him. The words of old man Zeno made the noble lady Kikyo scream out of control. Father-in-law, you can't do this. Ilmi is your eldest grandson, how can you let him die? She thought it was like crazy, Ilmi was also her favorite, how could she bear to kill him? Shut up. Listen to your father. Little friend Li Ke, we were reckless in the past 2 days. We just wanted to test you, but we didn't expect you to give us a big surprise. My father's words are also my words. The Zoldyck family will never take action against you. If you can't do it yourself, I can choose to do it for you. If you are also full of anger towards me, I can also hand it over to you to deal with. Life and death are up to you. Outside the door, Silva strode in. This man is still the same as before, as if he is unapproachable, with an extremely cold gaze, a face as sharp as a knife, and a burly figure. He is extremely cold. Or to be a child of this family, you must be aware of death from that moment on. As a killer, no one knows which will come first, an accident or tomorrow. Ilmi's eyes were empty. He had no objection to what his father and grandfather said. He had already realized his death a long time ago. Deaf. Silva's words frightened Gon, Leorio, and Kurapika, because it was the first time they saw such a cold family relationship. But they already knew what happened 2 days ago through the video. They could only say that this joke or this test method was really too much. Killua's heart was also very complicated at the moment. He was very afraid of Ilmi, but when he learned from his grandfather and father that Li Ke would kill his eldest brother with just one word, he was still a little trembling. But he would never say a word because Li Ke saved him, which led to what happened 2 days ago. But he didn't expect that even his father was willing to make such an amazing compensation. All eyes immediately looked in the direction of Li Ke. Because everyone knows that Li Ke's words can determine the future of Ilmi, even Silva can be determined. It seems that the Zoldyck family is determined to join Li Ke's allies. Or for the sake of the family. For the sake of continuation, Zoldyck will never offend such a terrible enemy as Li Ke. Since they can't become enemies, it's best to become friends. If they still choose to protect Ilmi at this point, it is very likely that they will touch Li Ke instead. The other party is the one that Netero has taken a fancy to. 2-star hunter. That thing actually used to tell the top strong men in the world that Li Ke is the one that Netero has taken a fancy to. Of course. Those guys who are not well informed 1.4, or those who can't occupy such a high position to see things, will not know the meaning behind this disgusting hunter license. Even Zeno Zoldyck suspected that Luo was training GK as his successor. So between the family and Ilmi, there is no second choice for such a choice. Silva also made the same choice. For the sake of the family, he could sacrifice his son, and even himself. DB. Li Ke couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What a cold-hearted family. In order to maintain the continuation of the family, they would rather kill their own offspring, and even themselves. No wonder, if it weren't for this, I'm afraid Killua's family would have been destroyed by other killer families long ago. Li Ke was also full of emotion in his heart. It must be said that the Zoldyck family can stand at the top of this world, and naturally it has its strengths. Lord Silva, Mr. Ilmi, let everything that happened in the past go. This is not your fault, and I should also bear part of the responsibility. Let the past go, everyone. Li Ke said with a smile. His words instantly cleared the extremely depressing atmosphere, and everyone's mood seemed to have improved. Ilmi looked at Li Ke in astonishment, and emotions emerged in his empty eyes, which were somewhat complicated. Silva was also stunned. Zeno's tense heart finally relaxed, and a smile finally appeared on his wrinkled face. Friend Li Ke, I, Zeno Zoldyck, promise here that as long as I live in this world, our entire family will become your most steadfast ally. Please accept this little gift from me. Zoldyck smiled. Chapter 67. A strange black token was handed to Li Ke. It was made of neither iron nor wood, and there was a dragon head logo on it. Father. Silva couldn't help but change his expression at this scene. On the contrary, Ilmi, Killua, Miji, and Kikyo were all confused. This is the family token left by our ancestors. As long as you have this token, our Zoldyck family can do one thing for you without any conditions. In addition, with this token, you will be treated as a VIP in any intelligence agency of our family. You can retrieve all the information below the authority of the head of the family. The old man Zeno handed it over and said solemnly. This, isn't it equivalent to a guest? Or an authority token like an honorary chairman? It's pretty good. Is this, the legendary clan order in our family? So, it's like this. Killua was also stunned. He had heard about this thing from his grandfather when he was a child, but he had never seen it. Not only him, but even Ilmi had never seen it. Father-in-law. Are you sure you want to give such a valuable thing to others? If this brother Li Ke uses this token recklessly, it may cause a huge disaster to our family. The noblewoman Kikyo screamed, looking worried and nervous. But at this moment, she naturally did not dare to target Li Ke. After all, her husband was defeated by Li Ke. Little friend Li Ke is Killua's friend, is also a friend of our family. This is my decision. My friend, please accept it. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you again in the next period of time. I won't stop Killua's choice again. This thing is part of the reward I pay you as an old man. Zeno said with a smile. Others have already said this. If I don't continue, it would be a bit too tactless. In any case, Zeno is one of the few people who truly stand at the top of the human world today. Then I thank you. Killua is Gon's friend, and naturally my friend. Don't worry, I will take good care of him. Li Ke smiled and accepted the token 28. If he didn't accept the token today, I'm afraid that the old buyers would still feel uncomfortable. After accepting it, they felt more at ease. Besides, how could they refuse this free lunch? This thing may play a significant role in the future. The Zoldyck family has been operating its industry for dozens or hundreds of years, and its intelligence agencies are spread all over the world. With this thing, they can save themselves a lot of trouble. Of course, as a killer family, their intelligence agencies are very secretive. That's great. Ha ha ha. Li Ke, you can come here often when you are free in the future. Zoldyck said with a smile. Of course, old man, I have an unwelcome request, I wonder if you can consider it. Li Ke suddenly said. Well? Just ask, old man, as long as I can do it, I can agree. Zeno was in a very good mood at the moment. I once heard from President Netero that Master Zeno is one of the strongest people in the world, so I have always hoped to have a chance to fight him. Is it convenient today? Li Ke smiled and showed his white teeth. He has not yet brushed the old man Zeno's entries, and Li Ke has discovered a rule, that is, those opponents who have been defeated by him will not drop entries if they are defeated again in a short period of time, and a certain cooling time is required. However, Zeno is different. This guy is now the real behind-the-scenes boss in the Zoldyck family. At least it was like this before Maha came out. Moreover, every time Li Ke saw this old man in front of him during this period, he felt itchy in his heart and was jealous of the entries on him. Name, Zeno Zoldyck. Entries, Conjurer Psycho Grandmaster, Red, Assassination Grandmaster, Red, Psycho Skill Dragon Head Painting, Red, Psycho Circle, Double Gold, Super Calm, Gold, etc. As expected, he is a man who can face off against President Netero. This guy has 3 red entries, including the Psycho Skill entry. But if ordinary people want to practice this skill entry that has reached the red level, they will never be able to do it in their lifetime without talent. Only those truly extraordinary geniuses can spend their entire lives to practice it to the red level. And once this entry is copied, it will become Lee K's wedding dress. So cool. Hey? Ha 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 ha, are you planning to spar with me? Of course there is no problem, let's go to my training ground. Old man Zeno said with a smile. Of course, just the two of us. Lee K suggested. Zeno was stunned for a moment, then smiled and agreed, okay, everyone, you wait here for a while, the old man and the young man will go to spar. After saying that, Zeno and Lee K left directly. Everyone in the scene looked at Lee K's back eagerly. Killua's eyes were even more complicated. As a member of the family, he was considered a genius since he was a child, and his only goal was to defeat his brother Ilmi. But for a long time, he was immersed in the inner fear of his brother, and even as long as he saw his brother's face, he would be afraid from the instinct. As for his father and grandfather, they were almost insurmountable mountains in Killua's heart. He didn't even think about defeating his father or grandfather. But now, the elder brother Lee K that he met not only defeated his brother Ilmi, but also beat his father. In his impression, his father was almost invincible like a god of war. He was dragged out of the ruins by Lee K, covered in blood like a dead dog. That scene was deeply imprinted in Killua's mind, was unforgettable. He thought that as long as he worked hard enough, he could catch up with Lee K, but he only found out now. Lee K was already on another level. He was already as powerful as his father and even his grandfather, and he was more like a child in front of Lee K, but the age difference between them was not big, even only 2 or 3 years. Now, in front of everyone, GK actually challenged his grandfather. This completely broke Killua's thoughts and crushed his 3 views. At this moment, he suddenly realized how ridiculous he was in the past, thinking that his brother was invincible. Even the brother who thought he was invincible was defeated in just 1 move in front of GK. He still had a long way to go. This elder brother Lee K was the goal he should pursue. I've decided. From now on, elder brother Lee K is the goal I will pursue for the rest of my life, and I must catch up with elder brother Lee K. Killua suddenly shouted, clenched his fists, and his eyes were filled with unprecedented fighting spirit. Me too. I want to catch up with brother K. Gon was also very excited. Then, let's shout a slogan too. Leorio's mouth twitched awkwardly. He didn't have such a whimsical idea as these 2 little guys. And after this period of contact, Leorio also realized that his talent in fighting was not so outstanding, at least it seemed so at present. It was completely a fantasy to want to catch up with Lee K. Forget it, it won't take long for brother Lee K to be known in this world. He must be one of the top existences in the future in this human world. It is my lifelong honor to be his friend. Kurapika sighed softly, feeling deeply. By the way, Kurapika, didn't you say you wanted to seek revenge on the brigade? If brother K. Leorio's eyes suddenly lit up. Shut up. Leorio. This is my own business, and has nothing to do with brother Lee K. I will personally avenge the hatred of our people, and I don't want brother Lee K to get involved in my disputes. The people in the brigade are not safer than Zoldyck. Kurapika said dully. That guy. I really want to go and see him. I wonder how Grandpa will beat that guy. Fatty Meiji pouted. 0909. Lolita Calito was a little unhappy. He is definitely not Grandpa's opponent, but Grandpa should not be ruthless, it's really hateful. She was still a little upset about being defeated by the other party. Now there is one more person stronger than herself, which is really an unhappy thing. Ilmi was silent. Suddenly he felt someone patting his shoulder. Turning his head, it was his father, Silva Zoldyck. You are careless, Ilmi, I approached you and you didn't notice it, don't worry too much, there are always monsters in this world that are far beyond geniuses. If you can't surpass them, then try to get close to them and become their friends. Isn't this a way to survive? Silva said comfortingly. He understood. I'm afraid his eldest son is under great pressure now. Being defeated by Li Ke with one punch. Whenever he thinks of this, it is absolutely depressing. Ilmi did not speak, but looked at the direction where Li Ke left with empty eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. Secret training ground. Hehe, today is just right, old man, I also want to see your true strength. Do you remember the last time you fought with me? Zeno said with his hands behind his back. When? Li Ke was confused. On self-cultivation of an actor. At the beginning, it was because of acting that Netero, the old man, suffered in front of him, and the red entry exploded. Even Netero has beaten himself, not to mention that he has gained so many entries now, and his strength has greatly improved compared to before. Why don't you beat this old man down? Of course, if there is an opportunity to sneak attack, you should do it. I only care about the entries, and winning or losing doesn't matter. I hope the goddess of fate will favor me. Oh? Then let's get started. Zeno nodded, a little regretful that Li Ke had actually forgotten the previous battle. But thinking about it, he could burst out nearly 10 times the fighting power. He must have fallen into great emotional fluctuations, and it was natural to lose his fighting reason. Okay. Let's start, Master Zeno. Li Ke said very friendly. Punch. Divine power red. Zeno saw the opportunity and blocked it with his hand. The powerful force was released, but it was far from what he received from Li Ke that day. Sure enough. This little guy can't fully control his burst of power. If he can really control his burst of power 123, then he is definitely a player comparable to Netero. It is hard to imagine that a little guy who is only in his teens can reach this level. It's really God chasing him to feed him. Then I will train this little guy well. Thoughts flashed through Zeno's mind. The two of them fought each other like they were acting, and he seemed to understand Li Ke's moves more and more. Obviously, Li Ke had not really learned to fight, but relied more on his instinctive intuition and strong physique. This kid is absolutely a true genius. If there is a real fighting master to train him, his future achievements will be limitless. It's almost over. Be careful, my friend. Zeno waved his sleeves, elegant and calm. Dragon Head Zawa. Of course. He deliberately suppressed his own strength, not even 30%. He still remembered that Li Ke tore his move apart when he was rampaging, but now Li Ke was in a normal state, so he didn't dare to take too many risks. And Li Ke, the sixth man, had already shaken the gun before the big move. Divine Power Red. Absolute Will Red. Thunder Psychic Power Red Thunder Fist Drum. Physical Skill Double Gold. Psychic Clone Gold. Iron Plate Tank Gold. Fiery Red Eyes Open. Boom. In an instant, all of Li Ke's abilities were directly opened, which meant that thunder surged on his fist. Zeno's face changed suddenly. Damn! This kid is cheating me. He reacted instantly in his heart, but it was too late at this moment. Boom! At this moment, Li Ke was like a Vajra Buddha with lightning wrapped around his body, and his terrifying fist hit the dragon head Zawa head-on. Zeno's proud moves were abruptly destroyed by the storm. Even if he continued to increase his output, it was too late. A trace of electric arc even emerged from the fist wind. The terrifying fist pressure made it very difficult for Zoldyck to move. The ground under his feet was cracking at a speed visible to the naked eye. But at least he was the strongest man standing in the entire human world. He roared, and his aura was also fully opened. He squatted slightly, and another dragon head appeared. Boom! But just as the dragon head appeared, a Li Ke suddenly appeared next to him, also wrapped in lightning, like a thunder god of war. Two thunder gods of war. The Li Ke directly met Zeno's back dragon head, and the front GK broke the dragon head and came to meet him. Like a world-destroying killing god, a terrifying aura bloomed. Boom! A deafening explosion. The whole castle was shaking violently, as if it was killed by a war missile. Chapter 68. Boom boom boom. The deafening sound even made the visitors think that the castle was going to collapse. What happened? The faces of the people present suddenly changed. The sound came from Grandpa. Killua was also stunned. Everyone hurried to the direction of Zeno, Zoldyck and others. In the training ground, the two stood still. Lee K's shirt exploded. These ordinary clothes and fabrics could not withstand the power of thunder at all. When Lee K opened the continent, they had exploded into pieces. The perfect vest line, the muscles were streamlined like a cheetah. The black hair moved without wind. It was like a battlefield Shura killing god, but at this moment, the momentum dissipated and returned to normal. There was no wound on the old man. The two, just as they said, they had a friendly exchange. Of course, the premise is not to look at this training ground that was almost completely destroyed. A 100-meter-long gully burst out on the ground behind Lee K, and all the bricks and stones along the way were overturned. The school was like a huge dragon head, sticking out from the ground. The wall behind Zeno had completely collapsed, and a terrifying fist mark of 30 meters appeared. This fist directly blew up the wall, but from the broken outline, it was vaguely felt that it seemed to be a fist mark. Unimaginable. What kind of battle did the two experience? Is this a friendly sparring? Gon and others were stunned. Am I not dreaming? Oh my god! This level of terrifying attack feels like it can even flatten a house. Leorio was extremely shocked. Too strong. It can be said that the battle between the two of them has completely exceeded the level of ordinary people. Incredible. Kurapika's eyes appeared a faint red, and his pupils shrank to the extreme. Unlike Gon and others, his observation ability is the best among all people. Just by looking at the dilapidated scenes in front of him, he could almost guess the battle scene just now. It must be that the old man used the strange dragon head ability, while Lee K used his fists completely. The two terrifying beings like humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex had a head-on confrontation. But as for the final result, he couldn't infer it, because there were no scars on the two people's bodies. On the contrary, Lee K looked more embarrassed because Lee K's shirt had been completely shattered. At least the old man didn't seem to have any losses. Grandpa! Killua exclaimed in astonishment. Fatty Miji, Loli Kalito, Ilmi, and others also looked at it in a daze. The battle between the two was definitely a battle between the top human strengths, which completely refreshed everyone's concept of battle. The battles of others were definitely small fights, and only the battles between these two top beings were real battles between humanoid weapons. Father-in-law. Father. The noble ladies Kikyo and Silva spoke at the same time. Silva had personally experienced the terrifying destructive power of Lee K. But he couldn't understand why Lee K, who was not in a rampage, could use such a terrifying power. It seemed that his evaluation of Lee K was not high enough. Ahem. It's okay, we were just having a friendly exchange, Lee K. That's about it, you really opened my eyes. Sometimes I envy Netero. Why is luck always on his side? Are you interested in learning our family's assassination technique? Zeno sighed. It would be great if he had discovered Lee K first, instead of through Netero's relationship and his grandson's relationship. Then Lee K's relationship with the family would be even closer. Hey? Grandpa, didn't you say that these skills of our family are not passed on to others? Killua was confused. As the top assassination family, these top skills passed down by the family will not be taught to the outside world. Only the direct bloodline of the family can practice. And the prerequisite is to have absolute talent for practice. For example, the fat man Miji, although he is also the family's bloodline, his practice talent is obviously unqualified, so he has no chance to learn the family's core assassination technique. Because once one's own strength is not enough, after learning the family's core assassination skills and falling into the hands of the enemy, it is very likely that the enemy will be tortured by words and deeds to obtain these family skills. Only true geniuses can practice, such as Illumi and Killua. This is the fundamental rule for the entire family to stand in this world. But now the real leader behind the family, Zoldyck, personally said that he wanted to give the family's assassination skills to another person. Of course Killua did not refuse these, he was just very curious. The grandfather who always said what he meant actually made such a decision. Father-in-law. This is the core assassination technique of our family. It must not be passed on to others. Lady Kikyo was a little anxious. Fatty Ji also looked at Li Ke nervously. You can say that Zeno was going to give this assassination technique to Li Ke, which meant that he had completely regarded Li Ke as his own. Can I say? Actually, I have learned the assassination technique of your family. It's just not very convenient to use. What's more, for me, I don't need to spend a long time to practice these skills hard. I just need to keep exploding the opponent's entries. That is the truly efficient way. I am a man with a system, so why would I choose such a primitive way of practice? Thank you for your kindness, old man. If there is a chance, I would be happy to ask for advice, but I am afraid I don't have time now. However, Killua is by my side, and I will ask him if I have time. Li Ke didn't say too much. Because now I already have the entry of this assassination technique, and the level is not low, maybe I will suddenly use it someday. In order to solve unnecessary troubles, it would be more convenient to lay out the paintings in advance. Haha, that's right, Killua, from now on, I'll leave the family's core assassination techniques to you, little friend Li Ke. Old man Zeno was stunned for a moment, and then his wrinkled face was almost blooming with a smile. Yes, Grandpa. Brother Li Ke, I will teach you all the assassination techniques I know. No. Not teaching, but learning from each other. Killua blushed. With his strength, he dared not call Li Ke, after all, Li Ke is now a whole level higher than him. Ha ha ha. This is the best. Okay, let's go to the last dinner to welcome Li Ke, and friends such as Miss Leorio and Kurapika, and celebrate that my grandson Killua has found his own direction. Zeno said with a smile. Li Ke was naturally in a very comfortable mood. He couldn't help but glance at his entry panel. There was a system record on it. Ding! You defeated Zoldyck in the battle posture, and there is a 10% probability of automatically copying the opponent's entry. Ding! You heard the strong luck duet. Strong luck takes effect. Ding! Congratulations on successfully copying the entry Conjurer Telekinesis Grandmaster Red, Advanced Telekinesis Skill Telekinesis Circle, Gold. You already have Master of Telekinesis Gold, automatically absorb this entry, Conjurer Telekinesis Grandmaster Red Entry Upgrade 2. Automatically merge related entries for you. At this moment, Li Ke is in a very good mood. Conjurer Master of Telekinesis Red. Effect: you can have the Conjurer Telekinesis control standing at the top level of the human race. You can perfectly control this series of telekinesis and make creations. Telekinesis Circle Gold. Effect: the telekinesis circle is formed by expanding the telekinesis outward from the center of itself to form a circular aura area. You have a very high talent for circles. Ha 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 ha. But now everyone is present. Li Ke even has an excited impulse to roar to the sky. This is absolutely too cool to hear a lucky duet. The strong luck entry is definitely my lucky star. It's a pity that there are too few things in this world that have luck-related entries. It's almost difficult to encounter them. It's a rare existence. With a 10% probability, I scraped off 2 entries, one of which is a red entry. Master of Telekinesis. Compared to Hisoka's Telekinesis Master, it's a step up. There's also a high-level Telekinesis Skill Circle. Directly a gold achievement. You know, the Fuzu swordsman in the brigade, whose name is what, has a range of only a few meters, while Zoldyck has a range of 300 meters. Of course. That's the result of his training. Now Li Kei's gold represents his talent in this area. However, with Li Kei's rich background, his circle range in the future will only be higher than Zeno's. I have to say that the Zoldyck family is really my treasure house. I have to come back to brush it more when I have time in the future, and it's best to wait until this kind of battle cools down. The banquet was very lively, including the black girl housekeeper at the time, as well as Wu Tong and others. It can be said that the whole family is celebrating. Lord Li Kei, I didn't expect that you would eventually become a partner of our family. I am the housekeeper Wu Tong. Please notify me when you come next time. Wu Tong saluted Li Kei very gentlemanly. And me? Lord Li Kei. Thank you for that. The black girl also knew that Li Kei had helped the noble lady Kikyo for her, and she was grateful. No problem. By the way, Canaria, can I ask you for something? Li Kei suddenly thought of something and said. Of course, Lord, if there is anything within my ability, I will definitely do it for you. You are a guest of the family and a friend of the young master. Canaria nodded quickly. Lord Zeno, I hope to borrow your Canaria for a while. Is it convenient? Li Kei suddenly said. Of course, Canaria, you will follow Li Kei for this period of time, and you must meet any of his orders. Yes. Lord. Li Kei, if you like Canaria, I can give her to you. Zeno said friendly. Canaria was even more expectant. It is her lifelong blessing to be favored by a top powerhouse like Li Kei. Zeno, Zoldyck, Silva, and others were hoping that Li Kei would take a fancy to this trainee butler. As long as Li Kei had more thousands of years with the family's position would be more stable in the event of any unrest in the future. They were extremely optimistic about Li Kei. Especially Zeno. Others had no idea that they were defeated in the training ground, but this little guy could actually control himself and burst out 10 times the fighting power at will. The opponent's punch did not fall, but he had already been defeated. Zeno understood that there was no need to verify that Li Kei would definitely replace Netero as the strongest person in the human race in the future. He even believed that Li Kei now had a fighting power that was not inferior to Netero. Of course, he was in a 10-fold fighting posture. But Li Kei was still so young now, and his future lifespan would definitely exceed 200 years or even longer like Netero. It was unimaginable how far and how high such a demon-like existence would go in the future. It was the greatest blessing for the Zoldyck family to have such an ally who defied the heavens. It's okay, it's just some small things. I will let Canaria come back after a while. Li Kei explained. Hearing this, the black girl's beautiful eyes flashed a little sad, and then she became excited again. No matter what, at least she can become Li Kei's servant, which is also the greatest luck. The banquet is over. With everyone's farewell, Killua and Canaria joined the team, and GK led everyone away. Including Zeno and Silva, all the family members have been seeing Li Kei off all the way. After they arrived at the foot of the mountain and arrived at the location of the Huang, Hao Li Zhao, Spring Gate, they watched Li Kei leave and stopped. Alas! Times have changed. Zeno suddenly sighed. Ilmi, you should stay at home to practice during this period, and also say hello to our intelligence agencies around the world. At any time, you must try your best to protect Li Kei and his friends, and refuse to accept any commissions related to them, no matter what the price is. Zeno ordered. Ilmi responded in silence, he understood. His life goals will also change. Li Kei will become a terrifying mountain in his life, and it is very likely that he will spend his whole life trying to climb the peak. Father-in-law, why did Li Kei take Canaria away? The noblewoman Kikyo asked curiously. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, don't ask what you shouldn't ask, Don't try to explore Lee K's secrets, this is a good thing for you and for our entire family. Anything that happened here these days, all of you must not disclose it to the outside world, this is an order. Go back, Silva, you should also practice further, when Killua comes back next time, you should grow to a height that surprises us. Zeno glanced at his daughter-in-law, put his hands behind his back, sighed and turned around. Kikyo's face changed slightly, and sighed, as long as Killua is safe, then Lee K is really a demon. Silva and others also turned and left. Although he is the patriarch of the family in public, he is only a minor king. When Zeno is present, his father is the major king. But Canaria? Why was she taken away? Meteor Street? Silva's heart moved slightly, and he had a very strong premonition. I am afraid that in the future, Meteor Street will usher in a huge change. Chapter 69. Kurapika, I asked Grandpa about the troop. Killua suddenly said. Trouble. Killua. I know, don't worry, there will be a major auction in Yokiksen City on September 1st. According to the information Grandpa and his friends have, Phantom Troop is very likely to appear in this city. Yokiksen City? You mean the largest auction in the world? Leorio was surprised. Kurapika's eyes changed. It can be said that the purpose of his trip was to pay back Phantom Troop. The information he got now was naturally clear. In fact, after the Zoldyck family confirmed their alliance with Lee K, they took the initiative to reveal this information to Kurapika, which was also a gesture of goodwill. Well, there will be at least 50,000 participants in that auction, but the members of the troop usually act in groups, Kurapika. Killua was still ready to speak. Thank you, Killua, and Brother K, gone, Leorio, I think we can say goodbye here temporarily, I will go to Yokiksen City first, don't worry, I won't be so reckless as to cause trouble to their entire brigade alone, after all, I am not strong enough now. My current plan is to find a job and make money as a formal lover. Kurapika explained. In order to avenge his people, he was under tremendous pressure. With a calm character, he naturally would not choose the stupidest way because of his emotions. Go, follow your own ideas, Kurapika, but don't choose to face the brigade alone. Lee K suddenly spoke. Brother K. Kurapika looked at Lee K in astonishment. We are friends. In half a year, we will meet in Yokiksen City. At that time, I will help you complete your revenge. Lee K's voice was very calm. But in Kurapika's ears, it was still Jinglei. Kurapika's eyes suddenly turned red, and he even wanted to kneel down to thank Lee K. He knew that with Lee K's participation, the possibility of his revenge would become extremely high. Lee K's current strength is absolutely amazing. If the two of them work together to deal with the members of the brigade, they will definitely be able to do it. But if this is the case, Brother K will also be involved in this dispute. This is my own business, DJO. Kurapika wanted to speak, but his words were stopped by Lee K. Brother. The Phantom Troop guys are the top talents from Meteor Street. Apart from anything else, the entries on them are absolutely enviable. If I deal with them myself, even if I kill them, it will be considered as eliminating harm for the people, and there will be no psychological burden. By the way, I can help Kurapika to get revenge. Isn't this killing 3 birds with 1 stone? We are friends as agreed. Whether it's you, Kurapika, Killua, Leorio, Gon, and Canaria, we are all friends. Lee K patted Kurapika's shoulder. My system is destined that I can only have a way out if I live with the separated. Gon and his group are the lucky ones of this world. As their strength increases in the later stages, the items will evolve. When the cooldown of the battle stance is over, repeat the brushing. Keep brushing all the items. We are friends, brother, you are my treasure trove of items. Of course. There are feelings, at least Kurapika and other guys are indeed friends in this world. Brother K. Woohoo! So touching. We are friends for life. Kurapika. Gon was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. Brother K. From now on, you will be my big brother for life. Leorio was so moved that he burst into tears. Killua's eyes were also wet, and Canaria felt the feeling of friendship for the first time. So this is friendship. For the sake of friendship, you can even give up your life to protect each other. This is what friends are. Canaria was shocked. This was the first time in her life that she felt truly protected. Okay, Brother K. Thank you, I don't know how to repay your kindness. But I will remember your kindness in this life. I'm leaving, my friends. See you in half a year. See you in half a year. Kurapika. Have a safe journey. I'm leaving too, Brother K, and everyone else. I got my hunter license and I plan to go back to my hometown. I still can't let go of my dream of becoming a doctor. If I get into a public medical school, I won't have to pay such high tuition fees. I'm going back to study hard. Leorio took out his hunter license. His dream is to become a doctor. Wish you success, Leorio. Lee K smiled. Keep going. Leorio. I'm counting on you. Yet. Leorio also chose to leave. Brother K, Sib, where are we going? Gon, Killua, and Canaria looked at Lee K. Everyone present had already regarded Lee K as the boss. But in terms of strength and knowledge, Lee K was indeed the boss who deserved it. We're almost out of money. Is there any place to make money? Lee K rubbed his chin and asked. Indeed. Although he got the 2-star hunter license, the old man Netero didn't give him any cash. This thing can be sold for money, but it can't be used as money. And according to the expected development, this good place can be used to brush entries. Sky Arena, I know. You can make a lot of money here. Let's go, Brother K. And this place can also help us practice. But even if we take an airship to go there, it will take 2 days. Killua's eyes lit up. Then let's take the airship. We probably won't have much money left after buying the ticket. Lee K looked at his pocket. A good cook cannot cook without rice. When he came here, he forgot to ask old man Zeno for money, cough cough cough, maybe he won't give it to him, or maybe he forgot. The few of them are now professional lovers, but their pockets are cleaner than their faces. I have money, Lord Lee K, Master Killua. Canaria on the side whispered and took out her purse. This is my salary card, Lord Lee K, please accept it. Give me the salary card. Lee K smiled bitterly and handed the black girl's salary card back, take it yourself. When we get to the Sky Arena, there will be plenty of money. Your money will be useful in the future. Meteor Street. That's why Lee K is looking for Canaria, she was born in Meteor Street. But now, of course, we should go to the nearest copy first. On the spaceship. Brother K, Brother K. What was the move you used to defeat Killua's father in his house before? So powerful. Gon, Killua, and Canaria came over. This kid has a really long reaction time. He only remembered to ask me this question now. Telekinesis. To be precise, this thing is a special ability. Canaria, you should also have it. Lee K explained. He even has a red telekinesis master entry on him now, but the problem is. Lee K is not the material to be a teacher. On the contrary, it is not as easy to understand as Canaria's explanation. It's a pity. Now Gon and Killua have not yet comprehended telekinesis. So it is a little difficult to understand what Canaria said about telekinesis. Don't worry, you should be able to comprehend it soon. Lee K had a headache and handed the 100,000 Ys to Canaria. After all, it was just a question of telekinesis basics, and Canaria was enough to deal with the two little guys. He returned to his room. But at this moment, his eyes flickered. In the hunter world, telekinesis is almost equivalent to an omnipotent ability. Some guys can even develop this ability to reverse time, which is really exaggerated. One of the most peculiar abilities is the telekinesis beast. Now I already have a telekinesis clone, and I also have a Grandmaster level telekinesis red entry. It seems that I can try to develop some telekinesis skills of my own. Li Ke sat down at the door of the room and took a deep breath. In his mind, the relevant information of all the entries emerged. When these entries were obtained, the system sent all of Jin Jiangxiangmai's memories and some experience of cultivation to the area at the same time. That is to say, the original owner of these entries worked hard for a lifetime, and all the experience and insights accumulated will become Li Ke's. Now his achievements in telekinesis are definitely at the Grandmaster level. A ball of lightning emerged in the palm of Li Ke's hand. This lightning seemed to have breathing, a strange cocoon, beating with his heartbeat. Sure enough, it works. The so-called mind beast is actually the control of mind power. Whether it is Biscuit's beautician or other mind beasts, they are all created based on this. The essential difference lies in the way the mind power circulates. Just like ordinary people build houses with sand, but some people use sand to make glass at high temperature, and some people even extract other elements from sand to make high explosive missiles, etc. The same essence, different methods and processes will have different results. Li Ke tried to integrate some ideas and thoughts of the clone technique and mind beasts. As his mind power continued to flow in, the beating thunder cocoon beat like a heart. Then a trace of veins was outlined. It was a human figure. A human-shaped mind beast. Constructed by Li Ke himself. And after the construction was completed, he had a very wonderful feeling. 0145123228 Feel 0333333111. It was like, this was not an ordinary mind beast. It was more like an extension of his arm and an extension of his perception. He could actually share the other party's vision, sense of smell, 5 senses and 6 consciousnesses, and even easily send out a ray of consciousness to control this mind beast. Ding! Congratulations on your ability to create your own ability by combining the strengths of hundreds of schools of thought with your own ideas. Thunder Mind Beast, Red. A sound like the sound of nature rang in Li Ke's mind. This figure finally took shape. 2 days later, the airship arrived at the Sky Arena. This thing is the 4th tallest building in the world, with 251 floors and a maximum height of 991 meters. Wow! So many people! Are they here to participate in this arena too? After getting off the airship, Li Ke and his companions walked into the Sky Arena and saw a long queue. Unlike the hunter test, there are strict rules here. You just need to defeat the opponent. The bonus will also increase as you climb the levels. This is the Holy Land of Barbarians. Killua explained. Because he has been here before and achieved very good results, he is quite familiar with this place. Li Ke and the other 3 are here for the first time, and they are still quite curious about everything around them. Especially Li Ke, his eyes are shining at this moment, looking at the black crowd in front of him. Those who can come to the arena are naturally strong, including many professional hunters. However, what disappointed Li Ke was that at a glance, most of them were white, green, and blue entries, and there were few good ones. I don't know how many white and green entries you have to accumulate. It's quite a headache, and naturally it's not within Li Ke's consideration. As for the lucky type of entries, I didn't see them. Everyone, it seems that this is your first time to come to the Sky Arena. Please fill in your relevant information here, and please go to the side after filling in the information. The receptionist spoke softly and handed over several forms to everyone. Li Ke and others looked at the forms sent over. They just filled in other basic information related to identity information and did the most common survey. Among the materials handed over, there was also a basic rule manual for the arena. It clearly stated some matters that should be paid attention to in this Sky Arena, as well as the rules for 4 matches with opponents. In the Sky Arena, where only saints can advance, an average of 4,000 people challenge higher levels every day. More than 1 billion viewers enter the arena every year. There are all kinds of measures in the arena. High-level warriors can even have an entire floor. After seeing that several people were professional hunters, the receptionist even specially led the way for several people. What a pity! The good-looking receptionist was dressed in blank entries. Please go this way. In this building, the levels up to the 200th floor are based on hours. That is to say, the fighters who win on the 50th floor can go to the 60th floor. If they lose, they will fall to the 40th floor. As long as you pass the 100th floor, you will have a private room. Below is the arena. I wish you all the best. The receptionist took them to the arena area. The bottom floor of the arena is like a huge funnel. The surroundings are all spectator stands, which are full of people. Below are more than a dozen arenas for competition. Because Lee K and his friends are newcomers, they all start from the first floor. From the first to the 251st floor, a total of 26 battles are required, which means that there are at most 26 opportunities to brush entries. But according to the 10% probability of defeating the opponent, the benefits are not great. Fortunately, if the opponent does not choose to surrender in this Sky Arena, he can even be killed directly. No responsibility will be held. It is also good news. But even so, if one person wins in a row, he can only defeat 20 opponents, and at low levels, the strength of those opponents must be quite poor. I am afraid that only opponents above 100 levels can produce some good entries. These do not seem to be too much trouble for Lee K. Because Lee K's mind moved slightly. Suddenly, a few hundred meters away from him, in an inconspicuous place in the stadium, a heart of thunder appeared one by one. And quickly took shape and turned into a human figure. Thunder Beast Red. This is the exclusive ability developed by Lee K and the leaders of the 100 schools after he came to this world. Something similar to a shadow clone, but it can change into various forms. What a good day, soon, this arena will also succumb to my throne. Ha ha ha. Lee K laughed wildly in his heart. Thunder Beast Grimjo Jakage. Thunder Beast Ulquiera Sifur. Thunder Beast Saitama. Chapter 70. Unfortunately, even Lee K can only control 3 mind beasts at most. And the current action range of the mind beasts is only about 10 kilometers. Once this distance is exceeded, the mind power circulation structure in the mind beasts will decline and then dissipate. As a user, Lee K can share the 5 senses and 6 consciousnesses with these mind beasts, and can exchange positions with the mind beasts. This is the real red entry skill. It is equivalent to Lee K having a few more clones, and they can still die for him. As a time traveler, he naturally has to play more. After Lee K modified the mind bullet obtained from the Zoldyck family, it can naturally become the Black Void Flash of the 10 blades. You just need to keep using the clones to brush the entries. Registration office. Ah? Excuse me, what's your name? The lady at the front desk looked nervously at the man with short blue hair, a white half mask on his face, and a fierce aura like a beast. Oh, the Thunder Beast Grimjo Jagajak. Leopard King Lee K sneered at the stage lady, grinning and showing his white teeth, and swept the audience with a very provocative look. What a fierce look! His looks very strong. Leopard King Lee K's eyes made the other contestants' faces change slightly. And Lee K, who had transferred his identity, felt very good to control Leopard King Grimjo. It's fun to play with a skin. It's not me, Lee K, who killed people, I'm a 5-year-old. It's Grimjo, the pervert, who killed people. Tisk, he want to fight with me? You're welcome at any time, but remember to take your life with you. Leopard King Lee K laughed wildly. He wished someone would be provoked to cause trouble, so that he could kill people without restraint. What a pity! There were not many idiots coming. Generally speaking, these idiots were basically just low-level entries, which were boring to him. What a pity! But it was good. Through Grimjo's identity, Li Ke got the second ticket. With this ability of the Mind Beast, he might be able to create a force of his own. The core members are all his Mind Beasts, and the next level members can recruit some strong people in this world, tut tut tut. After all, when he stands at the top of this world, the entire hunter world will become a livestock farm that provides him with entries continuously. Of course. As a moral traverser, Li Ke will still try his best to maintain the original peaceful order and will not carry out large-scale killings. A gentleman loves money and gets it in a proper way. Your name. At the front desk. A full 10 meters of space was directly vacant, and everyone looked at the strange man standing at the front desk with horror. Black-winged demon Ulquira. Of course. He was in normal state, wearing a white 10 blades outfit, with his hands in his pockets and a thin sword on his waist. His face was expressionless. But the dark green tear marks on his face made everyone understand that this guy was definitely not a normal person. Especially the transparent black hole on his neck. FK. This guy has a hole in his neck, how can he still be alive? Hiss, with such an injury, even a monster would die. Monster. Damn it. Why do I feel that he is very similar to the guy with short blue hair before? Both of them have this strange white bone mask. Could they be from the same place? Stay away, this guy is definitely not easy to mess with. It must be said that Ulquira's expressionless face is even more intimidating. There is a hollow on his neck and tear marks on his face, which looks like facial paralysis. In this hunter world, the more weird the expression, the more capable the person is. The weaker the person, the sooner he will be killed. Sir, please write down your name. The front desk lady's voice trembled, and she didn't even dare to look at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu Li Ke wrote down his information directly. Ulquira. Then he joined the team on the first floor. Another window. Yellow combat suit, red underwear worn outside, red cape, shiny bald head. Boiled egg head, the style is quite simple, similar to the appearance of a silly man with 5-cent special effects. No way? This guy can also come to participate in the competition? I see that this guy is skinny and has no muscles at all. It would be great if I could match this guy as my opponent. There are people who come to the arena every day to try their luck. Many people are very interested in this boiled egg head. For people with low scores, luck is also very important for ranking. Sometimes, luck is very good, and the opponents you meet will have problems one after another. The ranking will rise directly. Of course. If you get a higher ranking, it is basically determined by your strength. Sir, may I ask your name? The receptionist at another registration window said politely. Oh, my name is Chi Yu, do you have a supermarket sale this Saturday? Boiled egghead Li Ke scratched his head and said cutely. It's really interesting. I was wearing a small roll and talking to others. I was dressed as Saitama in another world and was mocked by someone? Everyone was shocked that the boiled egghead was the big devil. Various books emerged in Li Ke's mind. He can transfer his body to control Saitama, or he can let the mind beast act freely. However, the mind beasts that act freely are stupider. They don't have real consciousness in essence, and they can only recover and operate according to the implanted mind power circulation structure. So, the mind beast is more about considering Li Ke's ability to do multiple things at the same time. The problem is not big, but full of fun. The bad taste of controlling puppets. In the arena. Player number 10,086, please prepare for battle. In the arena. The referee's voice sounded. Li Ke and others were assigned to the Q-Zone arena on the first floor. Li Ke's opponent is a guy who looks big and strong, with muscles all over his body and hideous scars on his face. Name, Yamashina. Entries, strong, blue, powerful, blue, close combat, green, irritable green, etc. Although it is a first floor area, there are indeed some good entries. At least the big guy in front of him looks good. Wow! It's that BD Yamashina. If I remember correctly, he fought to the 100th floor and was defeated when he reached the 110th floor. That kid is unlucky to encounter such a monster. Damn! It's another fish pond game. It's disgusting that a master comes to fry fish. Fortunately, I didn't encounter it. I'm afraid that kid will be traumatized by the beating. This can't be blamed on others. Since he chose to come here to compete, he must be prepared to fail. Although he is a newcomer, there are many spectators in each ring area. After seeing Li Kei's opponent, some sharp-eyed spectators couldn't help but exclaimed. Haha, did you hear me? Little brat, I'm in a good mood today. Just kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times, and I'll let you go. I'm a master above the 100th level, and I'm here to attack the 200th level. The strong man named Shan Kei grinned. Ah! If you kneel down and kowtow 3 times, I'll consider being gentle. Li Kei sighed helplessly. There are all kinds of birds in the forest, but I didn't expect that I would encounter such a mentally retarded guy. Can we start? Referee. Li Kei looked in the direction of the referee impatiently. Hearing this, the strong man's face turned red with anger, and his muscles and veins bulged all over his body. With his exaggerated body and muscles, he looks like a flood beast, and his appearance is still quite intimidating. At least in the world of ordinary people, he can definitely be regarded as a top fighter. Of course, but, please be careful. The referee trembled and spoke quickly. Go to hell, kid. The strong man Shan Kei roared, like a roaring tank, and smashed his huge fist directly at Li Kei's head. He had decided to teach Li Kei a lesson. Some soft-hearted spectators in the nearby audience even closed their eyes, unable to bear to see Li Kei being beaten and bleeding. Bang! The huge fist fell directly in front of Li Kei, but was blocked by a small hand. The two people were completely disproportionate in height and size. The current state was nearly 3 meters tall, while Li Kei was only a normal 1.7 meters. And the opponent's arm was thicker than Li Kei's thigh. But at this moment, his 4-stage fist was lightly received by Li Kei. Very weak, so-so. Li Kei commented with a dull look. Damn it! Ah! The sturdy man wanted to get mad, but Li Kei was too lazy to waste time with him and pushed him lightly with his palm. Bang! In the extremely shocked eyes of everyone, this sturdy man who looked like a meat mountain flew backwards heavily and hit the wall in the distance. The extremely hard wall collapsed at this moment, and the sturdy man was embedded in it and had completely fainted. Ding! You defeated Shan Kei, and there is a 10% chance to control the opponent's entry. Please give me flowers, 0. Ding! Copy failed. The system prompt sounded in Li Kei's mind. Headache. What a garbage. This kid? Pervert. How can he be so strong? That's Shan Kei. Hiss, I can only say that Shan Kei is unlucky. I didn't expect that this kid is actually a hidden master. Even the protective wall collapsed due to the collision. I'm afraid the strength of this kid is at least above 100 levels. More than 100 liters, it may reach 150 or even higher. The audience nearby was stunned, and even the players in other arenas changed their expressions slightly. It was like a king suddenly dropped from the bronze game. He also made a coquettish operation. This group of noobs were stunned. But at this moment, Li Kei was not in the mood to pay attention to the thoughts of these noobs, because he was very busy. Mind Beast Transfer. In an instant, Li Kei's consciousness appeared on the bodies of other mind beasts. Leopard King Lao Lu. A grab and kill instantly defeated the opponent. Ding! Congratulations on defeating Kaibao in the battle posture, 10% probability of copying the opponent's entry. Ding! Copy failed. Smash! Try Saitama again, this time without transfer, directly control the mind beast to fight remotely. There was a loud bang on the first level ring. One Punch Man Saitama punched his opponent away. But no system prompt sounded. Sure enough. If you don't do your own professionalism, you can't activate the system. It seems that it's still a hard life. You must transfer your consciousness at the moment of defeating or killing the opponent. 0. Xiao Wu draws his sword. The heart of an arrogant murderer opponent in front of him was pierced. In this sky arena, there is no restriction on any participants, whether they are criminals or professional hunters. So this also led to the fact that the sky arena is mixed with good and bad people, and it has become a grey area. So there is not much psychological burden to kill people here. What's more, the murderer directly drew his sword against Xiao Wu. So. Ding! Congratulations on killing the arena player Zedu. Ding! Congratulations on automatically looting the entries Dagger Mastery, Blue, Poison, Green, Irritability, Green. Ding! Irritability Green Automatic Crushing. A sound like the sound of nature rang out in Li Kei's mind. Xiao Wu's sword drawing also caused a brief commotion in the arena in his area, but it was quickly calmed down. In this sky arena, death is the most common thing. However, since Xiao Wu and Li Kei were not far from the arena, they were also seen by Killua and Gon. What a dangerous guy! Even at the moment of killing the opponent, there was no emotional fluctuation. Killua's pupils shrank, and he felt unprecedented solemnity. He was once a master who planned to reach the 200th floor. He was thrown here by his family when he was 6 years old. He had to reach the 200th floor before he could leave. This process took him 2 years. Now after a few years, he came back here and found that everything was still familiar. But now, Killua felt everything was so strange again. The man with the sword in the distance gave him a very dangerous feeling. The battle between Gon and Killua also ended in one move, stunning the audience. Sir! Based on your performance, we decided to send you directly to the 50th floor. If you need any help, please tell us. A staff member ran over with sweat dripping down his face and spoke to Li Kei and his friends with great respect. Killua had been to the 200th floor, and Li Kei and Gon showed combat power far beyond this level, so there was no need to stay here to fry fish. As for Canaria, she followed everyone as a maid. The group was sent directly to the 50th floor. Ding! The elevator door opened. Hello. My name is Zoisai. I am very honored to meet you. In the battle just now, I have noticed you. Your contempt is really eye-opening. Suddenly, a little boy's voice came from behind. Li Kei turned his head and looked. His eyes lit up instantly, and even his face showed an unprecedented excitement. A short-haired little boy wearing a kung fu outfit appeared. Zoisai. What really surprised Li Kei was the entry on the other party. Name, Zoisai. Entries, Super Perseverance, Double Gold, Emitter Telekinesis Talent, Double Purple, Heart Source Boxing, Blue, Perseverance, Blue, Lucky Guy, Purple, etc. Chapter 71. Yoshi. It's really a case of looking for something without any effort. I didn't expect to see the lucky talent again in this little boy. And this little guy has the purple lucky talent as soon as he appears. And he also has double gold for super perseverance. A very rare entry. It must be said that he must be a person favored by fate, a real son of luck. Tisk tisk tisk. Interesting. It's mouth-watering. I'm gone. Please teach me. This is Brother Li Kei, and this is Killua. Gon introduced familiarly. Because these little guys look about the same age, and this little boy is even younger than Gon. As peers, everyone will naturally be closer instinctively. And their performance in the novice field just now was the most eye-catching. All of them were able to resolve the battle within a week. Little boy Zoisai seemed very surprised. He didn't expect to see someone about his age in this sky arena, and the fighting power shown by the opponent was also amazing. This naturally made him realize that these peers were equally talented. Hello. Li Ke also smiled and greeted, and Gon and the others were chatting enthusiastically. Smashed the little boy? Forced his entry? This thought flashed through Li Ke's mind. However, as a normal person, he was not crazy enough to become a slave to the system and do whatever it takes to become stronger. Of course, some small tricks are okay. Get out of here, little devil! Suddenly, a very unfriendly voice came from behind Zoisai. When he turned around to look, he saw the arrogant old six. Grimshow. Mind beast. Li Ke is of course a good guy, but the bad guy is old six Grimshow. Police. 040 Blast 1. Before the other party could react, Leopard King Old Six jumped out with one kick. Little boy Zoisai had no time to react and was kicked away. Little guy, I hope your luck is not too bad. Li Ke prayed in his heart. If this fighting posture cannot produce the desired attributes, I might consider other methods. It takes a cooldown to leave the battle and swipe this thing again, but the cooldown time for each target is different. For example, Gon and Killua, after the attributes were swiped out at the beginning, Li Ke tried to fight against them and defeated them, but the system gave a battle cooldown prompt. It hurts. But fortunately, the attributes I want have basically been swiped out, so it doesn't matter. Ding! You defeated Sky Arena player Zoisai in the battle posture. Ding! 10% chance to automatically copy the opponent's entry. Ding! You heard the echo of strong luck. Ding! You heard the resonance of strong luck. Ding! Congratulations on automatically copying the target entry Lucky Purple. It is detected that this entry and strong luck belong to the same series of entries and can be merged, and automatically merged for you. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the special entry Lucky Star Gold. The sound of nature sounded in the organization's mind. Perfect. It's absolutely perfect. Although Emitter's purple telekinetic talent makes me feel a little hot, I still want this lucky entry the most. It's so comfortable. Wait. Looking at the system prompt, it seems that this time I got this entry not by chance. It's the mutual resonance between the two lucky entries. Then can I understand it as? It's very likely that my luck value exceeds that of this little boy, so I can directly plunder the other party's luck. Of course, these don't matter, because the lucky entry has been obtained and promoted to a new entry. Entry, Lucky Star Gold. Description, your luck is extremely strong. With this entry, your hidden luck value will be greatly improved, and you can specify a drop once a day. No limit on defeating or killing. The moment Li Ke saw the information of this entry, he felt his brain buzzing. Perfect. It's so perfect. This entry is simply tailor-made for his system. It can be said that the appearance of the Lucky Star entry directly makes up for his biggest weakness. Because defeating a target does not guarantee the entry, you must consider killing it, which pushes Li Ke into a murderous maniac. But now the appearance of the new lucky entry has allowed GK to see more possibilities. This entry can not only increase your hidden luck value. You can even specify a drop once with 100%, and the cooldown time is once a day. It's so cool. For me, this cooldown time is unlimited. Defeating one person every day is so comfortable. Even in the Sky Arena, not all entries are what Li Ke wants. Killing the target can read 100%, but defeating the target only has 10%. But now with this Lucky Star entry, it means that once you encounter the desired entry, you can defeat the target within one day and specify the drop directly. The ability will be refreshed on the second day. It's so cool. Perfect. Ha 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 ha. Grimjo Lee K couldn't help but cover his face and laughed excitedly. This guy is so arrogant. Too cruel, he didn't even let children go. Don't say anything too cruel, who can come here is not a cruel person. I hope I won't be matched with this lunatic. After seeing this scene, the other competitors nearby couldn't help but step back a few steps. No one would take the initiative to stand up and act as a hero or a good person. On the contrary, Gon and Killua gnashed his teeth at this moment, and the black girl protected Lee K tightly, obviously thinking that the old six in front of them was a very dangerous person. Hee. Do you guys want to fight? Leopard King Lee K grinned and looked at a few people, but unfortunately their time was still cooling down and they could not refresh this bar for the time being. But the character setting cannot be broken. Mind beasts are for outsiders to see, and different mind beasts need different personalities. I just need to act according to the personality of the Leopard King. And Lee K's definition of the old six is to attract hatred, and it would be best if there are many guys who can't stand all this and want to come and make trouble for me, then I just have an excuse to kill them all. Haha, refresh the entry. Xiaowu is also a killing personality. As for Saitama, let's just play soy sauce for now, maybe consider letting him stay permanently in the future. Of course, the premise of permanent residence is that the ability research and development of one's mind beast has achieved a breakthrough, and the control distance is longer, the endurance is longer, etc. Cough cough cough. Stop it. Zoisai fell down from the wall, holding his stomach, and stood up with difficulty, staring at Grimjo, asking Gon and others to stop. This is my business, please don't affect others, may I ask, why did you kick me just now? Zoisai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Oh? You blocked my way, kicking you is not a problem, right? Grimjo Lee K laughed arrogantly. That expression was almost like putting his face up and letting others hit him. But if someone wants to come over and slap him in the face, then Lee K will naturally have a reason to kill the other party. No one wants too many entries, and of course the entries that are delivered to the door are taken. Tech. Unexpectedly, Zoisai actually covered his stomach and looked deeply at Grimjo Lee K, then turned and made way. Tis. Lee K looked at him unexpectedly. I didn't expect that this little guy would be so patient. Hee. Grimjo Lee K also grinned and turned away. Zoisai. Why are you? Gon and Killua didn't understand. Zoisai shook his head, his eyes full of fear and caution. This guy is too strong, far beyond us. If we provoke him, it will definitely be a big trouble. There is no need. He gritted his teeth. Only those who had just touched this kick could feel the power of the other party. Completely above himself. He didn't want to affect the few friends he just made because of this matter. I have to say that in terms of character, the little Shota is still very good. Very good, Zoisai. A clear voice suddenly came from the corner. It was a young man wearing a white shirt and trousers, wearing glasses and looking gentle and refined. At this moment, the man was smiling, looking at the little Shota Zoisai, showing a very satisfied look. Acting master. Zoisai called excitedly, even forgetting the pain in his stomach. Sir over there, please wait a moment. Wing called Grimjo Lee K. Oh. Hee. Lee K, who was standing in the back, had a slightly brightened eye. This business is coming. Ha ha ha. The big and the small are here, the old are here, it's really a set, I like it very much. Name, Wing. Entries, Enhancer Telekinesis Master, Gold, Heart Source Fist, Gold, Teaching and Teaching, Gold, Justice, Gold, Nervous, Purple, Patience, Purple, etc. Very gorgeous entries. At a glance, there are almost a series of golden entries. Of course, there don't seem to be many entries that can really serve as combat power. And more of them are other additional attribute bonuses. The one in front of me is the famous Wing, Gon, and Killua's telekinetic guide. The disciple of Biscuit, the master of Zoisai. This guy should be very strong. The golden entry, if placed in ordinary people, is 1 in a million. But in front of Li Ke. Sorry. The golden entry can only be considered as medium quality among all the entries of Li Ke. He has many double gold entries, even red and black. But using Wing's entry is really good. Which one do I need to specify? Enhancer telekinesis, gold. Add the talent first, and the skills of the heart source boxing can be solved later. It is very rare to encounter a golden talent. What? Are you going to avenge this brat? Fight here or go to the ring? Zoldyck said with some anticipation. Revenge? No. You may have misunderstood. I hope you can tell me your name. I am Zoisai's Master Wing. If I have the chance, I will ask you for advice. As a master, I will not let my disciples be bullied and do nothing. Wing said very gentlemanly. Zoldyck said with some anticipation. Revenge? No. You may have misunderstood. I hope you can tell me your name. I am Zoisai's Master Wing. If I have the chance, I will ask you for advice. As a master, I will not let my disciples be bullied and do nothing. Wing said very gentlemanly. Rimjo, number 7291. Coward. Zoldyck complained and walked away. Wing said nothing more, but let him go. Zoisai, show me your injuries. No danger, it seems. Mr. Grimjo kept. Wing lifted up the boy's clothes and took a look, then his frown relaxed. Holding back? But he was almost kicked to death by Zoisai. Gon couldn't understand. Grimjo is very strong, this man must be able to reach more than 200 floors. Zoisai, you still have a long way to go in your practice, and the setback you suffered this time is just a small episode. If you want to become a real strong man, you need to face all kinds of difficulties and problems. If you want to take revenge for the injuries you suffered today, I hope you can reach more than 200 floors first. Wing began to teach Zoisai on the spot. Yes. Acting master. I will definitely work harder. More than 200 floors. To deal with Grimjo. Zoisai's fighting spirit was high immediately, and he seemed to not care about the injury he had just suffered. Trust Wing very much. Gon and Killua were confused by the scene, and Li Ke was also slightly surprised. It is worthy of the entry of teaching and learning Jin. Yungu, this guy, is born to be an excellent teacher. Talent. Real talent. And the key is, Gon and Killua's awakening of telekinesis. Li Ke felt that this matter should be handed over to the good man in front of him. Although he has many entries, he is really not good at teaching and learning, and he doesn't want to be good at this thing. Let's take one step at a time. If Wing doesn't teach Gon and the others what to read. Li Ke considered teaching himself, and actually asked Canaria to give guidance on the way here. But it is obvious. The black girl has telekinesis, but when asked to explain the reason, she was confused and made people laugh bitterly. Very good. Zoisai. Just keep this mentality and belief, only in this way can you become stronger and never give up, Zoisai. Wing encouraged loudly. Yes. Acting master. Zoisai stood at attention and said loudly. DB. Li Ke suddenly felt that these two guys were a bit like the master and apprentice of Konoha's Kanglan beast. Sorry, I made you laugh. What are your names? Wing noticed Li Ke and his friends and said very gentlemanly. Li Ke. Gon. Li Ke is our big brother. Killua. Canaria. Several people introduced themselves. Wing, thank you for wanting to help Zoisai just now. I will remember this kindness in my heart. We should meet again. Goodbye, everyone. Wing smiled and said goodbye to Li Ke and his friends, and Zoldyck also bowed and left. Alas, what a pity, the moving entry is gone, otherwise, let Grimjo beat up Wing? Or Xiao Wu? Forget it, there is a long time to come. If I remember correctly, this guy is the secret instructor of the association, responsible for teaching the use of telekinesis. We still need him to teach Gon and Killua telekinesis. Li Ke gave up this idea. Wing, who was leaving here, picked up his mobile phone. Well, I have seen the future star you mentioned, Mr. President and Gon and others. He does have absolute talent. I have promised to teach Xiaoji and others telekinesis when we reach the 150th floor. As for your future star, Mr. Li Ke, forget it, he should have awakened telekinesis, right? But President, in addition to your future star, I have also found several other guys with very strong potential. Understood, I will pay attention to them for you. Wing smiled bitterly. The president of Netero even called him personally, hoping that he could check Li Ke's performance in the arena for the president. There was no other way. The power of the association was too great. After Li Ke and his group registered in the Sky Arena, all the information had been received by Netero. The old man was not at ease with the safety of Li Ke and his group, so he took great pains. Chapter 72 Hunter Association Headquarters, President's Office. Netero hung up the phone, feeling very happy. His intelligence followed Li Ke and his friends all the way from the time they left Kukuroo Mountain to the Sky Arena. Zeno, that little guy, is quite insightful and made the right choice. As for the other talented guys Wing mentioned, they are indeed worth paying attention to, but if they don't have justice in their hearts, they will probably only become trouble in the end. This is just right. If those guys can meet Li Ke, it should be a very exciting game. Netero smiled. If he knew that those tough guys mentioned by Wing were all Li Ke's mind beasts, Netero's expression would probably become very interesting. He still didn't know that Li Ke had grown to a level far beyond his expectations. Mind beasts are something that even Netero himself can't handle. Sky Arena. The 50th and 100th floors are two watersheds. Players who can reach the 50th floor are basically elite, and those who exceed the 100th floor are considered masters among masters. In this Sky Arena, you will get monetary rewards as you increase the number of floors. The reward for the first floor is very considerable, 152 yuan, which is equivalent to the price of a can of juice. If you win here on the 50th floor, you will get a bonus of 50,000. Listen, Killua said that when he reached the 190th floor, he got 200 million yuan, and then he used all the money to buy candy. 200 million candy. Really arrogant. The players who can reach this floor are obviously much more elite than those in the rookie field before. Each of them looks fierce and seems to be difficult to mess with. Number 10,086. Against number 8,221. Please go to the C-ring on the 50th floor. The voice came from the radio. Brother K. Come on. Come on. Brother Li Ke. Come on, sir. Killua, Gon, and Canaria all wished Li Ke well. Li Ke didn't care, anyway, he came here to fry fish. But after Li Ke 28 came on stage, he was a little speechless. His luck was really bad. It turned out to be Zoldyck, the little guy who had just been killed by him and was still in the cooling time. Ah! It's Mr. Li Ke? Then I'm sorry. Zoldyck was also surprised, because there were many contestants on the 50th floor, and they could meet again, which was just luck. Come on, use your strongest strength. Li Ke was helpless, but considering Gon and Killua's subsequent training and the small wing boss he would kill on the way, he still had to try his best. So, on the field, it was a completely one-sided battle, and poor little Nai was beaten by Li Ke. In the end, he tried to burst out his telekinesis, but was scolded by Wing outside the field. This battle ended in failure. Lee K successfully advanced to the next round. Sure enough, it's telekinesis. It's the same telekinesis as Big Brother Ilmi. Big Brother Lee K can also, but I still can't understand how to open aura nodes. Killua frowned. On the way here, Lee K had already popularized some knowledge about telekinesis with them. After all, in this world, only those who truly master telekinesis can be considered to have stepped into the threshold of being a strong person. Killua and Gon are still at the level of relying on brute force, and they cannot get inspiration in just a few days. They won the game without a doubt. Killua reached the 190th floor when he was 8 years old, so this place is naturally easy for him. Gon's potential is even more amazing than Killua, of course. In fact, Canaria can reach the 190th floor, and there is even hope for the 200th floor. But she positions herself as a servant. After the game, Lee K and others saw Zoldyck kneeling down in the corridor to admit his mistakes. Because telekinesis is only used at the 200th floor. But in fact, this cannot be blamed on Xiao Zhengtai. With Xiao Zhengtai's strength, it is almost impossible to reach 200 without using telekinesis. But it is obvious. Wing's purpose of doing this is to hope that he can reach it through pure practical ability. It is a kind of training for himself. Hearing whether his agent is teaching in this way, Xiao Zhengtai is also awakened at this moment, full of incomparable fighting spirit. Mr. Wing seems to be a telekinesis master. I wonder if I can ask Mr. Wing for help. After Lee K and others arrived, he smiled and said, "It turns out that you are here, it's fate." Wing's eyes lit up, "Of course, as long as it is within your ability." He is full of goodwill for these people to protect his disciple Zoldyck. "I want to ask Mr. Wing to teach my younger brothers Gon and Killua about telekinesis." Like said straight to the point. "Yes. Mr. Wing. Can you teach us what Zoldyck said about training?" Gon was also excited. He had also seen that Lee K's telekinesis was powerful, but he was helpless. His elder brother had amazing combat power, but he seemed to have no talent in teaching. Telekinesis? Okay, everyone please follow me. Wing was originally a secret instructor of the association, responsible for the awakening of professional hunters' telekinesis. Ordinary professional hunter, if they have not awakened telekinesis, are extremely fragile. Only after awakening telekinesis can they be considered a real strong man. Several people followed Wing to where he lived. Then this super instructor began to teach several people. This kind of thing is already familiar to him. Telekinesis is divided into 4 major elements. Entanglement: focus the mind and gaze at oneself. Calm the mood, which is a mental concentration method to keep emotions stable. Absolute: eliminate one's own aura and not be detected by the enemy. Refining: use entanglement to concentrate the mind, burst out a strong aura, and sublimate the will through refining. Release: the will of refining can change according to the object, so-called winning by momentum. I don't move, the enemy retreats. The above are called the 4 major actions, collectively known as mind. Wait. Lee K was a little surprised. Because in his memory, Wing lied when he taught Gon and others for the first time. He didn't teach them the real mind. But this time he actually taught them the real thing. And he even released various effects himself. Strange. Lee K looked at Wing with a strange expression. It seems that his appearance has more or less changed the original destiny of this world. If this is the case, there is no need for him to worry too much about other things. And judging from this teaching result, Wing has to be said to be a real gold medal instructor. And he is a genuine gold medal instructor. He has the golden entry of teaching and solving doubts. With his meticulous explanation and penetrating guidance, and Killua's telekinesis training was magically on the right track. The next thing was naturally to practice. It was difficult to get started with telekinesis, but what was even more difficult was the subsequent practice. It takes a long time to accumulate, or even a lifetime of hard work. Of course, this kind of thing does not exist in Lee K, he only needs to plunder or copy the other party's entries. Many people have spent their whole lives to forge golden entries, and even red entries can fall into Lee K's body. A real plunderer. Mr. Lee K, you should also be a master of telekinesis. I believe you have already told you too about some related things. Wing suddenly looked at Lee K. Lee K suddenly realized. So that's it. Perhaps because of his own existence, Wing did not continue to test Killua and Gon, and directly gave them the most convenient way. And if he lied in this teaching, it would make Wing and others fall into the point of moral condemnation. After all, no matter what, Li Shu and the 10 people had saved his disciples at the beginning. If Wing does not want to teach telekinesis, he can choose to refuse directly, but if he teaches wrongly, it will harm others and repay kindness with hatred. You barely understand a little, Mr. Lee K, why don't we have a fight, and also demonstrate it to Gon and the others? Wing pushed his glasses and suddenly said seriously. No. Brother. I didn't think of any excuse to brush you off, and you actually came to me? This is really a good brother. Lee K almost laughed like a pig. This Wing is really a good person. I was just worried that I had no excuse to find this guy to brush the entries, but I didn't expect that he would come to me directly and hit the gun. But after all, in front of these kids, the reservedness should still be maintained. Ahem. Well, in this case, in order to facilitate Gon, Killua, Zoisai and other friends to practice, Teacher Wing and I will fight each other and give everyone a demonstration, but Teacher Wing, you have to be careful, I am still a little bit strong in this aspect. Lee K said without any modesty. Wing couldn't help but become more curious. A person that President Netero values so much, even calling him a future star. He was very curious. Because in his memory, President Netero had never given such a high evaluation even to his own master. You can say. This was the highest evaluation he had heard from the president so far, and he was also very curious about what kind of person could make the president value him so much. If Wing knew that Netero was ambushed by Lee K, the sixth brother, and was almost seriously injured, he probably wouldn't have made such a naive request. Of course, this is a friendly match after all, and both sides will have reservations. You don't know whether the system will regard this as a battle posture. But it doesn't matter. Once on the battlefield, it's not up to Wing to decide. Great. Master. Killua, Gon, you have to watch carefully, my master is very powerful. Brother Lee K, don't be afraid, my master will definitely be measured. You must hold on a little longer. Zoisai became excited. He hadn't seen his master take action for a long time, and in his impression, his master was invincible. But the little guy's words instantly made Killua and Gon next to him look complicated, and even the black girl looked weird. What's wrong? Zoisai was confused. Nothing, I just feel that I should be careful, it might be your master. Brother Lee K is very, very strong. Gon also got excited. Yes, he should be much stronger than your master. Zoisai, you should worry about your master. Killua also sighed. This is a man who can beat his father after all. Don't you understand how good your father is? Dad can definitely beat the teacher Wing in front of him. But anyway, it was just a drill, so they watched it seriously. Inside the room. Living room. This is the most spacious place. If you want more spacious, there is really no place, because this is the room of the Sky Arena after all, and it is also a room on the 50th floor. 110 does not have any luxurious equipment such as a special training ground. You can only make do with it. But for Lee K, it is completely enough. If you fight in this living room, it is all about close combat. It seems that you are really strong, Mr. Lee K, let's start. Wing's eyes lit up slightly, and he took the starting position of the heart source fist. Practice. Instantly. Wing's momentum suddenly changed. Gon and Killua's faces suddenly changed, that's the feeling. Especially Killua, his face turned pale instantly, and even his body was shaking slightly. Because he saw the same terrifying aura as his brother on the other party. Pure practice oppression. Breath oppression. For people without telekinesis, this feeling is very terrifying. Lee K didn't mind, and he also started practicing. As a master of telekinesis and the owner of the red entry, this thing is naturally easy for the organization. And he deliberately maintained the oppression similar to the other party. The two sides fought. Both of them were extremely fast, but still within the clear limit, as if they were demonstrating to several little apprentices. But as the battle progressed, Wing's expression began to become strange. Because he found that no matter how high his aura was or how fast his fighting speed became, the opponent could easily take it all. Very strong. Really strong. This Lee K's strength far exceeded his expectations. Several little apprentices were also stunned, obviously very fascinated. Lee K was also patient, and he and Wing demonstrated most of the moves abruptly, trying to let these little guys learn as much as possible. It's almost time, Mr. Lee K, the next time should be our time, let's fight for real. Wing suddenly rushed up and whispered in Lee K's ear. He really wanted to know to what extent this evil genius valued by the president was, and why the president's evaluation of him even exceeded that of his master. Ding! You and Wing enter the fighting posture. Bingo! Perfect! The so-called fighting posture should be entered directly after the opponent is full of hostility towards you. This saves him a